time 12:24. I'm meteorologist Trevor Burchett alongside meteorologist Kit Thomas. Hate to interrupt your regular programming, but we do have a tornado warning that has just been issued. This is going to be for Cross County and for the city of Wynne. It also includes southern Poinsett County and the northern portion of Crittenden County. This is for an area of circulation with a very strong line of thunderstorms that is just crossing in to western Cross County right now. I do want to get an idea of exactly where this area of rotation is, so I'll switch over to the velocity mode. And again, even if we do not have a tornado in this, the wind in this storm is incredible, but there are definitely a couple of areas in there that could be rotating as well, near Fair Oaks, Tilton, up along US 49. So very high wind gust, up to 75 miles an hour, and now the potential of a tornado. And again, this is for a tornado warning, 2 tornado warnings now. We just got another tornado warning that was issued. That's going to be for St. Francis County, Cross County, and Crittenden County. So 2 tornado warnings here kind of overlapping in the same area. And this is what we're going to be dealing with. As this line of thunderstorms kind of barrels into the Mid-South, the main concern will be destructive winds of 75 or higher miles an hour. But we could have circulations along that line of thunderstorms that could spin up a quick tornado. Got to get the update here on the storm speed, and this one's moving quick. This is all moving eastbound, northeastbound at about 65 miles an hour. What I'm going to track first is the area of potential rotation, and that is going to be, let me get these storm tracks loaded in here. Moving to the northeast again at 55 miles an hour. So this is the potential zone where we have some tornadoes trying to spin up, and that's going to be near Wynne at 12:34. So if you are in Wynne, go to your tornado safe place right now. Parkin, Earl, Marked Tree, Lepanto, all within the next 30 minutes. Joyner, Marion, and Osceola by 1:30. Again, this is going to be a strong, potentially destructive line of thunderstorms that could also be producing isolated tornadoes. It's this particular zone that I've tracked out here that we could have some quick spin-up tornadoes that can cause damage. We had one overnight in Wynne. It was a weak, quick tornado, but it was enough to cause some damage there. This entire line of thunderstorms is moving to the east. So even if you do not see a tornado potential, this line of thunderstorms is going to mean business as it moves to the east. This is the damaging wind potential in addition to those spin-up tornadoes. That's possible over the next several hours. Forest City by 12:39, Jonesboro at 12:57, West Memphis at 1:19, Memphis by about 1:30, Cordova at 1:50, Collierville 2:05, and then into Trenton by 2:41. Again, what I'm tracking out there is the potential of destructive winds, but we cannot rule out anywhere in this line of storms that rolls in a brief tornado to spin up, and we do already have 2 tornado warnings. Meteorologist Kit Thomas, I want to kind of send things over to you and get you a closer look at these. This is kind of what we saw last night. We have this big line of storms and then areas of rotation that could produce tornadoes within the line of storms, and it's coming right into Wynne yet again.
Yeah, many of these areas are pretty weather fatigued at this point, as we've had multiple rounds of storms over the last 4 days and Sunday earlier last week. Of course, we've seen these couple of tornado warnings just starting to get issued by the National Weather Service, so give them a quick shout out here as they are also working tirelessly to bring this safety information out to the public. Now, of course, this area is just into our northeastern viewing area. If we look across the entire viewing area, this is where we're starting. It is going to continue to push east, so western Tennessee, you are downstream of this. Northern Mississippi, you're not downstream of these storms in particular, but we've got more storms coming out of central Arkansas that will be headed to your area very, very soon. One other update for you. Of course, we were talking the last couple of days. Today was a level 3. We have been upgraded to a level 4 threat. We have a moderate risk for severe thunderstorms across the Mid-South. The heightened area of tornado potential. This is where we have the tornado warnings now. The tornado potential across northern Mississippi and southern parts of our West Tennessee viewing area here, centered around areas that have seen multiple tornadoes already, once again under the threat. The other side of this is also the significant severe wind threat. We've got that upgrade to a significant threat, upwards of 75-mile-per-hour winds probable with these thunderstorms. So let's dive into the details of those storms once again, as we just give you a little bit of a forecast update for these storms presently. as we still have the chance for a couple of tornadoes to roll through parts of Cross County here and St. Francis County. So I'll look at the one that first, Wynn is under presently. Excuse me. As we're starting to see that line, this is a particular type of setup that makes it difficult to see some of the rotation. So as all of that wind is coming in, we're going to see some quick spin ups. And one thing that sort of draws my eye is this area, this sort of local maximum in the brighter blue shade there next to the greens. That's a small area of rotation. We've got some small areas of rotation. They're going to be very, very subtle. The last few days, it has been apparent where this is the tornado. This is the single storm that is producing each individual tornado. Instead, today, we have this line of storms that is coming in from Arkansas. Notice how it has that bowing structure, very similar to what Trevor was dealing with last night as these storms were moving across a very similar area. That bowed structure means that we've got a jet of winds coming in from the backside. It's pushing it forward, winds coming from the south. So when we have those converging winds out of the west and out of the south, that is going to create along this whole line here this sort of kinked line. So we're going to have some jiggling nature on that. And whenever we have a kink like that, that's where we can get a tornado to develop. These features are very subtle. It's very difficult to keep track of them as they can sometimes come in and out of existence very, very quickly. So when I say all of this, because at the present moment, I don't see anything that jumps off the screen like we've been talking about the last couple of days. What I'm looking for is something very, very subtle. Right in here, there's a little rotation on the leading edge of the storm. A little bit of rotation there, a little bit there, maybe a little bit more down here towards the 284. So really anywhere along this line, a tornado could drop. So everyone within this warning is under that threat. So I want to track this forward now. We'll just look back at the radar here. Of course, these storms are moving forward pretty quickly at around 65 miles per hour. This is the fastest storm motion we've had with this line or with this setup over the last several days here. So I'm going to redraw that here. Give me one moment. Apologize for the delay, just trying to get things reset from the last several days here. So 65 mile per hour storm motion. If we track that forward for this entire line, not just for where the tornado warnings are, we'll put this over the next hour to give a bunch of people a heads up here. So the Palestine area, we're looking around 1234, Forest City, around 1240 when the line is getting to your area. Harrisburg, recently saw a tornado near your area just on Sunday and the last couple of days as well. You're looking around 1245. Gilkerson around 1250. Jonesboro technically out of our viewing area, but many people might carry our stream outside our viewing area, so we'll include them. 1256 for Jonesboro. Lake City recently impacted by a tornado nearby. 105. West Memphis, we could be looking at 115 or so, and downtown Memphis by around 126. So that's a view of about the next hour or so of where this bowing segment will continue to push, and anywhere along that line we could see a quick tornado warning necessary for this area. So we're going to get through this. It's going to be a long haul once again today, but after today the severe threat greatly diminishes. So that's what we can look forward to. We're going to get through this last wave, and we've got a quiet week next week. So that's some good news. Trevor, I'll send it back to you.
Another new tornado warning coming out, this one for Poinsett County in the next little bit. And this is what we're going to deal with today, folks. We're going to have this line of thunderstorms that comes through, and at any moment, any little part of this line could try to spin up a tornado. Kit was just doing a great job explaining that this is going to be a little hard to pinpoint exact areas of rotation, because any area on the outer edge of this storm front here that's coming in could quickly produce a tornado. So anywhere along that line of thunderstorms is going to have that potential for those quick spin up tornadoes, and that is why they're going to be issuing these warnings out here for that potential. Regardless of if there is a tornado or not, extreme wind gusts are going to be a big concern with this line of storms that could be up to 70 or 80 miles an hour in some spots. There's the new tornado warning. This one for Poinsett southern Craighead, and Mississippi County. It also includes just the far western portion of Tipton County and Lauderdale County over in Tennessee. And Kit, you were just talking about this. This is going to be the area of the storm that goes up in the same areas that were just hit by a tornado Wednesday night. You're talking about Truman, Lake City, Monette, Leechville. This is the area that could produce another tornado in those same areas. So if you are in these areas now, Cross County, Poinsett County, Crittenden County, Mississippi County, be in your tornado safe place as this line of storms rolls in. Again, high wind gusts and heavy rain are a guarantee, but as it continues to the east, tornadoes certainly not out of the question. I'll switch back over to the velocity mode, the wind mode of the radar, just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea of exactly where this area of rotation is. And like Kit mentioned, it's going to be hard to pinpoint. We've talked about for the last couple of days that we look for the reds and greens to be really close together to identify some rotation. There's a zone right there near Fisher. If I had $1 for every time I've had to call them out this week, I would be rich. I would not, have to be talking about this anymore because we have called out Fisher so many times for areas of rotation. There's another one right there near Fisher. There's one coming up on Cherry Valley and another one near Wynn. So there are several areas along the leading edge of this storm that could be producing tornadoes. And of course, even without the tornado risk, high wind gusts are going to be a huge concern. Kit, I think it's one of these things where, and you mentioned it, it's hard to be so specific and say this is the tornado, it's going this way, because any area on this line could produce a tornado quickly. So what I'm going to do is just track out this entire line of thunderstorms. And if I call your name out, your city name out, best bet is just to go ahead and be in that tornado safe place. This is moving east at 70 miles an hour. Kit, we don't even have a 70 mile an hour storm track here. I'm going to have to make one just because it is very rare that we see storms move that fast. And of course, that is indicative of also very high winds. If you get a storm moving that fast, that is the kind of wind that you're going to get. So a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this entire line. That's going to include Shelby County in a bit. So a heads up for Shelby County. DeSoto County now involved in a severe thunderstorm warning for this line of thunderstorms. I'm going to track all of this off to the north and east. Again, this thing is flying through the Mid-South. Forest City by 12:43, marked tree at 12:57, West Memphis at 1:13, the city of Memphis at 1:27. If you are in Memphis and Shelby County, excuse me, I want you hunkered down by 1:30 because even if there is not a tornado that develops in that particular section of the storm, this is going to produce some very, very high wind gusts as we get closer to the 1 o'clock or 1:30 time frame. Cordova at 1:37. Collierville at 1:46, Dyersburg at 1:55, Whiteville at 2:08. So that is the entire line of thunderstorms that is barreling off to the north and east. And it's going to produce a wide swath of 70 miles an hour. We actually just got reports near Fisher, which has had 2 or 3 tornadoes since Sunday. They are now reporting at least 70 mile an hour wind gusts near Fisher right now. And this entire thing is crossing the river. It'll be near Ripley. This is going to be a storm that doesn't miss anybody. This storm is going to hit everybody in the Mid-South at some point. And I know we have some storms already out near Collierville. What we're concerned about is way back in Arkansas. It's coming into Wynn. It's coming into Fisher. It's coming into Harrisburg. It's coming into Forest City. Those zones are all under the significant threat of destructive, dangerous wind gusts. And also on top of that, we can't rule out some tornadoes that develop on the leading edge of that line. So a lot of people asking in the chat, Kit, about specific cities. This is one we don't really need to be so specific on because it's going to go through everybody at some point. I expect it to be crossing the river shortly here. I mean, this is going to be by 1:15, 1:30 rolling across the river into West Tennessee and North Mississippi. But for right now, the most destructive wind gusts are going to be in Cross County, Poinsett County, and St. Francis County. We'll track it out one more time as people are just joining us. Memphis by 1:30. This destructive storm will be in Shelby County and producing very high wind gusts. In addition to some hail, we have some hail now reported, Kit, up near Poinsett County in Fisher.
That's right, Trevor. I'm communicating with some folks here in digital. I want to give them a shout out. Our producers, our managers who are all also providing assistance to us. I've got a manager bringing me water right now. Thank you so much, Christina. Of course, we are seeing the chance for these storms to eventually make it through most of our viewing area. I'll give you an eye on Memphis. A couple of people have asked about it. Memphis downtown, Memphis Midtown, the 240 loop, not presently under a warning, but look just east. Extreme southwestern Shelby County is under a severe thunderstorm warning for stuff that hasn't even entered our viewing area yet, but they've gone ahead and pulled the trigger for that for Tunica County, parts of Lee and Phillips County, just outside of the Memphis metro. So we're going to keep that in mind. That whole line, though, any of these storms could eventually bring a tornado threat. So be ready. Now's the time to be prepared. We've been telling you this the last several days, the last couple of weeks, of knowing where to go, knowing what to grab, helmets, things to protect your head, things to protect your kids. Keep your pets nearby as well. Bring them to the shelter with you. You've got a cat and dog that don't agree with one another, let them fight it out in the shelter. You can deal with the cuts and scrapes from the cat later on. Let's take a look at this line, though, as it's starting to wrap up a little bit, I think, Trevor, here just outside the Fisher area. You were talking about that. Fisher, of course, he's reminding you, not that you need it, we've had a ton of storms there in Poinsett County the last couple of days, and it looks like we've got another area of rotation really starting to bend up there. So you can see some very strong gusts on Fisher. There was a recent report of dime-sized hail in Fisher, and Highway 214 and Highway 49 in Fisher. Ham radio operator confirmed 70-mile-per-hour winds. So these storm winds here you see in the bright blue, that's what I've got to mark severe wind gusts there. So very strong winds. And the thing is, this is elevated above the surface, so we don't always see down to the exact surface of what those winds are doing at the ground level. But I also see some of these darker blue pixels in here. That's nearly 80-mile-per-hour winds. So that could be on the more considerable end of severe thunderstorms. We've got that break because once we start to see it over 75, that's where it becomes more significant damage that comes in. So the latest pixels there showing up still over 70 miles per hour there into, that's parts of Cross County there. So I want to clear off that marker as it's starting to show up some different numbers, but all of those are near or above severe. The National Weather Service said that there's going to be a wide swath of damage from this line just from the wind and then embedded tornadoes as well. So you can see all of that bright area of blue back to the west. That is more upper level winds because as the radar goes out from the radar site, it goes up and away at an angle. So we're seeing higher level winds back there. But here we can see we've got sort of the same distance from the radar across Poinsett, Cross, and St. Francis counties. And then we've got some of those segments of the heavier or higher winds getting pulled into the storm. The rain can pull it down and the momentum can transfer, and it sort of has that mid-level jet up here, and then the rain directs it down to the surface. So we're getting that downward angle of those strong winds rolling through Cross County at the moment. So whenever we talk about tornadoes, we usually track them frame by frame. Trevor, I think we need to start training this burst of winds here in Cross County, basically frame by frame, because cold water, you're going to see some very strong wind damage here in the next several minutes.
Just to add into that, Kit, while I was in overnight, we had a tornado go through Wynn. It seems to be a relatively weak tornado, but Wynn did have a tornado about 1:30 this morning. We sent a crew over there. Our Shakina Davis is there right now to kind of check in on the reports of damage from last night's tornado. We've had to kind of call that off, and they are seeking shelter now in Wynn as this line of storms comes in. They say it looks bad right now, but they are hunkering down and seeking shelter in a gas station as that storm rolls into Wynn. So if we have our crews taking shelter, you need to be taking shelter too. Wynn, probably a lot of folks still there without power. More power outages on the way. So if you know of somebody that might not be watching TV, give them a call, make sure they know. I also do want to remind you, you can download the ABC 24 app. Memphis, now's the time to do it because we have 70-mile-an-hour winds within the next 45 minutes coming into Memphis. That will take out power. Power is going to go out for at least part of the city of Memphis. Download that free ABC 24 app and you can continue to watch our live stream there. You can also stream on Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV. So again, we have this big line of thunderstorms back in Arkansas. It's basically covering up anywhere from Jonesboro down to Harrisburg, Fisher, Wynne, Forest City, Marianna, eventually into Phillips County. It's going to move through our entire area. There's not one area that's going to get, a break from this. This is going to kind of move through the entire Mid-South. Everybody is going to see a potential of 65 to 75 mile an hour winds. I would say at this point that is looking more and more likely. And then as we watch this line of storms, there's going to be these isolated tornadoes that can spin up on the outer edge of that storm. So the widest concern is for the very high destructive wind gusts, but a tornado could also develop at any minute. So we have a 100% chance that you're going to get very high wind gusts that could cause damage, and then a potential of some isolated tornadoes. I'll put a pause on this, and I'm going to track out this entire line of storms. Folks, this is moving at an incredible speed, 80 miles an hour. Northeast at 80 miles an hour. Kit, I can only think of a handful of other storms in this area that have moved that fast, and that is extremely indicative of high winds, extremely high winds on the backside of this thunderstorm. You really have to think back to the derecho that we had, I believe it was 2009, and then honestly, Hurricane Elvis. That's how fast that storm was moving, which is the derecho that came through in 2003. The winds do not look as high as that, but still 80 mile an hour winds can easily do damage. Hurricane Elvis was about 100 mile an hour winds. Hopefully we do not see that, but 80 mile an hour is still going to do some damage as it rolls in. It's over Wynne right now. Wynne, you need to stay hunkered down. You have the dangerous wind gusts. I'll track this out really quick. Marion at 110, Memphis at 125 for destructive winds, Cordova at 135, Collierville at 146, Dyersburg at 155, Kit.
Yeah, I want to take a look back up here around the Wiener to Fisher areas. We're starting to see some rotation tightening up on that tornado warning. Of course, we've got multiple threats, the tornadoes and the severe winds. There's also the hail threat. That's not to be ruled out, but it's not as extreme. But right around here between Wiener and Fisher, I'm seeing some bright areas of rotation. That could be a tornado that could move in very quickly. I want to get some motion on that just in the last few minutes to see where that cell is moving. It's basically running parallel to Highway 49. Just on the southern end of 49 earlier, there was a report of 70 mile per hour winds by a ham radio operator. So I was at 214 and 49. I'm wondering if I can get that road, find that. So yeah, 214 is right here headed into Fisher. So that was basically right in Fisher. That was probably this cluster of winds that are now moving towards Wiener. So we can say that we have a report of 70 mile per hour winds now headed to Wiener. So that is something that can cause damage. Not only just tornado can cause damage, but the strong winds can as well. It can also knock things that are loose objects around outside. So you always want to make sure when you're preparing for this, Wiener, I'd say you're out of time to go outside and grab things in, but anywhere downstream of this front of winds, if you're in Mark Tree, if you're in Truman, if you're anywhere in Cross County, St. Francis County, Lee County, on the east half of the county, you still have time to go put those plants down, bring the trash can back up to the house so that doesn't blow down the street. But we've got another scan here. It looks like we've got some of that tighter rotation just right there between Wiener and Fisher. Excuse me, the Waldenburg area. Maybe even another little bit of rotation here. We're going to see multiple pockets of 1 or 2 frames of rotation on these storms. At present, the storm motion is 80 miles per hour. The storm winds are around 70 miles per hour. So that's going to lead to some small confusion, but these storms are moving at highway speed, Trevor.
I want to keep going. I just want to pass along a message from a National Weather Service. They're saying Wiener, Arkansas specifically now, time to be in their safe place with a possible tornado trying to spin up there.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking at here. So I'm just not going to leave this storm. Trevor, I'm going to have you keep an eye on Cross County if any couplets spin up with that.
Yeah,
I think
this is
that
by
one's
far
more straight.
I think that's the highest potential of a quick spin up tornado right now, but high winds for everybody. Let's go back to Kit.
Yeah, Weiner, Arkansas, so be in your tornado safe place right now. This frame is now about a minute old, so this has likely moved north a little bit farther. It's moving sort of out of the tornado warning box. Sometimes they draw this box and then new things spawn up, so they may draw a new warning up into Craighead County as well. So if you're around the Cache area, Jonesboro area, anywhere in southern, southwestern, the Otwell area there, Chilson, this is right along Highway 49. It's not showing up on the map there, so add that. Highway 49, if you live there from Waldenburg up to where it meets 226, you need to be in your safe place right now, as this is basically running parallel to the highway here into Poinsett County right now. So this is an area where we've seen multiple tornadoes already this week. Waiting for that next scan. I'm going to keep an eye on the correlation coefficient, and it's a bit messy here, so it's not really showing up very well for debris. That's like right on the very edge of this storm, and so it's looking through all of the edge of the storm here, so that is causing a little bit of noise on the radar. So it's going to be very difficult to verify if there is a tornado on the ground just by looking at radar. So we're going to have to treat it as if it is on the ground. Of course, we don't have confirmation from storm spotters, but we do still have that area of rotation. I'm going to back it up just a few frames so then we can get a sense of where this has been and where it is going. Looking from around Fisher, Trevor was tracking it at this time, and it was starting to spin up a little more. It's getting up towards the Waldenburg area here, and we start to see a little bit more of that inbound rain or inbound wind there, and a little bit of the outbound right around Waldenburg, and that's where we started to see it tracking up right along Highway 49. That's moving towards the northwest. The last frame that we have here is a little more of a loose rotation, but I think, Trevor, this is probably the best radar presentation we had of that rotation. We may have had a tornado touch down and then quickly lift. This is the thing. The average tornado is only on the ground for about 3.5 minutes. There's some conflicting debates, 3 to 5 minutes or so. So we may have already seen that its lifetime has lapsed, but it could also cycle back in. There's a lot of tornadoes that will sort of skip along as they drop down multiple tornadoes, and anywhere along this front. Notice sort of where the red meets the green in the whole air mass, and then you have that gray line. We've got to keep an eye on places like this, south of Harrisburg, where we're seeing some of that green touching the red. So that's where we could see maybe a new tornado could spawn as well. So I want to track that area back just a little bit, as it's looking just a little less intense now as it moves up towards Harrisburg. Excuse me. The front of this storm, Trevor, is pushing east, but the thing is, it's sort of wrapping back around on itself. So some of these tornadoes are actually moving north on this northern end of this storm. So this could lead to some odd motion. You may think, oh, it's heading south of me. It's south of me. It's not going to head towards me. This could still run through. Our producers in the back, they've got a DOT camera here, it looks like, from Arkansas DOT. Could you tell me where that is? When we get that info, I'll let you know, but it looks like there's been some damage to a guardrail possibly. We'll get that in just a moment here. If they could let me know where that is. That's the Wheatley exit. Yeah, let's pull that full just really quickly. Wheatley on Interstate 221 was that, I believe, or Highway 221. Yeah, so it looks like there's some damage here. We can't say for certain if that may have already been damaged from a previous wreck. It might actually have been from a wreck, maybe from some hydroplaning. So just seeing it a little closer in more detail, we'll move on from that. Let's get back to radar. Thank you for that real quick. But looking back down here towards Cross County, Trevor, it's looking like we've got, this would be anticyclonic rotation there, east of Wynn. Anticyclonic is backwards, so most tornadoes go counterclockwise. So that's the main direction that they go. We've been talking about how a tornado usually shows that kind of rotation. Behind me here, it's counterclockwise. This here is anti-clockwise. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on that because 97% of tornadoes go counterclockwise, but this might be one of those 3% times where we see a backwards rotating tornado. The thing is, we've got such a strong burst of winds here that it could overcome Coriolis and possibly bring a tornado there. So I want to keep a close eye on that. Trevor, have you seen anything about that couplet?
Not in that one in particular. I do agree with what you're saying. It's something we have to watch, and that entire line of storms we're going to have to watch because something could spin up with those quickly and sometimes without warning in a situation like this. On Wednesday, we had those big supercells, and the National Weather Service was able to give you 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes of a heads up before a tornado was in your neighborhood. These are going to spin up a lot quicker. These are going to be quicker tornadoes that don't last as long, but they could also touch down a lot quicker. So again, if you're just joining us, we've got some questions in the Facebook comments about specific areas and what's going on. I just want to kind of show you a wide view of what's happening and the reason we're with you. We have this very strong, intense line of thunderstorms in Arkansas. It's pretty much all the way through eastern Arkansas. That is producing 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts, destructive wind gusts. And that in and of itself would be serious. But now within the line, there are a couple of areas where we could have some rotation and the potential of a quick tornado. So as this entire line moves to the east, it's moving east at about 70 miles an hour, which that quick speed of storms indicates very high wind gusts along with it. And this is going to touch pretty much every corner of the Mid-South as it continues off to the east. So what I'm going to do is just track this entire storm track off to the north and east here over the next little bit. Truman at 12:56. So it's pretty much on you now, Truman. You're in a tornado warning for a potential quick little spin-up tornado. Memphis by 1:30. So it's actually going to be in Crittenden County a little sooner. So within the next 10 to 15 minutes, Crittenden County, you're in a quick little tornado warning there. And that is an area of circulation that could spin up and produce a tornado in addition to the extremely high wind gusts. Memphis by 1:30, we are in a severe thunderstorm warning for Memphis and Shelby County, at least portions of the county for now. That is for those 70 to 80 mile an hour winds coming off to the east. And again, the potential is also there for tornadoes. It is guaranteed we will get the extremely high wind gusts, but there's also the potential of some quick spin up tornadoes. And that is what we have that area in effect for. Several tornado warnings now and a new tornado warning kit for that area we were watching, not far from Wiener. They've put out a new tornado warning up into Craighead, but we have 3 or 4 tornado warnings now where within this line of thunderstorms, there could be some of those quick spin-up tornadoes that might not last long, but they can still do damage.
Yeah, and Trevor, that was the same, the new warning is the same area that just went through the Wiener area that we were talking about. It's starting to move more north. They've angled it instead of the eastward motion that most of these had. This one is now more northeast and could move towards Jonesboro. Of course, Jonesboro technically outside of our viewing area. They have their own ABC affiliate. Excuse me. Several people could still be watching our live stream there, so we want to keep that in mind with several of our border counties around the region here. So Jonesboro, you need to be getting ready into your safe place as soon as possible, as this could move in. The Otwell area, definitely seeing that. This has been right along Highway 49. So if you live around Highway 49, I want to get this road here where it intersects as well. Okay, so where Highway 49 curves east. If you live anywhere around the east-west junction there of Highway 49 with 226 near the Gilkerson area, you need to be getting to your tornado safe place now, as this could drop down at any time. These aren't going to be the same magnitude as we've seen over the last couple of days, but again, the difficulty with the tracking of these, I was asking the National Weather Service about that counter-rotating tornado, and they basically says, sorry people, just keep them warned. They can't really dig into the analysis of it. So if, Trevor, we're basically gonna have to call out every single kink in this line that we think could produce a tornado and add it to the warning list here, as of course they are doing everything they can. They're at full staff with extra people in, and they are they are also working very, very hard. So we appreciate what they're doing. Small shout out to them. But of course, you also see embedded in the line. We may see a lot of damage. You might start hearing trees fall. That doesn't mean it's another tornado coming through your area. It could be something like this. Just out of the Monterey area, we've got this area of very strong winds heading just to the east there. So Coldwater, you're going to see your trees getting pretty bendy now as those winds are starting to roll in. Some very strong wind gusts are rolling in, so go ahead and move away from the windows if you've been watching, waiting for these storms to move in. I want to just show you the last few minutes here. Of course, this is what I was talking about right around in here of maybe a backwards tornado could even start up, which is an exceptionally rare thing, but it can happen and may happen as well. We've got a new tornado warning I want to take a look at as well. Some of that new information on that tornado warning. Trevor, if you'd clarify for me what that was.
Yeah, that hasn't come through the chat yet. We actually get it a little quicker in our system now than we do in the chat that we have with the Weather Service. So we'll wait on that bulletin. I think what they're trying to do, there's so many tornado warnings up here right now. They're almost kind of overlapping. So they're going to try to clean up some of those warning boxes. Regardless, though, Cross, Crittenden, Poinsett, Mississippi, and Craighead counties all have a threat of a tornado. There's no way for us to pin down exactly where these are spinning up. If you were with me overnight, it was kind of the same situation where it was these quick spin-up tornadoes that develop quickly and then return to the clouds pretty quickly. So we can't pin down exactly the spot that this could develop until really it's already happened. So anywhere right now in Craighead, Poinsett, Cross, Crittenden, or Mississippi counties in Arkansas, take your tornado precautions now and stay there until these warnings expire. Even if you don't see a tornado, you are going to have destructive wind gusts that can sometimes still do just as much damage as a tornado. 70 to 80 mile an hour winds reported there, and that is just about to cross over Interstate 555 between Marktree and Turl. Just to give you an idea of some of these winds, not even taking into account the possible tornado, which we do want to get back to in a second. There are several areas that could be producing tornadoes right now. Near Coldwater, Arkansas in northeast Cross County, estimates of 66 mile an hour winds. Right there on the Poinsett County line, 57 mile an hour winds. Coming into Marktree, 40 to 50, maybe even higher than that, wind gusts. And again, that's crossing over Interstate 555 in Poinsett County right now. There's a little interesting feature up here that I'm going to watch coming into Truman. There's almost that little dog leg shape in the line. That is a zone where we've got a rush of wind kind of on the south side of that. And basically, when the radar looks like that, it's just indicating that there's a lot of wind in different directions happening right now. So we're going to watch out for Truman. Again, Truman, you're in a tornado warning. You should be in your safe place regardless. But I want to try to watch here because there could be something that does spin up. I'm going to watch that area there, this area here near Cassidy. But again, there are several areas along this line of storms that could spin up a tornado at any minute, in addition to the extremely high wind gust of 80 miles an hour. So everybody needs to be in their safe place with wind gusts of 80 miles an hour, but just be aware there is a threat of a tornado along this line of storms as it continues to the north and east. A lot of folks trying to get exact comments and questions about when this is going to be near their area, and I understand that. I want to do another storm track for this whole batch of storms. Actually, before I do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip off the radar and I'll just show you who's in a tornado warning and who's not. So these red boxes, that's your tornado warning. It's for Cross, Crittenden, Poinsett, Craighead, Mississippi County, portions of Lauderdale and Tipton County, the far western portion of Lauderdale and Tipton County. But those zones right now in red, those are the biggest concern for a tornado potential. Everybody else in a severe thunderstorm warning with wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles an hour. So I want to reemphasize, everyone in the Mid-South is going to see damaging, possibly destructive wind gusts, and there is also the potential of tornadoes. So even if you're not in a tornado warning right now, I don't want you to think this storm's not going to mean anything, because it will. And it's going to be near Marion at 1:18. We are quickly closing in on when this storm is going to be into the Memphis metro. Marion at 1:18, Tunica at 135, Memphis at 137. Now, Memphis right now is not in a tornado warning. Right now, it's just the wind, but these storms can spin up a tornado at any minute. So, Memphis, I want you near a safe place for at least the next hour as this storm rolls in. It's a mean storm, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The potential there for tornadoes as well. It'll be near Collierville at about 1:59, Kit.
Update for marked tree. Marked tree, I want you to go to your shelter as well, as we're seeing just the last couple of frames here. This is going to be, again, we're going to see 2 quick frames and then it might go away, but just right there southwest of marked tree where the bend in 75 turns back south as you're leaving town. As it turns back south, that is moving towards marked tree. That area right there, I've got just a small area of some quick rotation that could drop down.
Right there.
Yeah, that's the
Judd
main
Hill
one.
and then
Judd
Truman
Hill,
too.
and then up there towards probably going to move just to the north or northwest of the Truman area. Judd Hill might head towards Truman or maybe just southeast. Marked tree. So we've got just all of these very rapid winds coming through. The thing is, this is pushing the line east, and the winds around that are wrapping around. So as these winds come in right along that line, they're going to be blown sideways. And that's how we get this quick spin up all along this line. And whenever they do, they're going to have different motions. So really anyone downstream of this line, east or north, you need to be ready to take shelter. I know I've got a lot of arrows on there. Sorry if that's a little on the confusing side, but zooming things back towards the wider view, of course, we still see that line moving towards Jonesboro. I want to see if Jonesboro still has that area of rotation. It has broadened. This is what just went long. It's been going right parallel to 49 here into Poinsett County. Jonesboro, still be prepared for taking shelter, though it looks a little broader. That's encouraging, but not confirming. You started to see that tornado warning trimmed back. The National Weather Service is saying the line may be breaking. I'm not going to take the time to explain that at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on anywhere along this line. Basically, anywhere east of the river now, we need to be preparing for these winds to roll in, as we're going to see some very strong winds. It's at least 70-mile-per-hour winds that could roll through. That is considerable. That is going to do damage. Once we get to 80, that's where we have the destructive tag. So I'll put that warning information on the screen here. They've updated that tornado warning. I'll get that in a moment here. So Crittenden, Mississippi County, we've got that considerable tag, tornado possible. For the whole line, we've got a tornado possible, and then they're warning the small areas as well. 70-mile-per-hour winds is where we get that considerable tag. So that's just a language thing so that we don't necessarily have to communicate the speed. People just think, okay, well, there will be damage, considerable damage, and destructive damage. They're just extra layers of communication. And so that you know, I'll go ahead and clear that off. We do have this on my color table. Trevor uses a slightly different one, but this is just inbound winds that can be windy. It becomes severe here. This is then considerable. This is then destructive. So if we see the purple or the yellow, that's going to be the 80-plus-mile-per-hour winds over here on my color table. So we just have that in mind. Marked tree, I still want you sheltered. Cassidy up to Truman, I still want you sheltered as well. This is New Dam Lane. That could be moving through. So Lepanto, you could also see this line moving in very soon. Of course, we're talking about 2 separate areas, so maybe those will go split. But the thing is, as these 2 split, the line is still going to be here around Highway 14. So anywhere, Riverdale, Lepanto, Spear Lake, you also need to be ready to go to your storm shelter. So things to take with you to your storm shelter, your phone with you, of course, having that helmet on your head or something like a thick pillow, a comforter, a blanket, a cushion of some sort. You can bring out all of these things to shelter with, to protect your head and your body with. As we're looking a little farther south, these winds, Trevor, an encouraging point is that the winds are no longer quite as widespread of the severe as we saw back towards the Wynn area. Heading into Earl, we still have that tornado warning presently, but it's not quite as widespread. damaging wind threat at the moment, so that's some good news, though it could still ramp back up. We're seeing still this very straight line north to south here with these just little bitty kinks in and out where we could see a tornado spawn at any time. Trevor?
Truman, Arkansas, 87 mile an hour winds. That could have been one of those tornadoes that
was a
spun up
10-second
there.
gust, yeah.
If they measured that, wind gusts in this line are going to be 70 to 80 miles an hour. But if you get a tornado that touches down quickly, it could be higher than that. Want to zone you into something the Weather Service is watching, and it's this storm that's ahead of this line in Fayette County. This is kind of between Oakland and Somerville. There's a little rotation on this. There's no warning whatsoever on this storm, but if you're out near Somerville, if you're in northern Fayette County, just know that is now a storm that we're watching that could be producing some rotation. But by far what we are more concerned about is what's coming in back from the west. A severe line of thunderstorms near Jonesboro right now. It's right over Truman. It's just past Wynn, at least the worst of the heaviest rain. The wind probably still very high there. Forest City coming into Mariana. It is crossing into northern Crittenden County right now and will eventually is going to be into Metro Memphis. So Metro Memphis within the next 20 minutes, these dangerous wind gusts and a possible tornado are going to be rolling through. That's the thing I've kind of been saying here for the last few minutes. This entire line of storms is going to produce potentially destructive wind gusts. We just had a gust of 87 miles an hour in Truman. So this is a destructive line of thunderstorms, even without a tornado. But then we also have the potential for quick tornadoes to develop on the leading edge of that storm. I don't want you to be too caught up in that because the entire storm could do damage. You don't have to have a tornado to do damage. It doesn't matter if the winds are 80 miles an hour, spinning in a circle with a tornado, or blowing in a straight line. They're going to do the same amount of damage. So regardless of whether the tornado threat's bigger or the wind threat is bigger, everybody is going to see the extremely high wind gusts, and that alone could be enough to cause damage. But there are several areas in northeast Arkansas right now that could be producing some quick tornadoes. I do want to switch back over to the wind mode here and just kind of get an idea as they're putting out what they're calling a catastrophic severe thunderstorm warning. This is issued when winds, I believe it's 80 miles an hour?
Per hour, so this is very, very strong. This is what we were just talking about of those, the extremely strong. The thing is, I was talking about the colors, the purple and the yellow. It skipped my mind, but these are actually moving perpendicular to the radar beam. So the radar cannot see how fast these winds are since they are moving northeast. I'll put the just angle on for you real quick. Since they are moving northeast and the radar is looking perpendicular to that, it cannot see the strength of these winds. So we just got that report from a fire station, I think, a fire text office in Truman, Arkansas, that just had 87 mile per hour winds. So you see that new warning here. I'll put that information on the screen. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. I'll read you the text from the National Weather Service. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris from straight-line winds may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged or destroyed. Homes and businesses will have substantial roof and window damage. Expect extensive tree damage and power outages as well. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for, correction, 90 mile per hour winds for that. So 80 is where destructive starts. 90 is the current warning, which makes sense, of course, since that measurement was nearly 90. It was 87.8, so 88 miles an hour. As we look towards the Earl area and Turl, you're seeing this line of winds starting to move towards your area. So I-5, 55, that's going to be up next. Of course, it's just past the Mark Tree area. Mark Tree, you're probably hearing things starting to settle down at the moment. But I wouldn't advise to go outside because sometimes after you have that first push of the destructive winds, you can still have severe winds behind it. It will take a while for those wind gusts to drop back down. As I was looking looking at that destructive severe thunderstorm warning, we did have a new tornado warning issued for northern Mississippi County, and that does cross a little bit into Lauderdale and Dyer County here into western Tennessee. We also have a little bit into southwestern Lauderdale and Tipton County also for a couple areas there for some tornado warnings extending now into parts of western Tennessee. So this is going to be heading downstream eventually to Dyersburg and Covington, not in a warning presently, but think ahead of what you need to get ready. And we see just now our first severe thunderstorm warning in western Tennessee. This is into some of our eastern communities here. Brownsville, the Humboldt area, north of Summerville. So this is Fayette County, Haywood County, and the southwestern half of Crockett County, where we have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. Of course, that goes into Madison County as well, where Jackson is technically out of our viewing area. They have tornado possible also on that severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail, so that's not severe hail. This is predominantly a severe wind, an extreme wind, and a tornado threat with these storms this afternoon. They're now calling this a bow echo, which is just the classification of this kind of severe thunderstorm where we see just like a bow and arrow, you have this line of winds that push the whole line of storms forward. So this bowing segment here is going to bring extreme winds. Imagine it like a bow and arrow. I'll just draw that on for you here. As we have this bowing segment, anywhere along this line, we could see some very, very strong winds getting pushed out, and that could even impact parts of Shelby County, perhaps, maybe into the Memphis area. So anywhere downstream to the east or northeast of this line, we need to be ready to take shelter, and that does include the Missouri boot heel as well. Not many people do get our transmission up there, but a few do, especially into Pemiscot County. Trevor?
Kit, got a lot of concerns now in the Facebook chat and some comments because now people's phones are going off because when we have a destructive severe thunderstorm, we get those phone alerts that go off. So I appreciate y'all checking in the Facebook comments. We're going to try to keep up with y'all, but just be aware we're going to try to stick with the areas of most concern. I'll track this all out one more time here. I want to give you the time of arrival. We've been saying Memphis at about 1:30 for about the last hour now. So Memphis, you've had plenty of time to hunker down and get where you're going to be before this storm gets there. I'm going to track this out for about the next hour. It's going to be in Marion at 1:21. And this entire line of storms is producing 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. We've even had a report of winds as high as 87 miles an hour. That is fast enough to do damage. That is tornado level winds. And again, the only difference is you have winds in a thunderstorm that go in a straight line out. Tornado winds are spinning. They do the same damage. So regardless of if this is a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, winds of 80 miles an hour can easily do damage. That can knock some things around, blow some things around. So you might just want to treat this as if it was a tornado warning as it's moving off to the east. So be in your safe place, at least away from windows. You don't want to be driving around in this right now. Marion at 1:21, West Memphis at 1:23, Memphis by about 1:30 or 1:36. That's into Midtown, so downtown a little sooner than that. Tunica at 1:41, Cordova at 1:46, Collierville at 1:56, Brownsville at 2:06, Trenton at 2:17. So again, that entire line of thunderstorms is producing destructive wind gusts that can be enough to cause damage of 70 to 80 miles an hour. Before this storm gets here, download that ABC 24 app. It is totally free. You can watch our stream there if your power does go out. In the meantime, if you know somebody that doesn't have cable, we're also streaming on our streaming platforms, Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV. That is a totally free download. We are streaming right now pretty much wherever you are, but we do have a concern now coming into Memphis of 70 to 80 miles an hour, potentially destructive wind gusts. But we also still have that concern for tornadoes. The thing is, though, these tornadoes today are likely to be on the weaker side. Now, a weak tornado is still going to do damage, but a tornado today is going to produce winds of 80 to 90 miles an hour. So Again, I don't want you to get too caught up on whether the winds are spinning or going in a straight line, because we have straight line thunderstorm winds that are going to impact everybody of 70 to 80 miles an hour. There is a chance of a tornado to touch down that could briefly produce winds of 80 to 90 miles an hour, possibly higher than that. But those winds are not that far apart. Either one can cause damage. So we are concerned about the potential for some spin-up tornadoes that can produce high wind gusts. But this entire line of thunderstorms will have the potential to do damage. Here is the tornado warning that we have right now. This is for the far northern corner of Poinsett County coming into Mississippi County. This also includes a sliver of Dyer County and Lauderdale County. So that is why you have sirens now in Dyersburg, because part of Dyer County is in that warning. We've been watching a little bit of rotation that is back near Truman, and that is moving off to the north and east. So if you are in Blytheville, if you're in Osceola or close to it, if you're up towards Caruthersville, if you're in Leachville and Monette, those areas, go ahead and be in that safe place because that batch of storms is likely producing winds of, again, 70, 80 miles an hour, as is the entire line of thunderstorms, and that could be just a little bit stronger. Kid, I want to get one more quick look at Memphis really quick because this is really about to have a big impact on the city of Memphis. And I know we have a new tornado warning coming out. I do want to get to that, but city of Memphis, hunker down now. Within the next 15 to 20 minutes, high wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles an hour. This is about to be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Memphis and Shelby County. It can cause damage, tornado or not. 80-mile-an-hour winds will cause damage. Memphis, treat this like a tornado. Be in your safe place.
So I have a few things to say, Trevor. First off, we have that new tornado warning. We are going to see that here moving just north of Miller, Tennessee, towards Hillville. This is now into Haywood County. So this is well east of Memphis. But Memphis, I want to tell you right now, you are likely about to hear the sirens go off if you live near a siren. They are not intended for indoor alerts. However, it is not just a tornado siren. A lot of people associate them as only tornado sirens. Their technical term, to be pedantic, is outdoor warning sirens because they don't only go off for tornadoes. They will likely be set off for this destructive severe thunderstorm warning we have incoming for 80-mile-per-hour winds. So when we talk about destructive severe characteristics, that's 80-mile-per-hour winds or baseball-sized hail, and most counties have updated their use of the outdoor warning sirens to include those threats. We will tell you if there is a tornado warning in Memphis, but I just want you to keep in mind, you may hear the sirens and we might just be seeing a destructive severe thunderstorm rolling in, but don't think of it as just a thunderstorm. This is going to be worse than any storm we've had this week so far in Memphis. Getting back to that new tornado warning here, this is moving towards Fayette Corners near the Miller area here, where we've got, it looks kind of like a couple of areas of rotation, so I want to investigate a little more where the radar is. We've got two spots there, so it looks like it's the southern branch there of that warning here. And Trevor, I just discovered earlier that we do have this tool to investigate the storm winds. I've been wanting this all outbreak the last several days, and I just found it finally. So looking in here, we've got some area of rotation there and there around the Miller area, and I think it's the southern one that we have to be the most concerned with at this time as these storms are still moving to the northeast very, very quickly. We could see them still pushing through around this area over the next several minutes. So Hillville downstream, I want you to be prepared to take shelter at the moment. We could still see them rolling to your area very, very soon. I'll give you some more of these roads. This is probably going to stay south of the I-40 corridor. So Brownsville, if you live on the east side of Brownsville, you might have heard your phones go off there. If you're within this warning box, the Highway 76 corridor, though, is just started. And my goodness, we start to see that wrapping up a little more. I want to look at the debris signature, see if there's anything on that. This is just clear air noise, so that would not be debris. I don't see anything co-located with the hook at the moment, so that's some good news there. So continuing downstream, Hillville, Denmark, you need to be getting to your shelter very quickly. Old Jackson Road, Mount Tabor Road, I'm going to add some more roads in here as well. Darcyville, Eurekaton Road, Old Jackson Road, I said, Jillian Road, Caldwell Drive, anywhere right here, you need to be seeking shelter. This is the northeast part of Fayette County and far southeast corner of Haywood County, and this right here is into Hardeman County as well. There is that destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so I want to show that to Memphis, as now we have a massive severe thunderstorm warning across the area for a destructive severe thunderstorm with tornadoes possible. Destructive means well over 80-mile-per-hour winds. We could see that is what the warning is for 80-mile-per-hour winds across the area. So that's until 2:15. Of course, I've got my phone going off now for that warning. You can see this includes basically the entire line where we've had, there we go. I've got it on my phone right now. Emergency alert. If your phone is buzzing in Memphis, this is for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Hopefully people are seeing this and are tuning in. So destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds. Honestly, I haven't seen this kind of a warning for my particular location before, so I just want to see what it looks like so I can communicate it in the future. So National Weather Service severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this area until 2:15. Destructive winds. Take shelter in a sturdy building away from windows. That's great information. Of course, the National Weather Service implemented those wireless emergency alerts in the last couple of years. They do them for tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll likely hear the sirens very soon for those outdoor warning sirens. Of course, we've got multiple threats with this storm. I want to go up and down the line, talk about every single county. Mississippi County, you're up first, and then downstream, it'll be into parts of Lauderdale County and Tipton County. Looking down towards Crittenden County, that's what's going to be moving into Shelby County. So Shelby County, we'll be looking back to the west. Trevor, I'll have you pull up the Midtown camera because that's going to be an impressive look here very shortly. Phillips County, Lee County, that storm complex is moving into Tunica County, Mississippi. Now we're getting into Mississippi and Western DeSoto County. We had people in West DeSoto County asking about their area. I think we had a Horn Lake question. We had a Byhalia question. Byhalia technically not within the warning yet, but you are just downstream, so be ready to take shelter. This is something that we talk about with the same language as a tornado warning. You want to shelter from these winds. We always advise you to not put yourself in danger with any severe thunderstorm or tornado warning, but we could see this very, very quickly. So I'm going to track this out across the downtown area here. And Trevor, if you even want to pull this up on Weather 4 to get some of those like street scale things you were showing me just yesterday, that shows all of the timings across parts of Memphis proper. Sorry for talking a little shop there a little. But looking at this line, I'm pushing it east, slightly northeast. So Marion, Arkansas, we've got Marion at around 125. I'm going to move this just very briefly here. West Memphis, it's coming in basically right now, 129, it'll be there. We're looking at Millington around 141, Memphis around 145. Of course, Memphis is the whole area, so probably downtown a little sooner. The airport, we're looking at around 149, Cordova at around 156, Collierville eventually around 210. I want to send it to Trevor.
Sorry, I was trying to do some hand signals to the control room back there. I didn't mean to cut you off. But
I can keep it up if you need to talk to them. So we'll keep an eye on this, of course. This is a large thunderstorm warning. Some of the largest that we see are for these kinds of complexes of thunderstorms. I'm just going to shut off the radar here so that you can see what this is. This is a massive warning. This goes all the way from the northern part of the Boot Heel all the way down to Tunica, Mississippi. So let's just get a measurement of this warning from north to south here. So from Tunica up to the northern, that's over 100 miles north to south for that storm. And of course, this is an area that is moving about 80 miles wide. So it is a huge severe thunderstorm warning. They just basically warned the entire line because anywhere could be dangerous winds rolling through eventually the Memphis area. Trevor, you've got some of those numbers.
Yeah, Kit, I just want to do a brief reset here as we come up to 1:30. Of course, you mentioned that everybody's phone just went off. Normally, your phone will not buzz for a severe thunderstorm warning, but because This is such a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service has upped their language in it so it will set up everybody's phone. And for good reason, we have a destructive, damaging severe thunderstorm in Crittenden County right now in eastern Arkansas that is crossing the river into Memphis, DeSoto County, Tipton County, Lauderdale County now. Extremely high wind gusts. I'm going to get to that line of storms in a second, but I also want to get to this tornado warning. There is a tornado warning ahead of this line of storms. This is going to be for northern Fayette, northwestern Hardeman, and mainly Haywood County. Haywood County is really the zone I'm concerned about. This tornado is going to mainly stay out of Hardeman County, and it is going to be more into southern Haywood County. This is kind of that same hook echo signature that we were seeing on Wednesday, where it had that backwards C shape. This is going to be east of 76 near Hillville. Possible tornado on the ground here just to the north of Fayette Corners, and that is moving to the north and east. It's going to kind of ride up just to the south of Interstate 40. So I'm going to track just this particular storm. This is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So we'll track out that potential tornado. That's going to be coming up toward Jackson. So Eurekaton at 128. Hillville at 131, Denmark at 141, Huntersville at 146, Bemis at 152, Jackson at 154, a potential tornado in that area. Again, that's coming through southern Haywood County and eventually into Madison County. We'll watch that, but my biggest concern right now, believe it or not, is not the tornado warning. My biggest concern is the destructive wind gust. On a day like today, if we do get a tornado, it's likely to be on the weaker side of the tornado scale. I don't want that to give you a sense of calm, because a weak tornado is still destructive and can still have winds of 100 miles an hour. But there are places in this line of thunderstorms back in Arkansas that are producing wind gusts faster than most tornadoes, and that can cause damage. So I know Memphis, you do not have a tornado warning right now, but we have extremely, extremely high wind gusts that are on the river and about to cross into Memphis. They're back near West Memphis, Marion, Turl, Earl, Proctor. This is crossing the river very soon and into the city of Memphis and DeSoto County and Tipton County, even Lauderdale County, very shortly. Now, up to the north, there is a tornado warning for Blytheville and Mississippi County, and that is for an area that might have been rotating within that line of thunderstorms as it produced the high wind gust as well. But my biggest concern right now continues to be the potentially destructive winds. That's what the National Weather Service is calling it. Covington does not have a tornado warning, Ashland. Excuse me. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but because the winds are so high, they might be setting off the sirens, because 80-mile-an-hour winds, that's just as fast as a tornado. Again, the only difference here is these winds are blowing straight. A tornado wind spins around. So I don't want you to get caught up on if there's a warning, if there's not. If you're in the Memphis Metro, Tipton County, Lauderdale County, Mississippi County, treat it as if it is a tornado warning, because it could still produce damage and has produced damage over in eastern Arkansas. So that line of thunderstorms as it stands right now at 1:30 is coming up into Leachville, Monette, Blytheville. It's also going to be crossing pretty much Osceola right now. Again, as I just said for the Facebook comments, I was just talking about the fact that there's no tornado warning for Memphis or Arlington or anywhere in Shelby County, but we still do have destructive wind gusts. So treat it as if it is a tornado. It does not matter. I want you to treat this as if it is a tornado for the city of Memphis, and just be in that safe place, off the roads and away from windows. This thing's in Crittenden County right now, and it's back to the south in St. Francis, Lee, and Phillips County as well. This is really close to crossing the river now. It's pretty much on West Memphis where the strongest winds are, and the winds, of course, they're going to be blowing in from the west like this. So it's destructive winds near Jeanette, Arkansas right now. Marion's getting it right now. West Memphis, it is pretty much on your doorstep, and this is crossing across the river into the city of Memphis in moments. So Memphis, heads up now. Power outages and damage are likely with these destructive winds. Again, I want to remind you to download the ABC 24 app. A free download in case your power goes out. You can watch this live stream right there on the app, and you can also watch the radar there and the hour-by-hour forecast as well. I want to track all of this line out one more time. What I'm going to do first is time it out just for Shelby and DeSoto counties and kind of get some more precise times for there, since we have so many communities that are about to be impacted by this destructive wind. This area now moving east at 50 miles an hour. It slowed down maybe a bit, but it is still going to be packing that punch of very high wind gusts within the next hour. West Memphis right now, it is on your doorstep with destructive wind gusts, potential hail even, and very heavy rain. Horseshoe Lake at 137, Millington at 150, Millington at 146, excuse me, Memphis at 150, the Memphis Airport at 153, Shelby Farms at 159, Cordova at 203, Olive Branch at 213, Collierville at 216, and Oakland at 219. Again, no tornado warning on this officially, but we have 80-mile-an-hour winds with this severe thunderstorm that are just as high as a tornado. I don't think these winds are as strong as Hurricane Elvis, but I want to use that as an example of what happened that morning. Back on July 22nd, 2003, we had that destructive windstorm that came through Memphis. It was not a tornado, but it was one of the most serious thunderstorms that this city has ever seen. And again, that was Hurricane Elvis in 2003. It was a thunderstorm complex that produced wind gusts of 100 miles an hour, and it was never a tornado. So I don't want you to get caught up on the fact that there's not a tornado warning. I want to give you this heads up because we could have wind gusts as high as 80 miles an hour with this line of storms crossing the river into Memphis, Shelby County, DeSoto County, Tipton County, Lauderdale County, and then it's through Mississippi County right now. Something we haven't talked about in a minute is that there is the potential for a brief spin-up tornado with these. But the fact of the matter is, a brief tornado is going to produce 90-mile-an-hour winds. The whole storm is producing 80-mile-an-hour winds. So just treat it as if there is a tornado. Be in your tornado-safe place, center room, away from windows, bottom floor, hallway, or closet. This could be a very destructive thunderstorm that produces power outages as it rolls into the city of Memphis. I'll track the entire thunderstorm out now as it gets ready to cross the river. This is, again, it's going to impact everybody, regardless of what corner of the Mid-South you're in. We'll time it out for about the next 2 hours here. Downtown at 144 into downtown. Memphis at 152. Cordova at 206. Tunica at 219, Hernando at 234, Senatobia at 3 o'clock, and then continuing to the east from there. I do want to take a quick peek outside. This is at our Midtown camera. This is from the Southern College of Optometry looking toward downtown, and you can see that big shelf cloud. That is a very intense indicator of destructive wind gusts that is just about to cross the river. And you see downtown on your screen right there. That's the downtown skyline. FedEx Forum is that little white blip. And Interstate 240 is right at the bottom of your screen. That's Union and that's Madison. Again, this is from the Southern College of Optometry. So this storm, 80-mile-an-hour wind gust, and it is quickly crossing the river into the city of Memphis. Right now, it's going to be for Millington as well. You're involved in that warning. That's for Shelby County. I apologize that Millington did not pop up in that official storm track, but I'll time it out just for that specific area and get a time of arrival. Let's see if I can figure this out here. I'm really trying to get Millington. What is that? Okay. I'm going to try to get Millington here in this. There we go, 146. So about 146 into Millington. Atoka, I can probably get you as well, but still destructive wind gust. That's going to be near Atoka by about 150. Several reports of damage from this thunderstorm as it was in eastern Arkansas. The KFC sign in Truman is gone. Hopefully the KFC itself is okay. We're going to check in on some more reports there. A tree crossing a side road, power poles down on Maple Grove Road west of Truman. That is the report right now. But this storm is in Mississippi County, Crittenden County, Arkansas, and it is crossing the river right now. Heads up Dyersburg, Ripley, Lauderdale County, Blytheville, Tipton County, all of Tipton County, all of Shelby County. This storm is going to be here in a matter of minutes. And from what I want to do from here on out, I want to take that box of Weather 3 and Weather 1. And then as me and Kit switch between each other, we'll switch between weather 1 and weather 2 here. But I want to keep that Midtown camera up on the screen as we look at the radar. I don't necessarily need to be on the screen for this, but I want to get that box up whenever we can. The awning at a gas station has collapsed on a deputy's patrol car in Lehigh, west of West Memphis. I'm going to check to see. I'm assuming he's okay if he's reporting that. But again, there's more damage reports coming in. That's near Lehigh in Crittenden County, Arkansas. A gas station awning has collapsed on a deputy there in Lehigh. That's just to the west of West Memphis. And that same storm, that same area is crossing into the city of Memphis right now. I'll do another storm track here, but I've given it a few times now. We've told you about 130 into Memphis. It looks like 141 into downtown, 147 into Midtown Memphis, 151 into Bartlett, 156 into Shelby Farms, 159 into Cordova, 207 into Olive Branch. We're going to keep watching this storm. And again, what you're seeing on the top right-hand side of your screen, that is going to be a live shot from Midtown Memphis back toward downtown as that line of storms crosses the river. We're going to see this thing come right in. And to be honest with you, Kit, I was a little worried for our Midtown camera on Wednesday night because we had wind gusts of about 50 miles an hour, and it looked like it was about to come off the roof. And this is looking like winds of 70, possibly higher than that, and that's going to be pretty close to that camera location within about the next 5 or 10 minutes. We'll set on this for right now, and I don't want to, get too far away from that severe thunderstorm threat. I do want to give an update on our other tornado warning, and that is going to be over in Haywood County. Rotation, possible tornado near Hillville, Tennessee. This is south and east of Brownsville, so Brownsville, this does not involve you. That's Brownsville right there. There's Hillville, and your possible tornado is coming up to near Mercer, Tennessee, and that's crossing into Madison County. So if you know anybody up in eastern Haywood County or western Madison County, this is eventually going to be toward Jackson and toward Bemis. I know that's out of our area. I do have some family up in Bemis. They sometimes watch these, so I want to give you all that heads up. And if you know anybody, a lot of us have family up this way toward Jackson, Tennessee. So if you know anybody, make sure they know they're in a tornado warning. That possible tornado is about to exit Haywood County into Madison County with decent signs of rotation here just to the south of Interstate 40 at the Haywood-Madison County line, and that moves off to the north and east. We are starting to see now that impressive shelf cloud. Maybe we can just take weather 3 full for a second. And Kit, if you want to kind of explain, actually, let's, Kit, if you maybe want to pull it up behind you.
Yeah, let's pull it up in the
and then we can
screen
pop Kit in front of it. He can kind of explain what you're seeing, but an impressive view from Midtown Memphis right now.
And we're even seeing it on radar, so we'll swap from me at the screen here. Hello, magically appear. This is the outflow of the storm. This is basically where the storm has dropped down all of the heavy rain, and now it is pushing forward. As that happens, you're seeing it, the winds cut under the very warm, moist air. If you've been outside in the last 20 minutes, or really the last days here, it is warm and humid and very saturated, and you can just see the moisture that is getting picked up. So as that undercut, it's very much like a cold front in a sense. It's the cold air dropping below, and this is just an incredible show of the dragging the wheel here, of the intensity of this storm that is lifting actively the moisture into the cloud that's eventually going to become rain and a downpour for Memphis. We could see a flash flood warning as well, but this is the winds. The thing is, the winds are going to lead this storm moving into Memphis right now. If I could get a 2-box with my Weather 2 graphics and this camera, me staying on the camera, you can just see the incredible intensity of this storm starting to roll in. So this is basically, like I said, this is the front of winds. You're going to feel the winds hit first before this cloud is over top of you. What we're looking at here on radar, thank you to our production for getting that for me. What we're looking at on radar is this thin little band of green leading the heavy rainfall. So basically, the winds have been produced in this line here around West Memphis, and have outrun the thunderstorms and are leading the storm now. So that is the shelf cloud on radar. Let's go back to the full screen here on the Midtown camera. Just an incredible view of this. I'm going to step out of the way because this is just something magnificent to watch as this comes in. But this is one of those paradoxes with weather of it looks like a really cool cloud, but it is something that is dangerous as well, as these winds are starting to come into the downtown area. This is already across the river. If we could get maybe a DOT camera, of course, that's the M Bridge right there. If we could get the I-40 Riverside Drive camera, look at that color, Trevor. We've got sort of that teal color. We often talk about green and hail. The ice diffracts the color of the light a little more. Heavy rainfall diffracts it more to that blue-gray color. Just an incredible amount of strong winds coming in and heavy rain very soon. This is moving into Memphis. Upcoming flash flood warning in DeSoto counties to considerable flooding. That's a new update from the National Weather Service. So we are going to see considerable flooding. Look at this, Trevor. Look at this. We've got the dark winds here of those dark clouds underneath, and then this batch of clouds are pulling back east here, or excuse me, that would be back north. So we've got rotation here, right here over. I want to stay on this. Thank you, Haley. We'll get to that in a moment. But this might be some rotation developing here within this storm. So I'm going to look over to velocity as we're just starting to see that. The thing is, what I was talking about earlier with those winds rushing out of the south and now out of the west, this is moving from the west to your screen is east, and then back towards me, this would be north. So that's where we're seeing a bit of that induced rotation. Look at the camera. The clouds are barely even getting to us yet, and we're already seeing the camera shake from the outburst of winds. So downtown Memphis is starting to see those winds ramp up. They could be getting to severe wind gusts very soon. If we want to just pop up that DOT camera really quickly, and we'll come back to the boxes with me and radar with that. So, of course, this is the winds on the camera here. This is on the bridge. If we could get the one at Riverside Drive as well. Well, honestly, it's the same, so we'll cancel that. But let's get back to the camera and the there we go. And then the boxes, wonderful. Thank you so much, Haley. So we're starting to see those very strong winds rolling into downtown Memphis. You're already seeing, of course, you saw the camera on the bridge was shaking. The camera here in Midtown was shaking. Those strong winds already. And Trevor, we can already see some of that, the gray of the heavy rain reaching downtown at the moment. So if I pull it back over to the radar, yeah, that rain is already starting to come into view right there around downtown. So these winds, basically, we're going to see the winds in Midtown already. So we'll outpace the shelf cloud we're seeing here. The winds are in Midtown, and I'm going to get very close here. Airways Boulevard up to, Trevor, you got something for me?
Yeah, I want to get a very quick update. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'll get back to you in just a second. We've got a little housekeeping with a couple of new tornado warnings since we know that storm's coming in. If we could go back to my radar with the camera box, and honestly, just leave Kit on the screen here if you want to on his camera. And again, I apologize for those notes to the back just as we get things set up. But a new tornado warning now for northern Tipton, Lauderdale, Dyer, Crockett, and Haywood counties. Rotation near Osceola could be producing a tornado. So I know what we're watching there. On the top right is the Midtown camera from the Southern College of Optometry. Destructive winds of 70 miles an hour moving into the Memphis metro. Memphis, I need you hunkered down. I don't need you driving. I don't need you by the window. I don't need you trying to see this thing. But I need you just kind of to hang out for a minute. What we're watching, though, right now is a possible tornado near Osceola, Arkansas, and that is just about to cross the river into Lauderdale County. So Lauderdale County, be in your safe place now. Ripley at 212, Gates at 223, and they had damage last night from storms. And then Dyersburg by 2:34. But again, I don't want to be so specific with these tornado warnings because this entire line of thunderstorms here is producing destructive wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles an hour. We've had reports of serious damage in Lehigh where a gas station awning collapsed on a deputy's car. We understand he's okay since he made the report, but that is near West Memphis. Truman, Arkansas reported a wind gust of 87 miles an hour, and this storm is now crossing the river. So regardless whether or not you're in a tornado warning, you need to be hunkered down and you need to be in your safe place because these storms can cause damage whether or not it is a tornado. But everybody right now needs to hunker down in the Memphis metro area as these wind gusts roll through. But there is a tornado warning now for Lauderdale, Dyer, Mississippi County, possible tornado near Osceola. Everybody in Lauderdale County be in those tornado safe places. And honestly, even if you're in Memphis, I know we don't have a tornado warning. Kid, I think your mic is still up over there.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I just didn't want your conversation getting out. But we do have that severe thunderstorm warning for Memphis and Shelby County. 60, 70, 75 mile an hour winds now crossing further and further into Memphis. I'm going to get an updated speed on how fast this is moving as we watch that Midtown camera moving east at 50 miles an hour. So we'll track this out just through Shelby and DeSoto counties over about the next 30 to 40 minutes. Memphis at 147. That's going to be, that marker is for Midtown Memphis. So that is going to be very close to that area by about 147. Millington at 149. Shelby Farms at 156. Cordova at 2 o'clock. Lakeland at 2:01. Olive Branch at 2:05. Collierville at 2:09, Piperton at 2:14, Oakland at 2:16, and Rossville at 2:19. Again, there's no tornado threat in the immediate Memphis metro, but we do have extremely high wind gusts that could still do damage. Kit, something else we haven't talked about a ton today is the flash flooding threat, and you probably all have now gotten another alert on your phone, a little noise coming out from your phone. A considerable flash flood warning is now in effect for Memphis and Shelby County. We got 6 inches of rain Wednesday. We have another 4 inches of rain at least coming today. So those creeks, those streams, they are at full capacity. And as we get over the next couple of hours, as probably by the time we get to 5 or 6 p.m., the severe weather threat is going to wrap up. But then our flooding threat continues and will be a big concern through the rest of the evening today and possibly even into tomorrow morning as well. So this line of storms is going to still be marching east, still producing damaging winds. Possible tornadoes still could spin up along this line, but the winds in and of themselves are destructive enough. You see right there on the Midtown camera at the Southern College of Optometry. I'm actually going to work really quick and try to get the East Memphis camera put up. Kid, I think you've already kind of spun that around here. I'll punch that up.
I pushed East
on the
Memphis
screen.
and Cordova to look west. So
all right, so I'm going to switch this camera now. In the other box, I'm going to put this on the East Memphis camera. And what this is going to be is out there by, this is going to be at the Eastgate Shopping Center at Park and White Station, kind of by the TJ Maxx out there. Let's see if we can get that swapped over. Should be swapping over here any minute. Might just take it just a second to catch up here as the internet a little bit slow. Of course, we've got storms rolling in. That could be part of it, but you're still looking there at the Midtown camera, and that is out there in Midtown at the Southern College of Optometry. Can't seem to get that camera to switch right at this moment. I'll see if we can get it switched here in a second. But the biggest thing you need to know is that throughout Shelby County, throughout DeSoto County, expect high wind gusts and, of course, that very heavy rain. We still do have a tornado warning, though. This is going to be the only tornado warning that we're really concerned about right now. There is one near Jackson, Tennessee. That's moving out of our area. So that's moving to the north and east away from us. Brownsville, you're clear of this one. It's now up near Jackson. We are concerned about a possible rotation signature near Osceola. That's going to be coming through Lauderdale County, Tennessee shortly. So an early heads up to that possibility of an area of rotation near Osceola that could be producing a tornado, and that's off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So that particular zone would be near Ripley at 215, Gates at 225 as it continues to move over, Kit.
Yeah,
We've got several questions from Madison County, technically out of our viewing area, but we appreciate you watching from our viewing area. This is the Midtown camera. Midtown is obscured entirely and downtown obscured entirely by rain. Let's get to the radar, though, as we see. I'm on Weather 2 for the back to know. I want to take a look down I-40 just into Madison County here at the potential for a tornado to be rolling through this area. The rotation has now jumped north of I-40, so northern Madison County needs to be in their shelter. Jackson also needs to be near your shelter too, though we're not seeing quite as significant of a rotation signature downstream or upstream of you. It could still drop a tornado, and sometimes tornadoes can take a hard right turn, especially isolated storms. We've seen with the line, they've all been going sort of north, but these kind of storms that are isolated can take a hard right turn occasionally, so be very aware of that, Jackson. I know, sorry we missed a couple of your comments early on. In the last few minutes. But I also want to show you here around Memphis that this storm is becoming outflow dominant, meaning that the gust of wind, that gust front we were seeing, that shelf cloud, that is starting to roll into Memphis, and it is really starting to roll things down. Trevor, if you could play the East Memphis, play that to channel 1 for me.
Unfortunately, it seems like our engineering team has switched some things around, so we cannot pull up that East Memphis camera right now.
Okay.
That's something we've had some issues with in the last couple of months. Seems like it hasn't been resolved yet. So it does not seem like we'll be able to get that East Memphis camera, but bear with me. I'm going to try to figure out something that we can do here.
All right, if you need to go in the back end and switch that around, just
Might
let
have
me
to,
know, and
yeah.
I can. I want to talk about these flood alerts. Of course, we've seen many of the areas here with now flood alerts, but I want to zoom it out just a little bit to give you some context. Light blue is a flash flood warning. That's going to be very isolated. When we see the middle blue, that is a flash flood warning with the considerable tag.
Hey,
of course,
Kit,
we've
there
got
it
that considerable tag. Yeah, I'll grab to that in just a moment,
Yep.
unless there's something major on it.
Kind of how it did downtown.
Okay, cool. I'll get that in a moment, but I want to call your attention to Little Rock. This is a flash flood emergency. We've talked about tornado emergencies. There's also flash flood emergency, and it looks like there's a river flash flood emergency here as well. This is for a much more dire flooding situation, and that's why we've got that high risk for flooding today. We haven't seen it quite that bad here in Memphis, but we may as we go through the next several hours today. So I just wanted to address that. Of course, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, flash flood warnings all across the area, some places in all 3 warnings. So we want to be vigilant with these storms across the area. A new severe thunderstorm warning now for Tunica, Senatobia, of course, just recently impacted by an initial estimate of EF3 tornado there. Helena, West Helena, Marvell, now within this flash flood warning. I'll name some counties there, of course, Tunica County, western parts of Tate County and DeSoto County, northern parts of Coahoma County, not the whole Coahoma, so Clarksdale not within that warning presently, but also most of Phillips County within that severe thunderstorm warning. I'll pop that info on the screen for you so you can see when that is going to elapse. Tornado possible. Basically, every thunderstorm today could possibly start up a tornado, so be very aware of that. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Notice how we've had sort of that straight line moving through Memphis, and then it curves back, and it sort of has this trailing nature to it. That usually shows up for a weaker line of storms. The prevailing threat is usually on the northern to bowing forward part of the segment, and then as it starts to bow backwards, that starts to reduce the impact, though we still have severe threats on that weaker side. So we've got to keep that in mind. I want to pull up that camera in East Memphis now as, yeah, we're starting to see that dark blue sky starting to come in. Of course, that heavy rain just right on the back of it there. This is, so if you remember, this is around Park Street. This is Park Street here, right where it meets White Station Road at that big hill. Of course, there's the Crunch Fitness back behind me. This circular building, that was the old, what was that? The Mellow Mushroom, that's right. That's going to be a Bojangle soon. I'm excited about that. I live near here. We're going to see that shelf cloud rolling through the Colonial area, Sea Isle Park. If you live around Sea Isle Park Elementary, this is my neighborhood, so I know this very well. This area is going to start to see those winds picking up very, very quickly. So down, I want to get down to the street level around here. As we'll go back to the radar here, just bear with me for one moment as we're starting to see those winds rolling through. Yeah, like I said, Shady Grove Road, you're seeing the heavy winds already. Berclair, the winds are picking up. The rain is on the way. Binghamton already in it. The Overton Square area already seeing that heavy rainfall. Park Avenue, as I mentioned, Mount Moriah Road here. We've got White Station Road here. We've got many of these roads here that are going to be seeing some very strong winds here very soon. Of course, Gitwell Road, South Greer Street, Perkins. We're all going to be seeing these winds picking up very, very soon. As we get south of the 240 loop, it's delayed a little bit. We sort of have that backwards to the southwest curve of this line. We're seeing these winds starting to come through the airport already, so we'll likely see a wind gust report that's going to be issued from the airport very soon. So if you live anywhere down the Highway 78 corridor there, Highway 385, you still have several minutes before these winds arrive. But I mean, when we talk about this gust front, sometimes that acts like a cold front and can spark off new thunderstorms. And it looks like we've got a new shower that's just sparked there south of the airport. So very much like a cold front, in fact. So that started to move past Millington. Of course, Millington is very noisy. This is right where the radar is. So we call it the cone of silence. It's the very lowest scan of the radar. We can't quite see down to the surface. Of course, I want to get back to this tornado warning up towards the north. This is into Lauderdale County. Pretty decent signature on that at the moment of some rotation. You can see just right there, you've got those greens, those reds. We've got that area of the rotating updraft. That is where the tornado drops down from, and that's where we can see that tornado possibly forming. So, of course, if you live in Ripley, of course, we had several viewers on Facebook and on YouTube through the afternoon asking about their locations. I did see a couple questions about Ripley. And Ripley, you are in a tornado warning. Downstream of this tornado, you need to be ready to get to your shelter. Trevor?
Just a couple of updates for you. We do have some video from our ABC 24 weather watchers, a live picture on the left, but video from a few minutes ago from downtown. This is from Jared, not far from the Le Bonheur Children's Hospital. You see looking back down Poplar there, just a mean looking thunderstorm. We saw that same view on our own Midtown camera at the Southern College of Optometry, but this is what's rolling through the metro right now. You can see that blue and green hue underneath the storm. That is indicative of a very, very strong storm with high wind gusts and potential for potentially up to 70 or 80 miles an hour. We do want to invite you to be an ABC 24 weather watcher safely. What I'm not asking you to do is be a storm chaser, but you can take out your phone, scan that QR code right there on your screen. That's going to take you to the ABC 24 Weather Watchers Facebook group. You can also just search ABC 24 Weather Watchers, and from there you can send in your own videos, your own photos, and your reports once you can do so safely. Again, I don't want you going to chase the storm, but once the storm's passed, if you get out in your front yard, you see some limbs, you see some things knocked around, we would love to hear about that so we can pass that information along to the National Weather Service. It helps them to issue better warnings for the folks downstream of that storm if they know what is going on. So here's the lay of the land right now. We've got a big-time thunderstorm rolling through the city of Memphis and most of the Memphis area. This storm is producing 60, 70, 80 mile an hour wind gusts. We've already had some reports of damage near Lehigh, and that was just to the west of West Memphis. We have a photo here I'm going to get to you here in just a second. Once we get back to Kit, I'll be able to credit the correct person for that photo. But we had a gas station awning that collapsed on a deputy's car. Thank goodness he's okay. That's in Lehigh, west of West Memphis, as that storm rolls in. So it is doing damage as it comes on through. And again, destructive wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour. As we zoom on in, we do have the potential of a couple of tornadoes in here as well, and that is why we have a tornado warning for Mississippi County, Arkansas, Lauderdale County, Tennessee, northern Haywood County, Tennessee, and also for Dyer County in Tennessee. And again, those are some areas where we could have some tornadoes trying to spin up. Again, I'm more concerned about the wind gust up and down the line, but there are definitely some areas where we could see some twisting happening. But again, anywhere along this line of storms, even if it's not a tornado, could produce some damage. But there are specific areas in southern Lauderdale County coming up to Ripley and Gates that could be producing a tornado, and then some near Blytheville that could be as well. Those are the only tornado warnings in our area right now. Everybody else is with a severe thunderstorm warning as that batch of storms crosses the river. It's coming into Lauderdale right now. That Mississippi County tornado warning just dropped. So Blytheville right now is out of the tornado warning. Tipton County, Shelby County, DeSoto County, you're the ones that are either about to get it or getting it right now. And those are wind gusts as high as 60 to 70 miles an hour. I'm curious to see what the official report will be at the airport site, but I do want to do just a big storm track on this thing. We're getting some questions about the rest of North Mississippi into Corinth. We'll time this out. It's moving to the east, northeast at about 55 to 60 miles an hour, and I'm just going to do a big storm track on this whole line through the rest of the Mid-South. Cordova, it's pretty much on you now. Brownsville at 2:26, Senatobia at 2:30, Batesville at 3 o'clock, Oxford at 3:24, Corinth at 3:40, so we have about another hour and a half, and then eventually toward New Albany and Boonville by 3:45 or 4 o'clock. And as this storm continues to move to the east, we are going to have that potential for high wind gusts, regardless of if there's a tornado or not. The high wind gust of 60 to 70 miles an hour could be destructive. Missouri Boot Heel right now, no warnings for you, just some heavy rain and high wind gusts. But another concern that we're going to see develop very, very quickly today is the heavy rain potential. I want to pull up the rainfall totals in the last 3 hours since this started, and we have already seen 2 to 3 inches of rain in the last 3 hours in parts of the area. Bear in mind, as we look back to Wednesday, we had 6 inches of rain in Memphis. That filled up just about every creek and stream in the city. So all of those are at full capacity right now. Any extra rain is going to lead to flooding. I already saw flooding this morning coming in on Sam Cooper, right at Sam Cooper and Tillman. There's already flooding there, and as we go through the rest of the day today, the severe weather potential will go down, but the heavy rain will continue. We could be dealing with potentially a catastrophic flooding situation for parts of the Mid-South with, in total, that is going to be for the entire area. Jordan, is there a news station for West Memphis or Memphis? Well, it doesn't get much more local than this. We're in the city of Memphis right now, and that's kind of what we're talked about. So this is you. This is where you got to stay with us because that rain and storm activity is rolling through Memphis right now. It's starting to let up in West Memphis a little bit, but for the city of Memphis, we still do have very destructive winds of 60 miles an hour and heavy rain moving through as well. I know it's kind of still right now. Somebody mentioned out near Hacks Cross. That is a calm and quiet area right now, but storms are headed your way. And again, wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. But I want to give you that heads up through the day today. Flash flooding is going to become our concern. I'd say we can probably wrap this up by 5 p.m. for the most part, this severe weather threat. But as we go into the rest of the evening and into tonight, a major concern with flash flooding is going to develop, and Kit, it already has, as a matter of fact.
Of course, we have that considerable threat for flash flooding, considerable being the extra tier of a flash flood warning. Then the next one above that is considerable. Extreme would be the emergency would be the extreme flash flooding. But quick housekeeping about the Facebook comments. We are trying to monitor where you are. We might miss your location. Of course, we serve a very specific DMA, our market audience, but we are keeping an eye on some places outside as well. The Jackson area here in Madison County, that tornado warning has expired. So I know someone's son was in college around that area. Still a pretty intense thunderstorm moving away, but this line of storms will eventually impact Madison County. Other housekeeping thing, keep it to weather. We're trying to keep things monitored, so if you're cluttering it up with politics, please keep that out. We're just focusing on weather. Of course, we'll let the news department handling any of your comments about politics over the next several days and for their department. So just looking a little bit more, of course, we've had a lot of people reporting that it's pretty intense across Shelby County of the heavy winds that have been coming through. One report, we haven't seen any updates from MLGW about power outages, but if we could get that power outage map up and ready as well, if you could put that in the vid wall, I want to take a look at that to see if we have any updated on any power outages as these winds have come through. Trevor.
If we could just put my computer behind Kit, this is that damage from earlier in Lehigh where the gas station awning fell onto the police officer's, the deputy's car. We hear he's okay. He was able to snap this photo and share it with us. We appreciate Mike Allen with the Crittenden County Sheriff's and also Dwayne Rose with the West Memphis EMA. Good friends of ours that are always checking in on us and keeping us updated with what's going on over there. But this is what this kind of wind can do. I know it's not a tornado, but when you get 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, that can happen. And again, that's the Lehigh sit-go west of West Memphis on 40. And that gas station awning collapsed onto the sheriff's car. We understand, again, he's okay, but definitely some damage reports coming in as these winds roll on through.
Yeah, Trevor, this is a good teaching moment of where to take shelter in severe winds or even a tornado. Gas station awnings maybe can protect you from hail, but the winds can lift those very easily. They're usually not anchored down in multiple locations, and they're relatively light, so just that can get it can get galloping and get ripped off very quickly. So you never want to shelter under a gas station awning like that, as that can damage your vehicle, possibly bring injury. If you are at a gas station, you can go inside, ask if they have a tornado shelter. Usually their bathrooms will be their designated tornado shelter, so keeping that in mind as well. I want to take a look at the winds. As the thing is, these are moving east, so we're coming inbound and outbound here. We're looking perpendicular, so we're losing the radar confirmation of how strong these winds are around the area, so we've got to keep that in mind as well, but we can't quite see what it is. Fayette County, we were talking about you earlier in the chat, so some folks in chat were asking about Fayette County, when they will be in the warning. We have that next warning presently, so I want to acknowledge that. Of course, I apologize, I forgot whose comment that was, but we do have the considerable tag. That's 70 mile per hour winds at least. Yeah, that's the current warning for that. It can be 70 or 75. So 70 mile per hour winds, a considerable damage could be developed from that. Tornado is possible to develop from these thunderstorms, though not enough of a threat at the moment to signify that we need a tornado warning on that presently. Looking up towards the tornado warning, we do have around Ripley, Gates here. This is Lauderdale County, eventually to Friendship, right there on the Dyer-Crockett County line. You need to be ready to take shelter. Ripley, I want you to be going to your shelter at the moment as these storm winds are still rotating. You can see right in here, we've got a little bit of that rotation on the backside of the line that could be pushing into Ripley very soon. So Highway 51, if you live anywhere along Highway 51, you need to be ready to shelter, in your shelter at the moment. So when you're going to your shelter, you want to bring with you helmets, something to cover your head. If you don't have a bike helmet, or your kids who might play baseball season's around, it's all exciting for us. We'll get to that when we can, but we're getting through this right now. Bring your helmet, bring that to your shelter. Wear a heavy coat or something. I know it's hot and humid, but wear a coat. Get something heavy on you, like a blanket. A mattress is excellent if you don't have a sturdy place to shelter in your home that doesn't have an exterior wall. Going under your mattress can sometimes help you as well. So you want to have as many things between you and the outside world as possible, as a tornado could come through your area. One good thing we'll put a big asterisk on that is we haven't had any confirmed tornado warnings yet, but any of these, they're very difficult to confirm because of the nature of this type of severe weather setup, where it is a line where we have quick touchdowns. These can be sometimes less than a minute long tornadoes. They can be less than a mile long. They are very, very quick and very difficult to forecast, and the National Weather Service is doing an incredible job keeping up with these storms. Of course, it's a little bit of a slow down now, but the radar velocity wasn't showing it as cleanly, but I think as we just look here, it shows it a little bit better right there. You see how we've got sort of that dog leg. I've never referred to it as that, but I've heard Trevor use that term quite a bit. It's a great analogy there. That dog leg in the kink of the line there, northwest of Henning, headed towards Ripley. That is where we could see a tornado form, and really just anywhere within that zone, as we just have that sheared environment. A tornado could even technically start here and then wrap into that area. So it can be very weird and chaotic motion on these kinds of storms. They're fascinating to study, but very difficult and scary to predict because they are very difficult to warn. We've got those strong winds starting to head into Fayette County here. So Oakland, you need to be away from windows. You don't need to be hunkered down in your tornado shelter per se. One good thing is that they have lowered the winds to 60 miles per hour. So we had some destructive winds back towards parts of Arkansas. We had reports of up to 88 mile per hour winds. I believe that was in Turl, Arkansas. Forgive me if I've misremembered that, but we did see that in Arkansas. That prompted a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County. Up and down the line across most of our viewing area, at least half of our counties were under destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's why your phone went off. If you're just tuning in and you've got that emergency alert on your phone, the emergency alert with that yellow triangle, that was for that original severe thunderstorm warning, and then we had an upgrade to the flash flood warning. So you've gotten two of those alerts here around Shelby County there. Getting a report of possible rotating wall cloud around Jackson, but that is downstream of our DMA, our viewing area there. So that is moving away towards the Huntingdon area there. So keeping that in mind, but our main focus is, of course, here across northern Mississippi, West Tennessee, and East Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning moving into Tunica at the moment. 60 mile per hour winds there. Pretty strong winds, but not the most extreme that we've seen around the area. Many of these storms are still potent, but they have weakened a bit. That's good. It is not the end. We are still going to be seeing the severe events all the way through our viewing area. So places like Bolivar and Selmer, Alcorn County, Holly Springs not under warning right now, Oxford, the Ole Miss area, Clarksdale. We could all see storms very soon, and even down or upstream from Clarksdale, there is a tornado warning there into Arkansas. So out of our viewing area, could be moving in soon. And one thing that concerns me is we were talking about how when you have a line of storms that's moving through like this, it's usually that north-south line that's the strongest, and then where it curves back, I'm covering this analogy up here, where it curves back, it's usually a little bit weaker. Unfortunately, we're now starting to see that line. Instead of, we've got that curve here on the northern side that's heading through Shelby County. Now we're starting to see that north to south line developing on the south end. So that could be pushing in to our southern viewing area across northern Mississippi in the next little while. So I want to keep that in mind. Northern Mississippi right now seeing severe thunderstorm warnings for 60 mile per hour winds here in Tunica County, Tate County. Extreme northern Coahoma County, though not including Clarksdale, could be soon though, and then into DeSoto County here as well. We've got multiple rounds of storms over the last several days. I know a lot of us are tired, believe me and Trevor are. We're running on adrenaline at this point. Adrenaline and Bojangles, we'll say. But we've got some of these storms, heavy rain starting up here in northeast Memphis into Cordova. Bartlett, heavy rains coming down, but the winds have settled down. The thing is, we've talked about how that leading edge, you can still kind of see that headed towards Collierville, so it's going to get breezy in Collierville. It probably is breezy right now in Germantown, but East Memphis, the winds should start to drop down, but now the heavy rain is coming in, and that's why we've got that flash flood warning with a considerable threat of widespread deep flooding around that area. I want to head back up to the Gates area here, Lauderdale County. Still have that severe thunderstorm warning broadly and the tornado warning specifically. I want to look at the velocities here around Ripley. It's not as clean as before. That's some good news. It's starting to look more like a downburst, an updraft signature there. Not quite so much of a rotating updraft. So these are blowing away, these are blowing towards, and so they're colliding winds rather than transverse where they're going next to one another. They're just going together, converging. The latest scan continues continuing that as well. And I want to just keep an eye right around there. That's right on that leading edge of those winds. So basically, everything's coming into this and going straight up without it rotating much. There may be some very weak and broad rotation within that storm, of course, just from the environment, but it doesn't look like it's a imminent threat for a tornado. But I still want Gates to be prepared, because we've said time and time again, this changes frame by frame, and we can have sometimes a tornado that snaps in really, really quickly into existence and then can do damage there as well. So we want to be ready for that, Gates. Anywhere here north of the Forked Deer area, Owl City Road, we've got double bridges there. Some of these might be unincorporated communities. They might have changed their names, or it might just be a paper town, but we want to keep everyone in mind there. Of course, Friendship shows up a lot. The Bruceville area, Folks as well. Highway 412 still within that tornado warning, but also along Tennessee Highway 3 going down from Folks. That's where we want to see people ready to take shelter as these storms come through. When I say ready to take shelter, I mean grabbing your things and going to that shelter area. It looks like we've had some updates on some of those warnings around the area. We're cleaning up some of the mess of some of the previous warnings around the area. But a quick review, of course, it's 2:15 in the afternoon. This is day 5 within 7 days of severe thunderstorms across the Mid-South. It is going to be the last day we have for at least the next several days. Tomorrow's cool, still a lot of rain. We're going to be draining a lot of the flooding. We'll likely see river flooding for the next several days. The Wolf River, the Obion River, the Mississippi is going to start to fill up. I need to learn more rivers around the area. I apologize for that, but those are two that are going to be some big hazards. Of course, the Obion just flooded into Dyersburg last month, a month or two ago. The Wolf River also within Memphis. We are likely to see some flooding from that. As we look back towards the southwest here, we've got Tunica, we've got the Phillips County area there with some pretty heavy rainfall coming down. We haven't seen yet the flood alerts extended into northern Mississippi. Here's where they are right now. We're starting to see those storms, of course, pushing into northern Mississippi with some heavy rain soon, though no flash flood warnings are there just yet. Again, a considerable tag, meaning we're going to see widespread, potentially life-threatening flooding in the next several hours here, of course. So we're keeping that in mind. Of course, anytime we're talking about severe weather, we want you to be prepared, not scared. Of course, we've echoed that a lot. And I called for it a little while ago. I want to pull up the MLGW outage map at this time, if we could there, just to get a sense of what these storms have done across Memphis. Looks like we've got about 3,500 customers affected at the moment, 42 outages in total. This is not quite as widespread as it could have been, so that's some good news. Power lines are holding, but we see there across the northern part of Interstate 40 where it curves back east there. Looks like we've got a few outages up there. Also up Austin P Highway to Highway 14, there's some outages. The Midtown area, there's a few. It's not a ton, but still keeping that in mind. So that's good news that power grid's holding pretty steady, but we're going to need the power in the next few days to get us through this rain, of course. Temperatures are very warm out ahead of this storm system as well. I want to just take a moment to sort of reset as we've got, Trevor's got his hand up. You got something for me here?
Yeah, no, wrap up what you were saying. I was just going to give you a little break.
Yeah, so we've got really, really rain-cooled air there across Crittenden County. That'd be in like maybe the 40s there in that blue shade. So very cold air is just blowing down, straight down from the rain. 63 here at the Memphis airport, 79 in Holly Springs, 81 in Oxford, 82 in Corinth, 80 in Bolivar.
All right, Kit.
If we look at those dew point, I'm getting too much here.
Now I do have to interrupt you. I do apologize. Just some new info coming in. A flash flood emergency for the city of Memphis, Shelby County, and DeSoto County. This is also going to go for West Memphis. So that's just some information I had to get out there. And you're seeing right there on the left-hand side of your screen, that is the heavy rain and flooding that's coming down. And we have flooding at 240 in Madison. I believe we should be able to see that on our Midtown camera, and now it's switched back over. So let me see if I can switch us back to the Midtown camera, and we should be able to see this report of flooding there. And I apologize, I know we're kind of doubled up there. We might just want to take this camera full on weather 1. Sorry about that, getting you a little dizzy back there. I'm going to just kind of pan down here because this camera is right at 240 in Madison, and we're getting reports that it could be impassable. The on-ramp at Madison is flooded. So let's just zoom right on in here and see what we can investigate, trying to see exactly which ramp they're talking about that might be flooded. Just gonna, of course, there's some that are kind of hidden by a building here. We can't get a great view of it. We're gonna keep an eye on this camera though, because we do have reports of some flooding down there. And again, what we have now is a flash flood emergency for the city of Memphis and for Shelby County. This is a very rare situation that is not issued very frequently. We'll hop off that camera here just for a bit, just to go back to the radar. And like we said, this is quickly going to become less of a severe weather concern through the day and much more of a flooding concern. Now, this storm is still producing some very high wind gusts right now, 60 to 70 miles an hour as it's coming through Fayette County. It's coming into Haywood County, Tipton County, Lauderdale County now. That's where we have that tornado warning that Kit was talking about. Everything else is just a severe thunderstorm warning that is, again, for that high wind gust of 50 to 60 miles an hour. And, of course, the heavy rain as well. And, again, this is a flash flood emergency for Memphis and Shelby County. I do want to show you, I have a couple of rain reports. I believe, I don't think I updated these last night when I left at 5 in the morning, but I do have the rainfall reports so far. That these were at least from Wednesday. 7.5 in Somerville, 6.9 in Memphis, 6 inches in Olive Branch, 4.9 in West Memphis, almost 5 inches, and then 4 inches in Dyersburg. Just so far today, we've already seen, we can switch on the estimated accumulation here. In the last 6 hours, we've already seen upwards of 2 to 3 inches of rain, and especially in the metro. These are your forecast rain totals. And guys in the back, we can go ahead and put me back on that camera there and just kind of do the side box there. But I do want to get over to this T-dot as well. This is I-40 near Danny Thomas. And I apologize, our director, Haley, I know I'm throwing you all over the place, but I know this is just kind of one of those fluid situations. Y'all have done a great job through this entire situation. Again, this is I-40 near Danny Thomas. That's coming up to the 240 split. Serious flooding there that we're looking at. And this is, Kit, just the beginning of what is going to be potentially a catastrophic flooding situation. As we zoom on in here, and if you just stay on this camera for a bit, but I'm just going to call out some of the rainfall totals in the last 6 hours. Because we've already seen a good amount of rain just in the last 6 hours. President's Island, 3 inches. Mud Island, about 3 inches in the last 6 hours. Fraser, about 3 inches. Raleigh, about 1.5 inches of rain, 1.5 near Midtown, and then a little bit under an inch down near the airport. But this is what's going to happen today, folks. A serious, potentially dangerous flooding situation is going to develop. Again, we still have the high wind gusts. We still have the very heavy rain. But we are quickly going to see this become a lot more of a flooding potential as opposed to a severe weather potential over the next little bit. And what you don't want to see is folks driving through that floodwater. That little pickup truck is worrying me because you do not know how deep this water could be. This could be a serious situation here, and you don't really know. I mean, that's going up over his hood. It looks like. So,
Trevor, this is a good time to remind people, this is the worst possible thing you can do. Your car could flood out and those waters could rise. You do not want to be in this kind of situation. I know it is incredibly difficult. If we could just take me over here at VidWall, just so we can look at this. Of course, you don't want to be driving through flooded roadways. We are going to see this kind of situation a lot over the next several days. So I know it's tough. Hopefully the DOT or the Memphis Police Department can go out and block this part of the interstate off because any one of these cars could stall out. You never know how the water is going to behave in your car as you're going over. And there are small cars, there are trucks, there are semis going through. This is stagnant water, so it has different threats. But if you come across moving water where you see that the water is moving across the roadway, that can also undercut the road, and that can lead to the road falling out or failing. So that is something you also can't know, because look at how murky this water is. You're not going to be able to see what's under that. Maybe someone has just duct taped their, we saw a video of this earlier this week of flooding where someone drove their car through, their hood ripped off in the flooding, and that just got left behind in those floodwaters. So something like that could happen in this kind of a situation. So if you see that cars are slowing down, go ahead and just take the exit. Try and get off the road before this intersection. Again, this is I-40 at Danny Thomas Boulevard. Avoid this area. If you know anyone who's going there, if you are planning around going that way, choose another route this evening.
And check out that our Midtown camera in Weather 3. And we can see kind of the result of this backup. This is, again, on Weather 3. We've got that Midtown camera. Look at that, Kit. That's at 240 and Madison. And that is people obviously not able to get by because of that flooding, people coming up, back up on the on-ramp. But a very serious situation developing rapidly within the city of Memphis and Shelby County, with what they're calling a catastrophic flood threat.
And Trevor, it looks like some people are doing that right now. Some people are going backwards onto the on-ramp.
Which is also not a good idea. You just shouldn't be on the roads.
Not a great idea, but you know, just staying very cautious, very vigilant of these kinds of conditions, being very, very cautious of how you drive. Of course, we don't want to tell you to drive backwards, but being careful, being aware of the situation, this is going to be something that we'll see probably several times. Let's go ahead and go back over to Weather 2 as we take a look at radar across the areas. Of course, these storms have been waiting to see if that flash flood emergency has been issued, and it has been for Memphis at the present. So this is the entire viewing, not entire viewing area, entire county of Shelby County into, we'll call it the inner, towards the riverside of Crittenden County and most of DeSoto County. So this is our core metropolitan area. This is a flash flood emergency. I'll put that text on the screen for you, where we could see catastrophic flooding. Places that you've never seen flood before could flood this time. So we want you to be prepared for this information. Of course, I'll put that on the screen again. Sorry, it dropped off. This is until 8:15 tonight with catastrophic radar indicated information. I'll give you that National Weather Service bulletin here. This is a flash flood emergency for the Memphis Metro. This is a particularly dangerous situation. That's the phrase of the week that we have been saying so much. Of course, the flood watch was particularly dangerous situation. You need to seek higher ground now. If you live in low-lying areas, if you live near a drainage ditch, if you live near a creek or a river, you need to seek higher ground. Whenever we are talking about tornadoes, we tell you to shelter in place and stay put. If you are in a flooding situation, you need to, we say, hide from the wind, run from the water. That's what we're looking at here across the area. So life-threatening flash flooding of low water crossings, small creeks and streams, urban areas like Danny Thomas on I-40, highways, streets, and underpasses are going to be flooding. And this is not going to drain in 5 minutes. This is going to be a long-range flooding thing. Because the thing is, at 8:15, we're still going to have rain coming down, so we'll probably see this warning extended or at least updated across the area. Trevor's got a new severe thunderstorm warning for us.
Yeah, but I do want to go back quickly to this Danny Thomas camera. I want to go back quickly to the Danny Thomas camera because you can see how deep this is getting. Folks are still driving through this. Stop driving through this water. You do not know how deep it is. If you see water like this, yeah, that's a cone that's floating around. Folks, this is insane to me. You cannot drive through this floodwater. You do not know how deep it is. You do not know if a part of the road has been washed out from underneath it. This is I-40 near Danny Thomas. Serious flash flooding there. And again, this is a flash flood emergency developing for Memphis, Shelby County, DeSoto County, and Crittenden County. We could see catastrophic flash flooding. The severe weather threat for Memphis has essentially wrapped up for now. That line of storms moving to the east. It's going to continue to produce high wind gusts. But like I told you for the last several days, we were very quickly going to shift from a severe weather concern to a flash flooding concern. I do want to get an update on these severe weather threats because we still do have severe thunderstorms moving through the entire Mid-South. I'll get a quick update on the tornado warning that we still have that is likely about to either be canceled or allowed to expire. This is going to be up near Gates, Friendship. Again, they were hit last night. Crockett County, Dyer County, and also for northern Haywood County. And this tornado warning is going to go until 2:30. So we'll see in the next 2 minutes. I think they're going to let this go away, and then we'll be left with just severe thunderstorm warnings. Still a little bit of rotation in here coming into Crockett County, so we're going to watch this. There could definitely still be a little bit of spin in here right there south of Maury City near Friendship. So Crockett County, just at least for the next little bit, stay in your safe place. We will see if they extend that tornado warning anymore. But for right now, that is the only tornado warning that we have. This is the line as it's continuing to push through. It is producing high wind gusts, heavy rain. Seems like the winds might have come down a bit, but still very intense wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. And I just want to show you before we get back to this flooding threat that's developing. Western Tennessee coming into Brownsville, coming into Somerville, coming into Oakland. You have wind gusts of probably 50 to 60 miles an hour that can still do some damage. We'll track out this section of the line as it moves east. South Haven pretty much right now. Olive Branch at 243, Humboldt at 252, Bethel Springs at 322, Savannah at 346. They have allowed that tornado warning to expire. So we do not have any tornado warnings, but we still have serious severe thunderstorm warnings. It's the same thing in North Mississippi. This line's going to get through everybody as it comes through North Mississippi. Hernando at 243, Clarksdale at 258, Holly Springs at 319, Oxford at 350. That is for the potential for some high wind gusts in there. Again, we have no tornado warnings, but as this line moves to the east, it is still going to pose a potential of quick spin-up tornadoes and also the potential of very high wind gusts, at least through about 6 o'clock. But what's going to happen is, starting now and for the next few hours, the severe weather threat will go down. The flooding threat will ramp up extremely quickly. And we've been telling you this for days. We had 6 inches of rain on Wednesday in Memphis. We've already gotten 3 inches in parts of Memphis, and it's going to rain for the rest of the afternoon and the rest of the evening. A big-time flooding concern on the roadways, especially in those areas that don't drain very well, but also creeks, rivers, and streams, smaller rivers. If you are in those zones, Ripley, the worst of it's all past you. For Bryn, the rain will continue, but the severe thunderstorms past you. The heavy rain, creeks and streams could rise. So if you are in a neighborhood that has one of those small creeks, streams, that is where we could see quick water rises. And I want to check back in with that camera at I-40 and Danny Thomas. As people, I cannot believe this. I mean, people are still trying to drive through this. That water has gotten higher first of all, this interstate should be shut down. I-40's got to be closed right now at Danny Thomas. We've got to get some TDOT trucks out here, MPD, something. Somebody's got to get over there and shut this down because people are still driving through this. I mean, there's that GMC plowing right through it like it's nothing. This is dangerous, folks. This water can rise quickly. It can change quickly. Kit mentioned earlier how murky it is. You can't see what's under it. Who knows what's in that water? There could be a massive hole that's developed in the roadways that you cannot see. I mean, that is just remarkable to me that people are, I mean, what is that, a Challenger trying to get through there that's acting like they, I mean, this is, I'm going to watch this for just a second here. And we do want to get back to those thunderstorms in a moment. Yeah, if we can punch up maybe weather 3 in my box, and Kit, you can just hop right here. Again, we're in live TV. We're going to kind of bounce around a little bit. We might have to bump the camera up just a little bit for Kit's height. All right. Well, let's do it. Yeah, I appreciate that. We'll pop up. Let's do weather 3 in here. And there you can see. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Haley. There's your traffic map, and it is a mess everywhere. So we've got Midtown 240 northbound. That is going to be right there near Madison. And we actually have also another shot of that. If we can get that pulled up, I'll be able to show you our Midtown camera where we've had traffic concerns near Midtown 240. And again, this is what's headed northbound. And what you're seeing here is the result of that flooding. Traffic is completely backed up. folks are trying to turn around on the exit ramp from Madison to 240. So completely avoid this area. 240 and Madison in Midtown, going up toward Midtown 40. You see all that red on the traffic map there as we zoom in. That's what you're looking at on the camera as well, those massive delays. And again, it's all because of this flooding that we're seeing near Midtown 240 and the 40 junction near Danny Thomas. This is the other camera from near Danny Thomas, and that water continues to rise. And that's what scares me, is people are still trying to get through this. And eventually it's going to be too high, and somebody's going to be the first car to get in trouble, right? And so everybody thinks, oh, the next car did it, the car in front of me did it, the car in front of me did it. Eventually the water's going to be so high, you're not going to be able to do it, and I don't want you to be the car that can't make it. So. And I mean,
slowdowns all around the
yeah, and
Memphis Metro.
there you can see the 240 loop there, just lit up in yellow, red, oranges. Very slow traffic across the metro. All of your problem spots are about to start flooding. This rain does not stop until tonight or tomorrow morning. So even though that severe weather threat is coming down over the next couple of hours, things are going to start to get a little worse here. All right, our Scott Mattis, he is live near this intersection that's flooded. This is at I-40 and Danny Thomas. Scott, you've lived in Memphis for quite some time. You know these problem spots that flood. Talk to us about what you're seeing and what you know might happen for the next little bit.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Trevor. Like you said, live here at Danny Thomas and Interstate 40. We're particularly looking at the eastbound lanes. I'm going to step out of the shot for just a second here. Like I've been hearing both of you talk about, it is inexcusable for these vehicles to be going through this type of accumulating precipitation, and it's almost reckless that this road has not been shut down yet. This is incredibly dangerous, what we're looking at. I'm not sure if we can see it from our vantage point, but this traffic goes back to the actual new bridge, the Big M Bridge. It is backed up, likely over into the state of Arkansas. But look at this truck that's going through here. Some of these vehicles are going through this water incredibly recklessly. It seems on the side closest to St. Jude, it might be a little bit easier to pass through. That's why you see so many of these vehicles actually hovering on the far left lane, which would be the fast lane. The far right lane, I'm not sure if you can see this, but Trevor, I believe I heard you talking about this. There's a pylon which is just floating in the water. That is how dramatic this scene is. And you know, once again, we're seeing this over many parts of Shelby County and across the metro. We were just driving down Danny Thomas, and underneath, I believe it is the Union Avenue Bridge. It's starting to flood there as well. But this is just dramatic. These vehicles should not be. I mean, where are they going to go? Let's be realistic. There's not much for them to do, but try. Even though that's not what they should be doing. There's a lot of vehicles back towards downtown that are just stopped on the side of the road. But Trevor and Kit, this is as dramatic as it looks on your television screen.
Yeah, and Scott, really quick, if you could, I mean, you're looking at the cars down there. Can you estimate how high that water is? I mean, we've been watching it on the TDOT camera. It's getting higher and higher. I mean, it seems like every couple of minutes we check in, it just keeps growing in intensity and size.
Yeah, Trevor, I would guesstimate it. It's a little difficult to tell because these vehicles are wading through the water, so it's constantly moving. But if it was just at a standstill on the slow lane side, I would guesstimate it to be well over a foot, potentially 2 feet of water. In the middle where you see that minivan going through, I would guesstimate that to be probably 6 to 8 inches. And look at that Toyota sedan just carelessly driving incredibly fast through this water. You know, I'm not trying to call anybody out in particular, but this is a danger. Hey, gee, look at this vehicle coming right now. Just going by all of the other vehicles at a fast pace, and this is how vehicles get stuck very easily. And well, look how high that water is coming up on that vehicle. But yeah, the bottom line to your question, Trevor, I would guesstimate between in the center portion, in the center lanes, probably around 6 to 8 inches lower in the fast lane and much higher in the slower lanes.
All right, Scott, we appreciate that live update. We're going to check in with you. I know you're going to be checking out some other flooding zones, so stay safe out there. I know the worst of the severe weather threats passed you, but that flooding going to be a major concern. A new tornado warning, though, for part of the Mississippi Delta. This is going to be for Phillips and Coahoma counties. Meteorologist Kit Thomas is going to get to that, but of course, we're going to keep talking about this flooding here in the next little bit. But Kit, this new tornado warning.
Yeah, this now includes Clarksdale, Mississippi. So we haven't talked much about Mississippi so far this evening, as we've been patiently waiting for these storms to arrive to you. We do have a tornado watch in North Mississippi, despite the fact that we've been focusing elsewhere. I understand that we are on ABC 24 and CW 30 covering programming on this Saturday. We apologize. I'm a NASCAR fan too. If I were at home, I would be watching the race as well. We do apologize that we are covering that. We've got to bring this warning information up for you across this area. So Clarksdale, you are under a new tornado warning. I'll get that information on your screen, and what I'm looking at is right around in here. We've got some rotation showing up. This is a radar indicated threat until 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. Many of these areas could still see that very quick spin-up style of tornado that we've been talking about a lot across Arkansas into northwestern Tennessee and into the Memphis area. We had some very broad rotation on camera, but it was mostly environmental rather than a meso starting up. So I want to show you radar as we're starting to see this cluster of heavy thunderstorms rolling into Coahoma County. This does include some border counties down towards Shelby, Shelby, Mississippi. That's into Bolivar County as well. So Bolivar County, Coahoma County, Southern Phillips County under this tornado warning at present. This is a border here because we've got a few different National Weather Service offices here. This is a Weather Service office from Little Rock. This is from Memphis. This is from Jackson. We're right there at the triple point where they're all joining up. So we appreciate all three of these offices coordinating this tornado warning at the moment. Looking downstream towards Clarksdale, though, I do want to give you an update on when we could expect that storm to move in, as it's around 45 miles per hour for its forward motion. So we'll just get a quick track on that over the next little while here. Clarksdale, we were talking about you, 3:15. So you still have more than a half hour of lead time on this tornado warning. This is excellent lead time. We always worry about the short lead times on tornado warnings. There's been a lot of work in recent years to improve the tornado warning lead time, and this is a good lead time here. Of course, we got a recent radar update, so in your head, subtract 5 minutes from all these numbers. I'll call them out with 5 minutes taken off. So the Crummond area, that's happening right now around the Elaine area, around 2:48. We'll be looking at that moving to your region. Duncan, right before 3 o'clock. We're looking at Friars Point by around 3:05, 3:10. Clarksdale around 3:10, 3:15. Lyon around 3:15. Dublin just before 3:20. We'll be seeing that potential for tornado to roll in. Looking, excuse me. Looking back to the velocity, it hasn't shown a magnificent representation of this. Of course, this is really far from the Memphis radar. It's technically North Shelby County in Millington, and we're looking very high into the storm. And this is an area of concern because it's a radar gap. We've got radar from Jackson, from Little Rock, and from Memphis, all very far. So we can only see really, really high in the storm when we need to see what this storm is doing very, very low. So we can't quite see what is happening at the surface, but we see that broad rotation here that's just starting to move across the river. This could produce a tornado potentially, because we've just seen all of these tornado warnings through the afternoon have been very, very quick fire tornadoes that could drop down at any moment. Of course, those can also bring some very strong winds. So that's the other side of this, as we could see both strong winds and tornado threats with these storms across the area. Of course, Friars Point, you're on sort of the northern side of this, but we saw earlier I was talking about how the shape of this storm front is taking shape here. We've sort of got this north to south branch right now. And earlier we saw that kind of a north to south branch curve inwards and northwards. That might not happen, but I want to be just cautious of that over the next several minutes, because that storm could bring some threats to the northern end of this warning. So again, we talk about you always want to respect the polygon. You want to respect where the storm could move. It could move. Of course, it's moving northeast. It might go south of Clarksdale. It may hit Clarksdale. It may go north of Clarksdale, or it may dissipate and we won't see the potential for a tornado, but we have to treat it as if it's on the ground every single time. So of course, remembering your tornado safety plan, knowing where to go. Of course, we've got some still flooding across the area, and finish those tornado safety tips, and then we'll get back to that flooding just very briefly. Of course, so if you're in a structure, a home, going to the lowest level, if you have a basement, great. A lot of places in the Mid-South don't, so going to the most center room of your home, the lowest level, covering yourself, staying away from windows. Cart's in the way here, so I'll move that out so you can see. If you're in a high rise, go to the lowest floor possible. Go to the office of your apartment. Go to the gym, somewhere on that lowest floor. Seeking shelter in interior stairwells as well is also a great place. Let's get back to Trevor with more updates on the flash flooding.
Yeah, Kit, updates continuing to pour in of serious flash flooding. You're looking at 240 and Jefferson here, and that far right lane, that's the entrance ramp to get on the interstate from Madison and Jefferson. That's covered in almost a foot of water, and they've just shut that down. So the entrance ramp from 240 to get on the interstate from Madison, that is closed right now. And I mean, flooding reports are pouring in. I think we've still got maybe, this is back a little further. This is from our Midtown camera. And you can see all of that traffic starting to pile up with all of this flooding quickly developing on the interstate, not only here, but across the Memphis metro area. So that is some serious traffic backing up now. I'm going to try to see if I can pan this camera just a little bit and get maybe a slightly better view. And you'll bear with me here. This is from the Southern College of Optometry. So we're looking a little far away to look down on the interstate. But as we zoom in, you definitely can see the TDOT trucks and MPD there getting those lanes closed down. So that exit ramp is not going to be able to be open there from 240 to Madison to get on the interstate. We still have this situation at 240, or at 40, I should say, 40 and Danny Thomas at the Midtown Junction coming up on it. This is for people that come off the bridge and are coming into the city of Memphis. So this is a lot of traffic from Arkansas. If you're coming from Arkansas, use Interstate 55. Do not come across the I-40 bridge right now, because this is what you're going to run into as soon as you get there. Again, we have some reports coming in. I'll kind of share them here, but flooding is being reported across the Memphis area. And again, this is a tornado or a flash flood emergency, I should say. We've had so many tornado warnings the last 4 days. That's what my brain jumps to. Tornado threat going down now. Flooding threat significantly coming up through the rest of the day today. Poplar in East Memphis between Highland and Goodlet, nearly covered in water. Again, that's Poplar between Highland and Goodlet. Cannot get through there. Burris and Foster, serious flooding there. And then Poplar in front of the library, the Joffrey Red Library at Mendenhall and White Station is nearly covered in water. There is flooding all over the place. Do not drive through flooding. This person has their hazard lights on as if that's going to help them float through the water. I mean, this is just remarkably, this pickup truck, look at that. Folks, really, you cannot drive through this. First of all, we've got to get this interstate closed. If anybody at MPD or TDOT is watching us right now, we have got to shut down I-40 at Danny Thomas. This is going to turn into a very serious situation because this flood water is rising quickly, and folks are obviously not paying attention and are not stopping, or they just don't care and they want to ruin their car or ruin their life. I don't know which one it is, but this cannot happen. We cannot have folks driving through this water. We have a reporter there, Scott Mattis is there. He reported in that far right lane could be up to a foot of water, and that car hit it going like 45 or 50, and it almost covered up the whole hood. And these scenes are playing out across the city right now. This is the one we can show you because it's right at a traffic camera, but there are constantly other areas across the city that are flooding. We're going to continue to pass those reports along to you, but again, Poplar Avenue, I don't want anybody on Poplar between White Station and Mendenhall all the way up to Highland. That whole stretch there on Poplar from Mendenhall and White Station all the way up to Midtown almost to Highland and then even into Goodlet. We have flooding reported there. It's still raining. I don't know if you can hear on our roof. We're in northeast Memphis in the Shelby Oaks Business Park. We're at I-40 and Sycamore View just about. The rain is still coming down, and this rain will not stop until late tonight or early tomorrow morning. So some of us still dealing with heavy thunderstorms, and we are definitely tracking that. Kit's been watching those thunderstorms very closely. We do have some updates I do want to pass along to you. As we check out West Tennessee, these storms starting to come down in intensity a little bit. I'm getting less and less concerned severe weather-wise about this storm here. This is in West Tennessee. It just came through Dyersburg. It's in Crockett County coming to Jackson. That does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Wind gusts could be as high as 50 miles an hour. There are no warnings severe weather-wise for Memphis or DeSoto County. But what we're going to transition to now, Memphis and DeSoto County, the severe weather threat's pretty much over. But now we're going to go to a very serious flooding threat. And it's going to continue for the rest of the day. I think for Memphis, our severe weather threat, we've been through 4 days of it. We can just about wrap up that severe weather threat. But the flooding is going to continue through the rest of the day into tonight. These are your rain total estimates for the last 6 hours. As we check out that accumulation, 3.5 inches. And really the rain started, what, about, maybe 11 a.m., 10 a.m. was the heaviest line. So really this could be more in the last 3 hours. 3.5 inches in Memphis down near President's Island, closer to 3. And of course, all of this rain has to go somewhere. Right now, it's piling up on the roadways and the interstates, but as it slowly washes away over the next 24 to 48 hours, it's going to go into those creeks and rivers and streams. We had 6 inches of rain on Wednesday with that first round of severe weather, and that already got the creeks up. We were seeing videos of creeks just flying, full of water, almost up to their brim. But what's going to happen is now that these small creeks and streams are so full, the water's going to spill out on the roadways, it's going to spill into neighborhoods, and it is going to spill into those flood-prone roads. So if you are in those areas, if you are in a zone that typically floods, you are going to have to be off the roads or away from those flooding potentials at this time. 240 near Madison and Jefferson, pretty much closed down right now. This is another view, not a great look from our Midtown camera because it's so far away, but we've kind of zoomed it in here, and you can see some of those flashing lights. That is right there at 240 getting onto the Madison exit. They have that closed off. We still do not have 40 and Danny Thomas closed with water almost covering the roadway. And it's the thing is, once you're on the interstate, I get it because these people can't turn around. You almost can only go this way. So we've got to get this roadway closed down. You see people kind of hesitating here, but do not go on I-40 across the bridge right now into Memphis. You need to take I-55 if you have to come into Memphis. Also, Kit just sharing a viewer report of South Parkway, Lamar and Park, right at that three-way intersection. Massive flooding there. That's a zone that always floods. That's under that railroad overpass. Actually, if you'll remember, on Wednesday, ABC meteorologist Ginger Z was here for Good Morning America. She texted me and said, what area typically floods in Memphis? And that's the intersection I told her, and that was on Wednesday. So South Parkway, Lamar and Park, you've got that double railroad underpass. That's right where it's really annoying. You know, Lamar goes down to one lane and nobody realizes it until the last minute to go under that bridge, and then it splits back up. That area experiencing massive flooding right now. But this is the scene. Again, this is I-40 near Danny Thomas. We're going to continue to monitor this flooding, but we have a flash flood emergency for Memphis and Shelby County. It's on a lot of roads right now. Poplar Avenue seeing serious flooding in East Memphis. But creeks and streams in neighborhoods will also start to rise. So if you are in one of those zones that you know could flood easily, just be aware, this water is going to be rising through the rest of the day as rain continues to come down. We do still have some severe weather in parts of the Mid-South. Meteorologist Kit Thomas is here as well. I'm going to be monitoring this flooding for the next little bit, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, and I believe still, correct me if I'm wrong, that tornado warning is still in effect for near Clarksdale.
the Clarksdale area under a tornado warning presently. We haven't seen any dramatic representation of a tornado to confirm it. Of course, this is something that we can sometimes see on radar, but sometimes with these quick spin-up tornadoes, they're very difficult to see on radar, especially with how far away we are. Of course, there's a push to get more funding for more radar sites to fill in some of these radar gaps around the country. This is one of them that is the most significant impact because it is in the deep South Alley, and it's got very poor radar coverage here across this area. So of course we've got to be extra vigilant about the potential for Clarksdale to see a tornado this evening. Afternoon. We have no sense of time at this point, but we see a little bit of that inbound winds right here on the backside of this storm. That is pushing forward. That's starting to sort of create its own bow echo there. I want to show you that on radar as well, as we can see sort of the backside of that. It's pushing forwards, so that could induce some rotation. We've got that north to south line. Of course, the winds are coming straight out of the south, very strong today, so that could lead to some induced rotation right on the very leading edge of this storm. Clarksdale, I want to time it out for you, just give you an update. Last time we were looking at this, it was near the 3 o'clock time frame that it could be getting to. I think it might have been 3:15 that we were looking at it getting in. So this storm is moving to the northeast around 60 miles per hour. So we'll get that off. We'll add in that 60 mile per hour wind motion there. Sorry, that was the wrong tool. Give me just 1 second to fix that there. So 60 miles per hour. Push that east here for the next half hour there. So MoDOC, you're looking at the potential for a strong burst of winds and maybe a quick tornado spin up around 2:56, so very soon. Of course, I've drawn this a little bit downstream of where it is because radar is never live. It has moved since we got this last scan. Duncan, your area around 3 o'clock. Clarksdale, we're looking around 3:08. So I think I may have said 3:10, 3:15 last time. So around 3:08, we could have that storm rolling through Jonestown around 3:15. Some other places not showing up on the map. Friars Point 3:04, Alligator around 3 o'clock, Lyon around 3:10, Boone 3:11, Jonestown 3:15, 3:19, Burksdale and Bellin. I apologize if I mispronounce it there. 3:21, and that could be moving into Quitman County here. So we've got to keep that in mind. Quitman County, you're downstream of this. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. This tornado warning may be expanded into your area. We'll hope that it is not the case, as we are all pretty fatigued from all these tornado warnings. We'll be, of course, keeping an eye on them over the next several hours here, as we still have this full area here in northern Mississippi untapped. And one thing that's growing some concern for me, Trevor, I want to point this out to you so you can keep that in mind as well. We've got the outflow boundary from the severe thunderstorm warning that was in Shelby County here into Fayette County. That has started to push forward here, and it's pushing kind of rotating back to this more of an east-west orientation rather than a north-south orientation. And so this could be a focusing mechanism for, one, new thunderstorms as the winds are coming in from the south, and two, it could help to spin up some quick tornadoes right along that line, as this line back towards Tunica and Clarksdale, as that pushes into the environment here across northern Mississippi. That could spark off more tornadoes. There is a tornado watch around this area as well. I'll just add that real quick onto your screen so you can see tornado watch still in place for the next several hours tonight. I'll put that info. I've forgotten when it ends, through 7 o'clock tonight. So we could still have another 4 hours of this tornado break. I know we're covering programming. We do apologize. We wish we could rebroadcast, but we do need to get this coverage out for the severe weather event that we have unfolding across our area. Clarksdale, again, you've still got about 15 minutes before these storms roll through. You're going to start to see some showers rolling in here very shortly, and then the burst of wind and potential for that tornado threat to be rolling into that area as well. Of course, we're still talking about some severe winds around the Jackson area. We've had a lot of viewers in Madison County. This is a straight line wind threat, the severe thunderstorm warning in place here down to Bolivar, across parts of eastern Haywood County, a little bit of Fayette County as well, and it might eventually skirt northern McMinnville McNairy County as well. But the info for that severe thunderstorm warning, I'll pop that on the screen for you. This does, of course, include the Jackson area. There's no tornado possible tag, so that's good. But there's this chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-inch diameter hail. So I know we've had a lot of folks in chat. So chat, I do appreciate your reports here as well. We've been relaying some of your severe weather reports and flooding reports to the National Weather Service. Of course, that's why we're asking you to keep it to weather, keep it to reports, so that we can get that information out so that the National Weather Service is aware. So it's a partnership between you, us, the National Weather Service, and the emergency response teams for this flash flood emergency that is in place. This is going to be sort of our at least for Memphis, the Memphis Metro into DeSoto and Crittenden counties as well. This is going to be the remainder of the event for us. We're not really looking at the chance for tornadoes anymore. Severe thunderstorm warnings are unlikely as well. Not impossible. Don't get comfortable with that. But travel this evening. If you're maybe trying to go out for some drinks on a Saturday night, I would have been. It's not going to be the case. We're going to just have to hunker down through this event and possibly evacuate if we do need to. Those warnings will come out as needed as well.
Yeah.
Trevor?
You know what, Kit? To be honest, a drink sounds quite nice after the week that we have had here in Memphis, and I know a lot of you probably feel the same way. We have had a week, and we knew it was going to be like this. We knew it was going to start with the severe weather threat and then turn to a flooding threat.
Is this a water rescue going on?
I think they're either trying. So someone in the comments said that it looked like a car might have tried to make it and didn't, and then kind of pulled over to the side. And you see the TDOT truck is there. I want to just kind of watch this for just a second and see what's going on. Again, this is still at I-40 and Danny Thomas. So a viewer mentioned and reported to us while we were kind of off looking at something else. There's a Charger there, the Charger that we had mentioned, or the Challenger, whatever it was that we mentioned, that I was like, why is he going through there? It looks like he stalled out, and you can almost see the bumper. If you look at that TDOT truck, kind of just to the right of the Danny Thomas sign, you can almost see the bumper of that car back there. There's cones floating around in the water, and I think at this point, someone has made a wise decision. I hope so. That looks like maybe a Chevy Malibu right up top. Nope, they're going to try it. At some point, somebody's got to wise up and put a pause on this, because that water is still rising up. And that's what I was talking about that I'm most concerned about, is everybody sees the car in front of them make it. At some point, the water is going to get too high for you to make it. And I don't want you to be the car that finds that out. So I-40 near Danny Thomas, that's got to close down quick. I'm hoping somebody here will make that wise decision and just stop. But I get it, because you're kind of in a tricky spot. You've made it across the bridge. And if we can get maybe a super up, we've had some people asking where this is. I want to make sure if we're taking camera shots or live video, we want to make sure we have the location at the bottom. So this is at I-40 and Danny Thomas in Midtown Memphis. And as we kind of bounce around from these pictures, I just want to make sure that location at the bottom would be super helpful in times like this. And I really appreciate y'all in the back. I know y'all have been seeing us, Kid and I, on screen for the last 4 days, but we have 10, 12, 15 people in the back that have been helping us out and getting all of this on TV. So we appreciate them as well. But again, you're looking at I-40 near Danny Thomas in Midtown. And it looks like we've got somebody out walking around in that water out of the TDOT truck, maybe trying to help that motorist that was stuck. I'm going to just kind of switch around these cameras here. I have a couple of more. This one is at 240 northbound in Jefferson. That ramp, and I know the camera's frozen right now, but that ramp was closed to get on. That had about a foot of water on it. And we're still watching here. This is another view. This is from our Midtown camera from the Southern College of Optometry. And we've zoomed down to that same ramp. And that shows the police lights there as they're kind of blocking that ramp. Traffic is a major concern across the Mid-South right now. I'm going to kind of zoom out here for just a second and show you what the interstate looks like. Again, this is our camera in Midtown from that Southern College of Optometry building, and I'm going to pan it around here and pan down to Interstate 240. This is at 240 and Madison. MPD finally shutting off that ramp there. They're not allowing anybody else onto the interstate. You see the cars blocking the ramp right there. They just got there to block it because if you get on that interstate, you're going to be stuck. Nobody really should be driving right now anywhere in the city of Memphis. We have several reports of flooding across the Mid-South. We're working on checking out and getting those reports. And I know our Scott Mattis has kind of moved around a little bit. Once he gets set back up and ready to go, we can definitely check back in with him. But again, this is 240 near Madison as we deal with some of that flooding. We'll check back in with Danny Thomas, and that's kind of the biggest zone we have on camera right now of flooding. The road's still not closed, people trying to get on through it, and that's probably going to be an issue for the next little bit. I do want to get a radar update for you because we do still have a tornado warning technically for Clarksdale, Coahoma County, and near Phillips County. We have an area of possible circulation and some rotation. As we switch over to the wind mode, you can definitely see in there some of those reds and greens not far from each other, right on the river. And that's going to be coming up to Friars Point. This will be mainly north of Clarksdale, at least the rotation zone, but there's another one that could be forming right behind it. So several zones in here coming into Coahoma County, Mississippi that could be rotating as they move off to the north and east. I'm going to track this little batch out specifically because this seems to be the zone that we're most concerned about. This is coming off to the north and east at 55 miles an hour. That's going to put it near Clarksdale at 310, Jonestown at 319, Lambert at 330, Marks at 330, Sledge at 336. But that's the biggest concern right now, but definitely want to be in your tornado safe place in Clarksdale, anywhere in Coahoma County. Just hunker down for the next little bit and let that storm pass on by. Up to the north, what's happening in the city of Memphis and DeSoto County? We do not have any warnings in place right now for Memphis or Shelby County, but we do have very heavy rain that is continuing to fall. And even though the severe weather threat is kind of coming down just a little bit, it is starting to become more of a flooding threat. We're going to have serious flooding that continues. And the thing is, these storms are moving off to the north and east. So what's happening is the storms are over Memphis now, and they're moving off to the north and east, and they're going to train over the same area. So we're going to get round after round after round of heavy rain. Although the severe weather threat is coming on down, that heavy rain is going to continue to be a major concern for the next several hours. We could see an additional 4 to 6 inches of rain through tonight, and that is going to lead to a much more significant flooding concern. We have a flash flood emergency for the city of Memphis and DeSoto County, as well as West Memphis, with this extreme rain expected. The heaviest storms now out near Jackson, Tennessee, they are moving away. So I do want to let you know that, again, over the next hour, 2, 3 hours, this will become less of a severe weather threat and more of a flooding threat. So that's what you're going to hear us focus a lot more on for the next little bit. I do want to remind you real quick as we continue our coverage, if you're dealing with power outages or know someone that is, be sure to download the ABC 24 app. It's totally free. We don't make a buck off of it. We just want you to make sure you are staying aware. And that is a free download. Just search ABC 24 on whatever phone you have. You can watch our live streaming coverage. I assume we're going to be there for a while with this flooding potential continuing, even though the severe weather threat's going down. We also invite you to watch us on your smart TV. This is helpful for folks that may have cut the cord. Maybe they don't have cable or satellite anymore. If you have a smart TV or know someone that does, we have streaming coverage there as well. And that could continue even longer than what we are on TV. So if you have that smart TV, download it for your TV. Just search ABC 24 wherever you stream, and you can watch our continuing coverage for free. All right, a new tornado warning now, Kit. I want to jump over to you for that, and then I think we have our Scott Mattis here. We can check back in with him, but I do want to get a quick update from you, Kit, on that new tornado warning that's just come out.
Yeah, this is into Phillips County, Arkansas, as parts of our southwestern viewing area here. Helena, West Helena, within this Marvell right there on the edge of it. This is where we were talking about last time of how we had that sort of that curved line of storms starting to turn more northeast, and that is bringing the chance for a tornado threat to Phillips County now. So as we look at the velocity here, I'll switch it over to storm relative. You can kind of see it a little vaguely there, but it looks like it's for this area of rotation that's right there along the Mississippi. Of course, the Delta area here very flat, so that's starting to turn in. That could translate to a tornado down to the surface very, very quickly. So of course, we want you to be aware of the threat of that. So looking a little bit closer in, I'll get some more of these towns in here. Wabash, you're right there within this warning. Elaine within the warning as well. Excuse me here. Oneida, we're looking at that threat for you. Of course, I mentioned Helena, West Helena could see that as well. I know we have a bridge camera, possibly a bridge camera around Helena, West Helena. So if we could work on that possibly as well. Trevor's going to pull that up on Weather Force. We'll have that in just a little while. But if you live along the Arkansas Highway 44 here, we've got this area here. Of course, that curves quite a bit there from Wabash all the way back up towards the Helena, West Helena area. If you live anywhere along that road, you want to be sheltering in place at this moment, as we could see the potential for a tornado to develop right here, right along the Mississippi River. We've mentioned a time or two that the river, the bluff, any creek or stream, any hill in your backyard does not protect you from a tornado. Tornado does not care what the geography looks like. I've even seen them in mountains before. You can still see a tornado in Memphis. At this point, Memphis is not under a tornado warning, though. It's just a confirmation bias. We have seen them in that area. You got to be cautious about what you think about of these kind of severe weather events. So right now here into Phillips County, of course, we've also got some very strong winds just outside of the Elaine area. These could be moving towards the Fires Point area very soon. Clarksdale also within this tornado warning. We've been talking about this time right around now, around 3:08. 3:10, where we could see some rotation rolling into the Clarksdale area. We've got a little bit here. It's not quite tight enough to make me confident that there is a tornado, but I'm still skeptical enough that there could be a tornado here. So Clarksdale, I need you to take action now. Go to your shelter immediately. The lowest level of your home, most interior room of your home. Claremont area as well needs to be sheltering. We've got 2 areas of rotation we're looking at here, just between Elaine and Friars Point, Mississippi there. That's one area. Another area heading into Clarksdale, Mississippi at this hour. So be very cautious of that storm. Downstream of this, of course, Jonestown could see the thunderstorm rolling in very shortly too. Eventually to Marks there in Quitman County. We want to be very cautious of these storms as they move in. Again, we're looking up into a couple thousand feet into this storm system, and it's going to be a very low level where we have that rotation translating to the surface. We need to be very cautious of that. Again, Phillips County is where we've got 1 tornado warning, another tornado warning going into Coahoma County. This is for the next little while. I'm going to get that info of when the times are for this storm on screen for you. So I'm apologizing. I have to switch over to radar for my investigator tool to work properly here. So for Phillips County here, it's until 3:30 this evening for the radar indicated tornado threat. For Coahoma County, we're looking until 3:30 as well for both of those threats. 3:30 for that radar indicated tornado threat moving through Phillips County, Arkansas, and Coahoma County, Mississippi. We'll send it back to Trevor.
Yeah, Kit, and we want to keep a very close eye on that tornado warning, so if you need to jump back in at any minute, let me know. But we do want to focus as well on the considerable flooding threat that has happened in the city of Memphis, and we have a flash flood emergency for the Memphis Metro, and I am growing increasingly concerned about this. I had a Facebook comment a bit ago that said, you could tell Trevor's not from Memphis because he's freaking out about rain on the roadway. I'm born and raised here. I grew up in South Haven. I've lived in the Memphis area for 26 years of my life, pretty much every day of my life except for when I was in college. I came right back afterward. I know this place. I know how it is when this heavy rain is like this, and we have had situations like this before, but this is serious and it is concerning me, and here's why. We had 6 inches of rain Wednesday. We've already had 3 inches of rain so far today. That's already leading to flooding, and we have at least 3 or 4 more to go today. And so that is a concerning situation. Creeks, streams, they're going to be rising, especially in those areas in the neighborhoods that are along those creeks and streams. We have reports already of some neighborhoods that are already seeing some water. Major flooding across the city, and that is where we find our Scott Mattis. He's out in East Memphis, I believe. Scott, somebody else who spent a number of years in Memphis, talk to us about what this is like compared to other flood events and what you're seeing so far, of course, knowing that it's likely to get worse as the day goes on.
Yeah, just like you said, Trevor, this is likely going to get much worse as the day goes on. Last time that I saw you and talked with you, I was downtown at Interstate 40 in Danny Thomas. We took Poplar Avenue to Highland. We're just east of Highland on Poplar Avenue, and you can see, watch these vehicles. They're going into the central lane of Poplar Avenue because on the driving lanes, it's almost impassable. You can see that SUV just plowing through. This is mainly a problem if you're going eastbound, but again, we haven't driven further east on Poplar Avenue. One of the other things, Trevor, that we were talking about, hey, G, do you see that neighborhood directly across the street? That is covered in water. That is not the road, though it might look like it. That neighborhood is, the street rather, is underwater, and parts of the front yards of some of those homes just past the tree line on your left-hand side is also underwater. Here's a good indicator. You see that sign, that white sign directly across the street, and then that what looks like some kind of a large possible oak tree. That's how saturated the ground is over here in East Memphis. And we did see that for the most part as we were driving up Poplar Avenue towards the Highland University of Memphis area. There are quite a few pockets where it is nearly impassable. Drivers driving incredibly slow as they should. Some of them not necessarily paying attention to the road itself possibly as much as they should be. But yeah, the bottom line to this big story, this is just one area of Poplar Avenue, and we're getting reports, like I know you all have been, that much of the city is like this. We're talking about Danny Thomas, Madison, Poplar Avenue, parts of actually stopped at the intersection, if you will, of Madison and Interstate 240 that, Trevor, I know you were talking a lot about. They had at least one lane shut down by emergency crews, and the traffic was starting to back up. But yeah, this is the scene out here. A lot of water, a lot of rain, and like the both of you have said, this is going to likely get much worse before it gets any better.
All right, Scott, stay safe out there. We'll keep checking back in with you as you kind of patrol around the city, checking in on that flooding. We appreciate you being out there so the viewers can stay home and stay safe. And please let us know if you do see anything. I want to take you back now to I-40 and Danny Thomas. This was kind of the first zone that we saw flooded, and it looks like people have finally stopped driving through it as that water is continuing to rise. Everybody's kind of stopped there. So consider I-40 eastbound shut down right now, coming across the bridge into downtown and midtown at Danny Thomas. I think what happened was we had a vehicle that tried to get through, stalled out, and then everybody kind of realized, okay, let's stop going through this right now. So that's the scene right now. I-40, consider it shut down at Danny Thomas in the eastbound lanes. Westbound is okay. It doesn't look flooded to me, at least not seriously. But I would still, if you need to get across the bridge right now, I-55 is going to be the way to go. We have some storm spotter reports from West Memphis I want to pass along because they're experiencing serious flooding as well. I have a list of streets in West Memphis that are currently flooded or closed. That's going to be Dover, Westwood, South 16th, Barton, North 7th, Goodwin, Cooper, 5th Street, Auburn, Rice, and Vanderbilt. Again, those are all areas in that zone that are experiencing significant flooding in West Memphis. And then we are also going to see that continue into Memphis as well. You're seeing it right now with that considerable flooding that is going to continue. A quick check on the radar here, and we'll get a quick idea of what's going on there. I do want to get you an update on the rainfall estimates for Memphis, and then Kit, we'll check back in with you for that tornado warning in just a couple of seconds. But as we switch over kind of to the rain accumulation for the last 6 hours, it continues to pile up. Again, this is already in the last 6 hours. Near West Memphis, we've seen over 4 inches of rain. Close to that near President's Island. North Memphis, Hollywood, about 3 inches of rain. 3.5 in Frazier. This would be serious on a normal day that we've already seen this much rain in a short period of time. But bear in mind, Wednesday, we saw 6 inches of rain already. So creeks and streams and those drainage canals, they are already full of water. Yes, we had a little bit of a break yesterday from the heaviest rain, but now it's filling right back up. And it's not going to take long to fill up. Streets are covered. We have neighborhoods that are starting to get flooded, as Scott was showing you those roads. And we have several more hours of rain to go. This is not stopping anytime soon. This is the radar right now. We'll play it on the hour by hour as we get to about 6 o'clock. Still raining, so that's at least 3 more hours of rain. 9 o'clock, still raining. That continues through at least midnight. So we have another very long stretch of rain to go, at least 6 or 7 hours of heavy rainfall. That's going to add potentially an extra 4 to 6 inches on top of what we've already seen. You talk about 4 days, that's going to add up to possibly over a foot of rainfall total, and there's no area that can handle that much water in that short of period of time. This will probably set a record for a 4-day rain total for Memphis. I think the record is 13 inches, and we could easily surpass that. So serious flooding now, a flash flood emergency for Memphis, Shelby County, and DeSoto County. We're going to watch that carefully here. But we do also have a tornado warning that's still in effect. Kit, what's the latest that you're seeing over there?
Some reports that I'm trying to verify from the chat on YouTube. So I appreciate those people who are on YouTube who are, and on Facebook who are providing us reports. Again, keep the chat to weather. We're trying to get those reports. We're missing some because there's a bit of clutter out there as well. But trying to get some report on that. What I'm seeing here on the radar is some of the rotation that we see here. There was a report of, they described it as tornado clouds. That's it's more of an obscure description, and I'm trying to get some refined description of those clouds. So could be a wall cloud, could be maybe some scud, which is just lowering of clouds. Of course, if you do have a report that you need to share with us in a visual aspect, we invite you to our ABC 24 Weather Watchers Facebook page. If you're watching on your TV, on your smart TV, or if you're watching the analog broadcast or on cable, grab your phone, scan this QR code. If you're watching on any of our other platforms, search ABC 24 Weather Watchers on Facebook, and that'll take you to that, and you can join that. We approved Trevor, I approved over 25 people earlier when you mentioned this, so I'm glad you did. Anyone else who has some visual reports, of course, do so safely, and we'd love to get that on air. We try and do a weather photo of the day every now and then as well, but getting back to radar, of course, I just want to keep an eye on that storm in Clarksdale, because the Storm Prediction Center, as I get back to radar, sorry about that, we'll keep that on the screen. Again, Helena, West Helena, you need to be ready to shelter at any moment. Friars Point needs to be in their shelter. The Clarksdale area, you also need to be near your shelter as well. But the Storm Prediction Center is talking about northern Mississippi, this line that's moving in right now. Into central Mississippi as well. We've got embedded supercells. We're going to continue to see that move eastward through the next several hours here. We'll probably see an expansion of the tornado watch that, of course, is for our entire viewing area. We're not going to see any changes for us, but places downstream, I'll just draw it in. If you live anywhere outside our viewing area and are watching, we may need that expanded for the tornado watch. Of course, I'll pop that back up on screen for you so you can see where it is now. Of course, the Grenada area, Tupelo not within it, Starkville not within it right now, even down all the way to Interstate 20 and Jackson, Meridian may be added to a new watch. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Of course, that's not our main viewing area, so we don't really cover that, but we just want to give a heads up. If you know anyone who lives that direction, let them know that they may need to tune into their local weather programming as well. Lula, I'm keeping an eye on you right now as we've got this this structure of the storm that's sort of got that S-word shape. We've got some very strong winds moving into Jonestown. So Jonestown, we've got severe winds for your area between Jonestown, Clarksdale, and Friars Point. Some pretty strong winds there. We may have some rotation developing here just north of Friars Point. That could move towards the Helena, West Helena area very soon. So starting to wind up a little bit more. Of course, we've got that red to green correlation there. Of course, we've sort of got a tiger stripe here. Red, green, once again. A couple chances for tornadoes to develop. It could develop anywhere within this area of gray or this area of gray. Quick spin-up tornadoes are possible. But it's very difficult to give a specific timeline on if a tornado is going to touch down or not, because these kinds of storms, they don't really form like the ones we had back on Wednesday and the last couple of days, really, where they're individual cells. This is an entirely different beast of tornadoes. So they can still be deadly. They can still damage your house. So you want to be sheltered and in place. Of course, if you're in any of these counties that are not in the severe thunderstorm warning, anywhere along I-55, not 555, Tunica County, Quitman County, Panola, Tate, DeSoto County with some heavy rainfall. I don't think we're going to see much for the severe threat there anymore, though we may get clipped towards the Byhalia area, Holly Springs, and then the rest there in northern Mississippi. We are looking at a chance for these storms to eventually move downstream over the next several hours. Time now is 3:22. Of course, we've been having a couple hours now of severe thunderstorm coverage and flash flooding coverage. Right there, we have a new tornado warning that now includes Tunica. Tunica, you're probably getting alerts on your phone or possibly going to be tuning in very soon. So let's get a new push alert out on our app for Tunica County. A tornado warning has just been issued, so if we can get a new push alert out for them as well. We've of course been covering this over the last several days. We've sent out so many alerts, so we apologize if you haven't been affected by each alert, but we want to keep everyone in mind as these storms roll through. So this is the area around Friars Point that I was pointing out just a moment ago. That's moving towards Helena, West Helena, now taking over this new tornado warning off towards the North Tunica area as well. So getting that info on your screen so you can see along with me how long this goes until 4 o'clock this afternoon for radar indicated threat. Coahoma County, Lee County, Phillips, and Tunica County all included within this, as well as a little bit there of the Lee County jaggedness from the Mississippi River contours there. Of course, we could still see that storm produce a tornado at any moment, so you want to be ready and in your safe place with this. It's moving northeast at around 55 miles per hour, so let's get that track on your screen as well, as it's a fairly narrow area of this storm. But Tunica, we're looking at arriving to your area around 3:45, if not a little bit sooner than that. We'll go down the list here. Preston Place around 3:25. Helena, West Helena around 3:30. Lula, sorry, I skipped you, around 3:28. Dundee at 3:33. Dubs at 3:39, around 3:40 or so. Austin, we're looking at just after 3:40. Evansville and Tunica, either side of 3:45. Dooley around 3:50 and Cottonville around 3:52. So a lot of places there. If you didn't know, or if you don't know any of those places, you are safe, or if you are near any of those places I may have mentioned, you may need to be taking shelter this hours. Of course, we could see a tornado develop at any time. We're sort of seeing that it's not a classic supercell structure, but we do have a similar structure to it, as we have sort of that right angle of the winds coming into this line of storms, and they're converging, and that could induce rotation really anywhere within that L block. So I know I didn't draw anyone here in southern Tunica County. That storm is moving into your area, so this shape of this storm could bring a tornado anywhere within this warning. So you all want to be in your safe place, away from doors and windows, and away from exterior walls as well. I'm going to check in with the National Weather Service on this storm. I want to bring back in meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Of course, Trevor, kudos to you for all of your efforts today. I want to give you a shout out because you've been doing a lot of work the last several days, many hours, even more than I did with your 28-hour day. So kudos to you. It's been a privilege to be working this with you. Let's get back to what the viewers need to know.
Yeah, you know, Kit, I've lived in the Memphis metro for 26 years, and this is probably the wildest week of weather that I can remember. We've had some pretty wild weather, but this is rough. I do apologize again. We are having to cover up your programming. We have several tornado warnings and flash flood emergencies, so it's just not in the best interest of who we serve to go to coverage right now of what's normally on our air. As soon as we feel the threat has gone, we can, but for right now, we just cannot do that at this moment. As Kit was just talking about, we have tornado warnings in North Mississippi. That includes Tunica, so we need you in your safe place. Coahoma, Tunica, Phillips, Lee County, and Arkansas. It's quickly becoming a flash flooding threat for the Memphis metro area and already has become a flash flooding threat. We've had anywhere from 3 to 4, 5 inches of rain just today. That's in addition to the 6 inches of rain that we saw on Wednesday. So all of those creeks and streams are just really overflowing at this point. We have several indications of neighborhoods that are starting to see water come up and several indications of roadways that are also flooding. If you're in West Tennessee, the severe weather threat is mainly for right now quieted down. There are still some high wind gusts and heavy rain. The zone we're worried about for severe weather is going to be that area in North Mississippi. And I'll time that out for you, and then we'll jump back into this flooding threat, which is a huge concern for us right now. Moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour. It's in Tunica right now. That's going to continue just like that. So Lambert at 334, Coldwater at 350, Batesville at 356, Sardis at 4 o'clock, Oxford at 423. So that is the most intense zone for severe weather and a possible tornado. But again, we're dealing with that extreme flooding risk in the Memphis metro. We're looking back at 40 and Danny Thomas. I think they're trying to get that drain cleared out, so some of that water will go down. We still have concerns also. Looks like they cleared that up at 240 and Jefferson, so that's good. That is opening back again. But we have many, many more reports of flooding that are coming in. I want to try to pass some of those along to you just as we know it. Report from amateur radio of several underpasses flooded along the 240 loop in Memphis. So it's not just this one, but it's several other ones. We also have power lines down near Jackson, Tennessee. That's with the storm that came through earlier. And then several streets flooded or closed in West Memphis. And we also have along Poplar Avenue reports of streets that are flooded or closed along Poplar as well. I do want to show you some video from earlier. We caught this on our Midtown camera if you were with us, but this is also from our ABC 24 weather watcher, Jared. And you can see those darkening skies as that storm first moved through downtown Memphis in the last probably about hour to hour and a half. We had wind gusts of about 60 to 70 miles an hour. And as this same storm came through West Memphis, it did produce some damage. So even though we did not have a tornado warning at the time, this was kind of the level of damage that we were expecting. Again, that's near West Memphis, near Lehigh at the Citgo there, just to the west of West Memphis. There was actually a Crittenden County Sheriff's deputy under that awning at the time that it came down due to that wind. We're happy to report that he is okay. He was able to snap that photo and share it with the EMA director, Dwayne Rose. We appreciate both of them for supplying that photo with us. And again, we invite you to share your photos with us on the ABC 24 Weather Watchers group, as Kit was just talking about. This is not going to end anytime soon. As we put the radar into motion, we are going to have heavy rain for several more hours in Memphis, and that's why we're concerned right now, because we have already flooding reported, some of it in neighborhoods, and we're going to continue to see heavy rain pump in from the south and west to the north and east into Memphis through at least 10, 11 o'clock tonight before this will finally wrap up. Now, this is the last hurrah. Once this is done, things will dry out. A couple of showers tomorrow morning, but next week looks much better. But this is really just getting started here in Memphis. I expect 2, 3, 4, maybe more than that, inches of rain as we go through the rest of the day. But right now, we do want to focus on as well that tornado warning. This is for northern Coahoma County, southern Tunica County, with an area of rotation that is going to be kind of just to the north of Clarksdale there. We'll go over to the velocity and kind of isolate where that rotational signature is. And it's going to be right there south of Helena, West Helena. That in particular is moving off to the north and east at about 50 miles an hour. So that is a possible tornado now moving into Tunica County near Lula at 332, Dundee at 337, Maud at 341, Clayton at 344, Evansville at 348, Tunica at 352, and then Arca-Butler by 4 o'clock if it can hold together. So that is the only warning that we have right now in terms of a tornado. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for this entire line complex that's going to be coming into North Mississippi. It's producing wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour as well. Another report, Kit, coming in. This is a ham radio report. Flooding at Houston Levee near Plum Creek Drive. So that is going to be in, again, Cordova. Heavy rain likely there. And this entire batch of heavy rain is just going to continue. It's now into DeSoto County. We don't have any reports yet of the heavy rain and flooding in DeSoto County, but it is going to continue to rain, and we could see flooding there as well. But serious flooding in Memphis right now, Kit, and that is a zone we're going to watch. We're going to check in with some of our reporters here soon, and also with some of those traffic cameras. I'll check on those. But we do have, again, that tornado warning that we definitely want to keep an eye on down there.
Yeah, and one good thing is, you may have mentioned it, I was checking the chat here, but one good thing is we have seen them clean up some of these tornado warnings around the area. We just have the one moving into Tunica. However, this one that now is severe thunderstorm warning that covers parts of Quitman County just into a little bit of Panola and Tate County there. That does also include the tornado possible tag. We've heard that a lot, where we could see tornadoes develop anywhere along that line, though the imminent threat, the imminent presentation may not look quite as significant there with that. So, excuse me here, as we look with the velocity, I just want to keep an eye on this, of course. The good thing is, I say good, we're starting to move closer to the radar site in Millington, out of the radar hole that is back towards the southwest, and we're starting to see lower and lower scans. So if and when a tornado forms, we will be able to see it a little better, but not still the whole picture, so we still need to be very vigilant about that. National Weather Service, of course, we appreciate all that they have been doing. They have been working tirelessly. I just switched back to chat, and I've got 100 missed messages from them, so I appreciate them. I want them to have a shout out. Everyone at NOAA and the National Weather Service who have been coordinating on this whole event have worked so hard. We appreciate them as well. We could not do this without them. But I'm looking at this storm relative velocity now. It's a very broad area of rotation here. Helena, West Helena, we've been talking about you for the last couple of warnings, really, where we've seen some of these storms rolling through and where we could see a tornado to roll through. Again, nothing on this latest scan, nothing really showing up bright and significant rotation, that we do see a little bit here into, that's extremely northern parts of that Quitman County there. So we may see that storm around the Sledge area, might see that get a severe thunderstorm warning, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. But the Tunica area, we've tried so hard to get North Tunica off this map, but Tunica, we are seeing the chance for you to see that tornado potential move to your area, so you need to be ready to take shelter. Of course, grabbing things to cover yourself with. Of course, wearing helmets is a good way to protect yourself. If you got a baseball helmet for your kid, if you got a football helmet, bicycle helmets for most adults, that's the only helmet they have. If you're a construction worker, if you work at a job site where you need a hard hat, bring that with you as well. I've left that one out a couple of times, but bring hard hats with you if you have them for your work. Of course, we could see some of these storms rolling through and producing a very quick spin-up tornado. It's very difficult for folks for us to see a tornado developing in this kind of a setup. Though we've seen that rotation on radar, it's going to be in and out, and it's going to be very fast. Looks like the intensity that triggered this tornado warning initially has wound down a little bit here, actually quite significantly compared to where it was. That being said, of course, it could still ramp back up because it's still within sort of this notch here. You see sort of it's that C shape right there. That's where we've got winds that are blowing back in. To a certain degree, whenever it gets pulled back in out of the front of the line, it starts to occlude, it starts to just wrap in and close off itself, and it tends to weaken. I say tends to, it doesn't mean that it always does. Sometimes it can become more embedded within that line, so we've got to be very careful about that. This is one of the things that it's uncommon for it to have been this significant over the last, this short of a time period over the week, but this is weather in the deep south. Of course, we're starting to see Tornado Alley shifting this direction over the last several decades. It's become more and more common. We were comparing and contrasting the event from March 31st, 2023. Just a couple days ago, we were doing the 1-year anniversary from that. Trevor and I were on air for longer for this event than for that event, so it has been an incredibly unusual event here across the Mid-South. But of course, this is something that is very, very common across the Mid-South. I say common, it's not necessarily every year, but it is still possible any year. And anytime we're talking about severe weather threats, these are the days that we dread, that we don't want to see happen. Of course, we've had numerous reports of tornadoes. If we just zoom to that real quick, I just want to tell you, we've had a few reports of these tornadoes already. We've had Selmer reported up to EF3 and 160 miles per hour, Senatobia up to 165 miles per hour. These were preliminary surveys that were done, and these are the only surveys that we have so far. We, of course, could still see numerous tornadoes through the day today. Trevor, you got an update for us?
Yeah, I want to get you an update on flooding as we continue to get reports coming in from Memphis and the metro. We asked about, someone asked about Whitehaven. We just got a report in from Winchester Grove Apartments. That is going to be right there near Elvis Presley and Winchester. Apparently, people in townhouses are unable to get out. Water's too deep and kids are having to be carried through the water. Water is coming inside my apartment. I'm unable to stop it. I need management help. That was the message that was just sent into our newsroom. We are going to send a reporter that way. But again, that's at Winchester and Elvis Presley. Serious reports of flooding. And this is what we were worried about. Those creeks and streams, they start to rise. And you've got a creek. I'm looking at that apartment complex kind of on the map. You've got a creek that runs right through it, kind of between Winchester and 55. And any of those little waterways, that's where we're going to see the water rise. Scott Mattis is in Berclair, and that's another neighborhood that's starting to see some water rise. And Scott, it looks pretty rough out there, and there's a lot more rain to come. That's the most important part.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Trevor. We're off Waring, very close to Sam Cooper, like you said, in the Berclair area. I'm going to step out of the way for just a second. You can see that vehicle not terribly far away from where I'm standing. That's probably about 100 yards away or so. That has been stuck since we got here. Take a look at this SUV. You're going to see very quickly how deep this water is. I would guesstimate in the center portion for it to be about possibly 2 feet deep. Incredibly deep. That SUV now going through what is likely not the deepest part by any stretch of the imagination. This person has to live in this area to know how to navigate that road. But again, you see what looks like to be a Honda Civic on the left-hand side of the road. That vehicle is stuck in the water. There's a person inside of it. It looks like that SUV is taking an alternate route to not go through the deepest portion of this flooded road. Once again, if you're just joining us, we're here in the Berclair area off Waring, and you'll have to forgive us for those of you who are obviously watching us. The rain continues to come down. In our last live shot, we had a foggy lens, so it wasn't the weather per se, it was the weather affecting our camera, which seems to have gotten just a little bit better. But yeah, this is what we're seeing all across the metro area. And Trevor, I heard what you were talking about in Whitehaven. I believe you said Elvis Presley and Winchester Road. As soon as we wrap up things here, we're going to probably head down that area.
Yes, Scott, appreciate that report. And again, water already starting to rise there in Berclair with several more hours of rain to go. Again, that was at the Winchester Grove Apartments. We have reports of water coming into apartments there. Quickly, I've heard you about the NASCAR race on CW30. I understand it. I know you wanted to watch that, and I apologize we had to interrupt it. We have canceled the tornado warning, or the National Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning for North Mississippi. So quickly, there are no tornado warnings anywhere in the Memphis area right now. And because of that, we will send CW30 back to the NASCAR race. We will continue on ABC 24. So if you're watching CW30 and you want weather coverage, you can turn to ABC 24. We will also continue to stream on our smart streaming apps. That's a free download on your TV for Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV. Make sure you download that. Again, that's ABC 24. Wherever you stream, you can watch us there. Again, we will continue our coverage on ABC 24. But we will send CW30 back to the NASCAR Xfinity Series. We'll continue our weather coverage right now on ABC 24. All right. Our coverage now on ABC 24 and on our digital platforms. I wanted to try to get those folks back to the NASCAR race that I know they wanted to watch. And again, folks, we don't enjoy cutting into your programming, but when it is a serious situation like this, sometimes we just have to do it. Flash flood emergency continuing for Memphis, Shelby County, DeSoto County, and Crittenden County. That is where we expect potentially catastrophic flash flooding, and we're already seeing that. Several roads reported closed. We have some reports from northwest Tennessee near Paris, Blythe and Porter Street. That's a little bit out of our area. But we do have reports of flooding up there. And again, a new report just coming in from the Winchester Grove Apartments. That is at Winchester and Elvis Presley. I want to read that report to you because this is exactly how it was sent in to us. People in townhouses unable to get out, water too deep, and kids having to be carried out through the water. Water coming inside apartment and unable to stop it. Need management help. And this is just the beginning of the heavy rain. We have several more hours of heavy rain to go. And what I want to show you here, I'm going to zoom into that apartment complex on the radar. I took the radar off, so you're not going to be able to actually see the rain, but I'm going to zoom on in here. Again, this is near Elvis Presley and Winchester. That is going to be that complex right in here. So as we zoom in really close, here's Interstate 55 over to the right. There's Winchester, and then Elvis Presley's here. This is the apartment complex that we have reports of serious flooding in, and you'll notice right through the middle of it, you can see it on the map. There's a little creek right there that runs right through the middle of the apartment complex. So that's what we're going to be watching here for the next several hours as we begin to get more and more rain that kind of runs off and filters into these creeks and streams. Those will rise. These creeks in these neighborhoods and subdivisions are not large at all. They can't hold this much rain. We could be talking about 12 to 15 inches of rain. And no creek in an apartment complex like that can hold that amount of water. And so that is what we're concerned about. If you know anywhere in this area, in your neighborhood that has a small creek or a small river or a small stream, just be aware and be alert to the fact that that water could rise very quickly. And again, we still have heavy rain falling in that area as we kind of zoom out. That's not far from the airport. As we put the radar into motion, that heavy rain continues on and on and on and on. Probably for several more hours. So any flooding that's out there now is likely going to continue or could get worse. Kit, I did mention a bit ago, that was in Memphis, people asking where that report was. I did ask, or excuse me, I should say, I heard you talking a little bit ago about that severe weather threat. We told you the tornado warning was canceled. We don't have any active tornado warnings, and the severe weather threat, to me, is essentially over for West Tennessee and eastern Arkansas. We're going to watch North Mississippi and that storm there because that one could produce some high damaging wind gusts. But they're going to trim back some counties from our tornado watch. But we're going to continue to watch North Mississippi, of course, for the areas that aren't having severe weather. Dangerous flooding begins to be a huge concern. But Kit, still a very strong storm in Coahoma, Tunica, Quitman counties. Even though it doesn't have a tornado warning on it, it still is producing some very high wind gusts over there. I think you might be muted, or maybe your battery's died. One of the two.
Maybe
there
so.
You go.
There we are. Sorry. Whenever we have these strong thunderstorms rolling in, you always want to be very cautious of those strong winds, of course. And we're seeing out ahead of the line some pretty strong winds there. So that's the light blue shade that we have for severe thunderstorm winds. That's starting to move into parts of Panola County. We may see that expanded, but that might actually be out ahead of the storm, not technically the storm winds. That's just right there. That's basically the environmental winds that are getting picked up, and that could still produce a tornado. Of course, this severe thunderstorm warning is for Tunica County, Coahoma County, part of Tate County, all of Quitman County, and as well a little bit of that western edge of Panola County here. So this is until 4:30 p.m. Tornado is possible, though it does not look strong enough to be on the ground at the time. So we've got to keep that in mind, though it is not the main threat. The main threat is the 60-mile-per-hour winds and the quarter size hail, 1 inch in diameter. I've been saying that so many times. Keep getting it backwards there. So looking around towards Tunica, some pretty strong winds moving in for you too. Tunica could be seeing some 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts. Again, not severe to that degree, but we could still see that gust up very strong and around the Sledge area. That could make its way towards Hernando. Hernando's been relatively quiet recently. We've seen some rain around Hernando, but we could see that jumping up here across DeSoto County over the next little while. So we've got to keep that in mind as well. So I'm seeing some reports of folks who were talking about the tornado watch. So I just want to see if that's been updated at all, if it's been expanded. It looks like it's been expanded into Middle Tennessee and northwestern Alabama, but nothing across Mississippi has been updated. So we're keeping that in mind for any of our neighbors outside of our viewing area. We see where we've got the brighter shade of gray and the darker shade of gray. That these are the counties that we cover that are our responsibility. Of course, there's the Tupelo market, there's the Jackson market, the Nashville market that have their own local weather stations. We appreciate you if you are watching us from our neighboring viewing areas. So we'll keep you informed, though. We're going to stay focused on our viewing area. We'll get to your areas if you are asking questions if we can. Of course, we are streaming on Facebook and YouTube. We are live on ABC 24. We're also on our own streaming app, 24 Plus. That's on all smart TVs, Apple TV, Amazon Fire Stick, Roku, all of those platforms. You can download the 24 app, the 24 Plus app, I should say. That is where you can stream us anytime. It's not just the weather coverage that we stream on there. We also have the 24th Floor, our sports show from Avery Braxton. He's got some great content with local sports here or across the Memphis metro. You can also stream lots of news, our newscasts live and rebroadcast there. Also 24 This Week with Pepper Baker and our field of local correspondence as well across the area. So getting back to weather, of course, this severe thunderstorm warning, this is something that we've been tracking, this complex of thunderstorms until 4:30 p.m., this current warning, but we could still see that expanded as this whole area, as we saw a moment ago, this whole area is under a tornado watch, and we have a ton of energy across the region that we still have yet to tap into. I want to look at the Cape, as we haven't really talked much about what's downstream. Of course, we do have the flooding the next several hours tonight, but we still have plenty of energy to deal with here. So across parts of Quitman County, around the Oxford area, Ole Miss, there in Lafayette County, and then places where we've seen a ton of severe weather damage, a lot of tornado reports around the Selmer area, Grand Junction still within there, of course, as well. We've had many, many reports in these areas. So those counties, of course, Hardeman County, McNairy County, Marshall, Benton, Tippah County, and Alcorn County, as well as Lafayette and Panola, of course, as I just mentioned. So we still have these areas to get through before this line of storms to push in, consume that energy, then we'll be done with the severe threat. Then we will continue with the flash flooding threat around the area. So a ton of energy still to go. Let's just time things out and see when things are going to be wrapping up for us here across the area. This is around 3 o'clock right now, coming up on 4 o'clock here as we push this forward to it's around 4 or 5. I know it says 4 there, but it's technically 4:54 at this model time. We still see a lot of very heavy rain on the way for DeSoto County, Tate County, to the Byhalia area. We'll see some very heavy rainfall there too. As we push this forward, we'll see the line of those storms for Bolivar coming up in the next little while, of course, into the Selmer area, Corinth by around 5 o'clock. Oxford, we could be seeing that during the 5 o'clock hour as well. That's when the flooding threat is going to increase across our northern Mississippi counties here as we get past the 5 to 6 o'clock hour. As we go forward even more, 9 o'clock, we've got still very heavy rain across the entire Mid-South, but it begins to wrap up a little bit here across eastern Arkansas. It's not going to be the very end, I don't think, but we will see some drier conditions coming in by around midnight, and that should help us to drain. We have some resurging of rainfall here across the Mississippi Valley, and that's going to lead to maybe just some light rain showers. And then as we go out into Sunday, out into Monday, we clear things out. It is going to be done. It's going to be such a lovely break as we head into next week. But of course, we want to keep in mind all of the severe thunderstorms that we have around the area right now and that extreme flash flooding threat that we have across Memphis. Of course, there is this flash flood emergency in this dark blue shaded box. This is the entire metro, all of Shelby County, most of Crittenden County, most of DeSoto County, with that extreme threat for flash flooding. We've seen roadways getting blocked by flooding. We've heard of creeks spilling their banks. And we've heard of homes also starting to get flooded as well. This area in the dark, the medium shade of blue here out to Bolivar, up past Jackson, up to Dyersburg, back to Wynne, Arkansas, down into Lee County, Arkansas, and into other areas of DeSoto County and northern Marshall County. We've got a flash flood warning with a considerable amount of flash flooding possible. It's not going to be quite as extreme as it is here in the core metro. Of course, the metro, we have a lot of concrete, a lot of asphalt, a lot of streams were converted into channels with concrete on them, and that leads to rushing water very quickly. So that's why we're looking at a lot of urban flooding threats here in the Memphis area. Of course, the airport has not yet recorded a record amount of rainfall. I was looking at that. Someone was asking about that, but we haven't quite broken the daily rainfall record for a single day of rainfall just yet. But of course, the last several days, we've seen an immense amount of rainfall. Just looking at a little over the last 12 hours, last 24 hours, we've seen at the airport 3.11 inches of rain in the last 12 hours. Of course, that's not quite all the way to midnight. Looks like we've maybe just updated that 3.11 inches here in the last 12 hours. So that's most of the rain that we've had here at the Memphis airport. Of course, if you have any video of the flash flooding, we would appreciate if you can safely share that with us. We shared this a minute ago. You can use your phone, scan this QR code, join our ABC 24 Weather Watchers Facebook group. It's a great community that we can get your severe weather reports and images and forward those on to the National Weather Service. I want to take this camera here. Of course, our Scott Mattis is out, and we're looking at on our vid wall. It looks like it's Jackson Avenue. They're dialing in briefly, but I can see. Let's go ahead and just pull up their shot, because it is an incredible amount of rain, and there are cars that have been abandoned. This is Jackson Avenue, and we'll get the report from where this is very shortly. There's an SUV.
Shopping center. So this is up in.
Let's get Trevor's mic up.
Sorry, this is at Jackson Avenue in Macon. Jackson and Macon, kind of in the Berkeley area, up in the Highland Heights area as well. And again, our reporter trying to get set up there. We'll check in with her soon. I'm not sure if she can hear us just yet, but as soon as she can hear us, let us know and we can check in with her. That's our Shakina Davis, our newest reporter at ABC 24, kind of getting thrown into the trial by fire of Memphis weather, but we are happy to have her, and she's done an incredible job tracking these thunderstorms with us here for the last several days. But as soon as Shakina gets dialed in and can hear us, let us know. We'd love to check back in with her. But again, that was very serious flooding that we saw. That was at Jackson Avenue near Macon in front of the Best Pond, and it looked like possibly some cars might have been stalled out in the water. We have several other photos coming in of flooding across the Memphis metro. We are going to continue to see heavy rainfall for the next little bit. I'm going to check in. Kit, you were getting the official number from the airport. I think you said, what was that total for today? Do you remember it off the top of your head?
The last 12 hours was 3.11 inches.
Okay, so that's the official report, 3.11 at the airport. Of course, we had 6 inches of rain Wednesday. So really, you add all this up, we're talking about already 9 inches, and it's going to rain for the rest of the night as well. These are the radar estimates. So we know the official bucket at the airport picked up about 3 inches. Our radar's estimating 2.5 in the last 6 hours. So I think that was the 12-hour report that you said.
Yeah, let me cross-reference it with what this has had. So 6-hour report puts it at 3.1. So our radar, the thing is, the radar is only an estimation.
Right.
It's not an exact measurement, but
and that's,
we've seen some pretty heavy rainfall across the whole area.
Yeah.
There's other reports over 3 inches in the metro.
And as I kind of poke around the radar estimating, from what I see, the radar might be estimating a little low. I switched it to 24 hours, and it's still only estimating 2 at the airport from the radar, but we know the actual bucket picked up 3, almost 4. So this could be a low estimate, but up near Fraser, up near DeWitt Spain Airport, 6 inches of rain, and then several areas of 6 inches of rain through Cross and northern Crittenden County as well. So a serious flooding potential setting up. Of course, you have to remember we did get that 6 inches of rain on Wednesday. So this is just adding insult to injury. The creeks, the streams, the rivers, they're already high, and they are going to get more and more high. I think our Shekinah Davis might be checked in. If she can hear us, just let me know. She's not checked in yet. All right, so as soon as she gets checked in, let me know. I do want to get to that flooding zone. And again, that's near Jackson and Macon is where she is. I'll check back in with our Facebook comments. We do like to kind of keep an eye on those because sometimes there are reports within the Facebook comments and letting us know. And I apologize if you're in the Facebook comments. I think we've gotten mixed up with another feed, so we have a lot of political comments. Not sure exactly what happened there, but bear with us. We're trying to figure out what happened there. We're trying to sort through those to get to the weather comments as well. But obviously a very serious flooding event that is just starting in Memphis. I've got a video now from a storm spotter. This is from about 3 o'clock. Flooding reported in a subdivision. That is serious flooding at 301 and 302 near Walls and the Horn Lake, Mississippi border. So down in DeSoto County, also seeing very heavy rain. I will let you know an update if you're trying to get across the river. They have cleared up I-40 and Danny Thomas. We were watching this camera for a while. We had a foot of water over the roadway and people were trying to drive through it. They've cleared that up now. So I-40 and Danny Thomas is moving, but there are other areas that we're still watching for that might have a little bit of flooding. I've been kind of just checking out some of these cameras. 240 for right now is moving, and that is some good news, but we've had serious reports of flooding on Poplar Avenue and obviously still very serious flooding in the Berkeley, Nutbush areas up in northeast Memphis and even inside the 240 loop as well. If you do have reports of flooding, please let us know. You have them in the Facebook comments. You can let us know there. You can also, of course, like we said, join our ABC 24 Weather Watchers Facebook group. As of right now, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in effect. We do not have any severe warnings in effect for our area. What we do have is a flash flood emergency for Memphis, Shelby County, and DeSoto County, also Crittenden County and West Memphis. Several roads closed over there. We are continuing to expect rain to fall for the next several hours. It will start to lighten up a little bit, but it will continue likely through the rest of the afternoon. We are still going to have to watch that zone down in North Mississippi. There's still enough storm energy in there. Let me get the right tool. I don't want to do an arrow. I need to do a little circle here. This zone in here, that is where we could still see some severe thunderstorms ramp back up. So that zone in North Mississippi for the next 2 to 3 hours, we're going to watch. We could have some high damaging wind gusts in there. But as expected, our biggest concern is quickly becoming the extreme heavy rain and the potential of flooding as these storms roll in. North Mississippi, you're just starting to get some of the heaviest rain. So down near Tunica County, Tate County, Coahoma and Quitman counties, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings for you right now, but there are still a potential of very heavy rain and flooding. So I know DeSoto County, you're kind of just now starting to get it. Tate County, Panola County, Oxford, Corinth, it's still dry, but this is all headed your way and could be a severe weather concern and a heavy rain concern for sure with this flash flood emergency in effect. I'll go through the hour-by-hour radar one more time, and this is right now. This is 3 p.m. I know Kit just talked about this, but just kind of show you. By 6 p.m., still heavy rain across the Mid-South. This heavy rain does not let up. It continues through at least 9 p.m., so we have at least 5 more hours of rain to go before this starts to end after midnight. Now, after midnight, the rain will start to lighten up. There could be some light showers that continue into early tomorrow morning, but in general, we will start to see things wind on down and things actually look a lot better as we go into next week. So we do have that to be thankful for. This has been a multi-day, disastrous, severe weather event. It all started Wednesday. We had at least, I believe now, 5 tornadoes confirmed to have touched down, 4 or 5. Several fatalities, unfortunately. Homes impacted by that. Then we went into more severe weather yesterday evening and late last night. I was with you from about 1 in the morning to 4 in the morning tracking storms, and we're back today watching these kind of scoot across the river right now. So if you can, just stay off the roads today. We expect torrential rainfall to continue and a flash flooding threat to continue to roll on as well. I still see Shekinah. I don't know if she's got her earpiece in to where we can talk to her. All right, I do see her right now, so I'm not sure if if she just can't hear us or what, but if they could at least get us a video of those cars that were kind of in that floodwater, we could do that at least if we can maybe chat with her photographer. Kit, I'm going to send things over to you for a little bit, get a check on that. I have a lot of photos I'm going to try to gather, and then hopefully we can get out to our reporter, Scott Mattis. He's also out in the field. And then Kit, you could see that flooding there. This is what we wanted to show you. If we could take that for just a second on that live picture. This is at Jackson Avenue and Macon in front of the Best Pawn. This is a live picture that we're going to show you here. Again, Jackson Avenue near Macon, right in front of the Best Pawn store there. That car, that Camry, it looks like it's stalled out. There's another car on the right that seems to be up to at least its rim, its wheel well as well, and then a truck there partially underwater. So traffic kind of stalling, don't know what to do. But Kit, that's just one of the many reports of flooding we've had. Again, that's at Jackson Avenue near Macon. We also have our Scott Mattis on the way to Whitehaven, where we have reports of an apartment building flooding and people trapped in those buildings, unable to get out. That is near Elvis Presley and Winchester. But Kit, several more hours of this heavy rain to go.
The exact scene, if we just stay on that view there, thank you. This is the scene that we were talking about of why we were so concerned and almost admittedly to the point of lecturing about how we don't want you to go through these kinds of flooded roadways. Of course, we know people who are driving aren't watching us, so they can't get that info. But so you are informed, this is the concern that we had on the interstate there, and then it would have just been even more of a situation there. Of course, you could stall out very easily, and then you can become trapped. Not only could there be debris, but there can also be just a bunch of germs in the water, and if you have any open wounds, those can become infected as well. If you are in moving water, this water does look at it like it is flowing a little bit, very, very slowly, but this is more of a stagnant water threat. Moving water can carry your vehicle away. It only takes a few inches for you to be swept off your feet on foot. It only takes, I think, 12 inches to 6 or 12 inches for a car, 12 to 18 for a truck, and 18 or more for a semi. All of those things, it doesn't matter how fast the water is moving, it can still float your vehicle. There's a lot of air in your tires, and funny enough, it is enough to get you floated as well. So let's take a look at some of the storm reports, though, we've seen around the area just in the last 72 hours. This doesn't include the initial part of the event. We only get about 72 hours of storm reports here. So we've seen numerous tornadoes across the area. The National Weather Service has had so many reports over the last 4 days now that they have not been able to submit all of the reports, but they will be coming in the next few days. Of course, we've had numerous tornado reports as well. There was missing from this the Lake City tornado that went through Bay, Arkansas, through Lake City up to near, not quite to the Blytheville area, but there in parts of the Leachville area in Mississippi County. There was also the one that went from northern parts of Marshall County towards the Bolivar area. There was also the one that went through Selmer, and there was one here in Tate County near Senatobia. We have had a few preliminary tornado surveys. These are preliminary. They will likely change or add more reports along the length of the path. We haven't gotten a length or a duration estimate on any of these tornadoes, but Selmer has given the preliminary rating of EF3 at 160 miles per hour. The Bay to Lake City, Arkansas tornado was EF3 at 150. Sladen, Mississippi to Grand Junction, that was rated at 150 with an EF3 winds there. Senatobia was with the highest estimated winds, EF3. The range was 160 to 165. We couldn't quite fit that on our graphic, but 165 is the highest end of EF3. Once it's 166, that is EF4 all the way up to 200 miles per hour. So we're, of course, going to bring you that information when we have it. It's going to be a few days before they get out and get those surveys done. But I want to show you just sort of what we're dealing with. Some good news as well is next week is nice and quiet. I'll have to forgive me. I haven't had a chance to update this graphic. We do not have a weather impact alert day tomorrow. We are going to be nice and quiet then. But as we go into the next several days next week, we're going to be clear and quiet through at least Wednesday, maybe some showers on Thursday. Temperatures warming up into the 70s. It's going to be the first quiet and nice weekend we've had in the Mid-South in several weeks. Here's some good news, though. We have seen the trimming of the severe weather threat across our area. Mississippi County, we can give you the all clear. Poinsett County, Cross County, you are all clear as well for the severe threat. Not yet clear from the flash flooding threat, but we are seeing the severe threat being trimmed back. We still have to keep an eye on the I-40 corridor outside of our area there, all the way down through Bolivar and Selmer, of course. Holly Springs, Oxford will miss that area into Panola County, Quitman County, still within that level 4 risk. That is a moderate threat. We've had a high risk this week. We've had a few level 3s, the enhanced risks. Today is a level 4, a moderate risk, which was upgraded. And we've been looking at Saturday since about last Saturday. Even last Friday, it was looking like Saturday could be something. And we were looking at Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday for several days. So this has been a long haul forecast. This is why we tell you and encourage you to keep checking back. It's not just for the numbers. It's for you to keep checking back so that you can see the latest and see the forecast evolve so that you're informed well ahead of time. This is something that you need to prepare days ahead of time for. So looking at some of those breakdowns of the threats, the tornado threat is still on that middle to high side of things there, with a significant threat still possible. We could still see some isolated storms developing in this area, though we haven't seen much of that today. The hail threat, really not a primary threat with these storms, but we do still have that significant wind threat where we could see some we could see some strong wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. Highest wind gust report we have seen so far today was a measured gust of nearly 88 miles an hour. So very, very strong winds across the area. We're going to keep up with the flash flood threat as well. This is a particularly dangerous situation, flash flood watch. We've had this up since I think it was late Tuesday that it was issued for Wednesday through Sunday morning. Now through Sunday morning, we're going to be looking at generational amounts of rainfall that could lead to catastrophic flooding, and that is the situation that is unfolding across the Memphis metro right now here in the area. We've crossed past the 4 o'clock hour. Of course, you were watching ABC 24. We have been covering your programming here on this Saturday. We apologize. We're trying to get this information out. And while we do not have any severe thunderstorm, we don't have any tornado warnings around our area, we have also dropped off all of these severe thunderstorm warnings, it appears. So that is some good news for us. But Trevor, I'll confer with you, but since we don't have any of those active severe warnings, however, we have that flash flood emergency, which we are still very concerned about. So we're trying to make a judgment on how much we continue to break this, because it is very rare for us to have a flash flood emergency like this, and that has a similar amount of impact for our viewers as a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. It counts kind of as severe weather. So we're keeping that in mind. Of course, we don't want to interrupt your programming without cause. We just have so much of this rain. You see on that loop there, of course I just paused it. You see on the loop that we still have the pouring heavy rain. We're hearing it here in our studios in Northeast Memphis. Heavy rain is still flowing into Memphis. Once this stuff on the backside moves in, it'll take it a minute. Once that moves in, that could begin to bring down our severe threats for extreme flash flooding, but it's still going to be something that will be draining for the next several days, very likely. Of course, the Mississippi River, not a main concern for flash flooding. Folks who live on Mud Island or maybe live closer down into the Delta may be seeing some impacts from that, but it's places like the Obion River and the Wolf River. We've been talking about those two in particular. Of course, the Obion River just a couple months ago had some extreme flooding. There's a very dire situation up there in Dyer County, pun unintended, but the Wolf River area here in Memphis could also bring some flash flood alerts as well. So, Trevor, I know you've been working really hard over there trying to get some photos for some people to see, so we're going to check in with him in just a moment. But I want to look at the lightning because the lightning is sort of the last remaining threat of these thunderstorms at the moment. Aside from what we've already talked about, we still have an abundance of lightning, even in places where the rain is coming down very gently. It's just a light shower up there, so we could still see some lightning. Just in the last 10 minutes, 459 strikes here within the camera view. Some pretty widespread, heavy rainfall across the area, leading to these thunderstorms across the region here. Of course, if you can safely, we want to promote this once again. Whoops, I just knocked away from it. If you can safely take photos of the severe weather or the flash flooding, we invite you to our Facebook group. Of course, I'll approve that. We've gotten about 30 or 40 or even more folks who have jumped into that. Of course, I'll go ahead and approve someone right now. We've seen a lot of folks joining. I appreciate it. We're trying to get your content on air as well. We'll probably make a web story of a lot of the content that we have seen across the region. Not only that, but if you haven't already, if you're watching us on air or online, or on our Facebook or our YouTube stream there. You can also download the ABC 24 app. It's weather and news sides of things, so you can text app at 901-321-7520, or you can just download it from the Google Play and App Store as well directly. We live stream on there for severe events, but also for breaking news and for our news, our regularly scheduled news programming as well. So you can download that, and of course, Trevor, I don't have the one that you had for the streaming app, but if the folks in the back maybe have that in the board, there's our 24 Plus streaming app as well. That's available on all smart TV platforms, Amazon Fire Stick, there's Roku, Apple TV as well. So if you have any of those devices, you can stream us. A lot of people have cut the cord, but of course you can be like me, be old school, have an antenna, an ugly thing sitting in your living room, and your spouse is going to yell at you for having it there, like mine does. But it is still a valid way for you to watch us. We do still broadcast there. Looking at radar, still a lot of heavy rainfall. We're going to keep seeing that flooding threat across the Mid-South over the next several hours. Trevor, I thought I saw your hand up.
Yeah, just was getting some photos kind of gathered from our newsroom and from our Weather Watchers Facebook group. This is from kind of when this started earlier. This is from when that initial line of thunderstorms approached. And that was crossing over downtown, a really spooky look over downtown Memphis. That storm was producing very high wind gusts, and it actually did lead to some damage earlier in Crittenden County. This is from Lehigh, Arkansas, very close to West Memphis. And what happened was that awning of the Citgo there in Lehigh actually collapsed onto a Crittenden County Sheriff's deputy's vehicle. He's okay, thankfully. That's Mike Allen. And we appreciate Dwayne Rose with the West Memphis EMA for also passing that along to us, but you can see what that extreme wind can do. Flooding reports now pouring in. This is Bellevue Boulevard. Cars really up, getting caught in that flood water. It does not take much to stall a car. You might look at that and think you can get on through it. Clearly, these vehicles could not. You've got 3 cars stalled out there. Again, that is at Bellevue right now. It looks like Bellevue near Agnes Place. Bellevue near Agnes Place. That's where you're looking at right now. And then we also have a video of flooding. These are both from our news photographer, Ron Guidry. We appreciate him going out and checking this out. This is on Lamar, and that is going to be near Melrose. This is another one of those areas that always floods, and you see several cars kind of stalled out there in the flood water. Kit mentioned it earlier, but again, be sure to join our ABC 24 Weather Watchers Facebook group as we continue to receive reports, videos, photos of flooding. You can share your photos and videos there. Just search ABC 24 Weather Watchers on Facebook. I do want to pass along another report to you. This is from Arlington, as we have a report of a person that was trapped in a vehicle in fast-moving water on Hayes Road near Milton Wilson and Airline Road in Arlington. Trees down and water well over the roadway. Again, that is at Hayes Road near Milton Wilson and Airline Road in Arlington. And we believe that person was able to get out okay and make it to safety. But of course, we will check in with them there and get the latest on that situation kind of as it develops. We do have other reports coming in. We had a report earlier from Winchester, and that was near, I believe, Winchester and Elvis Presley, an apartment complex that had some flood water up to doors and possibly coming into apartments, possibly people trapped there. We have a reporter just a few minutes away, so we're going to check in with them there. there. But I will let you know once they get there and we get that report from them, we are going to drop off of our coverage on ABC 24. We will continue our coverage on our streaming platform. So here over the next couple of minutes, if you are watching on ABC 24, we're going to get you back to hockey. I know a lot of you have been trying to watch that. We appreciate you sticking with us. Again, just a few more minutes until then. But if you do want to continue to watch our weather coverage, you can download our app on your TV and watch for free. If you have any kind of a smart TV, Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV, we have an app there. Just search ABC 24. Again, that's Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV, and you can download there. You can also watch us on our app on your phone. Just search ABC 24. We are also going to continue to stream on Facebook and YouTube. So those streams will continue as we cover this dangerous flooding threat. But once we check in with our Scott Mattis, who's getting pretty close to that scene of that serious flooding report in Whitehaven, once we check in with him, we will let you get back to hockey for the last little bit of that game. And again, we do apologize. We don't want to interrupt your programming. Kit and I have worked, my goodness, probably 80 hours each in the last 4 days. So believe you me, we'd rather be at home enjoying our weekend and not covering up your programming. I would like to enjoy the hockey game as well, preferably not at work. So I completely understand your issue, and I get it. And we will continue to see when we can drop off and let you enjoy the rest of that game at least. We will be back for our 6 p.m. news right here on ABC 24. But I want to get one more update for you here, again, as we wait on our reporter to kind of get to the scene and see what's going on there. In Memphis, heavy rain continues. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings. There are no tornado warnings. There is still a tornado watch that is in effect, but that is likely going to be trimmed back if it hasn't already. The heavy rain is going to continue for several more hours, and a considerable flash flood warning remains in effect. Actually, a flash flood emergency for the city of Memphis, just to kind of show how serious of a situation that is. The National Weather Service calling it an emergency. This is in the last 24 hours. These are your rainfall estimates. Now, bear in mind, this does not include what happened on Wednesday night. We had 6 inches of rain in Memphis on Wednesday night. We did get a little bit of a break Thursday night into Friday, but now we're getting that rain again. Cross County in Arkansas, another 6 inches of rain today. We've got about 6 inches of rain, 6.5 reported near Mud Island, Fraser and Raleigh, about 5. Tipton County also seeing very high rainfall amounts just in the last day. That is going to be in the last 24 hours, 5.5 inches near Atoka and in Munford, about 4.5 in Somerville. DeSoto County just seeing today's round of rain, about 3 to 3.5 inches of rain there. So again, this continues for the next little bit. I'll show you our hour-by-hour radar one more time. Heavy rain for now. Again, the severe weather threat continues to decrease, but for the next hour or two, there could be some high wind gusts in North Mississippi. By 9 p.m., rain is going to continue, and it could be heavy. So we have several more hours of rain, several more inches of rain expected to fall. This will start to wrap up by midnight, but light off and on showers could continue for the next little bit. I'll tell you what here, as we wait on this reporter to get to that scene, we will go ahead and jump off of television here. I want to try to let you get back to that hockey as much as I can here. But we are still tracking this considerable flash flood emergency with dangerous flash flooding, road closures, potential rescues out of apartments of water. And so we're going to stay all over this. And again, on ABC 24, we will be back on air right after hockey for our news at 6 p.m. But we are going to continue our severe weather coverage right now. If you want to continue streaming our coverage, search us, ABC 24, wherever you stream, Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, on your phone, on Facebook and YouTube. We are continuing that stream there, but for right now, we will send you back to regular programming. Stay safe out there. We are back for ABC 24 News at 6 p.m. as soon as hockey's over. All right, and continuing our coverage here on ABC 24 Plus and on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, Facebook, YouTube. Again, if somebody that you know might want to continue to stream that coverage, you can have them search ABC 24 in your App Store or Google Play. We'll continue that coverage there. Kit, I know you've been kind of watching that severe weather potential. Obviously, the big story now is really becoming some flooding. But if you want to talk for just a little bit about the strong storms in North Mississippi. I'm going to try to get some graphics put together for our 6 p.m. newscast that's coming up, and then coordinate with the newsroom a little bit on what that newscast will look like as we have reporters kind of across the field. So I'll kind of give things to you for just a little bit as we continue to deal with a pretty rough situation out here, becoming more of a flooding concern now.
Yeah, all that flooding is, of course, we've got that flash flood emergency here in Memphis, the whole of Memphis into Germantown, Collierville, up to Arlington, Lakewood, probably a lake now. Millington, of course, included within that. West Memphis as well, up to Turl almost, South Haven, Hernando. Not quite to Byhalia, but of course we're still going to see that flash flood emergency until 8:15 tonight. I was just putting this on socials because I usually have the severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warnings automatically post, but flash flood emergencies are so rare we don't have that pre-programmed. So that's going to be a project for myself the next couple of days here. I want to show you the flash flood index, the risk graphic. This is from the Weather Prediction Center. It's a division of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the government organization that completely forecasts all of weather and has multiple branches. The National Weather Service, who have been working tirelessly to issue the warnings we've had. The Storm Prediction Center, who's given the severe outlook, and the Weather Prediction Center that gives the hydrological side of things, so the flooding threats. We have a rare high risk, and the thing is, it's been made more rare because we had 3 days this week, I think. I may have missed a fourth possibly, but 3 days across Memphis and really the Mid-South and into Arkansas, we have seen a high risk every single day for 4 days. Memphis has been under 3 of them. So a high risk event for flooding. Again, it's rare, but 80% of all flood related damages occurs on high risk days. So another statistics that I think 2 out of every 3 deaths that are related to flooding come on high-risk days. So this is the impact we've been talking about. Of course, the first day we didn't see quite as much flooding as we are seeing today. We're still seeing the chance for some of those thunderstorms to produce some incredibly heavy rainfall. Keeping an eye on chat around on Facebook, on YouTube, that's where we're streaming now, as well as our ABC 24 Plus streaming apps as well. We appreciate everyone. We've got hundreds of viewers between these two. We've got thousands, so we appreciate everybody who has been joining us and giving you your severe weather reports. Getting a little off topic here and there, but we appreciate the ones that we do have. We do ask that we keep it focused on weather reports so that we can relay that important information on to the National Weather Service as well. Now here in Memphis, we've seen a ton of that flooding over the last several minutes here, a couple of hours really. Of course, we have that flash flood emergency out in place across the area, and we have our own Scott Mattis out, who's been showing several areas across the Mid-South, across Memphis, of some incredible flooding. Scott, it looks like you've got a lake that has formed behind you. Let us know where you're at and what you've been seeing recently.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kit. We're live here in Whitehaven. I'm at the Winchester Grove apartment complex, very near the intersection of Winchester and Elvis Presley Boulevard. I'm going to kind of step out of the way. There's a Dodge Charger that you can see in the middle of what can only be described as a lake that just got stuck a couple of moments ago. It was trying to get onto the other side of this apartment complex. And one of the reasons why we're here is because of the flooding, of course. There's a lot of reports on social media that people are trapped in some of these condos, townhomes, if you will, unable to get out of their second floor units. And you can see the lake continues right here. There's a vehicle that was attempting to get through it, somehow, some way got stuck up on the grass. There's a vehicle trying to go through right now. You'll have to excuse me, there's a warning going off in my ear. But you can see that SUV going through the water itself. Once again, we're live here at the Winchester Grove apartment complex in Whitehaven off Elvis Presley and Winchester. But yeah, this is, excuse me, the bottom line of this big story is what you're looking at right there, that Dodge Charger just completely stuck in what looks to be possibly about 6 to 8 inches of water, Kit. Yeah, this is just a dramatic scene, and it's one that we're seeing all over the entire metropolitan area. Driving from northeast Memphis, most recently to Whitehaven, we're seeing this type of weather event pretty much everywhere in between. In fact, when we left, we were debating on which event to go to. The other event was there was a couple of people stuck inside of a car in flood waters near, I believe it was North Willette and Lamar. So obviously, you know, if you don't have to go out, don't go out. This is a very dramatic and potentially incredibly dangerous weather event.
So Scott, appreciate you being out there. I hope you're staying safe as well. Keep an eye on the curb. Sounded like you may have tripped over something there. You've been reporting in Memphis for decades. You're a legend here. Tell me about past flooding events. Have you ever seen anything this magnitude here around the Memphis area?
Not really that I can recall that is as dramatic and dangerous as this. Of course, we had the Great Flood. I believe it was back in 2011, but that was really the Mississippi River that was causing the majority of the problems. But like you both have been talking about, we're not talking about the Mississippi River right now. We're talking about this influx of rain, this precipitation. And not just for one day, like our viewers know, because we're all living in this. This has been going on for the last several days, and there's nowhere for this water to go except for to these creeks, these tributaries, these rivers. Not just the Mississippi River, of course, it will end up there. But you know, if you don't have an SUV, you're kind of out of luck in a situation like this. But the bottom line, your question, Kit, yeah, I don't recall anything this dramatic and this potentially dangerous. You know, when we started our day off, we were down off the freeway where the freeway was completely flooded. I don't recall that ever happening.
And of course, we can see minor flooding in places day in, day out, just from a normal heavy thunderstorm. But tell me a little bit about your trip, because you're down towards the Whitehaven area. So you were started up here from our studios. You went downtown. You went down to Whitehaven. Tell me about some of the roads. Did you have to reroute from maybe the standard route you would have gone?
No, we didn't, thankfully. But yeah, like you said, we started off at the studio this morning in northeast Memphis. We headed downtown, where, of course, we understood that there was a very severe problem at the intersection of Danny Thomas and Interstate 40. Then we went over to the Berclair area, where I believe I last saw you, where the neighborhood was completely flooded. I'm going to step out of the way here once again so you can see what's happening here in Whitehaven. You see that Dodge Charger stuck in the middle of what can only be described as a lake that used to be a parking lot just a few short hours ago. There's an SUV that is, they can only be scratching their head wondering, how far should I go? Should I continue on this path? And it looks like they're probably going to back up and turn around, which is, you know, probably a good idea. But, you know, this is quite literally a parking lot that is underwater. And Kit, we've seen this all across the city, all across Shelby County. My journey today has kept us in Shelby County, but it is very similar, not dissimilar from this, just about everywhere else. And you know, one of the other main concerns is there's lightning in the area. There's rain. Thankfully, right now, and I'm not sure, I didn't hear what you both were talking about as far as wind goes, but I can feel dramatically the temperature decreasing. You might almost say it's chilly outside right now, along with this rain.
That is our Scott Mattis, a very wet Scott Mattis. Thank you so much for being out there in the rain. I'm in the nice, albeit humid studio, but we've been inside. You've been out there in the storms today. Get back into the car, see if you can shake off some of that water out there as well. Thank you so much, Scott, for joining us here. So we're taking a look here around the Memphis area, still under that flash flood warning. We do have a new, Memphis under a flash flood emergency. We have a new flash flood warning across our southern part of our viewing area here, newly issued from the National Weather Service here. This includes Clarksdale, Sledge, Senatobia, Holly Springs, around the Sardis Lake area on the north shore of Sardis Lake. We'll see some flash flooding beginning very soon. Whenever we talk about the different tiers of severe thunderstorm warnings or flash flood warnings or tornado warnings, there's a couple things to keep in mind. Flash flood warning on the baseline here in this, this pale blue. This is where it's going to be spotty, isolated flash flooding. I know it's a very widespread box, but there's going to be widespread spotty flash flooding, if that makes sense. Then more considerable flooding, more impactful flooding in this sort of medium blue, and then this bright, solid blue Memphis metro area into Crittenden County and DeSoto County. That's where we have the flash flood emergency. That's where it is a much more widespread life-threatening flooding event across the area. So we have to keep that in mind. There's also an abundance of lightning. You heard Scott mention that as well. We're going to keep this going here as we've just got still some thunderstorms that could develop around the Ole Miss area, out towards our eastern viewing area here. You see a new flash flood warning going up back towards our west as well. I want to clear this off just so you can see how many flash flood warnings there are across not only the Mid-South, but all the way back into East Texas, near the Shreveport area. There was a flash flood emergency along a river in northern Arkansas. Little Rock was also under a flash flood emergency earlier on. This is a whole wide area where we've seen some pretty intense flooding and severe weather across this area. If we just look here across the central U.S., it'll take a minute to load in all this data. This is sort of the final phase of the system that we've had lingering across the country and across the Mid-South for the last 4 days now. This setup started on Tuesday across the Central Plains. There was a tornado watch across parts of Oklahoma and even severe thunderstorm watch as well. That was Tuesday. We didn't have anything yet. We've been seeing it for 4 days. The first day of this 5-day event was out there, and then it stopped. Usually, when we have a severe threat, it begins maybe somewhere around the high plains there, pushes into the Central Plains, pushes to the Mid-South, pushes to the Southeast, and it can be a 3 or 4 day severe event, but it wraps up, it moves on. This time, we had the cold front transition into a stationary boundary, and that stationary boundary is set up right around in here, and so that became the focusing mechanism for severe thunderstorms. If you're watching us late on Wednesday, trying to keep my days straight here. We had, of course, tornado warnings in Arkansas and into Mississippi. That stationary boundary had, from the cold front to stationary, had set up right there. And that's why we had multiple tornadoes going one after the other across this area. And then that boundary set up for what is a textbook flooding event where we have an abundance of moisture. We're going to have to switch gears here as we get away from that. We do have a tornado warning Trevor is just mentioning to us. We're going to jump back on air here shortly. Let's get that information on your screen. Of course, we have a tornado warning for Holly Springs. This is why we dropped off air, but we did need to jump back on air. So Trevor's taking care of that. If you're on stream with us, Holly Springs, this is a tornado warning for you and surrounding communities here into parts of Tate, DeSoto, Benton County, Fayette County, and Marshall County. This is until 5:15 this evening. I may have to reset as we cut back into programming here, but for those who are still watching, we appreciate you sticking with us here. This is the area of rotation that they're looking at here into western Tate County right now. This is going to move to the I-22 corridor very quickly. The high 269 corridor, I believe that is there within that as well. So let's just get some closer communities in here. Of course, it's a pretty sparsely populated area. All right, so we're going to reset. We're about 5 seconds out from on air. Give me 1 moment on stream. We're on air. Well, we apologize for interrupting programming, but we have a new tornado warning we need to bring to our viewers here and around the Holly Springs area. This is into extreme eastern DeSoto County and Tate County, as well as moving into Marshall County, moving out of Panola County until the next little while here. Of course, we want to get that info on your screen for you. This could cross the I-22 corridor. This is a radar indicated tornado threat for at least the next 40 minutes here until 5:15. So we are keeping that in mind. Of course, we've been talking about the chance for more tornadoes to develop here across northern Mississippi, and we have a new one that could be developing here very, very soon. We've been continuing coverage on our live stream. We had to break back into programming, so if you're just joining us, we appreciate you keeping this in mind, of course, and keeping this on your stream. We do have this weak area of rotation that has strengthened a bit around the Aiken area. So if you're in Aiken, Rock Hill, out towards the Galena area, eventually Holly Springs, you need to be seeking shelter. The most interior room of your home. We're going through this once again. The lowest level of your home. It's going to be the best place to be during a tornado. Sheltered around. If you have helmets, a hard hat, something to cover your head, take that with you to your shelter. Also, your shoes. Make sure you've got shoes on, because if you're walking over tornado debris, that can sometimes cut your feet up, so you want to be wearing shoes, wearing something, of course, on your feet. The chance for this tornado has developed pretty quickly over the last couple of minutes here. Of course, this is still a chance for many of these storms to develop more tornadic characteristics in the next few days. We've had a lot of tornadic activity lately. This is all going to be continuing through tonight and wrapping up by tonight. And this is going to be the last wave. We're all getting real tired of hearing about it, I'm sure. But we've got that area of that hook echo you can see in eastern Tate County. That's the area of concern. If we zoom back in, of course, this is not for Memphis. Memphis still has the flash flood emergency ongoing. If we zoom back in, this is right where we're looking at that rotation on the velocity of the storm winds, showing some inbound and outbound motion with that storm. So, of course, whenever we have that, that can quickly spawn a tornado, can drop down very quickly, and it might not be something you can see coming because we've had some heavy rainfall around the area. Visibility may be lowered by the rain from the north side. It may be a little more clear on the east side, but the thing is, we don't want you out looking at this. We want you taking shelter from this storm as well. So we'll be keeping that in mind. Meteorologist Trevor Burchett is also in studio with me this afternoon and evening. We are going to keep up with that information. Trevor, I've been looking at this on radar. What have you seen other reports as well?
Yeah, just checking out the wind mode of the radar. As you look kind of at the rain mode, I wanted to kind of get inside the storm. And I know you showed this just a bit ago as well, but definitely some indications of rotation here. And that is going to be near Aiken, Mississippi. This is along Highway 4, so right here in that zone near Aiken. This is going to be east of Crossroad and near the Aiken community on Mississippi 4. So now that we kind of know where it is, right over Aiken, and you see that hook echo signature, that zone there kind of shows us where there could be some rotation with winds coming around from the south on the bottom and then from the north within the thunderstorm itself. So this is east of Senatobia. It's east of Coldwater. I know you both were hit pretty hard by tornadoes on Wednesday night. This particular possible tornado is going to be east of you, and it is moving away from you. Let's get the latest on this storm track. And that is going to be northeast at 35 miles an hour. So we're going to erase that drawing there, and I'll time this out for you. Northeast at 35 miles an hour. Again, this is a possible tornado, an area of rotation. That's going to be near Wall Hill at 447, Orion at 449, Mariana at 452, Mahon at 506, Mac at 511, Tasca at 514, and then Sladen by 523. Now, Sladen, I know you were hit Wednesday night. We had bad tornado damage near Sladen. This is another one that could be trying to produce a tornado now in eastern Tate County. So if you are in Holly Springs, if you're up towards Sladen, if you're near Victoria, if you're near Byhalia, go ahead and be in that tornado safe place. This is the only tornado warning that we have right now, but we are going to have to continue to watch North Mississippi for the next couple of hours. We circled this zone a little bit ago that we were going to continue to watch watch this zone right in here now in the northeast corner of Mississippi. It's that zone that still has the potential for some rough weather over the next couple of hours. That's why that tornado watch is in effect there through 7 p.m. So I don't want you to think we're forgetting about you for other areas that we might not be talking about your specific community, but it's just that one area that we're concerned about. Now, major flooding is a huge concern in Memphis right now. We will try to get an update on that in a bit, but for right now, the most pressing concern is this possible tornado and a tornado warning for a storm in eastern Tate County. Again, there's Senatobia over on the left-hand side of your screen right there. So this is east of Crossroad on a Mississippi 4 and near Aiken. This is the county line between Marshall and Tate County. So this is just about to come into Marshall County near Marianna. It's going to ride up Highway 4 pretty close to Holly Springs and Red Banks. If this thing does put down a tornado, that's where the tornado would cross, is kind of between Holly Springs and Red Banks there on Interstate 22. But again, that circulation looking intense there near the Aiken community. And this is something that we saw a couple of days ago on Wednesday, where the colors kind of start to change because the winds are just so strong. But regardless, still strong indications of rotation there. You see those greens and reds tightly paired up there north of Aiken and north of Highway 4. This is going to cross very quickly into Marshall County. So 309 coming into Marianna in the next little bit. So 309 at Marianna Road near Orion. This is where this possible tornado is going to be in a matter of a couple of minutes. It's going to come up Red Banks Road toward Hernando Road and I-22. So if this does produce a tornado, it would be crossing Interstate 22 between Red Banks and Holly Springs near Mahon in just a matter of minutes. Again, there's the circulation back to kind of the south and west there with that little rotation zone we'll show you. I'll kind of circle that on the radar, that little hook echo. Again, this does not include Senatobia. It does not include Coldwater. A portion of DeSoto County is technically clipped in this warning, but this is going to be a Marshall County tornado. If it does produce a tornado, that's where it's going to be. It's going to be through Marshall County. And again, this is a tornado warning now for Marshall County, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Right now it is in Tate County. That's why Tate County is also involved in the warning. But as it continues to the north and east, again, Aiken at 443, that's pretty much right now. If there is a tornado, it is over Aiken at this moment. Marianna, Mississippi, that's not Marianna, Arkansas, Marianna, Mississippi at 5 o'clock, Mack at 5:18, and then Sladen, if it holds together, by 5:30 with that possible tornado moving to the north and the east. So a big focus on that right now, and we can get over to meteorologist Kit Thomas in a bit for more on that, but I do want to give you a quick update on the flooding concern for Memphis and Shelby County. We have had a deluge of rain really across most of the Mid-South over the last several hours and the last several days. I mean, we got 6 inches of rain Wednesday. Some areas have already gotten another 6 inches today. So combined over a foot of rain for some spots just within the last 4 days. We've had several reports of neighborhoods and apartments flooding. We have cars stalled out at intersections all across the city of Memphis. So if you don't have to be out right now, hang out at home, stay at home, just hang out off the roads for the next little bit. And really for the next few days, all of this rain will end by tomorrow morning, but it's still going to be draining into the creeks and streams for the next few days. So flooding could remain a concern through the next several days. Even though the rain will end tomorrow, those creeks and streams could start to rise as we get to early Monday or Tuesday morning. This is the only severe weather concern we have right now, aside from the flooding, which of course is a big concern. But now we have this tornado warning and an area of circulation that's just crossing in to Marshall County. So it's pretty much right on the Marshall and Tate County line near Aiken. There's Tullahoma and Marianna in Mississippi. Those zones right along Highway 4 between Senatobia and Holly Springs. That's where that thing is going to be if it does touch the ground. I don't have indication that it's on the ground at this moment. To be honest, the rotation may be looking a little less organized than it was. Still a sign of rotation there, but a couple of minutes ago, that rotation signature was a lot stronger than it was right now. There's still some rotation there, but a couple of minutes ago, it was stronger. So I still want you in your safe place, especially in Marianna. This area of rotation very close to you and could produce a tornado, possibly again, within the next couple of minutes. I'll check that debris mode just to kind of see. I'm not seeing anything jumping out at me indicating that we have any debris being picked up from this possible tornado. That's usually a good sign. That means in most cases, nothing has touched the ground. When we do get a tornado that touches down, it's able to pick up things, trees, branches, throws them in the air, and the radar can then detect that once it gets high enough up. So I'm not seeing that right now, but still rotation for sure. That's near Jason Patrick Road, north of Highway 4. And about to cross Highway 309. It's probably on Highway 309 near Orion and Mariana Road. There's Mullins Road, and this is going to be coming up on Red Banks Road near Hernando Road, and eventually crossing Interstate 22 near Red Banks. So we're going to watch carefully for the next couple of minutes to see if we get any indication that this is going to produce a tornado again. Possibly, we don't know for sure that it did touch down, but it has had strong signs of rotation and strong indications of rotation for the last several minutes. And Kit, I'll get over to you soon for just kind of a more in-depth analysis on that. But that's kind of the only game in town. We're going to continue to watch North Mississippi, Northeast Mississippi for the potential of more severe weather for the next couple of hours. We have this storm now down in Tallahatchie County. That's coming to the north and east, and that could come up to near Oxford in the next couple of hours. So Oxford, I know you haven't had any rain yet, but that particular storm moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour would put that storm near Oxford within about an hour and a half. So this is going to be near Grenada at 5:30, Water Valley at 5:39, Oxford at about 5:57. So again, there's not a warning. There's nothing in effect for Oxford right now. But we're going to watch that storm as it continues to roll out of central Mississippi into north Mississippi, because Oxford and northeast Mississippi is still in a zone that's very conducive for severe weather and even for tornadoes. As we switch to the storm energy, you can really see where that storm energy is, and it's still near Oxford and Corinth. And so that is a zone as these storms move east to watch through at least 7 o'clock, maybe even 8 o'clock, for Lafayette, Marshall, Benton, Tippah, and Alcorn counties, because these storms still could be severe and could produce tornadoes as they move to the east. All right, Kit, that tornado warning, again, that possible tornado moving into Marshall County right now. What have you been checking out on that, and what are your thoughts?
Well, first off, I want to do some housekeeping things. I do want to join our CW channel, CW30, WLMT. We were allowing the NASCAR race to finish up, and we want to join back in them for those viewers as well who may be at risk. I'm comfortable with just joining in progress, but let me know when we have CW30 ready to go. Keeping an eye on Marshall County, of course, just as Trevor was showing you exactly what I was thinking of. I have no different opinion on this storm, though we do still see that rotation here. It's still on that lower flank of the storm. There's not a lot of hail within the storm, I don't think, Trevor, so I don't think there's going to be any potential for range foldings. There's some clear air noise there. Looks like just east of that line with Tate County. Yeah, so that's clear air. That wouldn't be debris showing up, but we still have some decent rotation showing up with that storm presently. So this is the area of rotation. It looks like it'll move down, just up the I-22 corridor. CW is coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, so we'll be there. Hello, viewers on CW. We are jumping back into the NASCAR post coverage. We were allowing that race to finish up. We do have a new tornado warning. We want to bring it to your attention as well. Of course, we are also on ABC 24. So on both channels, we appreciate you sticking with us this afternoon as well as online. We've got this area of a thunderstorm rolling through into Marshall County this evening. Holly Springs included within this warning, though it looks like it is sort of on the edge of the warning. It could still be where we could see that storm roll through. I'm going to go ahead and rule out Galena as an area where we could see that tornado roll through. I'm more concerned with Mariana, Mississippi, not Mariana, Arkansas, Mariana, Mississippi. We've got Highway 309 just to your west. That's where we've got the heavy rainfall. That's where we've got some of that rotation showing up on the radar. Though it looks a little weaker here, we've seen it sort of cycling up and down faster and slower with some of that rotation. I'm seeing sort of an area area right here around the Watson area that looks a little bit more of that. It's a very subtle thing. Looks like we see just a little more of that rotation is still showing up there. Of course, this area right here, right over 309, excuse me, we're seeing that into clear air, so that would not be the storm rotating. That's just the environmental winds pulling in. That's going to be some pretty strong winds that could induce some extra rotation here as well. So around Watson to Mariana is my area of greater concern. Of course, we haven't seen a debris signature with this storm just yet, so that would sometimes be a way that we can confirm a tornado. I don't see anything that would stand out to me. I'm going to zip it back a couple frames just to see if there's any trend of a very weak debris ball. It really doesn't look like it, so that is encouraging to say. But Red Banks, I still want you to be ready to jump into your tornado shelter at any moment. Of course, this is around to the North Red Banks Road here. That's the intersection there with I-22. Just outside of Byhalia, if you're in the Byhalia area, a lot of viewers there, we appreciate you. We want you to stay near your shelter as well. We don't want you to be venturing out into this storm, as we could still see some heavy rainfall with that. There's not a lot of hail with this particular thunderstorm. I'm unsure if there was a mention of that in this tornado warning. I'll have to switch back over to the radar view of that. I haven't seen anything that concerns me of any extremely large hail that would be anything over an inch, but we could still see, so the other threat is still 1/4 inch diameter hail. A lot of times whenever we talk about the hail threat, the tornado threat, they kind of go in one and the same, because large hail and giant hail gets produced by a well-sustained updraft, and of course a tornado is an extension of the updraft of a thunderstorm. As the storm is swirling and spinning, that comes up sort of out of your screen here into the swath of the upper part of the storm there on the north side. If you look at the back of your left hand, you can see how your fingers go forward. I'll show you on my right hand here. Your fingers go forward and that thumb curls around. That's a nice proxy to sort of line up with a potential supercell. We have that curling back here. We've got that spread there. And somewhere from the palm to your fingers is where the hail develops in that part of your hand there. So that's a quick guide. I'm also seeing a new tornado warning here southwest of the Batesville area. Meteorologist Trevor Burchett was just mentioning that this storm might be something we'll have to look at for Oxford. So a great call by Trevor Burchett on that. Looking at this storm right now, I want to see where that rotation is showing up. It's sort of outside of the Charleston area here. We've got some very broad, very strong winds, some broad rotation there, leading to that new tornado warning. The National Weather Service is also making mention that lightning has intensified with this thunderstorm, which occasionally can be correlated. It's not a direct relationship, but it can develop more with a developing tornado. So that's something that's encouraging to, or confirming to see from the National Weather Service. We don't see a lot of lightning with this storm here in Marshall County, but this storm could be moving into southern Panola County and eventually into southern Lafayette County here in Mississippi. So we've got to keep that in mind. Abbeville, you're downstream of this, but I want you to still be aware of what your severe weather readiness plan is, so we could see that moving in very shortly. Batesville, you're just barely cut into this warning, so maybe you're just tuning in from our push alert. That should be coming out here very soon on your phone app as well, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. I want to keep a look at the radar though, as this is still pretty far from the radar site, so it's tough to see the low levels where the tornado does form initially. But we could see that getting developed very shortly as well. So whenever we look at these tornadoes, of course, they're moving towards the northeast. This is right along that area, Trevor, I mentioned about an hour and a half ago, where we had that outflow from the extreme destructive severe thunderstorm that we had through Crittenden into Memphis there. We saw that boundary just come out and sort of stall here. I wonder if I can rewind to the last 2 hours just to see where that was. Yeah, that is exactly where I was looking at a couple hours ago. So you see right here, we've had this stalled boundary that pushed out. It's around 250 here. And that is what has led to this tornado warning getting sparked off. You can even see as it pushed forward, it started sparking new showers there. So that's where that new tornado warning is getting a little bit of that extra energy, that extra rotation, where we could see some of that. I'm also looking at this other lobe here, a little more potential rotation there on the southern end of that warning. Trevor, you've got your hand up. What you got for me?
That's kind of what they're talking about. The National Weather Service almost seeing a couple of different areas. There's an area down near well, that's with the other thunderstorm there. We'll get to that one in just a second. But yeah, almost another area here down near Aiken and Tyro in Tate County. That's kind of coming behind the initial one, and then still circulation near Marianna, Mississippi. That's going to be along Highway 4, north of Highway 4, and if that is a tornado, or if it does touch one down, it's going to be crossing Interstate 22 between Red Banks and Holly Springs in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to watch carefully here because that thing's going to be right over the interstate. We have that camera ready to go here in just a second, but we're going to watch the next update there. There it is. So definitely some indications here. You've got winds going this way, the green indicating winds going in the opposite direction. So two different colors, two different directions of wind, and this is very close to that Red Banks exit. That's the one we need to stay on, is I-22 at Red Banks. If we have one right there, we'll keep an eye on that because this circulation is very close to that exit on Interstate 22, and we'll just watch that camera as it kind of comes by here. But again, if you're in Red Banks, Holly Springs, and then north of Interstate 22 in Marshall County, even up towards Sladen, that's where this possible tornado is going to be. We've got a lot of folks still driving on I-22. Probably not the best idea. If you know anybody that might be driving on I-22, make sure they know that there is a possible tornado that's just about to cross the interstate near the Red Banks exit, or just to the east of that, kind of between Red Banks and Holly Springs. So if we can go back to the camera we were just on, we need to stay on I-22 at the Red Banks exit. This camera that we're looking at is a little bit farther away, but the Red Banks one, if we could just set on that one, because that area of circulation is riding up Red Banks Road and is about to cross I-22 near Red Banks right now. So stay in your safe place. If you are there in Red Banks, this is where this possible tornado is going to go. I'm keeping an eye on the camera there. As you can see, this is Red Banks Road just to the south of I-22, not seeing anything completely out of the ordinary there yet. We'll, of course, watch this thing carefully over the next couple of minutes to make sure that nothing develops, but definitely a strong sign of rotation. If this tornado is not on the ground, it's definitely rotating in the cloud and could produce a tornado at just about any minute. So Red Banks and north of there, you want to stay in your safe place. I do want to go back to the radar and go back to the other tornado warning, because it was with that storm that we were just talking about not too long ago, that storm that's down in Tallahatchie County. There is a new tornado warning that's been issued for southern Quitman, southern Panola County, including Batesville. And you can almost see, we've talked about this a lot with these lines of storms, that little appendage, that notch in the line. You can almost see the radar make that dog leg shape, as we call it. And that is an area where there could be some circulation right in there. So this is going to be in southern Quitman County, Mississippi, and coming into Batesville. So there's your area of rotation. You can see those reds and greens really close together, really indicating a decent signature of rotation. So here's Brazil, Mississippi. That is going to be in northern Tallahatchie County, and then rotation there now crossing into southern Quitman County. This is going to be near Crowder, Mississippi, and then it's going to pass into southern Panola County near Cortland. So another possible tornado here with strong signs of rotation. And this tornado is going to be moving off to the northeast, or at least possible tornado is moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. So let's put a track on that, get some cities down for where this thing could be headed. It just updated, so I'm going to get the latest development here. That's going to be near Chapeltown at 522, Pope at 524, Cortland at 526, and Batesville at 5:31. So those areas in southern Panola County, that's where this storm is going to be headed, at least this particular area of rotation. But as you look off to the north and east, this entire thunderstorm complex is generally tracking off to the north and east. That would put it near Oxford in about an hour. So Oxford, I'm giving you an early heads up. If this thing continues to be strong, we could see very high wind gusts, heavy rain, and of course a tornado potential moving through southern Panola County into Lafayette County. So Oxford, there's no warning for you right now, but we do want to give you that early heads up as well. So that's that storm. Possible tornado in southern Quitman County, Mississippi near Crowder, coming toward Batesville, Pope, and Cortland. Those places need to be in their safe place at this time. Just to the north of that, though, we have another tornado warning for 2 separate areas of rotation. We had one zone of rotation that just is very close to Interstate 22. That's going to be near the Red Banks exit, so some rotation there. And then another area of rotation following up behind it that's right on the Tate and Marshall County line. So 2 separate areas here that could be rotating. I'm just going to track out this entire line of thunderstorms. So just in general, so you know when this is going to be here. Sladen at 5:04, we're going to start to see some rain and thunderstorms there. Early Grove at 5:17, Holly Springs at about 5:21, and then eventually toward LaGrange. LaGrange, you're not in a tornado warning yet, but LaGrange and Grand Junction were hit very hard on Wednesday night by tornadoes. So a lot of folks are still trying to clean up that mess from those storms and get everything back in order. So that's an early heads up for those areas that this storm is headed in your way. And we have, again, at a minimum, very high wind gusts and possible tornadoes. 2 separate areas of possible tornadoes moving through Marshall County right now. One north of Holly Springs, one south of Holly Springs, both moving generally to the north and east towards Sladen over the next little bit. Even if you're not involved with the tornado warning, there are several signs of very high wind gusts with both of these thunderstorms in North Mississippi. And it's for that reason that the tornado watch has been expanded for these zones. We have the tornado watch that's been expanded for Hardeman, McNary, Alcorn, Tippah, Benton, Marshall, Lafayette, and Panola counties until midnight. Now, I do believe our severe weather threat in these areas will end well before that. They'll cancel the watch as the storms kind of go over, but at least for the next hour or 2, these zones in yellow, we are still going to be concerned about a severe weather potential for extremely heavy rain, high wind gusts, and a possible tornado. Everybody else in the Mid-South, if you're not in those yellow counties, places like Memphis, East Arkansas, DeSoto County, and most of West Tennessee, that severe weather threat has passed you. The extreme heavy rain is going to continue. We have a serious flooding concern right now in Memphis and Shelby County and across the metro. We are hearing about water rescues in West Memphis, people being rescued from cars and from homes on Avalon in West Memphis and on the east side of West Memphis as well. Those are rescues that are happening in West Memphis and several other areas where we've had apartments flooded, homes flooded, roads underwater in Memphis as well. So if you can, for the rest of the day, just stay home because this flooding is going to continue to be a concern. Even as the severe weather threat is over for places like Memphis, heavy rain is likely to continue for the next several hours. But we're going to have to continue to watch for at least the next hour or 2 for that severe weather threat for North Mississippi. Right now, a possible tornado, 2 possible tornadoes in Marshall County near Holly Springs, and another one coming into southern Panola County. Meteorologist Kit Thomas getting a breather and kind of checking things out on his own. What are you seeing there as these storms roll in, Kit?
Yeah, we're seeing a couple areas, just like you were saying, of those 2 areas within the same tornado warning. They weren't going to reissue. They urged us, I say the National Weather Service urged us to focus on both of those. But of course, Trevor was showing you that tornado watch. I've got those details for you. A few tornadoes likely. Obviously, the wind threat gusts up to 70 miles per hour and a large hail threat up to 1.5 inches in diameter. That's about the size of a ping pong ball. So if you ever played ping pong, imagine that as a solid block of ice. And that could be rolling in very shortly. We've had a ton of severe storm reports just over the last 72 hours. We don't go farther back in our weather system. Our graphics don't have anything older than 72 hours, but we've seen a ton more just in days recently. I want to focus on this storm here because the National Weather Service indicated there's something called a bounded weak ecoregion that Trevor knows what that is, but I'll explain it to you. It is a sign of a very strong updraft with this storm. As I pull this back over a little bit, you can see it may have disappeared on the latest scan, so that may be a good thing, but it shows up very briefly on previous scans here. So I'll just have to redraw this cross-section across this storm in that recent time. So if we put that forward through this storm, you can see it a little bit right there. Of course, it's updating, but basically, it's a sign that we've got a very powerful updraft, and the tornado, if there is a tornado, that is part of the updraft of the thunderstorm. So it's all within the storm anatomy. That's what we're looking for, a very powerful updraft. So when we look at the velocity signatures, we can of course see some areas of rotation here. The National Weather Service was indicating that both of the rotations are heavily side-lobed, so it's making it a bit more noisy. So some of the rotation that we have seen is actually a little more difficult to pinpoint how strong it is. Sometimes if there's hail within the storm, or if there's just a lot of rain that the radar is looking through. This is looking from Millington in northern Shelby County all the way down here towards the Laws Hill, Galena, Holly Springs area in Marshall County. So this is the area where we're looking. We're looking through a ton of rain, and so it's making the sort of a noise signature with the radar. So it makes it tough to pinpoint exactly how strong these areas of rotation are. I want to zoom this back the last 15 minutes so we can see where these areas have gone. I see this first area of rotation. This was the original tornado warning. That has sort of gone up and almost gotten absorbed into the storm. It looks like, Trevor, that first circulation may have disappeared a bit, so that may be good for us. But we do still have on the southern end still all of this noise here, all of that is moving into the tornado warning box. So they're allowing that previous tornado warning box that had that first area of rotation to take over for that second area of rotation. We saw a couple nights ago a very similar event to this, of where we're having training thunderstorms, and we could have multiple tornado warnings back to back to back over the next couple of hours, unfortunately. But this area here outside of Marks, this is now my newest concern of a potential for a tornado to be developing here. This is one of the better signatures we've seen this far away from the radar. It's getting into a radar hole, so it makes it very difficult to see. But you see north of the Charleston area, outside of Marks, we've got that converging wind there. That's sort of that transverse. So that's the rotation that I'm concerned about. Batesville. Batesville, you are on the very cusp of this warning. Also towards Curtis Station. It could be really anywhere within this area very soon. Let's just track this out over the last 30 minutes. That area has been moving somewhat northeast, but it is kind of turning in sort of a scoop motion. I'm going to exaggerate some of that. It's sort of been doing this. Again, that's an exaggerated curve, but it may begin to turn rather than going down towards the Oxford area. It may begin to start to move northward as well. So we've got to be very careful, very conscious of where this storm could go in the downstream effects. So with that in mind, I'm going to do two tracks forward. I'm going to follow it as the storm is moving, as the warning information has it moving. It has it moving northeast at around 45 miles per hour. So we'll get that track on here really quick. 45 miles an hour to the northeast, following that towards the Oxford area. If it continues northeast, Oxford, you're looking at an arrival time around 5:51, so you still have a long time before that storm gets to you. Closer places like Asa, Oakland, that's around 5:10 to 5:15. Batesville, we could be looking at Batesville seeing that storm moving in by 5:20. Now, I'm going to change the motion on this and say that it turns more northeast. maybe towards the McGee, Senatobia area. So Batesville, of course, you're still looking around 520, around the same time there. Horatio around 523, Sardis around 530, perhaps Senatobia by 541. Of course, that's outside of the warning at present, but we may have to see a new warning issued at some point for this storm where it's rotating and pushing through. So we've been away from the Marshall County storm for the last few moments here, so I want to zip back to that storm. So it really doesn't look quite as impressive to me, Trevor, but we're starting to see sort of that bookend vortex showing up on this storm headed towards Batesville. The other thing is we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here. I want to see what the winds are on that because we could be seeing some pretty strong winds, 60 mile per hour. So that's the severe thunderstorm limit, the lower limit for that. We could see that storm still produce very strong winds. You see, of course, these blue specks here, the patches, that's environmental winds. That's the low-level jet, effectively. That's the pulling in of the moisture from the Gulf. Those areas, I'm concerned about that helping to induce the rotation on these storms. That is part of the rotation, but if you go and cancel out the storm motion, it really highlights the area of rotation here north of Charleston that could move towards the Batesville area, and even south of Charleston, there's another area there of some rotating thunderstorms there. So looking at the National Weather Service, they haven't given an update in the last few minutes. So I'm sure they are working hard on where this next potential warning could be issued. They've put sort of a blanket severe thunderstorm warning here. That includes parts of Shelby County area. I'm sure you may have gotten a notification on your phone around Collierville up to almost the Germantown area, Cordova. You're under the severe thunderstorm warning. We don't have the tornado warning in any part of Shelby County proper, but we could still see some of those storms to bring in some very heavy rainfall. Of course, we do still have that flash flood emergency in place in that same area. Downstream from this storm here, very familiar areas with this from the last couple of nights. Grand Junction, Brody, Early Grove, Middleton, Walnut may see some heavy thunderstorms as this complex continues to develop and push east very slowly. We're going to have to be on guard. I know we're cleaning up from tornadoes from the last several days. I know it's been dry for most of the day, but now's the time to wrap up that cleanup effort and be ready to take shelter across this area. As we see those tornado warnings across the area, still present. The National Weather Service is watching the Holly Springs area of some of that rotation. So this is what they're looking at here. They're indicating this may be the present area of rotation. Looks like it just updated towards the Atway area. Really any of these specs could be where a tornado could develop in the next little while. Trevor?
Yeah, and that whole little batch right there, we're going to have to watch. And like you said, that area of rotation, not far from Holly Springs. That storm definitely producing some very high wind gusts and heavy rain, regardless of if there is a tornado on the ground or not. The rain and wind in Marshall County is intense. I've got a question about Red Banks. Let me put Red Banks on the map here. Whatever it was, a possible tornado was near Red Banks a bit ago. And now it seems like a couple of new areas possibly developing on the eastern side of that. That would be not far from Holly Springs. And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier and last night. When you get these lines of thunderstorms, tornadoes can develop at any point along that line. So there are several areas in here that we could be seeing a little bit of rotation really at any point right in there. There could be several zones that have a little bit of spin in them. There's no indication that any of these are on the ground, but yes, for the most part, whatever the possible tornado is past Red Banks. It's past Byhalia, but it is pretty close to Holly Springs. And of course, the heavy rain and the high wind is continuing in Red Banks. So I know it's still a rough storm there, but any tornado that develops on a day like this is going to be on that outer edge of the storm, kind of that front leading edge. So that is now past Red Banks. I couldn't get it to show up on the map, but of course, Red Banks is about right there. That is now to the east of that and moving pretty close to Holly Springs. So that tornado warning is set to expire in just about 2 minutes. We'll see what the Weather Service will do with it. If they do decide that it's a tight enough rotation signature to extend it. It could be extended into Fayette County, LaGrange, Grand Junction, these same areas that were hit so hard on Wednesday night. If this rotation continues on the radar, that could be extended into those areas in a matter of seconds. But regardless, again, if there's a tornado or not, there are going to be very high wind gusts. So right now, they're not going to reissue this tornado warning. So there's not going to be a tornado warning coming out for Grand Junction and LaGrange right now. But this whole storm is continuing off to the east and northeast. I'm going to put a track on it because this is one we're going to have to watch. It's moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. The slower it goes, the bigger the flooding concern is going to be. So that little line of storms right there, as we track it to the north and east, it's still going to be in LaGrange at 525. There's just not a high tornado risk right now. But if you know anybody that's out in LaGrange trying to clean up, 525, the strongest wind will be near you. Ashland, Mississippi at 543, Bolivar at 546, Blue Mountain at 615, Ripley, Mississippi at 626, Selmer at 639, Corinth at 701. So we have about another hour and 45 minutes. This storm will be out of our area, and then we will be left with the heavy flooding rain threat. For most of us, that's all we're worried about right now. If you're watching us from Memphis, DeSoto County, Shelby County, and the metro, that severe weather threat is already over. Any severe weather threat now is going to be east of Memphis in this zone, kind of in North Mississippi. It's the zone that the tornado watch was expanded. Those yellow counties, they are still in a tornado watch. Panola, Lafayette, Marshall, Tippah, Benton, Alcorn, Hardeman, and McNary. Those are the counties that we're going to have to watch through at least 7 o'clock, maybe 7:30 for the potential of tornadoes and high wind gusts. After 7:30, I think that warning will be allowed to expire. The rain's going to continue, and then flooding is going to remain even bigger of a concern. So again, those areas, that's what we're watching. Other areas are already done with the severe weather threat. So for Memphis, DeSoto County, Tipton, Lauderdale, Dyer, all of eastern Arkansas, the severe weather threat is over. And you will be more than happy to know that it is over for a while. We do not have another day of this mess. We've gone through 4 days of severe weather. I've lived here 26 years. I've been working here in the business for 4 years, and I cannot remember a week like this where we've had day after day after day after day of extreme severe weather like this. These high severe weather risks back to back to back to back with confirmed tornadoes each day. We've had a confirmed tornado on the ground every day since Wednesday through today, and it is just a wild setup for severe weather, one that's going to be studied in the textbooks for a while. But now that the severe weather threat is ending, this is the last one. So we're going to continue to watch parts of North Mississippi, Hardeman and McNary in Tennessee for at least the next hour and a half, hour 45, to see if those storms can continue to be strong. But other areas, Memphis, along the river, East Arkansas, the severe weather threat is over, and the weather will be improving over the next few days. But again, it's that zone in North Mississippi that we still have to watch. The tornado warning has been dropped for Marshall County, Red Banks, Holly Springs. There's no longer a tornado warning there, but still very high wind gusts that are continuing through Marshall County and moving to the north and east. So that zone right in here, this is what we're going to watch, kind of the same zone that tornado watch was out for, northeast Mississippi and southwest Tennessee, at least parts of it, that the storms could be severe. If you're out of that circle, you're done with the severe weather, but the heavy rain and extreme flooding will continue, and we will focus on that. But I do want to focus on, for right now, that tornado potential. That's kind of the most concerning part to me. Of course, we do have, again, the high wind gusts through Marshall County, very heavy rain, high wind, but no tornado concern right now in Marshall County. We're going to watch that as it moves to the north and east. So Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, McNary, Hardeman counties, watch this storm for about the next hour and a half. The storm we're most concerned about right now is actually in Tallahatchie County and Yalobusha County in North Mississippi. This is actually just south of the area that we cover. This is actually covered by the area where I used to work back in Northeast Mississippi. I worked in Columbus, Mississippi for a couple of years, and that television market covers these areas. But the reason we're talking about it is because that storm is going to be leaving Tallahatchie, leaving Yalobusha counties, and moving to the north and east. That's going to be an issue for Panola County and for Lafayette County as well. So just south of Batesville, the potential is there for some rotation. We've been watching that for the last little bit. It's near Cortland right now. So Cortland, make sure you're in that safe place. This is also pretty close to Batesville. This is another area that could be trying to rotate, trying to produce a tornado. And again, that is very close to Cortland and moving to the north and east. If this continues, which the storm will, definitely with some high wind gusts, the question is going to be, can the tornado potential continue? That's going to put it into Lafayette County and near Oxford at 6:08. So I know Ole Miss is down there, and I know most college kids are not watching the news at 5:18 on a Saturday, especially not with March Madness on other channels and trying to make sure their bracket is still winning out. So I understand that, but if you've got kids down in Oxford and Ole Miss, give them a call. Make sure they're at least watching the weather on their phone, because this could be a tornado concern for Oxford really soon. If you do have a student at Ole Miss, make sure they're watching the weather. They can do that with our ABC 24 app. It's free. Have them search it on their phone, ABC 24. You can watch it there. If they're at home and they have a smart TV, like a Roku, a Fire TV, or an Apple TV, have them search ABC 24 on that, and they can watch our live streaming coverage there. You don't need cable. You don't need a subscription. You don't need to pay anything. It's completely free. But folks in Oxford and at Ole Miss need to be watching this storm carefully. At a minimum, it's going to produce very high wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. But there's also that potential of a tornado. Again, we've got that circulation very close to Cortland, near Pope, about to cross Interstate 55 south of Batesville. That zone right there is still lighting up with some potential rotation. And I'm going to track one more time just to get Oxford in there. That's going to be near Cortland at 5:27, Eureka Springs at 5:34, Taylor, Mississippi at 6:01, Oxford at 6:10, Abbeville, north of Oxford on 7 at about 6:20, and then Denmark at 6:25. So again, there's no warning out for Oxford or Ole Miss right now, but that's just an early heads up. If that storm continues to look the way that it does right now, it is a good bet that we will have a tornado warning come out for Oxford in the next couple of minutes. Going back to this other storm in Marshall County near Holly Springs, still very high wind gusts with this, but that's the only thing we're concerned about right now. It is coming into Benton County and Tippah County, as well as Hardeman County in the next couple of minutes. So that's kind of your heads up. That storm is still packing a punch, even though it doesn't have a tornado warning on it. And the tornado potential is still there in these areas. We could see that ramp back up here at any minute. So now that we've gotten our bases covered on that, I want to really quickly go back to our flooding that is happening here in the Memphis area. This was kind of one of our biggest concerns with this 4-day severe weather potential is the heavy flooding rain. Now, I told you the severe weather threat's over for Memphis, and it is, but notice that it's still raining. And we have several more hours of rain to go. So we got about 6 inches of rain Wednesday. We've already gotten about 4 inches today. There's probably at least 2 or 3 more inches of rain to go. So we're pushing a foot of rain in 4 days. Creeks or streams are already full, and they're already out of their banks in some spots. We've had water rescues in cars that are stuck in flood water, folks having to be rescued out of their apartment, and folks trying to drive through flood water and getting stalled out. So for Memphis, today's a great day to hang out at the house. We have a flash flood emergency for the rest of this evening because flash flooding is going to be such a serious concern in Memphis and the metro, and really all of the Mid-South. Anywhere in the Mid-South has a serious flooding concern for the rest of today and into tonight. And honestly, even though the rain's going to end by tomorrow morning, it's going to take a while for all of that water to filter into those rivers. So think about the Wolf River, the Loosahatchee. I know the Loosahatchee is really high right now. Both of those might not crest until the middle or end of next week as all of that water continues to kind of drain off and filter into those rivers. So flooding, a big concern today and tonight and possibly for the next couple of days. If you live near that flood zone, make sure you're keeping an eye on things. So again, right now, the only tornado warning we have is for Panola County It was for part of Quitman County in Mississippi. That has been cleared out, but we still have an area of rotation near Cortland and Pope in Panola County, Mississippi. And if it holds together, if they decide to extend this tornado warning, it could be an issue for Lafayette County and Oxford very soon. There actually could be a couple of areas of rotation there, one north of Pope, maybe one right on the Panola and Yalobusha County line along Interstate 55. Two zones there. Either one of those could be producing a tornado, at a minimum high wind gusts, for sure high wind, but we also have that potential for a quick tornado to develop at pretty much any minute. So if you are in those areas, go ahead and get in those safe places. We'll draw that out over the next little bit. And here comes a new tornado warning. Just as we were saying, so Oxford now in a tornado warning until 6:15. 6:15, Oxford, you're going to be in this tornado warning until. So that's going to be in your area at about 6:09. Batesville, not far from you right about now. It's mainly south of you, though. Burgess at 5:53. College Hill at 6:05. Oxford and Ole Miss at 6:09. So if you have students at Ole Miss and in Oxford, give them a call. I promise you they are not watching the weather. I was in college not too long ago. It's March Madness. I promise you there are probably 2 people at Ole Miss watching the weather right now. So if you know somebody down there, give them a buzz, give them a text at least. Make sure they're aware that we have a possible tornado coming into town in the next 30 minutes or so, and to be in your tornado safe place. So with that new tornado warning that is for Lafayette County and Oxford, I want to remind you of your tornado safety tips. That's going to be the lowest floor of the building you're in. We have a lot of apartments in Oxford and Ole Miss. So if you're on an upper floor or your student is on an upper floor, make sure they get down to the bottom. A lot of these students are friends with everybody there, so they can go down and hang out with a neighbor on the bottom floor, or get in the office building at the apartment complex, or in their dorm. They've got plans for this kind of thing, so they're probably getting everybody down into the first floor there. But nobody needs to be on the upper floor of an apartment building in Oxford. You want to get in a center portion of whatever room you're in, bathroom, closet, hallway, kind of the centermost portion of your home. Stay away from windows. That's the most important thing. And again, you want to go to the lowest floor that you can. You do not want to be on an upper floor as this storm is approaching Oxford, and a new tornado warning kit, as we said, extended to include Oxford and Ole Miss, as well as much of Lafayette County and Panola County until 6:15.
Where we've seen those recent flash flood warnings and tornado warnings. A lot of this area has seen just a ton of weather in the last couple of days. I want to take you to a quick view here of the full view of our viewing area. Of course, we have that severe thunderstorm warning around Holly Springs. This is into Fayette County, a little bit here of Hardeman County as well, and just a corner of Benton County. That was a previous tornado warning, no longer a tornado warning now. Now we're seeing it moving into the Oxford area, like you've been saying so well. Getting people aware of that around the Ole Miss area. So anyone in this region could see, of course, it's not only Ole Miss here. Anyone could see a tornado developing here. I'm keeping an eye right along I-55 here around the Pope to Batesville area. We've got some pretty heavy rainfall. We're looking at the chance for some of those storms to produce a tornado at any given time. It's in sort of a zone of the radar. I'll jump off my chair here. You can see this band here. You see how it's all at a single distance from the radar. This is sort of a paradox of radar. It's really complicated to explain, more so than some of the other things we've been explaining. But this is where we're kind of blind just with how the radar works. So we can't see right now what's happening between Batesville and Cortland. And of course, you can see just on the borders of that, there's a little bit of that green, a little bit of that red. So I'm going to just draw a little figure 8 here. This area here is where we're seeing some of those inbound winds heading north. This is some of the outbound winds heading south. And it's this area where we could see some rotation. Again, we apologize, we're kind of blind here with the radar. It just happens sometimes. Sometimes the Weather Service, hopefully they can flip the mode of it so that we move that paradox out just a little bit. But that's where we could see some rotation on one side of that. Of course, really anywhere along this portion, we could see that rotation developing on that storm as well. So I want to take a look just downstream. This is Highway 278, Wildwood Drive. This is Mississippi 35 here, where we've had where we could expect that area of rotation to move in over the next short while here. Of course, we are seeing some of those just a last little bit. It may. I'm reading just a little bit here from the National Weather Service. This southern storm looks like this may pass just south of the Ole Miss Oxford area. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Of course, it's still well downstream. You still have plenty of time to get prepared for this thunderstorm. And of course, just south towards the Coffeyville area, there's other areas of rotation too. So multiple spots here where we're monitoring. Batesville right now, I hope you are in your shelter. If you aren't yet, you should be as very shortly too. Looking back up towards Holly Springs, I'm going to give Holly Springs the clear for the tornado threat, of course. We've seen just that leading edge of that storm. Of course, the tornado warning had already expired, but that we do still have the severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. Now I think, though, Holly Springs is behind that threat. They are drafting a new, there is the new severe thunderstorm warning. So I'll give you that info here on the screen. Of course, it's now pretty wide area, still tornado possible, still in the area until 6:30 p.m. here. So we'll put that up there. This goes up towards Bolivar. Sorry, you're behind that box, but Benton, Hardeman, Marshall, McNary, into Tippah County, a little bit of Alcorn County there, and back through southern Marshall County. This is the whole area, and even a little bit there of Fayette County. We've got that area under this new severe thunderstorm warning. So this warning is for the likelihood of seeing a tornado that could develop and quarter-sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds, not the threat with this. That's some good news, but we could still see some large hail within that thunderstorm. We haven't looked much at hail today, but I want to show you the hail product just so that we can see where that hail may be developing. It looks like it crossed over the Interstate 22 corridor there, maybe moving towards Grand Junction there in the Fayetteville and not Fayetteville, excuse me, Fayette and Hardeman counties there. We could see some small hail up to an inch in diameter. So a couple of thoughts with that as well. But the tornado threat here still looks like we have that sort of blind spot. This patch here, not quite as much in that blind spot now. But we do have a pretty broad area of rotation just south of Batesville. I'm going to do something here. Excuse me, I'm using a tool on my phone on a specific radar app that this system doesn't have, but another one that we do have that's not routed right now does have a elevation tool. So what I'm looking at is how far away this area of rotation is here from the Millington radar site. It's almost 75 miles away, and the beam height is at 6,500 feet. So this is very tall, like it's over a mile into the sky. So that's where we're seeing this broad rotation. A tornado is very tight circulation. I'll get you your measure tool here. That area is about 10 miles across of where we're seeing some of that broad rotation. No tornado is ever 10 miles across. The biggest ones are 1 to 2 miles. Those are the big, massive ones that are out towards the, usually towards the Central Plains, but we could see anywhere within this area possibly develop a small tornado, so we've got to keep that in mind. Of course, a new tornado warning now issued for the Coffeyville area into far southern parts of, of Lafayette County here, where we could see another tornado. That's, of course, the one that we see back here along Interstate 55. So if you knew anyone who left Batesville and was going south, let them know that there is a tornado warning just outside our viewing area, but moving into southern Lafayette County very soon as well. As we get a look at radar here, we still see some of those thunderstorms across this area producing some pretty immense lightning. It's not just the tornado threats, but also the lightning threat we've got to be very careful about across this area here. Looking at some views of some local storm chasers who are out looking at some of these storms. Some folks from the Tupelo area are relaying photos of these storms that have some decent lowerings on those clouds. Likely could see some hail in the Tillatoba to Charleston area. That's, of course, outside of our viewing area, but still, these storms are strong enough where they could produce some hail. and some high winds, and of course the tornado threat. One thing I'm seeing here that makes it a little bit easier to see, it doesn't have that radar paradox so much, is around the Batesville area from the Columbus, Mississippi radar site. You can see a bit more of that rotation there. So we've got that inbound, outbound, and then also south towards the Charleston area. We've got that area of rotation here. That'll eventually cross past Water Valley into southern parts of Lafayette County. I want to get the information of how fast these are moving. So the southern storm is around 45. The northern storm, about 40 miles per hour. So I'll get a track on the northern storm first here. Moving northeast around 40 miles per hour. There's 40. Push it out towards the northeast here. So downstream of the warning, we'll get some information on those times in a moment. But Batesville, of course, is happening right now. You need to be in your safe place. Burgess, you need to be in your safe place by 5:50, so you can ride this out. 5:56 is what the time estimate's there. Around 6 o'clock around Aylesville. College Hill around 6:07. Eventually, College Hill is probably the Oxford and Ole Miss area, excuse me. Abbeville, we're looking at around 6:16. Galena, we could see that downstream towards your area around 6:23, and Burt at almost 6:30. Meanwhile, that southern storm moving towards southern parts of Fayette County is moving around 45 miles per hour. So I want to get that warning there. Pardon me as I redo this draw here. Around 45 miles per hour, so we'll move that towards the northeast, and we'll talk about these areas here. So Velma, you're downstream of this, around 4:45. We could be seeing that arriving to your area. You need to be sheltered before then by 5 minutes. Looking at towards Banner, we're looking at 6:08. Delay there, probably delay there around 6:15. Eventually to Denmark around 6:20 in Lafayette County. So keep that in mind. We could see that storm moving into your vicinity very, very soon. Across this area. So looking at a more broad view, of course, some folks may just be tuning in for regular programming. We apologize if we're covering up your shows this evening. We are probably going to cover our own program of the 6 p.m. news. We'll see what things look like in the next 25 minutes. But we do have a lot of heavy rain across the Mid-South. We've been talking about this for the last several days here. We've had 4 days now of tornado watches and multiple warnings across the entire Mid-South. Overnight nocturnal storms that have done immense amounts of damage. We have seen some terrible reports of loss of life and property across the Mid-South, anywhere from Arkansas to Tennessee to Mississippi. All 3 of our states have been issued states of emergency approved by the state and federal governments here. So, of course, we're going to be seeing a lot of recovery efforts in the coming days and weeks, and some places maybe even the coming months or years, as we've seen some very dramatic footage of some devastating tornadoes around the area. We've also started to see some flash flooding here in the Memphis area. We have a flash flood emergency in place. We've talked about this at length. This whole area shaded in the brightest of blue. This is where we could see some life-threatening flash flooding of rivers, of creeks, of streams, of drainage ditches, of roads, of areas around houses. If you live sort of in a basin, or if you have a hill uphill, that water could begin to flow over the ground into your home. So be aware of that. Be ready to evacuate if you need to. The tornado warning that was into Lafayette, Calhoun, and Yalobusha counties there in Mississippi, that's the one that's just outside our viewing area coming into southern Lafayette County. That has been upgraded to 1.5-inch diameter hail, so some large hail showing up with the storm that is down towards this area. So we'll pop that back up. They're also adding here, just as a reset back to that flash flooding threat, the National Weather Service just reminding everyone that we need to urge and stress people to not drive through flooded roadways. It is now getting dark. I hadn't really realized what the timing was, but with it being such a cloudy day, we're going to start to see the dark time come a little bit sooner. Of course, sunset doesn't come for another hour and a half or so across much of the area, about an hour and 45 minutes for Memphis, but we could still see very dark conditions just because of the clouds. So it's going to be impossible to see how deep that floodwater is, especially at nightfall. You can't really see it during the day. You especially can't see it at night. It just looks dark. You get the reflection of the lights from other cars as well, so you will likely be put into a dangerous situation if you go through flooded roads, if you go through standing water or moving water. Both can be very dangerous, because if you flood out and someone behind you doesn't realize that you have come to a stop, they may come and plow into you as well. Some very, very dangerous flooding around Memphis as well. Looking down towards the Alabusha County tornado warning here, they're saying that they've got some pretty decent wind gusts with this storm, so I want to keep that in mind, as that's 2 areas of rotation outside of Batesville. Here we've got some rotation there, and outside of Coffeyville in the Alabusha County, we've got some pretty intense rotation on these storms. Of course, we're talking about Yalabusha, not technically in our viewing area, and I apologize in advance, in retrospect, if I have been mispronouncing that. Drop me a line on Facebook, Kit Thomas, meteorologist Kit Thomas, just to let me know if I'm mispronouncing any town. Just let me know kindly, please, and I'd appreciate that. I can't really check chat at the moment, but that'll be moving up towards southern parts of Lafayette County, and of course this area outside of outside of Batesville is moving to Lafayette County as well. Oxford, Ole Miss, you want to be ready to shelter. If we're talking about dorms, the best places to shelter in a dorm is on a lower floor, not an upper floor. Lower floor, either in the office of the dorm or of any of the school buildings as well. Lowest floor, interior room. Bathrooms are frequently one of the best places to be. They're often an interior room. They're often a good, strong, sturdy storm shelter as well. If you can't find an interior room like a bathroom, perhaps a hallway. If you have the hallway in the academic buildings, and then you've got the walls of the hall to the classrooms, and then the exterior walls past those, that's also going to be a good place to be. Looking at this latest scan that just came in from the Columbus, Mississippi radar site, I'm seeing that area of rotation there crossing from Panola to Lafayette County there. That may be a new place where we're looking at of a potential for a tornado. I want to cross-reference it here with the latest scan here. So yeah, that's right sort of where you can sort of see that V shape there. That's where we've got sort of this embedded supercell, and that's a potential for that larger hail I mentioned a minute ago. That's where we're seeing some larger hailstones up to 1.5 inches in diameter there as well. So we're keeping that in mind. We could see some large hail on that storm. Looking up towards the other storm here, Bolivar, of course, you've also had that severe thunderstorm warning in place. We're seeing some of that heavy rainfall, the likelihood of some small hail to develop within that. Excuse me. Tornado is possible with these thunderstorms. It is not enough of a threat to warrant a tornado warning at the moment, but we could still see some hail damage, up to quarter-sized hail with some of these thunderstorms here into parts of the Holly Springs area, Benton County, into Fayette and Hardeman County there. I apologize if I hesitate on some of these names. Brain's getting a little tired. But I'm definitely getting down a lot of these names, the streets and towns. I'll eventually remember them for years to come, I'm sure. There is a wall cloud on the Tillatoba warned storm, so I believe that is outside of our viewing area. So that's not a primary concern for us. Though we do still see on the Columbus radar a much more decent, Trevor, look at that. We've got a much more decent area of rotation from the Columbus radar outside of Burgess. So now's the time to take action. Of course, we've been telling you, know where your tornado safety shelter. So Burgess, Ole Miss, Oxford. Of course, it muddles up there as it's representing both. This is Oxford and Ole Miss. That's where we could see this area here of some very rapid rotation that is tightened up in the last couple of scans. It's become much more better organized there. You can even see it from 70 miles away here from the Millington radar site. That area of rotation very, very strong for how far up into the cloud it is. I'm just going to keep an eye on CC on the debris. It's really too early and too high for that to show up. But you can really tell in the reflectivity, you've got that hook echo embedded within the rain. So here's the thing, Ole Miss, Oxford, if you are in this tornado warning, if we're talking about that area of rotation, you're not going to be able to see it because all of this heavy rain is between you and that storm. So I want you to be, not look at it, not try and find it, as this is tightening up very quickly, Trevor. Ole Miss definitely needs to take shelter now.
I'll give you a breath here. You did a little bit by yourself while I was dealing with some stuff in the newsroom there. If you delete your data set out and bring it back in, that cluttered label should go away. But yeah, we do have a strong now area of rotation, a couple of stronger areas of rotation. This is coming up to Oxford and coming up to Ole Miss. And again, I want to reemphasize, March Madness is on right now. And nobody in Oxford is probably watching us to watch the weather. They're probably all trying to watch basketball. They're streaming basketball. I get that. Everybody wants to know if their number one pick is gonna make it. I get it. We'll have to wait for that later. But if you can call anybody you know at Ole Miss or in Oxford and let them know, keep the basketball game on, but at least watch the weather on your phone, because we do have a possible tornado now coming into Oxford and Ole Miss right now. It's not far at all from kind of the outskirts of town. So there it is. It's about 8 or 9 miles away, and a stronger sign of rotation there, right about there. So what I'm going to do is kind of zoom in and get down to the street level and show you where this is. These are mainly county roads, County Road 344, 313, 343, 338, and then it's going to come up County Road 303 right there to 278, and then that's when it's going to get into Oxford and into the Ole Miss campus, which is right over there on the west side of town. So again, another heads up, folks in Oxford and folks in Ole Miss should be sheltering. There should be nobody out on the square right now. Again, it's 5:40 on a Saturday evening when March Madness is on. It's probably packed out there. But if you know somebody that is near Ole Miss, is in Oxford, maybe out on the square, just keep a very close eye on this and be in your tornado safe place. Again, if you're joining us from Ole Miss or from Oxford, you do have a tornado warning and a possible tornado not far from town, coming up 278 on the west side. So if you're in Oxford and Ole Miss, I want you to seek shelter now. That's the basement or smallest center room of your house. You want to stay away from windows and cover yourself. If you are in a multi-story building, you want to be in the lowest level that you can get, as far down as you can go on the first floor, because you do not want to be on an upper level. There's a lot of dorms, there's a lot of apartment buildings in Oxford and on campus, so nobody should be up on those upper levels. You got to come down to the first level of those buildings and seek shelter there. Again, this is just crossing into Lafayette County. It's south of 278, even stronger there with that last update. So again, what we're looking at here is the wind in the storm. Reds are going south, greens are coming north. You've got strong signs of rotation right there, and that is the area that would be producing a tornado. This thing is still moving off to the north and east at about 40 miles an hour, so that's not quite highway speed, but think about how long it takes when you're on 278 and you're coming in from Batesville. When you hit the Lafayette County line, how long does it take to get to Oxford? Not very long, and that's where this tornado is right now, and it is coming into Oxford if it is on the ground. 5:59, you've got about 10 minutes to be in your safe place if you're in Oxford or on the Ole Miss campus. Thankfully, right now, there is no indication that this is a tornado confirmed on the ground. This is issued because there's enough rotation in the cloud to indicate that a tornado could develop at any minute. And you'll excuse that purple on the radar. That's just the radar kind of adjusting how far out its scan goes. We should get a better look here in just a second. But you can still see that rotation south of Burgess. And then again, there's Highway 278 that runs into Oxford right there. So again, if you are in this zone, western Lafayette County into Oxford, that possible tornado is going to be coming up into town in the next 10 minutes. Hopefully it does not touch down, but I'd rather you be safe than sorry. And if you're in Ole Miss, if you're in Oxford, if you're on the square, be in that tornado safe place. I'm almost tempted to put text on the screen because I know so many bars are usually have ABC on, but they don't have the sound on. So I'm almost tempted to make a graphic that says, Oxford seek shelter, but hopefully they've at least got the captions on the screen. But if you know anybody in Oxford that might be out at a restaurant or a bar enjoying some of those games that are on TV today, make sure they know they need to be in a safe place. This tornado could develop very quickly. We've seen that in the last few days, that these tornadoes develop, rather rapidly and can produce damage if they do touch down. Back in the back, if we could there are traffic cameras in Oxford. If we could go on MDOT and look at a traffic camera on Highway 278 on the western side of Oxford, there should be some cameras there. I would look at like 278 and Jackson Avenue, that area on the west side of Oxford, right at the Ole Miss campus entrance off of, kind of Jackson Avenue and 278. That's where this possible circulation and possible tornado is going to track. Kit, almost two separate areas there of possible rotation. You've got some combination of wind there and then some more combination of wind there. As we just lost some data there. Hopefully that new data will come in. Thankfully, I got the circles drawn in time before it went away. But those two zones did have areas of rotation in them. One is near Aylesville. That is near Highway 278 and County Road 105, about 4 miles west of Oxford. And then we have another area of circulation south of 278. There's the new scan. And Kit, I'm becoming more concerned, I think, about the northern one. But both of them, honestly, look to be concerning. These could be two separate areas of rotation, two separate possible tornadoes. I guess we're having some issue with the radar. They might be trying to adjust that frequency out to get the right scan for that area, but two separate areas of rotation now on the west side of Oxford, both of these approaching town, one of them kind of right into Oxford and the other one maybe a little bit on the north side of Oxford. So as we zoom out kind of to a Lafayette County view, you can almost see those white dots that I circled where that rotation might be. I'm going to track out both of them as we get the scan back. I'm going to redo that track here and make sure I include everything in it. As it moves to the north and east, Oxford at 5:58. So these two possible tornadoes along this line of thunderstorms is going to be into Oxford at 5:58. So everybody in Oxford and on the campus of Ole Miss, Kit, they need to be in their safe place. And I'm curious what you think about those multiple possible areas of rotation, maybe even another one south of it. Down near Taylor, there could be another one right in there. But that whole front edge of that line of storms could be having some of those spin-up tornadoes there.
Yeah, I was definitely looking at that right around where you were saying it as well. Of course, I'm covering up this image here, but of course, if you are in Oxford, you do need to seek shelter. I did exactly what Trevor was saying there of putting that info on, as we could see a lot of folks might have the audio turned off. So Oxford, you need to seek shelter. Of course, this is where we're looking at the chance for some rotation to be rolling into this area as well. Many of these storms have been producing tornadoes very quickly, very briefly. It's very difficult to warn these kind of things and know exactly where they form and when they lift. So there's that consideration with that as well. So again, Oxford, seek shelter. Hopefully anyone, like you said, at a bar who may be watching other sports on other channels could see that as well. Looking at the debris detector, it's difficult right now because this area is it's picking up on some hail, some heavy rainfall, so that's not showing any debris. Looking back towards the radar, I want to show velocity. That's some of that rotation. Looks like exactly where Trevor was pointing there, where we've got some of that area of rotation starting up there south of Water Valley, so intense rotation down that direction. But that's more elevated view from the Columbus, Mississippi site there. But like Trevor was showing, there's sort of this zigzag nature right through in here where we've got those reds and greens coming together. That's my main concern. I think, Trevor, you were right. That northern rotating part of the storm is beginning to take over a little bit. And one thing I'm noticing here, Trevor, is that area where it sort of splits just to the south, where it sort of curves forward. Of course, this is looking from the north, but that curve forward of where that inbound outbound is showing up tells me that's probably the rear flank downdraft getting punched forward. So that's probably why this one up here is getting a little more intense. And I want to compare that area right here sort of with that shape. So, okay, you see how that red punches forward? That's basically where the back end of the storm is getting winds that are pulling around the area that had that rotation, and it gets this punch of wind. Sometimes you'll see on that classic hook echo structure of a supercell, if I were to just draw a quick supercell here, sometimes you'll see where the hook echo comes down on this southern flank. Sometimes you'll see it sort of have this sort of backward C shape, and of course I'm covering up all that, but effectively we're seeing likely that storm intensifying with an embedded supercell at the moment. So that is where we're starting to see some very intense rotation. If I go back to the same product I had, of course, strong winds over Oxford and Ole Miss. One thing I want to mention is anyone who lives off campus or maybe lives up towards Abbeville, if you are a student at Oxford, at Ole Miss there in Oxford, you may still live a little while away. I, of course, commuted for most of my college career, so we could see that impact some communities just outside of Ole Miss there. So all these students, of course, College Hill right there showing up on the map. We could still see some of these storms rolling in very, very quickly in the next little bit. It's been a couple minutes since that last scan. If I just zoom it back, you can sort of see the last few scans here from here up to College Hill. Keep that where your eye is. That's where we're seeing some of that rotating in very quickly. And Trevor, look at that, the last scan. This is exactly what we were talking about, how it goes in, and it's out. It's just that quick contact of that rotation where we can see the red and green come together, produce a tornado, and lift. So, of course, we didn't get any confirmation of a tornado. I want to look at the debris detector, and it's really just too much noise to be able to use that product to confirm. So that's unfortunate, but it could be fortunate that we haven't seen a debris ball as well. It's just more of a tool that we can't utilize to its full potential. I'm a little surprised that they haven't put a new tornado warning on this, but of course, the National Weather Service, I don't mean to be critical. I mean, just wondering their process. They may be working on it as well. The Abbeville area, I still am concerned about it because you can sort of see that reflectivity there, how it's curled back in. We've got some heavy, heavy rainfall on that as well. So many of these storms, of course, have produced tornadoes, possibly that we just haven't been able to see. Because they are so quick. And right there, we've got another little area of contact. Again, I was saying they're going to be quick burst potentials for a tornado if they do develop. So we're keeping that in mind. Of course, Oxford probably seeing some pretty strong winds coming out of the south right now. So those winds are probably bending some trees around, ripping off some of those recent leaves as the trees have just started up here. All right, some folks who have been joining back in, of course, we're looking here across northern Mississippi. We aren't under a severe thunderstorm warning in Memphis. The extreme flash flooding, the flash flood emergency is still ongoing. Don't have that on this graphic. We've got some severe thunderstorm warnings here across parts of Fayette County, Hardeman County, McNairy County, Benton, Tippah, and Alcorn County, also parts of Marshall County. We're mainly focusing around the Oxford area right now. Ole Miss is under a tornado warning, and we have seen some indications of some tight couplets, some tight rotation there. Anytime we're talking about tight, we're talking about the winds that are moving from the inbound to the outbound, and we see wherever we have these bright greens touching the bright reds, which we've seen a couple of times here. We've seen just this brief contact here, maybe a very tight vortex that could have started up there, and it may have begun to form a wall cloud, and then it is still showing some of that contact in the last couple of scans. So we could still see anywhere along this gray line, a quick tornado could spark up right there in the vicinity of Ole Miss. So we're keeping that in mind. Of course, we're hoping everyone's staying safe down there. Hopefully, whenever we've been talking about tornado safety, if you are on campus at Ole Miss seeking shelter in an interior room, so you probably have a good sturdy hallway in the middle of the building on the lowest floor. That'll be a good spot. If there's a basement you can access, that's a great spot to be in. Just avoiding doors and windows, avoiding anything on the outer side of the building. And of course, dorms. If you are on a high-rise dorm, I'm not familiar with what the dorms look like there, but you know, where I went to college, there were like 10, 12 floors on some of the dorms. So you want to get all the way down to the bottom. The stairwell is a good, safe place to be. The office there, of course, if there's no windows, will be a good place to be as well. So we're coming up here at the top of the hour when ABC 24 News at 6 would normally start, but right there, Trevor, we're getting another hot pixel once again. So yeah, College Hill.
I'm most worried about right now is College Hill, kind of over campus and on the north side. So campus is right there on the west side of Oxford, kind of just to the west of that label down there. And then College Hill, you've got a lot of communities, like you said, Kit, apartment buildings that are north of Oxford. That's where this possible tornado is. So if you're up near College Hill, north on 7 toward Abbeville, safe places now. This thing is really trying to tighten up. I want to zoom in here where this is right now. We have a new tornado warning coming out. So guys, we will not have a 6 p.m. newscast. At least not a normal one. We're going to continue to do weather coverage, but we will not do anything that we had planned for right now. We do have a tornado warning that is going to be coming out for a new one that's going to be coming out for the rest of Lafayette County. But we have a possible tornado down right now north of Oxford, very close to Oxford. There's Highway 7 right there. There's Long Meadow Drive, Center Point Drive, Starling Crest. So this is going to be some of those apartment complexes. Woodland Hills Drive, County Road 299, County Road 101, and then this is County Road 166. We're right over Cedar Brook Drive. This is County Road 102 and Forest Grove Road. So again, this is near the College Hill area of Lafayette County, north of Oxford. Really, I think it's still within the city limits, but a lot of those apartment complexes are up there where the student housing. So if you know anybody up there, make sure they are taking shelter right now. This thing has not shown signs of touching down yet, but it is really close. Very high wind gust that could be trying to rotate now, and it's going to be wrapped in rain. So there's no point in going to try to go out and see it. You're not going to see this. If I switch over to the radar, you'll see how hard it's raining right now as we come into 6 o'clock and the ABC 24 News at 6, which we are going to continue with weather here in lieu of our normal newscast. If you are just joining us, I'll do a very quick reset before we get back. We have a potential tornado north of Oxford near the College Hill community of Lafayette County. There's a tornado warning there until 6:45. That also includes parts of Marshall County and parts of Benton County. I'm meteorologist Trevor Burchett, meteorologist Kit Thomas also joining us for day 4 of extreme severe weather coverage. There is also extreme flooding in parts of the Mid-South, including here in Memphis. We're no longer concerned about severe weather in Memphis, but the dangerous flooding threat in Memphis and the rest of the Mid-South will continue. This is the zone we're concerned about. Again, this is near Oxford. Oxford's getting that heavy rain and high wind, but it's on the north side of town that we have a possible tornado. There could be another one now on the south side of town. So 2 separate areas of rotation. This is the one I'm most concerned about right now. It's near College Hill, and it's about to cross Highway 7 north of Oxford. I'm going to zoom out a bit and kind of move this down to the south because there's another zone of rotation. This one is near Water Valley, Mississippi. And just a moment ago, we had a report of a funnel cloud near Water Valley. No indication if that actually touched down. But as we zoom out, we'll kind of show you 2 separate areas of rotation. One north of Oxford coming into Abbeville. We need you in your safe place, Abbeville. And another one for the southern portion of Lafayette County. I'm going to track out this southern circulation here over the next little bit. I'll do it out to about New Albany here. That's going to be near Paris at 6:09, Toccopola at 6:37, Thaxton at 6:46, Springville at 6:50, Buchanan at 6:56, Pontotoc at 6:03, Cherry Creek at 6:08, and Glenfield at 7:15. So 7:03 for Pontotoc, 7:08 in Cherry Creek, and 7:15 in Glenfield. That's going to be mainly southern Lafayette County. This particular zone is not going to impact Oxford. That area of rotation is going to be to the south and move into Pontotoc County. What I'm more concerned about right now is up near Abbeville, and this area of rotation that's near the College Hill community, that's about to cross Highway 7, which is right here, and there's Abbeville. So this possible tornado near College Hill, north of Oxford, crossing Highway 7, coming up to County Road 210. I'm going to track out this area of rotation because this is now extended. This tornado warning is extended into southern Marshall County and southern Benton County. So we'll track this off to the north and east. That's near Abbeville in just a matter of moments. Bethlehem at 632. Potts Camp at 640, and then Hickory Flat at 648. So if that rotation remains strong, it's going to be in the southern portion of Tippah County and the southern portion of Benton County here within the next little bit. Again, this new tornado warning for Oxford, Abbeville, Potts Camp, and Hickory Flat until 6:45, with a possible tornado now on the north side of Oxford. Oxford, you are getting the very high wind and the heavy rain. I don't know if we have that picture still up from Oxford, and this data seems to be going in and out a little bit, so you'll forgive us, but that actually gives you a slightly better view of these warnings. And again, we have that one area of circulation off near Abbeville and another one kind of coming in from the south. So Oxford right now, you're dealing with very high wind gusts and some very heavy rain right now. I think the area of circulation, at least the biggest concern right now, is going to be on the north side of Oxford. We have several areas in here that could be trying to spin near College Hill and along Highway 7 on the north side of Oxford. Near Highway 7 and Highway 30, just on the north side of Oxford, that's a zone where there could be some rotation. All of these rotation zones could produce a tornado at any minute. They're all moving to the northeast at about 30 or 35 miles an hour. So one more track on those. Abbeville at 6:05. That's pretty much right now. So Abbeville, you have to be in your tornado safe place. Potts Camp at 6:35, and then Hickory Flat at 6:46. Again, this is the only storm we're concerned about right now in Lafayette County with a possible tornado. But Kit, we're going to be watching this one for the next little bit with kind of two separate zones of circulation, one on the north side of Lafayette and then one coming in on the southern side of Lafayette County.
That's right, Trevor. And of course, we want to emphasize that you will not see these tornadoes coming. This is the type of high precipitation event where they are rain wrapped. You cannot see them. They are heavy, heavy, heavy curtains of rain obscuring it. So if we just see this, of course, you see the heavy rainfall. That's on the heavier end of the scale. This would be more onto the hail side of things. We're not seeing so much hail here, but heavy rainfall. And if we use this little investigator tool, we can reveal that's where we've got the rotation right there south of Abbeville, and that right there is completely obscured by rain, so you will not see a tornado coming in. You need to be taking shelter regardless. This one also is obscured by the rain, so we cannot see where the tornado would be from the north, maybe from the east, but we don't want you to be going out looking for this. Just trust us for now. We can see what does occur after the fact, of course. So I want to stress that something the National Weather Service is also including in their messaging as well, as we just cannot see these storms that are coming through. So Oxford, Highway 7 up to Abbeville, everyone along that area, that corridor needs to be sheltered, as that storm could very well be on the ground at any given time. So we're keeping that in mind. Of course, that is one of the things we've seen. Only a couple of these storms early on were quite so obscured with such a significant radar signature showing up there. So we can see that we've got that area here. Of course, we're getting a little bit of the range folding with those winds. So that tells me that we've got very fast winds here, strong winds here as well. So that's the rotation, Abbeville right there along Highway 7. So let's zoom in on that area of rotation here. We've got a few county roads showing up as well, but I want to add a few more on just right there in the Abbeville area. We've got Park Road, Long Street, the east end of Long Street, and the west end as well. We've got West Long Street, Business 7 south there, County Road 215. As Long Street turns south and becomes just the county road, loses Long Street's name. 215 County Road there, could still see that storm across that area, and we're getting just those latest scans there. I'll give you just the idea of how strong these winds are. They're saying they're 74 miles that way, but these are actually going to be inbound winds that could be on the more severe side there. So very, very strong winds showing up there. Sometimes difficult to know how much they're wrapping back around on the scale. So we've mentioned before, anytime you see this kind of range folding, basically it's going so fast this direction. It might not be on this side, but it's going fast that direction that it wraps back around to the other end of the scale and puts it into that 74 mile an hour wind outbound. So we're very concerned that that tornado could be on the ground very, very soon. It's got some very strong inflow with that. We've got that latest scan now, and look at that. That incredibly strong wind is now gone. So this is that further confirmation of they're going to be in and out, and we could see them develop without very much lead time on that warning. Of course, looking towards the south here, Paris, Mississippi, DeLay, Mississippi. That's an area where we're also seeing another rotating storm. That's going to be outside of the Oxford area. So this Oxford, you're pretty much in the clear now, I'll say, from that initial tornado warning threat that we've got off to your north now. College Park probably also, or College Hill, excuse me, out of the immediate threat of that. Abbeville, you're still very near that, so I wouldn't venture out just yet. As of course, we're seeing some very heavy rainfall. The severe threat in Tennessee, this severe threat is probably going to drop as they're dropping it from quarter-sized hail to penny-sized hail, about 3/4 of an inch. So it's likely less of a severe thunderstorm threat up that direction. So we're keeping that in mind as well. Excuse me. We've got a report south of Thaxton. Is that in our viewing area? Thaxton is close. Excuse me, Thaxton of a rotating wall cloud. So that's probably on this lower warning here. Again, just outside of our viewing area, very near. So we're keeping that in mind. Of course, the Abbeville area, again, I want to stress, stay in your safe place, stay inside for now as that storm is moving out. Sometimes the tornado threat isn't exactly lined up with where we see that grouping of the reds and greens there, those inbound and outbound winds. Of course, we are in the time when we would normally be doing our 6 p.m. newscast as the radar sweeps around, bringing you the latest information. Of course, radar is never a live image, but it is a representation of what has happened very, very recently. We have recently seen some very strong winds and rotating winds across parts of the viewing area. As we look here on the radar, we've got heavy rainfall that has fallen across most of Memphis, and we've got even more heavy rain on the way across parts of Arkansas. So that's why we have an extreme threat for a flash flood emergency in the Memphis metro. Of course, that's not shown on this map. I'll add it to it here. We can look at some of those flood alerts. We've got a flash flood warning to our south here around Holly Springs, the considerable flash flood warning in the darker blue, and in the darkest blue, this is, the flash flood emergency. Want to keep an eye on that tornado warning, though. Of course, this area here, this tornado warning, we could see these storms persist for a while, moving towards the Tupelo area. I've been looking at some other things here that are showing some incredible potential for rotation as these storms continue to push east. So things are going to remain active in northern Mississippi. Of course, we do have a tornado watch out across northern Mississippi over the next several hours until midnight tonight. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning, the multiple tornado warnings. One good thing, Memphis, we are no longer in that tornado watch. Fayette County, no longer in the tornado watch. Of course, all of Shelby County, DeSoto, Tate, Tunica, Quitman, and Coahoma counties, we have all been dropped from the tornado watch. We are done with that threat. If you've been following us for the last several hours today, that is some very welcome news, I am sure, as well. So a few of those threats that we have with the tornado watch we have is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1.5-inch diameter hail. And of course, those warnings could be going all the way until midnight tonight when we have that watch expiring. though we will still see the flooding threat all the way through our Sunday morning. Of course, it's Saturday today. We've seen over the last several hours this whole complex of storms pushing east and northeast. As they've been flowing northeast, the whole system is inching its way towards the east, and we will eventually clear things out. As we look back towards the Ozarks here, we're starting to see some clearing of the radar. Still some clouds up there from that area. We have a new tornado warning. I want to bring that attention to you as this is going to leave our viewing area and re-enter it. We've got a nice hook echo right there showing up very, very clearly on the radar, so that's probably going to show a very clear velocity showing there. It looks like this might be a little bit delayed. Perhaps that's just right there in that corner, so it should look like that. So maybe that was, you'll forgive me as I think on my feet, that may be more of an artifact of just the storm. It's not showing any rotation on velocity, but back towards the lower part, that's far more southern part, is the better area of rotation, of more notable rotation on the velocity product here. Of course, we still are keeping an eye on that storm on the northern side. Some still decent, moderate rotation outside of Abbeville. Trevor?
Kit, we've got a storm chaser on this one. This is, like you said, in Thaxton, and this is looking west on Highway 278. He's actually got his drone up right now. So I want to take you live out to the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, and that at the bottom of your screen, that is where you're going to see his drone footage as he's kind of keeping an eye on this thunderstorm. You can see that wall cloud. Wow, do you see that strike of lightning right there? Kind of illuminating that base of the cloud. So that is your wall cloud that you're seeing kind of on the, the middle portion, the portion of the cloud that's lowering a little bit. And again, this is a live look from Thaxton, Mississippi. That's in Lafayette County. I apologize. I guess we lost his feed there. We'll watch that, though, for the next little bit. But that's in far eastern Lafayette County and far western Pontotoc County. And he has his drone up there along Highway 278 looking at that area of rotation here as what Kit was just talking about is pretty much crossing over Highway 278 in just a couple of minutes here. So now new areas of rotation south and east of Oxford. This is really close to Highway 278 near Thaxton, and it's continuing to increase in intensity just to the south of Altus, and this is all east of Oxford. So Oxford, the tornado threat has passed you, but it is going to be in eastern Lafayette County at this point. So several signs of rotation. We still have signs of rotation also north of Abbeville, near Malone. There are signs of rotation here. So we have several areas that there could be tornadoes developing. So this is really close to Yakima and the Yakima River. There's Denmark, Mississippi, and Lafayette Springs. This is on Highway 278. If there is a tornado, this is where it's going to be. And it's going to be, again, crossing Highway 278 east of Oxford near the Denmark and Yakima communities. And we have that storm chaser on it. I'm looking at his drone feed to see if he can see anything that might be down on the ground. We're going to watch right at the bottom. You see what's on the phone there? That's his drone that he has in the air, and you can see that lowering cloud base. I don't see anything touching the ground right at this moment, but again, this is near Thaxton, Mississippi, and this is for a possible tornado near Tula and Denmark on Highway 278 on the east side of Oxford. And right there he has it. We'll watch it for a little bit here in the video while I'll see if we catch anything on it and just keep an eye on that. But that lowering base, and you see Highway 278 right there at the bottom of the screen, that's really indicative of some rotation, potentially strong rotation that could develop a tornado at literally any moment. So thank you for keeping his video up in the vid wall. We'll come back to me on cam for now, and I'll be able to see that feed if something does pop up. But this is a possible tornado, a strong sign of rotation near Yakima and DeLay in Lafayette County, crossing Highway 278 near Denmark, Mississippi. So Denmark, Lafayette Springs, Altus, Kiel on the east side of Oxford. Again, the tornado threat has passed Oxford now, but we have a possible tornado developing on the east side of Lafayette County that is near Denmark and that is up toward Etta in Union County, Mississippi. This is going to go toward Union County and eventually up toward New Albany. So that's area number 1. That's what we have our storm chaser on that we're going to watch. Area number 2, still signs of rotation with this one as well. This is past Abbeville, Mississippi, and passing into southern Marshall County, and then eventually into Benton and Tippah County. So this entire thunderstorm complex here is very strong. And again, there are several areas in here that could be producing tornadoes. Kid, I do think I'm more concerned about that southern area that's about to cross Highway 278 east of Oxford. Nobody needs to be driving right there right now.
Yeah, I definitely think this is definitely the case where we see the southern storm becoming dominant. I think it's going to skip out of our viewing area just a little bit as well. But I still want to be very conscientious about this storm moving through parts of Marshall County. That one could still bring some pretty intense winds, number 1, but also it's still rotating. The thing is, we haven't seen it weaken to nothing. We've seen it cycling. So when we say cycling, it's going from weak to strong to weak again, and now it's back up to strong now. So we're seeing that, changing of that rotation, where that could tighten up into a tornado in one of that strengthening phases. So that back and forth certainly could be something we see down the line. Of course, looking at their stream now, it doesn't look like there's any development, so that's good. But downstream, of course, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning from these 2 warnings towards Bolivar, towards the Grand Junction area, of course, towards Walnut. Places that were already affected: Middleton, Brody, Faulkner, Ashland, Early Grove. We could see these storms eventually moving in, and we could have a similar setup. Not going to be the exact same, but we could have a similar setup of where we have this line of storms that just continues to rock through this whole same area over and over for the next several hours here. So we've got to keep that in mind. We've got to be very aware of that. Of course, if you're in Memphis, you're like, we're not seeing these storms anymore. We cover all of these counties that are in this lighter gray. The darker gray are not our counties. So once those storms are no longer in our viewing area, we will return to programming. I know we're getting into the evening time frame now, but we have that excuse me, we have our duty that we have to fulfill as a news station as well. So looking at the hail size, the hail in this storm does look like it's starting to grow, and the older scan, the older estimate of that hail certainly looks to be quite large on the southern storm, more so than the northern storm there. 1 and 2/10 there on that storm there. I want to see what the tornado warning details are for. It just says for the hazard of a tornado, but we may see an upgrade to that to add in the hail threat that could be with this thunderstorm. Some very large hail showing up there on this latest scan, this latest interpretation of the heavy hail indicator. And then also we've got some of that rotation there as well. Abbeville looking a little less a little less organized for that rotation. Again, we've been talking about that cycling. Could go back and forth, so we might see that still ramp back up. Interstate 22 here, you've got all those bumps there as you're headed out towards Ole Miss. Out towards the Tupelo area. That's Mississippi State, I apologize. Got the two confused. If you're seeing anyone driving, or if you know anyone driving along that direction, be very cautious of that. Let them know that there could be some very strong thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes rolling through that area very soon. So we could see that as well. So I want to identify some of these roads around this area. A lot of them are county roads, so they might not have proper names to them. So I'm looking for some of those. This is Highway 355 south of Etta, Mississippi. We've got that storm that'll eventually move towards the Etta region, Poolville as well. Again, this is on the very border of our viewing area, but we could still see those storms re-enter our viewing area. So whenever they are crossing through some of these counties, it's sort of a patchwork of what counties we have and what counties are into the Columbus area. But we could still see them moving back towards southern parts here of Tippah County, maybe even southern Benton County as well. So we've got to keep that in mind downstream. Right now, the only circulation we have in our viewing area is here or in the Abbeville area, and that's pretty broad circulation. It's not quite as tight as it has been. But again, we've been talking about how it cycles. It's going from weak to strong to weak to strong. Now we're in a weak phase. We might see that ramp back up. It really just depends on what the storm wants to do. It's tough to say when we've had that storm cycling quite a bit. But I really think that this, or at least I would anticipate, if we hadn't seen so much of that up and down of its intensity, I would anticipate the southern storm to eventually become more dominant, because as it's sitting there, we see that flow of moisture and warm temperatures and instability going into this storm. And as it gets behind it, that flow is interrupted by this storm itself. Of course, you can see the purple shades there, that heavy, heavy rain and hail that's within the storm. That's where all of that moisture will be going and will be concentrated. We've got a new tornado warning there for that storm. And it appears to be taking a right turn, Trevor. So that may be turning more into the environment. A very stout hook there. Looks like Captain Hook. With that very strong hook echo there. So that's probably where we're seeing that more intense
cloud reported there now.
Funnel cloud reported for that storm. Could be moving towards Ecru and the New Albany area. The storm in Lafayette County is likely rain-wrapped, even though we don't see a good representation of the rotation. It is a pretty high view of that storm. And if you look right in here, we've got heavy, heavy rainfall. So heavy rain means you're not going to see it. It's wrapping around. If you have the tornado, it's wrapping around all of the rain around it. So you will not be able to see where that tornado is. So a rain-wrapped tornado is invisible. You will not see it. I wanted to emphasize that. For the potential of that being something you may not be able to see, you might not expect it. But of course, we have these 3 tornado warnings. This one in the middle here is being overtaken with this one on the southern side. So we've got the one from Abbeville up to Interstate 22. And then this lower one, this hook echo, moving out of our viewing area to New Albany, Pontotoc. I'll give you the information on that storm. Of course, this is moving out of Fayette County. Fayette County is a little more visible. Of course, we've seen on our Storm Chasers live feed, we've seen that storm we've seen that storm that has a wall cloud and it is unobscured. But Lafayette into Pontotoc into Union County, we could see that tornado rolling through very briefly in the next few minutes here. Trevor?
Yeah, and we're going to be watching our Storm Chasers feed here for the next couple of minutes. Somebody down there reported a funnel cloud way on the far eastern portion of Lafayette County, crossing Highway 278. So we're kind of watching that feed right now. Again, this is from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters near Thaxton, Mississippi. So you can see definitely some lowering bases there. This is in far eastern Lafayette County, and we'll try to check back in with that when it's not frozen. But this is that area of circulation and a possible funnel cloud, and they've put out a new tornado warning. Like we said, it is kind of moving a little bit more to the right, and that is going to take it to New Albany, which technically does exit our viewing area. But I want to give that heads up for New Albany. That's going to be near you at 6:52, and then near Blue Springs, where the car plant is, about 6:59 north of Tupelo. I'll give this kind of a long storm track. Of course, there's no way to tell if that thing will continue. We have a tornado on the ground now in Thaxton. And as soon as this feed gets back up, we got to get right back to it because he's right on it. But this is a tornado on the ground on the Lafayette-Pontotoc County line in Thaxton near Lafayette Springs. This is east of Oxford. This is past Oxford at this point, but this is coming into northern Pontotoc County and southern Union County. A confirmed tornado is on the ground now, just crossing into Union County. It just crossed over Highway 278. If we can take this radar full for a second with the storm tracks, again, this is leaving Lafayette County. This is moving away from Oxford, but that's going to be near New Albany at about 6:53. And I know a lot of people kind of commute up and down I-22 in that area to get down to Tupelo or down to New Albany. A lot of people, even in Memphis, sometimes commute down to Blue Springs for work. But a tornado confirmed on the ground right now that is near Thaxton in Lafayette County and crossing over into Pontotoc County along Highway 278. Now, again, we are getting into kind of an interesting thing here because technically this leaves our coverage area. So this is now moving into northern Pontotoc, Union County, but we're going to keep an eye on this because look where it's headed. It could clip southern Tippah County and southern Alcorn County within the next hour to hour and a half. So I want to put a longer storm track on this tornado on the ground that could still be on the ground as it moves to the north and east. If this storm continues to produce a tornado, it would be near New Albany again by about 6:50. We've already said that. Corinth by 7:51. So again, there's no indication. We do not know for sure if this thing will stay on the ground, but we do know for sure that we had a tornado on the ground in far eastern Lafayette County, Mississippi, crossing into Pontotoc County, Mississippi. So if you do know anybody out here in New Albany, Baldwin, Boonville, those areas along Highway 45, it's time for them to be in their safe place. And we're going to watch this for the next bit here, because if it does remain on the ground, it could clip southern Tippah and more so southern Alcorn County south of Corinth. So again, a tornado confirmed on the ground with this tornado near Thaxton, Mississippi, that is technically moving out of our area. While it moves away for right now, we're going to keep an eye on it to see if it is going to come back toward Alcorn County and Tippah County. I want to just kind of show the whole radar here and set the scene. The severe weather threat is over for 99% of us. So we are really wrapping things up for the Memphis area in terms of a severe weather potential. The heavy rain, the flooding rain will continue for the next several hours, but for most areas, a severe weather threat has ended. Who we're still going to be watching is these areas in northeast Mississippi that are in that tornado watch, and especially right now, the zone we're going to watch is from Oxford to Corinth because we have a tornado on the ground between those two. A tornado on the ground now approaching New Albany, Mississippi. This is northern Pontotoc County and the southern portion of Union County. This is going to be near Boonville, north of Tupelo, and could come into the southern portion of Alcorn County. I'm going to try to get this stream reloaded because there are reports that there was some debris reported as this thing crossed the Highway 278 area in the Thaxton area. So we'll see if that stream comes back up from our storm chaser. But again, this tornado now north of Highway 278. It's in Pontotoc County near Thaxton. And that is where we had that report that a tornado had touched down. So there's Thaxton. That tornado is going to be right there as we switch to the wind mode. Clear signatures of rotation right there north of Thaxton. We'll see if there's any debris on that one. And Kit, could be a little bit, one little blip there that could be indicating some tornado debris. Talk about that.
Yeah, I'll investigate that as well. I wanted to reiterate that this is a confirmed tornado, and this is now a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. We don't see that often. This is a considerable threat. This extra threat here for this tornado warning is that we had the report of debris. We have confirmed that this is an observed tornado. So this is now a particularly dangerous situation. If you know anyone in this area, or if anyone who has been watching our stream, we've got thousands of people who have been watching us today. We appreciate your viewership. We appreciate you giving us your reports through the day. This is a particularly dangerous situation, though, for New Albany and Ecru. If you know anyone or if you are in this area, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. If you know anyone, please let them know as well. This is going to move to Interstate 22, Highway 178, Highway 15 as well, Highway 355. Look at that donut shape there. The donut shape sometimes shows up whenever we have a rapidly rotating wall cloud, and maybe sometimes the middle isn't showing up quite as well, but very, very, very strong rotation on this storm. Trevor was mentioning a potential for debris signature on this storm. I'm going to look at that as well myself. As I was getting info from the National Weather Service, it looks like there are a couple of spots that that require that extra detailed investigation there. So I'm going to do a thing here where I take my cursor. I'm going to draw out where this this hook is, and then from there is where I'm going to manually switch over the radar. It'll take me a moment, so bear with me. I'll have to manually switch over the product back to the correlation coefficient, which is our debris detector, and it's right there in the middle of that. So I think, Trevor, you may have spotted that debris ball, so we will keep a close eye on that. Of course, this may upgrade their tornado warning, potentially, we'll see, but that may just reaffirm what they have already said. If this is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado that has been reported, yep, they're confirming that. So good eye, Trevor. You caught that a couple minutes there before the Weather Service. They confirmed brief TDS, the tornado debris signature, on this last scan here that we've got. So it even looks like maybe the scan before that lime green shade there, just before the blue, there was some debris lofted by that storm. So of course that is the latest scan just came in. So I guess that's why they said the last scan rather than the current scan. There may have been some brief debris just north of Thaxton. So if you know anyone who lives north of Thaxton, if you know anyone, I'll zoom in very tight on these roads. Of course, there's a lot of county roads that don't have that the label, but that area right there, that's where we had that debris possibly right now. So add some of these roads on here. Of course, this is 346, 355 that goes north from there, just right there at that intersection where 346 and 355 come together. Just on the west side of that intersection is where we had a very brief tornado debris signature. So of course, this is where we have Thaxton. This is again where 346 comes up and around, where it meets up 336 is probably where we saw a tornado tracking just right in here, right around that direction. Of course, the curve is more just a product of me drawing, not a straight line, but we've just seen that debris for 3 scans possibly showing up. And then if we look in this same spot, we can see where that velocity has tracked. A very, very powerful circulation with that storm. So once again, we've just got that area of rotation that had very strong rotation here. These are over 60 to over 75 mile per hour winds here that are moving towards, and winds away about 20 to 30 miles per hour. So that's subtract that, about almost 100 mile per hour winds possibly within that area. So very strong again for the last few scans. And I'm still concerned, Trevor, because this is an area of very, very, very strong winds that are showing up on this latest scan of those winds. Flatwood, if you know the Flatwood area, it's probably an unincorporated town rather than an actual like city. But if you know anyone who lives around the Flatwood area, you are up next eventually to Bald Hill. Ingomar is going to be very close call for Ingomar there. I want to also mention Martintown, Beacon Hill right there along Interstate 22. You're right there very close to this tornado where it could pass by. So in the next several minutes, you need to be rushing to your shelter. New Albany, you are downstream of this. I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this storm. Of course, the storm is moving to the northeast very quickly, around 40 miles per hour. Not the fastest that we've seen, but these storms are still moving very quickly. I want to get New Albany on the numbers there. So we could see New Albany just before 7 p.m. This confirmed and dangerous tornado could be rolling in very soon. So be ready around, I'll say 6:45. New Albany needs to be in their safe place. Waterville didn't show up on the maps there, but you'll probably be also around that 6:45 to 6:55 time frame. Some closer places, Flatwood. In your head, go ahead and consider it as it is where you are now. You need to be in your shelter. Of course, that latest scan showing that it is now closer. Bald Hill, you need to be in your shelter in 2 minutes time if you can. As this storm, Trevor, is starting to get some very strong winds on it. We're starting to blow out the radar. This is, I want to go back to that correlation coefficient because that's starting to look some very, very strong. They say textbook reflectivity structure. So that is exactly, I've mentioned this a couple of times. Looking at the back of your left hand, you look at the back of the front of my right, you can see that hook of the thumb is the exact structure that we see for a dangerous tornado. They're upgrading to large hail because the thing is, we've got that rotating updraft right here that's pulling in the rain, pulling in the dry air, and that is pulling up that rain and moisture so quickly. It's producing some incredibly large hail, so 2-inch in diameter. It's about the size of a large lime. So New Albany, go now. Go to your safe place. You need to be taking with you a helmet, a hard hat. If your kids are playing baseball this season, grabbing a helmet so that they can put that on their head. Baseball or softball, of course, football, anything to put on their heads to protect your head, protect your noggin. That'll keep you from seeing a worse head injury from the storm. Of course, this is just on the border of our viewing area, but I also want to consider as we get into southeastern Tippah County, this is a storm that we haven't seen so far today, Trevor, this kind of a supercell developing, but this is a storm that is going to stay on the ground potentially for several more minutes, if not tens of minutes. As we look back towards the debris detector, it's tough to say because we've got that clear air getting wrapped in, so that can sometimes make it confusing and difficult to parse out. But of course, we did see just at 6:30, so 7 minutes ago, definitely a debris ball on that storm, Trevor.
And Kate, I have a live picture here. This is from I-22 in Blue Springs. This is right at the car facility there. I can never remember if, I believe it's Toyota is the one in Blue Springs. I always get it confused with Canton, which is Nissan. So now still a confirmed tornado on the ground, debris signature confirmed, but you are looking kind of between Tupelo and New Albany back into the thunderstorm. This is on Interstate 22 near Blue Springs, Mississippi. This is in Union County, which is outside of our coverage area. These counties are the ones I used to cover when I worked in Columbus, Mississippi. That's part of that television market that's also served by Tupelo. So I know this area well, but it is technically out of our area. The reason we're still watching it is because this storm could clip far southern Tippah County and far southern Alcorn County. Incredible lightning with that storm there. And again, this is I-22 near Blue Springs, Mississippi, looking back off to the north and west along I-22. We are going to get back to that camera here in just a second, but for those of you who might just be joining us, I want to show you why we're here and what we're talking about. So this is a tornado that's on the ground in Union County, Mississippi. That's where New Albany is. If you know, right before you get to Tupelo, there's the city there. You've got the Lowe's off the interstate. You've got the Love's truck stop right before you get into Tupelo, and then the big Toyota plant is there in Blue Springs. That's where that camera is that we're looking at, is in Blue Springs, Mississippi. And if I zoom in a little bit, you'll be able to see it. So there's Blue Springs right there. There's the tornado, that hook echo near Bald Hill, and it's about to cross Interstate 22 near Beacon Hill. Nobody should be on I-22 anywhere near Union County or New Albany. If you're trying to drive to Tupelo, stop. If you're trying to drive to Memphis from Tupelo, definitely stop, because this thing is so close to you. And again, the reason that we're going to watch this is because of how close it's going to get to Alcorn County, which is there, and then southern Tippah County. I am hopeful that this will largely stay south of those areas. I do think it's more of an issue for Boonville in Prentiss County, but I do want to track it out and just get an estimate of this timing of where this thing could be going. And the reason we're going to stay with it, because I do expect a tornado warning for part of Tippah and Alcorn counties too. Ashland is clear. Someone asked in chat, this is past Ashland. The severe weather threat is over for Ashland, Mississippi. But if you're in New Albany, it's going to be there at 6:52. It's going to cross the interstate at close to New Albany or Blue Springs at 6:52. Alpine at 7:08, Dumas at 7:12. That Dumas is in southern Tippah County. So that's kind of the zone we're talking about, is far southern Tippah County. Not so much an issue for Ripley. What is that? Yeah, Dumas is going to see the bigger hail, though. We have 2-inch hail that's probably going to come into Dumas in the next little bit. And that's probably what's going to favor more of Tippah and Benton County, or Tippah and Alcorn County, I should say. This is past Benton County, but for Tippah and Alcorn counties, hail the biggest concern, but this tornado is close. It's going to be near Dumas at 7:12, Rienzi at 7:41. That's crossing Highway 45 south of Corinth, and then eventually crossing into Tishomingo County. But again, a tornado on the ground near New Albany, Mississippi. It's going to cross Interstate 22 in a matter of minutes. A large tornado on the ground. There's your debris ball, clear as day. That little blip on the radar right there. That is where we have tornado debris that is being lofted. An incredible signature of rotation near Bald Hill and coming up toward New Albany and Blue Springs. If you know anybody in New Albany or Blue Springs, Mississippi, you absolutely have to get them in their safe place. And this is about to cross I-22, right where we were just looking. So now that we kind of have our bearings straight and we know what we're looking at, we are going to start looking at I-22 near Blue Springs. We're looking to the north and west. You can definitely see the darkening clouds. Nobody should be driving on I-22 in Union County, Mississippi right now, from up near the Toyota plant near Tupelo through Union County and Blue Springs. That is exactly where this tornado is going to cross, and that's going to be very close to New Albany, Mississippi. So I know a lot of people travel that. I travel it a lot when I go back down to Starkville. I was just there last weekend, so I literally passed right here, right before you get to Tupelo. A lot of people are taking that way, and you see that amazing cloud-to-ground lightning, which is insane to look at, but it is also an incredible sign that this is a strong storm and a storm that will likely continue to produce this tornado as it moves to the north and east. So we're just going to sit here with this. This is the only storm that we are concerned about right now. There is heavy rain falling everywhere in the Mid-South, and we have a big-time flooding potential in Memphis and the Mid-South. That will be more of the focus as we start our 9 p.m. news and 10 p.m. news tonight, because the severe weather threat will be gone. As a matter of fact, this is really the last hurrah for a severe weather potential in our area. Memphis, the severe weather threat is over for you. Who I'm going to continue to watch is McNairy, Tippah, and then Alcorn County. Those areas in northeast Mississippi, those still have a threat of severe weather. So most areas in the Mid-South are clear of the severe weather threat. But for those of you in Alcorn County, Tippah County, and maybe into McNairy County, we're going to watch this. We should be able to clear these zones within the next hour and a half, but we're going to have to wait to see what this tornado does. This is still a tornado, a classic signature of a tornado that is on the ground, that supercell look. It's got that curl on the backside, that hook echo, and that is coming right into New Albany and very close to Blue Springs, Mississippi. There is no doubt about it. I believe we will see this thing on the ground on that camera we were just talking about. So somebody's asking about Hickory Flat. This is in southern Benton County. So there's Hickory Flat there. So this tornado is going to be to your south. Tornado is not going to hit Hickory Flat. It's going to be New Albany, very close to Dumas, and then toward Boonville. Hickory Flat, you could see some hail out of this as you get really close to what is likely 2-inch hail that could be falling near New Albany right now. But the tornado is going to cross near New Albany, probably a little closer to Blue Springs on Interstate 22, right where that Toyota plant is, right before you get to Tupelo. That's where this is going to cross. We'll have to wait and see how close it gets to Tippah or Alcorn counties. I want to go back to that camera just to see what we're seeing. Again, we were looking at the MDOT traffic camera on Interstate 22 near Blue Springs, and this is essentially where this thing is going to cross. Kit, you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, just looking at some other radar products that we usually don't get too much into the details, but this is confirming that this is a dangerous tornado. This kind of shape here, this is differential reflectivity. Ignore the storm winds. I'm looking at a different product. We don't have we rarely use this because it's a rare product to even use for a tornado. But this is showing basically flattening of rain droplets. That might sound just really weird, but basically the updraft is so powerful, instead of a raindrop forming a normal sphere, they're forming these flat pancake shapes inside of that hook echo. If we switch back over from this view to that classic classic radar signature, you can see we've got that arch right there, and that's very likely where we're seeing that tornado. There's a couple of spots that I was looking at of some rotation. It looks like we've just advanced the scan, so I'm just going to go back one scan there. That was where we were seeing that ZDR arch right there. That's where we've got that rapid rotation. Bald Hill, though, Trevor, I was looking at that, so we kind of have, it may be some side lobing on the southern side. I'm a little more concerned on this one. I think that's going to probably be the dominant one. The National Weather Service is also just really emphasizing that hail threat.
Hey, Kit.
Yes, sir.
I think we've got it on camera right now.
All right, pull it up.
Do you see that over on the left side?
That is the tornado. Yeah, get this in the green screen here. We, of course, we've caught a couple of DOT cameras recently with tornadoes, and that's a big strike of lightning. So if we get this on the green screen in a moment, I'll point it out to you, but it's right there on the left of your screen, and we are going to watch this cross over I-22. If we could get this in a box as well, we'll keep this, we'll let our directors produce this as they can. So if we can get first me on top of the green screen with this, and then get a box with my radar so we can look at this side by side. But this is a tornado. This is a large tornado, damaging
right over the interstate.
Right there. We've seen the debris ball. We can't really see it from this view, but you notice here we've of course got the base, the dark base. Make sure we're rolling on this as well. Make sure we're recording this right now. We've got the base of the cloud here. We've got the rain shaft behind that. You know that green to blue color you get with hailstorms? That's what we're seeing here. This is the hail core. This is the winds that are getting wrapped into this storm. And then right here, you can see the shaft of the tornado, the column of it. Then behind here, this is the rear flank downdraft, the inflow cuts, or the outflow coming around. So this, Trevor, has me concerned that this is going to get rain wrapped very soon. So again, this is a confirmed dangerous tornado, a particularly dangerous situation for New Albany. If you're in New Albany, this is on the way to your area. If we can get the boxes with my radar in a moment, we'll show that as well. Or we can just punch it back and forth between radar and this image. They're making those boxes, so we'll have that. There we go. We've got that tornado on the side over here. Of course, you can see even looks like a wall cloud is trying to form. But New Albany, you need to be in your shelter immediately. The lowest level of your home, the most interior room of the home. This is right around where that tornado is. If we switch back over to the debris, we can look and see where that debris ball has been formed across the last few scans. Want to just keep an eye out for it. Looks like the debris ball is on the more southern side here. So Trevor, I'm going to amend what I was previously saying of which one of those velocity couplets is the tornado. Of course, this is an area of very rapid rotation. It looks like that may be some of the hail, 2-inch diameter hail possible. I think this is the storm here. This is the area of rotation that is moving into New Albany, about to cross over Interstate 22. Of course, radar is never live, so we may not see that potential for that tornado. Trevor, I'm seeing a new severe thunderstorm warning. Could you get me the details on that as we switch back over to Trevor here in a moment? I want to just take that view of the storm once again on the Mississippi.
That's crossing the interstate right now. I-22 at New Albany. That tornado is coming right through New Albany right now. And New Albany, if you don't know, is a pretty decently sized community. That's the one you hit right before you get to Tupelo. And looking at that and seeing that tornado come across the interstate, it's almost like what we saw in Lake City, this past Wednesday, because it's so, heart-stopping to watch, just knowing that lives are probably changing right now as that tornado crosses the interstate. But this is I-22 near New Albany, Mississippi. This is in Union County, Mississippi. And you see that rain core there and a large cloud and people still driving into it. I hope that they can get this interstate exit shut down soon because that thing is going to be right on top of I-22 pretty much right now. And you can see it as it's just kind of moving its way across the interstate. It's probably now getting more wrapped in rain. What you're seeing there now is more of the rain shaft. And that tornado is going to be in the middle of that rain shaft there and probably hard to see, which means you don't need to be outside trying to see this thing. I know we don't reach New Albany. We're staying on the air with this because it could clip southern Tippah, southern Alcorn counties, and we just want to take a look at what it's doing down in Union County. But it's not, you're not going to be able to see this thing. It is very much wrapped in rain at this point as it crosses I-22 near New Albany.
Some decent amount of hail probably getting wrapped around in this as well, Trevor. Let's just take that camera back full behind me here for a moment, back on the green screen. But you can just sort of see the inflow of that storm starting to get pulled in. It's just now starting to come back in right there. Okay, so we were talking about it a moment ago. This is the rain getting wrapped around. When we talk about that hook echo, that is rain that is getting pulled around. We are looking at the bottom edge of the hook echo of this thunderstorm. So the mesocyclone is just north of this into the screen. That is getting pulled around the tornado, pulled around. And you can just see the very edge of the tail cloud that feeds into the wall cloud of the storm. Now, at least from the south, this is a rain-wrapped tornado, which is dangerous. It can be very deadly. Let's get back to the tornado warning on radar here. Of course, we can get a dual camera view or single. That either one works. But there we have. Pardon me. We'll go back to that relative velocity. It's turned into a bit of a jumbled mess here from just how fast it's moving. There's a ton of hail that is interfering. It's causing a ton of interference with how fast these winds are going, so we really can't measure how fast the winds are. Of course, I was mentioning the hail tracks. The hail track is going to be something that we're very concerned with over the next little while because that's starting to move into the Dumas area, the tornado threat and the hail threat. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I was just going to say that's putting it back into our area. So Tippah County, Alcorn County, that's when we got to start paying attention to this again.
This is why we've been staying with this storm because we're going to see that threat moving in very soon. So I'll get that up there. New Albany, we're looking, it's happening right now, very likely with the heavy hail starting up right now around the Keonaville. We're looking around 7 o'clock, around Dumas, around 7:15, probably around 7:10, 7:15 with that hail starting up. We've seen some large hail. Of course, that green is upwards of 2 inches in diameter. The hail threat has been reduced to golf ball size hail, which can still do a lot of damage, but it is encouraging to see it being reduced. And of course, as I mentioned, we've got just so much hail in this thunderstorm right on this side here that it's causing a ton of noise, so we can't really see exactly where the tornado is based on the velocities. So we'll have to go based on the hook echo, which again, this looks more sloppy. It's not that nice clean thumb, but remember, we were just talking about how the rain has come around the tornado, and that is obscuring the view of that storm. So if we look back at the correlation coefficient, this is the debris detector we've seen in recent scans still, of course, around the Bald Hill area. Bald Hill may have taken a direct hit from that debris ball there. That continued towards the northwest. I want to keep an eye on that there. You can see as it wrapped back in from Bald Hill, moving northwest towards the New Albany area. Very briefly, Trevor, I'm wondering if that is some occlusion here of the inflow That's probably not the debris ball, because just the scan just before that, the debris ball was right around here, and we've got the dark blue of that inflow. So probably not where we saw that debris ball. So hoping that New Albany is safe and everyone is in their tornado shelters, as we cannot make them clear just yet. Trevor.
Yeah. You know, just one of those things that you have to sit and wait. You just have to see what happens. It looks like from our indications that this tornado pretty much came right through New Albany, or very, very close to it. Again, New Albany is on I-22. Between here and Tupelo, it's much closer to Tupelo. It's in Union County. That's right there where the Blue Springs Toyota plant is. You pass that on the way to Tupelo. That's where we're talking about here. And that is likely where this tornado has just hit. Yeah, debris still being detected, and we're going to have to kind of jump back into this thing. For a while, we were just kind of watching it on camera because Union County is not our county of responsibility. They do not get us on cable or satellite or anywhere like that. We stuck with it because it's about to come back into Tippah County, and Tippah County is now involved in this tornado warning. The extreme southern portion of Tippah County, I'm really concerned about Dumas and points to the south and east. This is very close to Dumas. I need Dumas in their safe place right now. That's Dumas in southern Tippah County, Mississippi. We'll track that out here. I'm going to try to do it one more time just so I can make sure I clip Dumas in the storm track. And it is going to be near Dumas at 7:15. We have about 15 minutes. Hopefully this thing will lift and get off the ground before it gets there. But if that tornado is still on the ground, it is going to be near Dumas at 7:15. Hail and heavy rain likely either way near Dumas and up to Ripley, Mississippi. But if this tornado stays on the ground, it is going to be near Dumas at 7:15. So we've already seen that this tornado has been destructive as it passed through New Albany. So Dumas needs you in your safe place. Storm chasers reporting tornado with power flashes at New Albany at State Route 30 and State Route 15. So we know this thing's still on the ground. It's going to clip southern Tippah County near Dumas. So Dumas, I have to have you in your safe place now. Absolutely bottom floor of your home, wherever you are, you need to get to the lowest floor, basement if you have one, if not the smallest center room, bathroom or a closet away from windows, and nobody needs to be on the upper floor of anything right now as this tornado kind of clips through southern Tippah County. So Dumas and southeastern Tippah County, you're in this. If it holds together, it could come into southern Alcorn County. Now, right now, Alcorn County is not in a warning, but as this thing moves off to the north and east at about 35 miles an hour, that is going to put it pretty close to the southern corner of Alcorn County. We're talking about like Rienzi, Jumpertown, 733, Boonville at 738, and then Rienzi at 747. This will be south of Corinth. The tornado will be, but Corinth could still have some hail and very high wind gusts. So again, this is a large, destructive tornado that just moved through New Albany, Mississippi. It is believed to still be on the ground and will be near Dumas, Mississippi in southern Tippah County within a matter of 10 minutes. Ripley, Mississippi, you're going to get some hail and high wind. The tornado will be south of you, but Dumas, you have to be in your safe place right now, kid. And this thing doesn't show any signs of weakening at all.
That concerns me. Of course, this is a particularly dangerous situation. We've said that a few times. We've had several of that classification of a warning. It's an elevated level of threat. We have the tornado warning, radar indicated, then we have it confirmed, then we know that it is doing damage and it is moving over populated areas. That's when we have that particularly dangerous situation language issued for that tornado warning. So we know that it is a strong tornado and a damaging tornado. We've had reports from chasers, from veteran seasoned chasers that are on this storm right now, indicating that there are power flashes. So this is knocking down power poles. We could be seeing transformers exploding. It could have hit a substation. And whenever we see power flashes, that's a ton of electricity getting distributed from that. The hail core has also dropped. The National Weather Service saying just now the hail core is no longer quite as significant, but it is still a threat. So Dumas, you're still going to hear some hail. It's just not going to be up to the 2 inches that we saw previously. Latest scan coming in right now as it's passing by New Albany. New Albany, I do not want to give you the all clear just yet. However, we are still seeing that hail core messing, some jumbled there with the mess with the the velocities, looking at the CC, don't see any. I don't find it on this initial scan. Nothing jumps out. Of course, we previously had that debris ball signature, and that could easily ramp right back up. So everyone here, as we go into southeastern Tippah County, needs to be getting into shelter right now. Trevor?
No, and I'll let you keep going. I just want to let you know the camera we were looking at has been knocked out. That camera is no longer online. I believe we've had a power outage. Here it is. It's not working anymore. So that MDOT camera that in Blue Springs is offline as that tornado passed very close by. Several reports of power flashes. It's totally wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see this thing coming. So Dumas, Mississippi, it is imperative that you are in your safe place now. This tornado is going to pass right very close to you, maybe just on the south side of it. County Road 632 near Locum. Blackland, this is getting into Prentiss County, Mississippi now, but still very close, way too close for comfort for Dumas, Mississippi, and then eventually toward Rienzi if it holds together. I will share with you, of course, this tornado started over Lafayette County. This is the storm we were concerned about near Oxford. We were concerned that this thing was going to put a tornado down over Oxford. And it waited until it got on the east side of the city. It waited until the very end of Lafayette County out near Thaxton, and it produced a tornado near Thaxton right at the Lafayette-Pontotoc County line. I do want to share with you, we have several reports of damage from near there where that tornado first touched down. Big pine trees that have been knocked down, some onto homes. We have storm chaser reports that there is major damage along Highway 278 east of Oxford. So if you're in Oxford, you do not need to be driving east on 278 toward Tupelo right now because there's a damage path there near Thaxton, Mississippi, right on the county line of Lafayette and Pontotoc where that tornado crossed. And again, reports of damage there. And then the tornado just grew even more. It crossed I-22 at New Albany, and now it is about to cross back in from Union County to Tippah County. So southeastern Tippah County, this will be south of Blue Mountain, but serious concerns for a tornado near Dumas, Locum. There's Highway 30 there. This is County Road, State Route 370, I should say. This is crossing over Highway 30 right now. And apparently reports coming in from storm chasers of trees down, structural damage, and power poles snapped on Highway 30 east of County Road 128. And again, that is near New Albany where this tornado passed. And we have no indication that this thing has lifted yet. So southeastern Tippah County, mainly rural, but there are people out here. So you've got to listen. Dumas, County Road 626, County Road 632. Time now to be in your safe place. Then it crosses back into Prentiss County. And if it is still on the ground, it could be a major issue for places like Boonville and Jumpertown before it comes pretty close to Alcorn County in the next little bit. That's the update on that tornado warning. I'm not sure what the update was. I think they might have trimmed it back just a little bit, but that tornado just came through New Albany. And Kit, I know we have a couple of other cameras up now, kind of close to that storm that is still progressing into southern Tippah County now.
I want to take a look at weather 3, if we can punch that up behind me real quick. As I want to look at the traffic that we use. This can kind of give a proxy of where a storm is. Of course, people slow down during rain, during hail, during if a tornado has put debris on a road. We can't be for certain, but this area between New Albany and Myrtle likely had a lot of hail. That was right where we had the 2-inch diameter hail in that warning. So it looks like that hail came through here. I would be concerned more for the tornado threat maybe from the I-22 slowdown here. We're not seeing a major backup. It may take a minute for this to update with the latest data from DOT. However, sometimes the tornado that comes through can leave a trail of debris across an interstate, and that can sort of serve as a proxy of where did the tornado cross. So don't see anything that confirms that right now, but just at least affirms that we had some slowdown from traffic from that storm. Let's get back to this tornado warning, though, as it's getting very close to Tippah County and to Dumas. So Dumas, now is the time to take action if you haven't already. As you're going to your tornado shelter, bring your phone with you. If you have, hopefully you've had your cell phone charged through the day today. Of course, you want to go ahead and get to your shelter first. If you don't already have it, download the ABC 24 weather app. You can find it in Apple Store and in the Google Play Store. both of those stores. You can find that app, and you can continue watching us live. Of course, we're also on Facebook and on YouTube, ABC 24 Memphis on both platforms. You can find us on multiple ways there to continue streaming so that Dumas, you will know when you are safe. You are not safe right now. You need to be getting to your tornado shelter, lowest level of your home, most interior room, as we're seeing still a very large and possibly deadly tornado that could be moving in very, very soon. It's difficult to see on radar. We have had indications of a debris signature with that storm. It's in between two radar sites, so it's very difficult to identify. I'm thinking it may still be just right in there where we're seeing that area. I'm going to keep an eye on that spot there as I switch it over to our velocity product. That spot right there. It may actually be, it could be anywhere of this. Again, we've got so much large hail, it's creating too much noise here. We're getting a ton of range folding and 3-body scatter spike side lobe contamination with that storm. So we're relying on the National Weather Service's eyes on this storm right now to determine where this might be. And the latest scan coming in here from the Columbus radar site has me very concerned about this spot. Again, maybe some contaminated. Could be anywhere along this convergence of the pink here and those light blues. That's where we've got that broad scale rotation. The tornado could be anywhere within that zone. So Dumas, I need you to stay in your shelter. It may be coming to your direction very, very soon. Looking right here, that's in the clear air. So really anywhere along the hook is where we could see that tornado. So Dumas to Locum, that shows up here. I'm going to scoot this over because we're starting to get a little crowded. I'm going to get very, very close into Dumas, and I'm going to start to name off some of these county roads. Many of them might just be a number, so if you are around this area, you may recognize County Road 749, 748. We've got 632 over here as well, 626, 638. And of course, this is Highway 370 between Dumas and Locum. Anywhere along this line. Of course, there's not a ton of people who live out here, but we want all of them to remain safe through this tornado. We've got potential for that debris ball to be rolling in. Of course, this isn't the only tornado warning that we have. Correction, it is the only tornado warning that we have presently for near our viewing area. So we are going to keep a very, very close eye on this storm. We're starting to see some of that outflow on the southern end. We were talking earlier when we saw that storm that was rolling through, we could see the base of the tornado and we could see the wall cloud extending forward. Then we had the rain shaft that obscured the tornado. That rain shaft that obscured the tornado is right here. That is this line that we see where it goes from yellow to green. That's the drop of where it's heavy rain and that rain column to then clear air. So this is a rain-wrapped tornado. You will not see it coming, especially in Dumas where we already have a sort of a branch of rain in between the hook and your location. So we've got heavy rain coming into Dumas. There may even be some large hail within this, maybe 1 to 1.5 inches in diameter. And that is going to be crossing over, I believe that was Highway 3. Pardon me as I add that, Highway 370. Yes, that area definitely going to see risk for a tornado crossing very soon. Trevor?
Yeah, and this is very, very, it's in far southeastern Tippah County, but still concerning nonetheless. If you're in southeastern Tippah County, I would say if you are east of 370 and south of 4, kind of in that little corner right there, that is the zone where this tornado is likely to cross. It's kind of riding up Highway 30 toward Locum right now. It's right on the county line of Tippah and Union, and then it's going to briefly cross back into Prentiss County and could then be an issue for southern Alcorn County. So there's Alcorn County and Corinth. We're going to really be watching down by Rienzi as that thing passes off to the north and east. We're going to have to look out for that. Corinth, the tornado will be south of you, but there's also some hail developing up near Ripley, Mississippi on the north side of that tornado. There is going to be hail in there, and so that part of the storm is probably going to pass through Corinth. So I do expect some hail and high wind gusts in Corinth, but that possible tornado is going to be to your south. I'll track it out over the next little bit. Again, Dumas pretty much right now, at least somewhere in the vicinity, hopefully a little bit south of Dumas, but there is a large tornado still possibly on the ground very close to Dumas. Jumpertown at 7:35. Boonville at 7:41, Rienzi at 7:50. That's going to put it across Highway 45 and then toward Glen at 8:05 before it gets into Tishomingo County. A new tornado warning is coming out now for these areas. That's probably going to be for southern Alcorn County for at least the next 30 minutes. So if you are on the map right now, if I have you in this storm track, Locum, Dumas, Jumpertown, Boonville, Rienzi, Glen, Payton, that corner of Alcorn County has got to be in their safe place, because while this is mainly going to be a Prentiss County tornado, it is going to clip the southern portion of Alcorn County. And you saw that new tornado warning that just came out as this tornado is moving to the north and east. So we are seeing several indications here that this tornado is still on the ground. You see the velocity mode, the wind mode of the radar really lighting up in here with significant signs of rotation near Dumas. And it could be any one of these zones that tornado is still there, but Dumas, bottom line is you have to be in your safe place for at least the next 10 minutes. Lowest floor of the building you're in, bathroom or closet, Dumas has got to stay in shelter. Boonville, if you know anybody over there, again, that's into Prentiss County, but Boonville and then Rienzi, those are the areas that are going to be next in line for this tornado if it does not lift soon. We already saw this tornado cause substantial damage back near New Albany when it crossed I-22, and now it continues to the north and east. This is a new considerable tornado warning. This is a tornado warning with a considerable threat of damage until 8 p.m. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was near Keonville, or 10 miles southeast of Ripley, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. The National Weather Service says you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. This is near Dumas, Mississippi, in southeastern Tippah County, and quickly approaching southern Alcorn County, which is now involved in this tornado warning. I'll put one more track on it, and Kit will get back to you for some more analysis. And this is to the northeast at about 35 or 40 miles an hour. So Jumpertown at 7:32, Boonville at 7:38, Rienzi at 7:46, Biggersville at 7:49, and then eventually out of Alcorn County and into Tishomingo County. We do have a report on I-22 of a tractor trailer that was flipped by the tornado. We were watching that camera as it crossed the interstate, and I was concerned that we had so many people still driving up I-22, but it looks like for the most part I-22 is going to be shut down very close to New Albany right now because of that tornado that passed through. And again, now it is near Dumas in southern Tippah County, and a new tornado warning now for Alcorn County. So if you're in Rienzi near Alcorn County, time is now to be in your safe place. This is the only zone of severe weather. We're going to watch Alcorn, McNairy, and Tippah counties for the next little bit for that thunderstorm that's continuing to move to the north and east. Everybody else is in the clear. So I'm going to circle the zones that we're going to continue to watch. Again, McNairy, Tippah County, Alcorn County, it's that zone that is still in the weather threat. I'll actually turn off the radar for just a moment just to show you. That circled zone, that's where we're still concerned about. So McNairy and Alcorn, Tippah counties, you're still in this severe weather threat. Give it 30 more minutes, this should be out of here. Everybody else is done with the severe weather. We're still dealing with the very heavy rain that is causing considerable flash flooding in the Memphis metro. And as soon as this tornado wraps up and moves out, we will have more updates on that flash flooding. But there are several roads still closed in Memphis. We've had water rescues, neighborhoods with severe flooding that's starting to come up into homes and businesses and apartments. And we have several more hours of rain to go. But we will get to that later. That will probably be something for our 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. newscast later on tonight. You can watch that on ABC 24 and ABC 24 Plus. But what we're going to set with for right now is the fact that we still have what appears to be a large tornado on the ground in southern Tippah County near Dumas. They have extended this tornado warning. It's going to be near Rienzi very soon. So if you are in Rienzi, now's the time to be in that safe place. Corinth, the tornado itself will be south of you, but it is going to be very close. It says there this storm is cycling, the National Weather Service does, which means it could be trying to gain intensity some more. That's what these tornadic storms do. They kind of weaken and then strengthen back. I'm going to see if I can switch over to another radar here and get a slightly better view. We're kind of right in between radars, so that might be giving us a little bit of a tricky view of what we're seeing, but I'm going to get rid of that radar and just kind of bounce back and forth between the two. Both still have serious signs of rotation near Dumas, and between Dumas and Locum. That's about where this tornado is going to be. I believe it's still on the ground, more likely than not, along County Road 370, County Road 626. There's the latest update. It is very, very close to Dumas right now, if it's not over the city of Dumas right now. We know that it's already caused damage, so Dumas, you're out of time. It's there right now. Jumpertown is next, and then Rienzi into southern Alcorn County. Tippah and Alcorn counties, they are both in this tornado warning, and that is going to go until 8 p.m. A tornado warning until 8 p.m. for Tippah and Alcorn counties. All right, meteorologist Kit Thomas is also here. We've had a very long, several past few days tracking these storms, as I know you have as well, dealing with the thunderstorms as well. This seems to be the last hurrah. We are done with the severe weather after this storm moves out. In the next 30 to 40 minutes, the severe weather threat will wrap up for the next at least week. That is some good news, but we've got to get this storm here out of the Mid-South, and it looks like it's going out with a bang, with a pretty serious tornado that just passed through New Albany and now passing through Dumas in southern Tippah County.
See, Trevor, you say it's the last hurrah, but I think we're going to have many hurrahs that everything is done as everyone's excited. If you'll excuse the levity, we have had a lot of very serious tones here, so I think we're all going to be very excited when this is done. We are not done yet, though, here for the Memphis viewing area. So, quick update for any viewers who have joined us from New Albany down to Pontotoc. Of course, not technically our viewing area, but we're on the internet. We are streaming across multiple platforms, so we appreciate you if you're joining us for that coverage. We do have a new tornado warning for the southern extent of this severe complex of thunderstorms. The National Weather Service mentioned that they apologize for some of the overlapping warnings. Just message that these are tornadoes. They could be on the ground anytime, and that is what we are going to do. So we certainly appreciate their efforts, their work that they are doing, that they are keeping us guided on these storms. If we were talking about New Albany a short while ago, Bald Hill to New Albany, we could see another tornado very nearby. New Albany may have had a near miss this last time. We may have another tornado rolling in very, very shortly. So we're going to consider just all of these on the ground. We're going to consider them possibly producing. I'm basically going to go through every single area of rotation that could drop a tornado. We see here in Tippah County, it's cycled up on itself, but it could drop a new tornado at any time as we get towards Alcorn County. You'll forgive me, Trevor, what's the county south of Alcorn here? Boonville?
Prentiss.
Prentiss?
Yes.
Okay, Prentiss County as well, from Tippah County to Prentiss County. Down to Alcorn County. Pardon me as my phone fell off of the cart here. So I'm concerned about that area here. Prentiss, not our viewing area, but still under the threat for a tornado. Back towards New Albany, I'm going to consider this as possibly a rotating area where we could have a tornado drop at any time. So Concord, up towards the northeast from there. That highway that leaves New Albany, I'll put that on there. That's Highway 30, Mississippi 30. We could see a tornado there, and then we could see another one back towards Bald Hill. That area of rotation here is the most recently warned area of rotation, and we'll look at the chance for any of that to be rotating. I don't see it at the moment, but we do see still on the velocity that area of rotation could wrap up very quickly and drop a tornado. Of course, that is now where we've talked about where the green and red start to colliding. There's none of the slow winds in the middle of toward or away. We've got very fast away from the Columbus radar site and very fast towards. That is that transverse motion of where we're seeing that rotation. Of course, this, I'll draw it on here for you, from Ingomar, from Bald Hill. That is where we've got that chance for rotation and a possible tornado that could drop down at any moment. The National Weather Service is saying that I presume the warning for Tippah County here in Dumas, it is cycling When we say it's cycling, we sort of see, if you'll forgive the continued metaphor, look at the back of your left hand. It looks like this. Sometimes the hook will come in and close off and it sort of weakens, and then sometimes we'll see a new hook develop. So we sort of see this scooping of multiple hooks, and that is what we're seeing the chance for that storm to be doing. We'll put it back up on radar here. You see, we've still got a very well-defined hook. So even though it's cycling, it's keeping that hook very, very apparent. So that could cross over Highway 4. This is Mississippi Highway 4, east of Ripley, Mississippi. So Ripley, not under the threat of the tornado, still seeing some strong hail potential for your area, though we're starting to get farther from the core of it. Might still see some hail in that area. We're talking from northeast of Dumas there, where we're going to see that cross into Trevor County, name again? Prentiss County, thank you. That's going to be moving into this area. We've got a couple of maps, just a couple legends in case our minds dip out, but we don't have Prentiss labeled on that map. I might start doing that here. But the Rienzi area, I want you to be getting everything. The last checks for this tornado could be coming to your area. Collinstown, it could start to wrap back up. The thing is, when we see that scooping motion that I was talking about of that hook, sometimes it can close, and as it closes in, it can take a northward turn. So don't think that it's going to keep on going northeast. Tornadoes are very difficult to predict, and they can move with some chaotic motion, so that is something I want to keep in mind. We still have you, Collinstown, within this warning, so you still need to be ready to take shelter in case it takes a turn for the worst. Boonville and Prentiss County, up to Rienzi. This area is, at least at this time, excuse me, the most likely spot for this storm to be coming through. One thing I want to mention, Trevor, that I noticed earlier is that these storms have slowed down. When we had the initial PDS warning, it was for a forward motion of 35 miles per hour. Now it's up to 40. Earlier today, when we were starting our coverage, most of these storms were screaming at 60, 70, 80 miles per hour winds for the forward motion, and then also the severe winds with them. We've seen some changing of the environment to now, instead of a straight line of storms, we're now seeing more embedded supercells, which is what this storm is. A supercell is a rotating updraft with a wide area of likely hail in that area. So this is likely to be a slightly different style of storm. We're also looking back towards New Albany, some larger hail developing with that storm. Ecru, we could have just seen a near pass of a tornado there. But these storms, as they slow down, are continuing to be fed plenty of energy. I want you to notice here, just behind me, this is from the radar site, some of the ground clutter. You can see some of those northward moving streamers of those winds that are pulling in all of the moisture. This is moisture and bugs and other things that are getting picked up into the atmosphere just from wind and whatnot, in the flight, of course. But that's where we're seeing these storms just feeding off of this energy, and they aren't backing off anytime soon. Looking back up towards the Boonville area there, Prentiss County, we want to keep you in mind. We're going to see this sort of skipping in and out of some right angles of our viewing area. So again, we've got that hook echo coming up right there immediately to the Highway 4 corridor, crossing into Prentiss County from Tippah County very, very soon. And then Rienzi, I want you to be on guard. Let's get a track of that storm as it's moving towards Rienzi very shortly. And I'm going to draw it out ahead of the hook because this is a couple minutes old now, just a few moments old. And it could be in Rienzi a little sooner than we drew it there. So by 7:40, I want everyone in Rienzi to be in their shelter. Let's give it a 5-minute ahead of time. So by 7:35, I want you to be in that shelter. Jumpertown, it's time to go to your shelter now. We've given you 5 minutes of lead time of when this hook could be into Jumpertown. That is going to be when you need to be in your shelter in case a tornado does go over your area. Thrasher, we're talking about 7:35 or so. I want you in that shelter. Biggersville, around 7:40 or so. We're giving you some extra lead time on this. all the way out to Glenn, Mississippi. Glenn is at 750, where I want you to be in your shelter when this could arrive into the area. Of course, that's going to eventually cross over. I believe that's 72. You'll forgive me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so 72. We'll eventually see this storm reaching to Highway 72, and right there we've got that latest scan of the update. So that's going to push forward here very, very shortly. I saw a mention from the National Weather Service about Highway 72. Okay, here it is. The environment is less favorable for tornadoes along and north of Highway 72. Storms should weaken and become more elevated as they approach the Tennessee state line. So that's some good news that we are closing in on the less favorable air. So we talk about all that juice, all the storm energy that the storms are consuming. There's much less energy once we get up past, we'll say just the Tennessee Valley there. We'll see that environment weaken, and we will likely, not definitely, but we will likely see this storm begin to weaken. The thing is, there's still another tornado warning around New Albany, with some hail on that as well. And Trevor, you can see around the Ecru area down towards Pontotoc, we've got that outflow. So that looks to be maybe where another storm could spawn off, at some large hail there just down the road from New Albany.
Yeah, and if there is, I never want to say good news as other people are having to deal with this severe weather, but I will say that far southernmost storm is going to more than likely be south of our area. We'll have to watch it for the next little bit, but in general, that storm is probably going to be for northern Lee County and then into Tishomingo County over the next little bit. That is going to push it out of our area, so that would be away from Tipa, away from Alcorn. But again, these things have been turning a little bit over the last little bit. So that southernmost tornado-warned storm for now is tracking away from Tipa and Alcorn counties. We have heavy rain and possibly some hail in Tipa County, and that tornado has likely just crossed out of Tipa County. It was near Dumas a bit ago. It is likely near Jumpertown, Mississippi right now. That's in Prentiss County, and it's closing in on Rienzi. So if we do a distance line here from Jumpertown to Rienzi, it's about 10 miles as the crow flies. And so that's where that tornado is going to be. Over Jumpertown right now, likely a tornado still possibly on the ground, and that's going to be coming into southern Alcorn County. That's why we still have that tornado warning that is in effect for a good chunk of Alcorn County, especially southern Alcorn County, and that is going to be until 8 p.m. So about 30 more minutes on this tornado warning with that likely tornado still on the ground. That's near Jumpertown, Mississippi, on the northwest side of Boonville. And as we track that out here, I'm going to kind of do what Kit did and give it a little extra lead time. That's about where this thing's going to go. So you see that it's south of Corinth, but it's going to be near Thrasher at 737, Rienzi at 740, Jacinto at 748, and then Glenn at 755. It's going to cross Highway 72 right about at Glenn, and like Kit said, there are indications that once it gets to Highway 72 and then moves to the north, it is going to continue to weaken, hopefully. But for right now, as long as it is crossing into southern Alcorn County, we have strong indications of rotation and a tornado that could still be on the ground as it's coming through the northwestern corner of Prentiss County, north and west of Boonville, but very close to Jumpertown right now. Still some rotation signatures in here, right where you see that green and red kind of coming together near Jumpertown. That is likely where this tornado still is, maybe a little north of that. Just kind of want to bounce around on our debris mode and the radar and just make sure we're not seeing anything. I don't see anything right at this moment. What was that?
Ecru.
Ecru. Okay, so that's back just a little bit from a couple of minutes ago. That wouldn't have surprised me, but for right now, I don't see that it's picking up debris still. But I don't want that to, give you the all clear. If you are in Alcorn County, especially in the southern portion of the county, south of 72 and south of Corinth, go ahead and be in your safe place. We do have this other storm to the south. It's following up almost the exact same path, and a possible tornado once again near Blue Springs. I wonder if that camera's come back up for us, if we can see that camera load. There it is. Wow. So that is I-22, again near Blue Springs. This is the camera that we watched 30 minutes ago, a tornado literally crossed the interstate, and this one once again is a thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado passing near Blue Springs right now, and it could be another tornado for some of the same areas that just got hit not too long ago. And so that is again near New Albany, Mississippi, a second storm following behind the first one. Man, incredible lightning there, really indicative of a really strong thunderstorm.
Keep in mind, Trevor, of course, we're seeing it here. Everyone's got their headlights on.
Yeah.
Here in Memphis, where we're farther west, we've passed sunset.
Yes.
So any further tornadoes tonight are going to be obscured by the shroud of nighttime.
I'm wondering what this is coming in from the west here. I think that's probably just rain curtains.
Yeah, that looks like a rain curtain coming in.
Nothing super serious. I think honestly where the tornado might have, if there is a tornado, where it's going to be probably is on the right side of the screen, where that lowered shape is. I think we're seeing some rain come in from the left here. But this is that second thunderstorm. Now, the fortunate news with this one, for us at least, is that this one is likely going to remain south of Tippah and Alcorn County. So that is, again, over I-22 near Blue Springs. And that's going to track more off to the east a little bit more than the northeast. So that's going to be more of an issue for Prentiss and Tishomingo counties, south of Tippah County and south of Alcorn County. So really we have this one thunderstorm that we're going to continue to watch that could still be producing a tornado near Jumpertown, Mississippi. There are some indications that it is not looking as intense as it was. It was very intense over New Albany a bit ago when it crossed Interstate 22. Not as intense now, but still signs of rotation, and that is going to be near Rienzi on Highway 45 at Highway 356 within a matter of 5 to 6 minutes. So if you are in southern Alcorn County, Biggersville, and Rienzi, those areas, that is the area where this possible tornado is going to cross. And if it does not continue to weaken, it could be near Glenn and Burnsville along I-22. Hopefully, this storm will continue to weaken, and we will not have to have a reissuance of that tornado warning. But again, right near Jumpertown right now, still signs of rotation. And as we track that off once again through at least Alcorn County, this is going to be far southern Alcorn County. That's going to be near Rienzi. That's going to be near Searcytown. It's going to be pretty close to Glenn. Now, to the north of this, we do have some very large hail with this. Probably coming into Corinth right now. Would not be surprised at all to see some pretty large hail in that zone. So even though the tornado is going to be south of Corinth, there is going to be some hail that could come a little closer to Corinth by about 7:56. So just that heads up for you there. The entire storm is going to be moving through Alcorn County. The tornado is going to be on the far southern portion of Alcorn County. One more check on that storm that's crossing I-22. And unfortunately, if you told me this radar image was from 30 minutes ago, I would believe it because it looks almost the same as when the first tornado crossed I-22. When we watched it live on air about 30 minutes ago, do that when it came into New Albany. That camera looks like it has gone down again. I think they got some power back up and then lost it again. But dangerous storm there, and a dangerous storm coming into southern Alcorn County right now. There are signs that it might not be as strong, but still signs of rotation near Rienzi. At a minimum, high wind gusts and hail. But it seems like that storm might be losing some of its energy to that southernmost storm that we were just watching, Kit.
Yeah, that's a classic thing that we usually talk about. That tail end Charlie is usually the storm that becomes the dominant storm, but it's a process of becoming, so it sometimes takes a while. The National Weather Service saying that they're upping the hail in the trailing storm, but also here around Jumpertown, you're going to be seeing some very strong winds. Notice we've seen this kind of a feature a couple of times. This is on a smaller scale, but we've got sort of this bowing structure on the southern side of this storm. That is an indication that we've got winds that are punching from the back very, very strong. So we've got right here this surge of winds that are coming into Jumpertown. This is now perpendicular to the radar beam. So since the radar beam is looking north and winds are coming perpendicular to that, we won't be able to see how fast those winds are, but we can tell just by this bowing structure that they are rushing forward and could be severe. So we need to keep that in mind. Jumpertown, you're not quite in the clear. Rienzi, you could be looking at that wind coming in as well. The thing is, even if it's an EF0 tornado, that can sometimes be, that kind of wind can still be produced by straight line winds. So straight line winds can have the strength of low end tornadoes. We need to treat still severe winds with the same level of respect. Of course, we're seeing here just the area of rotation seems to be right around here, southern parts of Alcorn County. It's gotten sort of occluded, and you can kind of see that leading edge right there. I'm going to stand closer so I don't have to bend down so much, but you can see in that leading edge, that's where we've got some of that transition from the in to out. That's where we are seeing that outflow, that bulging forward push of those winds. Again, right there, that's where the leading edge is. Winds coming from the south very strong, so we could see any of these little cells out on the leading edge become a tornado. So Rienzi, you still need to be in your safe place. I still want to emphasize that. I wonder if they've added to this tornado warning any of the information about the wind threat with that. Of course, a radar confirmed tornado. It's still a particularly dangerous situation, and the tornado damage threat is considerable with maximum hail size of 1 inch, and we could see that updated with the heavy wind threat. I think that southern storm, though, is starting to see the better characteristics of that hook echo. Remember, we've been talking about this a few times. I'm going to scoot it north a little more for you. We've talked about it. Look at the backhand of your left hand. You can see that that hook echo shape lines right up right there with your thumb. That is the classic supercell structure. That in the thumb is right around where we could see a tornado develop. So that'll head towards the Baldwin area, Saltillo, north of Tupelo. That's Saltillo, Mississippi. I think there's another one up in Tennessee as well, so we don't want to confuse folks. In Mississippi is where we are right now. It still looks like it's falling apart here. Of course, it can be an embedded circulation.
Issue this. They've just told us, I think more maybe as a precaution, but even in the last couple of scans, if you want to kind of check out and zoom in there, it is looking maybe a bit more intense there. Rienzi still need to be in your safe place for sure. There's almost 2 different areas here where there could be some rotation and some spin. Either one of these could be producing a tornado. So Searcytown, Biggersville, Rienzi, Southern Alcorn County, south of Corinth, along Highway 45. Make sure you are in your safe place, because it looked like this storm had kind of cycled down a little bit, could be trying to ramp back up, and that's going to be eventually coming toward Glenn in the next little bit. Yeah, Kit, there's almost, with that new scan coming in, there's almost 2 areas that could be producing a tornado.
Could be some
either one of those.
Hail contamination.
Could be a little bit of that too. As
I'm also looking up back there towards County Road 518.
Yeah, we're talking about right in here. So there's a few areas in here that still could be spinning, and of course the hail threat is growing, but there is still a potential of a tornado right on the leading edge of this thunderstorm, and I'll track that out for you as it moves to the north and east. It does sound like they're about to extend this tornado warning just a little bit more, so that's going to be near Boonville right now, Strickland at 7:46, Glenn at 7:49, Burnsville at 8:03, and then toward Iuka in northern Tishomingo County by about 8:20. We just had that tornado as well to the south near Blue Springs. That is looking to stay mainly south of the area that we cover, which is Tippah and Alcorn counties. That's kind of the end of our coverage area. So we're going to be watching that. And I should mention, I'll zoom out quickly and show you.
Blue Springs tornadoes is creating power flashes.
Yeah, I believe that 100%. So there's a lot of lightning and thunder in Memphis right now. You've probably heard some of that on our streams. The severe weather threat for Memphis is over. There is no need to be concerned about any more severe weather in Memphis. The heavy rain will continue. Thunder will continue. Same thing in Clarksdale. I know that storm is heavy down there. Even in Oxford, we've got some heavy rain and thunder. The only area we're really concerned about is this storm right here, and that is quickly moving out of the area. But again, there is some thunder. There is some very heavy rain continuing, but the actual severe weather threat, the threat of high wind, tornadoes, hail, anything like that, is over for most of the Mid-South, and it's going to be over for at least a week. We are done with our 4-day severe weather threat that we've had, and we've had tornadoes every single day, and now ending with a flooding threat just as we expected. Heavy rain is continuing to fall in Memphis, and will continue for the next several hours. This rain really won't completely end until tomorrow morning. So, while the severe weather threat's over for Memphis and Shelby County and DeSoto County, the heavy flooding rain is going to be a concern. So if you can, stay home tonight, even though that severe weather threat has passed. But if you have to get out, you definitely do want to use extreme caution.
I believe they're probably going to go with a particularly dangerous situation on that southern storm as well, headed towards Baldwin. You see south of Ellistown right here, there's a little bit of a drop in that CC, and it looks like that lines up right there where we have the hook echo structure of the storm as well as the velocity signature of the storm here. As we've seen from seasoned veteran storm chasers in this area, there it is right there. They've got that considerable tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation for Baldwin, for Saltillo there. We'll get a track of some of the other storms in this vicinity. Of course, this is a particularly dangerous situation. We've said that. I hope that that phrase isn't becoming a jumbled mess and falling on your ears as just too much. We've heard it too many times. It's losing meaning. Please consider this as a life-threatening situation for Baldwin. We want everyone there to be ready to go to their safe place. Meanwhile, we have continued that that tornado warning through the rest of Alcorn County. So Corinth is now within this tornado warning. We do have that considerable tag as well on this extended tornado warning. And so radar indicated threat now. We haven't had any confirmation on the surface of that storm. So I believe they still have particularly dangerous situation for the Rienzi area up to Corinth through Mitchie, Tennessee. We're about to cross into Tennessee here, all the way into the far northwest or northeast corner here of Mississippi around Iuka, and could eventually cross the Tennessee River Valley there as well. Trevor, I saw you had your hand up. Did you have something to add there?
Yeah, I was just going to kind of look a little more in depth at this storm. Still signs of rotation right there near Rienzi, between Rienzi and Biggersville on 45. Bright colors showing up, indicating at a minimum some very high wind gusts. We did have a report of 60-mile-an-hour winds with this, but we still could have a tornado developing here or already on the ground, and that is going to be right there near Rienzi and pushing off to the north and east. So they have expanded this tornado warning now for the rest of Alcorn County. It does include southeastern McNairy County as well as Hardin County. Now, again, this does not include Selmer. This is going to be to the south and east of Selmer. Selmer is going to get some heavy rain, but this possible tornado now that we know has been on the ground previously, that could still be on the ground, is going to be mainly in North Mississippi, and then it's going to go into Hardin County, Tennessee. So I'm going to track this line of thunderstorms out at least through the rest of our area, because I want to make sure it's hitting those communities that we know best, and that is going to be near Glenn. Pretty much right now, we've been calling out Glenn for a while. Potential circulation and possible tornado near Glenn. Make sure you're in your safe place. That's going to be near Burnsville at 7:58, Crossroads at 8:03. That's getting into northern Tishomingo County, and then Iuka by about 8:14, and then Blythe Crossing at 8:19. That's quickly going to become more of a Hardin County, Savannah issue as it moves out of North Mississippi and into northern Tishomingo County. Yeah, Kit.
You were giving me this look the other night. I'm
Yes.
giving it back to you.
Uh-oh.
We have another tornado warning now moving into Lafayette County. This is just on the very edge of our viewing area here. But Thaxton, we were talking about Thaxton earlier. We were talking about Oxford earlier. Oxford is not within this warning, but southeastern Lafayette County now under a new tornado warning, as this is now becoming a new storm that could produce a tornado. It is radar indicated at this moment, so we want to check that out on velocity here as we've started to see some rotation on the backside of this. You can see that quick rotation. This is something that's developing very quickly, and we have seen how fast these storms get out of hand. So I want everyone in Bruce to move to your safe place now. Of course, that's just outside our viewing area here. I'll get that information up on the screen so that you can see it along with me. This new warning is now issued. Excuse me, I did not grab the right tool there. So that new severe tornado warning is radar indicated until 8:30. Some counties outside of our viewing area, Pontotoc, Calhoun, and Chickasaw counties here in north central Mississippi until 8:30. We're going to see this area of rotation likely become eventually the dominant storm, as now it is taking on the southern thing. But the thing is, the southern extent of this line is back well behind. It's back west of these tornadoes that we have up here. So they have still a good straight streamline into them to keep them supplied. And here we're starting to see a little bit of that forward hook echo shape there. One quick update for Shelby County. A quick break from the tornado coverage. I want to bring you to the flooding threat that we've had here across Shelby County. We have seen the flash flood emergency has been dropped from Shelby County. A good update, something we have been waiting for. It was, of course, through the 8 o'clock hour that it was originally issued. We still have a considerable threat for flash flooding here. It can still be life-threatening, but we've started to see the rain a little bit less, and that has given us some time for that to drain. So that is good. We still have widespread flash flooding around the area, and we'll switch back to, of course, the tornado coverage now. I want to send things back over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett, who's been doing an excellent job. We're going on hour 7 now.
Yes.
Another long form severe coverage today.
Yes, we had a 14-hour coverage Wednesday. I did 5 hours last night. I think we did 3 or 4. This has just been an insane stretch of weather. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. We've got another hour, maybe, to kind of watch some of these storms. I will say this tornado warning, I was just kind of investigating down south of Lafayette County. So I want to kind of draw out the Lafayette County line. So that's the Lafayette County and the Yalobusha County border. I'm going to draw it out here so you can see it a little better. So way up here, this is Lafayette County. That's up toward Oxford. To me, it seems like that area of rotation is going to be south of Lafayette County. It's going to be more of a Calhoun County, Pontotoc County, Chickasaw County issue. And again, the rotation's way down here. So there's Bruce, Mississippi down there north of Calhoun City. So that is in Calhoun County. And that's probably going to be out toward Holka, New Holka. If you know them, they've got the Sweet Potato Festival out there. That is about where that storm is going to go and that possible tornado. So that one, for the most part, and again, excuse my rudimentary drawing here, that's Lafayette County, what I've kind of outlined. So that rotation zone, to me, seems like it would be mainly outside of Lafayette County. Now, they have clipped Lafayette County as part of the tornado warning, but I do think that will continue south, and hopefully that warning can be cleared. So I don't want you to think we're ignoring you if we're not talking a whole lot about this. I know they've got Toccopola in that warning. That is going to be a Calhoun County, probably a Chickasaw County, and a Pontotoc County storm that will be out of our viewing area. That's going to go more like that, but it could eventually head for Tupelo. And so those folks down there will be keeping a close eye on that. So that's that one storm. I just wanted to kind of address that as we look at it. They did clip just a corner of Lafayette County, but I think the main area of concern for another possible tornado is not going to enter Lafayette County. We'll keep a very close eye on that one, though. These storms have been kind of weaving in and out for the last little bit. We have another tornado warning. This is the one that just crossed I-22, the latest tornado to do that. That's going to be near the Alpine community. This one, too, probably barely going to go south of Dumas. Here's Dumas and Tippah County. That possible circulation back near Alpine, that's going to be near Baldwin, Guntown, and then toward Boonville and Frankstown on Highway 45. That one as well, for the most part, the tornado warned part of that storm is going to be south of Alcorn County, this second one that's coming through right now. So that's going to be more of an issue for Prentiss and Tishomingo counties. So we've got two storms that are close to our area, very, very close, but are likely going to be just south of there, at least their tornado potential. This storm is bringing what is likely some very large hail to near Dumas right now, and then pretty close to Boonville. Then we've got this other storm that's right over Corinth. This is the one we are really going to have to watch because that is a storm that is producing heavy rain, high wind gusts, and hail near Corinth. and it still is posing a risk of a tornado near Glen right now. If there is a tornado, it is likely going to be crossing over Highway 72 near Glen, southeast of Corinth. So if you're in these areas, be in your safe place. And again, that is going to be Highway 72 near Glen in Alcorn County. And they did include also on this, I'm going to circle this rotation zone right in here. They also trimmed a portion of McNairy County in this warning. So McNairy County, of course, that is going to be up here. They were hit so hard Wednesday night. I would imagine we probably had 10 tornado warnings for McNairy County. We've got another one tonight. But this particular rotation zone, for the most part, is going to be northern Tishomingo County and then southern Hardin County. So I'm going to put a storm track on this as we get it out of Alcorn County and off to the north and east. That's going to be pretty much over Glen right now. Kendrick at 8:04. Crossroads at 8:11, High Point at 8:14, and those are all going to be in northern Tishomingo County and southern Hardin County, Tennessee. So McNairy County, part of the county is in a warning. Just kind of as a precaution, because we're going to wait to see what this storm does. But I do think for the most part, that possible tornado is going to be in eastern Alcorn County right now near Glen. Make sure you're in your safe place now, Glen, and then into northern Tishomingo County. So, Kit, we kind of have three wait and sees here. I do think the most concerning one for us right now is in Alcorn County. It's the eastern portion of Alcorn County, south and east of Corinth. Corinth probably getting some hail right now. I would not be surprised at all if there was hail. Definitely some high wind at a minimum in Corinth. That possible tornado near Glen, and it's about to cross out of Alcorn County into northern Tishomingo County. It will probably stay just south of McNairy County, but it will move into Hardin County out towards Savannah. This other possible tornado, that's near Baldwin, northern Lee County, and then into Prentiss County. That's where that next tornado could be going. And then we've still got this one, which I think the circulation for is well south of Lafayette County. I mean, there's Bruce and Calhoun City. You circle that, and that's where that area of rotation is. So that is well to the south of Lafayette County. I'll measure that out for you from the Lafayette County line down to the south. That is going to be 14 miles south of Lafayette County, and I'll leave that on there as I kind of track it out. That's going to be a Pontotoc, Verona, Tupelo issue. So if you do know anybody in Tupelo, this storm could be headed in their direction, but I do not think it's going to be an issue for Lafayette County, and I think we will see that tornado warning trimmed back out of Lafayette County soon. Oxford, you're still getting the high wind gusts and the heavy rain. The worst of it has passed. We did have a tornado touchdown earlier in eastern Lafayette County, but the worst of this storm is clearing out of Oxford, and it's moving into Pontotoc County and Union County yet again. So here's the situation. So as we kind of check out what's going on, we've got that one circulation in Prentiss County coming into Boonville. That's likely to be south of our area. I do want to set with this Alcorn County storm for just a little bit because there still could be some rotation here, and there is near Glen, about to cross Highway 72 near Glen. So the reds have wind going this way, greens are going this way, and that is indicative of some decent rotation right over the Glen community of Alcorn County, and it is crossing over Highway 72 right now. I'm not seeing any signs at this moment as I check out the debris mode. I don't see any strong signs that this is a tornado for sure on the ground, but these have spun up really, really quickly. So if you are in eastern Alcorn County, east of Corinth, still want you in your safe place. Corinth, you're again getting the hail and the high wind gusts out of this. That possible tornado is to your south and east near Glen, and it's going to be moving to the north and east. So it's just about to cross over into Tishomingo County, and it will be out of our hair moving into Hardin County for the next little bit. So Kit, we're going to keep watching these things. Of course, the flooding is going to become our main concern. Once these three storms get out of here, which hopefully will happen within the next 15 to 20 minutes, fingers crossed. I know all of us are so sick of this severe weather. This has been the wildest week of weather that I've ever seen, and I don't want to make light of the situation because we have so many lives that are forever changed and people that are still trying to recover. It's unthinkable to imagine that we had towns and homes hit on Wednesday night, and those people have not been able to even get out and pick up photos that are scattered on the ground because we've had tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning for 4 days in a row. So it's really going to be until tomorrow before some of these folks can start to even pick up the pieces and see what they have left of their homes. And it is an awful situation. I think for the last 4 days, we've had tornadoes confirmed each one of those days. Over the next couple of days, we're going to have to go and figure out exactly how many warnings we had, exactly how many touchdowns we had. But it's very unusual to see this many severe weather days over 4 days. Usually we get one and then it's done, maybe a little bit the next day. But I have never seen 4 severe weather days in a row culminating with a major severe weather threat. So as these storms move out, as the area of rotation moves out of Alcorn County, our focus tonight is going to shift to the flooding because that's still going to be a big concern in the overnight hours. And then as we come back and reset next week, that's when we'll start to talk about the next steps and just starting to pick up the pieces and rebuild. I'll stick with this Alcorn County storm for just a little bit more. There's still signs of rotation there near Glenn. Kate, did you have something?
Yeah, I just want to reset for a moment for those who may still be watching from Memphis. We understand we cover a whole lot, but Memphis is 66 miles from the nearest warning, 66 to 70, 80 miles or so from all of this storm mess. So while we understand that is our core area, we are still keeping an eye on, places that are 70, 80 miles away on the very edge of our viewing area. Think of it like this. If you were someone who lived in the tornado warning, would you want to know whether or not your life is in danger? So this is into northeastern Mississippi right now. We've got a couple areas of these tornadoes that are moving through. This will eventually move into Hardin County, Tennessee as well, right on the fringe of our viewing area. And we were looking at some very strong winds on this. Not only is it the tornado threat, but also the straight line wind threat as the inflow in this storm is quite powerful, and that could get mixed down. We've been talking a lot about the light blues and the dark blues showing up. We haven't been much on this other end of the spectrum here into these more magenta colors here. We've got some incredibly strong winds moving into Kendrick right now. So that's in far extreme eastern parts of our viewing area there. Kendrick, right there in Alcorn County. You need to be in your shelter as well, not only for the tornado threat that we see from this rotation here, very near the Corinth area, which Corinth, you still need to be in your shelter, but we also see Kendrick, some extreme high-end severe. So this is the considerable threat, and then we've got a couple pixels there of yellow, which puts it into the destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds or stronger there. So we could see not only a tornado threat, but also a very strong wind threat there. This is putting it upwards of 102 miles per hour. So some very powerful winds showing up on radar. These are above the surface. These are not going to be at the surface because we're looking several miles away, probably 60 to 70 miles away at this point. So we're probably 5,000 to 6,000 feet above the ground where that wind is being measured. And of course, this is not storm relative either, so it may be a little bit weaker on that. But we can see the thing is it's moving so fast north that we have to subtract so much out. The radar is still measuring that something is moving away from the radar at 102 miles per hour. We've got some of that broad rotation there. So again, if you are here, again, this is towards the northeastern part of Mississippi. This is just moving into Alcorn, or the far eastern part of Alcorn County, Kendrick, Crossroads, Sandy Creek subdivision. Someone in chat earlier, Nico was asking, is McNairy County going to be okay? I apologize if we didn't get to your comment there sooner. McNairy County is within the extended tornado warning here, but it looks like they have dropped it to just a radar indicated threat here. So guys, far southeastern parts of McNairy County here, I'll get some of those more of those. Eastview technically not within that warning, but Mitchie is within the warning, and that'll move on into Hardin County. So Nixon counts, you're in a higher threat zone there for potential for a tornado to jump in. So The thing is, we've got a lot of these overlapping warnings, and they're keeping them up for NOAA weather radio purposes. Sometimes when they cancel a warning, it cancels the bulletin on the NOAA weather radio. So we see a lot of jumbled mess here. We're going to have to just deal with it at the moment because we've got some of these thunderstorms you see around the Boonville area. That's an area of a tornado warning that previous warnings have covered. We also have the previous particularly dangerous situation warning here, now extended without the PDS warning, but we do still have a tornado warning present, though that has been downgraded. It is still a threat, and it can still drop down a deadly tornado. We always want to be very cautious with that. Looking back to the Lafayette County storm, Trevor was doing a good job analyzing the motion of that storm earlier. It does look like to me that I'll back him up on that the threat for the tornado is probably going to be south of Lafayette County, but we still have some strong winds here. We're going to see those winds bringing some heavy rainfall, possibly some flash flooding, maybe some hail could be embedded in there as well. Again, they're moving kind of perpendicular to the radar beam, so that's making it difficult to see how fast it is. But Thaxton, if anyone gets our antenna signal out there, I want you to also be staying put, staying sheltered, as those strong winds could be rolling through at any time. So we've got a lot of people in chat, so we appreciate you. We've had well over 1,000 viewers on just Facebook and YouTube alone, so we truly appreciate you following along with us. Make sure you give ABC 24 Memphis a follow if you haven't already. Trevor's page a follow, my page a follow. We appreciate that. We'll keep on bringing you this information for as long as it is storming here in Memphis. We will bring you that info. A point of clarity as well to sort of reset on a slightly different issue. We're coming up now on 8 o'clock here. We are live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, 24+ on your smart TV devices, and on air, ABC 24 on WATN and WLMT CW30. It is 8 o'clock p.m. I'm meteorologist Kit Thomas. If you're tuning in for your evening programming, we apologize. We are covering it for extended severe weather coverage. We've been coming on 8 hours now. My colleague, meteorologist Trevor Burchett, also present this evening, bringing this information. We've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had numerous tornado warnings across the area and across parts of our southeastern viewing area here into Lafayette County. We presently have a tornado warning. This tornado warning, in our opinion, is staying mostly outside of our viewing area, but we could still see some impacts of it in neighboring viewing areas here where some folks may be watching it. So Calhoun, Chickasaw, of course Lafayette, our county, and Pontotoc, we've got a radar indicated threat of a tornado in that direction. A good thing, as we've hit 8 o'clock, a couple of those old tornado warnings have expired, though we still have present tornado warnings for Alcorn County, southeastern McNairy County here, moving into Hardin County and Tishomingo County, I believe that is there. So, and then of course, just down to the Boonville area, we have seen that tornado warning in that region has been hit already by another tornado warning. And now we've got a second one here. So parts of our area and other parts that are not in our area have been overlapped by multiple tornado warnings. So with that being said, of course, this is our whole viewing area here. We still have heavy rain across Arkansas that's going to move in over the next several hours, prolonging the flooding event. You may have heard some rumbles of thunder around the Memphis area, but worry not, we are no longer under any severe thunderstorm threat. We're seeing some thunderstorms across Fayette County. We'll likely see or hear that thunder around Somerville and into the Rossville area. Moscow, you're probably going to hear some rumbles of thunder too. Salisbury, we'll hear that thunder there. Looking down towards our southern viewing area here in Quitman County, moving towards Panola County, we've got some heavy rain and thunderstorms moving into there. We've got a new tornado warning. I want to bring that right to you. This is an upgrade of that warning. Trevor, you take over that.
Yeah, we've got a tornado spotted on the ground now, just as it left Alcorn County. Literally the second it crossed over. We told you it was just about to cross from Glenn in Alcorn County over to Tishomingo County. Literally right when it did, there was a tornado reported on the ground. It was actually reported on the ground by Highway Patrol. north of 72 on County Road 214. I wonder if I can get that to pop up on the map here. See, 177, 119, 182, 257. Okay, it's like a treasure hunt. We'll just say it touched down somewhere north of Highway 72. It is now in Tishomingo County. So the tornado that has touched down, either briefly or is still on the ground, is now in Tishomingo County, and it is moving out of the Mid-South. Of course, our coverage area ends with Alcorn County, and it seems like that tornado that was on the ground has now left Alcorn County and is now moving into Hardin County, Tennessee. McNairy County, you are involved in this tornado warning. They issued that just kind of, as a precaution in case the storm swung around a little bit. But that tornado is now in Tishomingo County, Mississippi, and is going to move off to the north and east into Hardin County. So that's the situation with that storm. And again, that tornado is on the ground moving into Hardin County, Tennessee, but it's moving out of Alcorn County. It's already out of Alcorn County. It's in Tishomingo County now, and it is not going to impact McNairy County. McNairy County, I know you have heavy rain right now, but this tornado is going to stay over in Hardin County. Down to the south, there is another area of rotation near Boonville, and this will be one that we have to see what they end up doing with it, because there is an area of rotation right over Boonville, yet again, right in there, and that's near Boonville, and that could clip far southeastern Alcorn County, east of Rienzi even, like way out in the county. But I'll track that out for you. I'm not sure exactly the direction they're going to go with this warning, but something like that, that would put it into far southeastern Alcorn County. So we'll see if they continue to warn that, if they keep that warning going. But in general, that's going to be for Tishomingo County. This one's not going to be as far north as the current one is. So a lot going on the radar right now. Again, I want to be able to clear out Lafayette County. Technically, there is still a tornado warning for southeastern Lafayette County, but that area of rotation is way far south of Lafayette. It's way far away from Oxford, and it's not going to be a concern for Lafayette County. It is coming into Pontotoc County, though, and eventually toward Lee County. It does look like, I'm going to check this message here if that's what I think it is. So again, that's moving into Pontotoc County, as they said, so they should be dropping Lafayette County, hopefully very, very soon, and we can clear Lafayette County from that warning as we see what they're going to do. So an update on this. Again, we have a couple of things going on here. We've got a confirmed tornado on the ground in Tishomingo County, moving into Hardin County. That's what that warning is for in Corinth. So Corinth is still in a warning, but that tornado has crossed into Tishomingo and Hardin counties and is now moving away from Alcorn County. So I assume what's going to happen here very quickly here, we should see the tornado warning canceled for Lafayette County, since that area of circulation is moving out of the county. And we should see this tornado warning canceled for Alcorn County, since that tornado, even though it is on the ground, has cleared out into northern Tishomingo County and southern Hardin County. So we're kind of just in a wait and see mode to see what the National Weather Service is going to do. Technically, these warnings go until 8:30. I cannot imagine them letting them go for that long. I would think they would cancel them a little sooner. We will see what happens here. But the other one to watch is this one near Boonville, and that is a tornado that could possibly be on the ground. And again, as that moves off to the north and east, that could also clip southeastern Alcorn County, and that could result in another warning for southeastern Alcorn County momentarily. We'll see what happens here, but that's the one we're going to kind of watch now. There is some circulation pretty much right over Boonville, and that's going to be for far southeastern Alcorn County, nowhere near Corinth, although Corinth, you will continue to see the heavy rain. It'll start to slack up here for the next little bit, though. So while we're kind of in this wait-and-see mode, there's no urgent threat for anybody in the Mid-South. The storm that was in Corinth and Alcorn County moved into Hardin County. It now is producing a tornado, but it's moving away. The storm in Lafayette County is actually south of Lafayette County and moving out. I do want to kind of investigate here the rain totals. In the last 24 hours, we have had some remarkable rainfall totals. This is just in the last 24 hours here. You look back in Cross County, 6 inches of rain, close to that. near Mud Island here in Memphis, and then up near Atoka in southern Tate County, about 6 inches of rain. Other parts of Memphis, anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rain just in the last 24 hours. And of course, that's an issue because we had 6 inches of rain Wednesday. Some rain in between. Now we have 6 more inches of rain, and those drainage canals and the creeks and streams, they just can't hold much more. So we're continuing to see a flooding concern in the Memphis metro area. We have those flash flood warnings that Kit was talking about, and Kit, maybe you can jump back on those in a bit here. But that is why those flash flood warnings are in effect. And then eventually what's going to happen is over the coming days, that water will drain out of the roadways, but then it's going to drain into those canals and creeks and streams, and that could result in more of a water rise into those neighborhoods. So flooding is going to be a concern for the rest of tonight. Even though the rain is ending, it will continue kind of into tomorrow as well. I do want to get you a look at the hour-by-hour radar. This is what things look like right now. Of course, we have storms in North Mississippi. Those will move out as we get closer to 9 o'clock. The rain is going to continue, though, for much of the Mid-South. This is 2 in the morning. No severe weather threat tonight, by the way. Once we get past 9 o'clock, this will be done with, and then done with for the next week at least. We have no more severe weather out of this, but there will be some rain that continues overnight tonight. Maybe even some showers into tomorrow morning. This is 10 a.m. A little bit of rain there by around 10 or 11 in the morning, and then clearing out of here by tomorrow afternoon. So we'll start out with some rain early in the morning, and then that will clear out by the afternoon. I'll get you a quick check of the 7-day forecast, and yeah, much better. Showers ending tomorrow morning, and it's going to be cooler tomorrow. High of 58 degrees, 60 with sunshine Monday, 62 Tuesday, 70s by the end of the week. There's a slight chance of a shower or two on Thursday, but I think most of the next 7 days will be dry after that rain ends early tomorrow morning. Next weekend looks great with sunshine and highs in the 70s. But again, we're going to stay with you for the next little bit here. We have a couple of tornado warnings we're waiting to see what they do with, and the one I'm really going to watch is over Boonville right now with a tornado that appears to be on the ground, confirmed by a Boonville police officer. This is in Prentiss County, Mississippi, a tornado on the ground near West Church Street, and again, that is in downtown Boonville, and they are probably going to issue another tornado warning to follow this one up, or they might just trim this one back just a little bit to better emphasize where that tornado is going to go. And this is just barely going to clip southeastern Alcorn County, but I will track it out for you here. And there's not even any town that's showing up on the map for Alcorn County. You can see Corinth up there and how far south this possible tornado is going to track, or tornado on the ground apparently reported now. That's going to be into northern Tishomingo County here within the next couple of minutes. So again, very close to Alcorn County, but it's mainly going to be south of you. Kit, just wondering if you've, I know you've had the YouTube comments up, if you saw anything over there.
Questions over there on YouTube, just to some folks who are asking about Memphis. Memphis, we are not seeing any more severe or any more tornado warnings today. Of course, we've seen a bunch, we've heard a bunch, we've been talking about a lot of places well east of Memphis today over the last several hours. So we understand that you might not care about this, but we care about the people who are being impacted by it. And this is moving into Hardin County. This is some neighboring areas here. A lot of people have picked up our stream on YouTube as well. People in Hardin County asking us to carry with it. We'll keep with it at least one county outside of our viewing area as it moves towards the Lawrenceburg area. We'll let the Huntsville and Nashville areas take over responsibility for that. But we want to stress folks in Alcorn County on the southeast corner there around the Rienzi area, towards Burnsville there in Tishomingo County, the Cairo, not sure if it's Cairo or Cairo. I have seen it pronounced both in different states, so apologies for that mispronunciation. But there's the new tornado warning just now issued for this trailing tornado warning. We've, of course, have seen from the National Weather Service, they have overlapped some of these warnings, so please don't be confused by it. Yes, if your phone went off from a previous tornado warning, you are now under another tornado warning. We have seen this several times this week. It is the most bizarre and unsettling severe event that I have seen, where so many places have gotten repeat hits or repeat warnings at the very least. So, Rienzi down towards Jacinto, Leedy, you are once again in need of a tornado shelter. Get back to your shelter. If you were there already, get back into that storm. We have seen 2 now confirmed tornadoes. I want to point them out to you on the velocity as we've seen. I'll hop up here. We've seen a confirmed tornado on the leading edge of this one. It looks a little bit on the messiness, but I'm just going to say anyone here in southwestern Hardin County needs to be in their shelter. If you're down the highway from Mitchie, be in your shelter. If you're in Mitchie, be in your shelter. Down towards Corinth, we're sort of on the backside. We had some viewers from Corinth asking about Corinth as well. You're still within that tornado warning. I still want you to be in or at least near your tornado safety spot. Again, interior room, lowest level of your home, most interior, as many walls and floors as possible between you and the outside. The Rienzi area, out towards Jacinto, we've got a very strong couplet showing up here, some range folding even on that as well. As we see that latest scan, it looks like a jumbled mess, just like spilled paint. That's one of my favorite terms that I've heard Trevor say from this as well. So very, very strong winds showing up with that. That's headed towards County Road 457, the Rienzi area, that highway, I believe that's 367 if that continues. Oh, no, that's actually Highway 356 out from Rienzi. So right here into, where am I? Alcorn County, excuse me. We've seen that storm, of course, have a new tornado warning issued. That is going to continue into northern Tishomingo County. So Iuka also needs to be in their shelter spot. Looking on a more broad view, of course, we want to readdress, just as meteorologist Trevor Burchett aptly pointed out, this storm here into southeastern Lafayette County. Southeastern Lafayette County, I'm going to give you the clear for now moment. This is an area of some rotation that we see headed towards the Pontotoc area. That's going to be crossing over I-22 very shortly, so we're keeping that in mind as well. Here's a look at the classic radar. Of course, we are in northeastern Mississippi. This is a broad view of these storms. We're keeping it very tight on some of these tornado warnings. So we apologize if we're too zoomed in on this area, but just so you know, this here and this here into McNairy, Alcorn County, and Lafayette County are the only places where we have tornado warnings, but we still want to keep them in mind as these storms could be deadly, as we have already seen, unfortunately, through this area. And over the last several days, we've seen several reports of that. If we can wrap things up on the weather side of things, we will resume with ABC and CW News at 9 and 10, CW at 9, ABC at 10. So, of course, we'll bring you some of the latest counts of the damage on that. But we're looking at radar here. We've got here outside of Rienzi, area of some pretty strong rotation there. We're highlighting those 3 areas, one here into Hardin County, Tennessee, just coming out of Tishomingo County. We did have a confirmed tornado that was right about there, confirmed by law enforcement. So I'm going to bring it up north just a little bit for save my back a little bit there. If we go back a few scans, it was right on the county border, wasn't it, Trevor?
Yeah, it crossed 72 right at the county line.
I might just need to switch my velocity over to a different product here so it looks a little bit better here. If you would just bear with me for a moment. There we go. So that was the area of rotation that was probably the precursor to that tornado. As that continued to push east there, we have a couple spots there, some very close red and green, pink and green showing up there. So that's where we had that confirmed tornado on the first one, and that's tracked off into Hardin County here. So east of Mitchie, that's where we've got tornado 1, we'll call it. That's now been extended for both of these warnings, probably by this is the National Weather Service in Nashville now, I believe. Perhaps from Huntsville, they've extended that warning. The number 2 tornado threat that we have is down here towards Boonville. That's where we've seen yet another area of rotation on this line here. That has been pushing northeast towards the Rienzi area again. So Rienzi, I still need you in your shelter. Jacinto, you need to be in your shelter now. If you aren't there, you need to be there. Burnsville as well, downstream even farther, right along that Highway 72. We were initially thinking 72 might be the cutoff for some of these warnings, but it really has not wrapped up just yet, so we still need to be very cautious of that. And then our previous third area of rotation was here outside of our viewing area. We really haven't seen it crossing in, but now, Trevor, I'm getting an eye on that storm here in sort of the middle of this. Yep, they're working on a warning on that right now. So this is an area that is moving once again to New Albany. If we have been talking about New Albany a little bit, we've heard this for the last several hours here. We've heard New Albany a few times, and New Albany is about to be added to a new tornado warning. I'm going to just take a quick look at the debris. I clicked the wrong one. I don't want water vapor. Don't see any debris just yet, but it's still showing up pretty darn clear right there on the velocity. You can see a bit of that close red and green. It's not the perfect signature, but it's still one that's concerning enough that we want to add that. It looks like Hardin County, they are working on a new tornado warning to complete the rest of this warning box that will connect back in. There's that new tornado warning. We'll zip back to that. Of course, that does now include New Albany and several counties on the outskirts of our viewing area, including places that have already been warned twice or more. It's bizarre hearing myself saying that so many times, but we are getting repeat tornadoes over the same areas now. You know, what is this now? About 30, 40 miles south of what we were talking about late on Sunday night. This is the same setup that we already saw, an Arkansas outbreak and now a northern Mississippi into Tennessee outbreak. So this is for Lee, for Pontotoc, for Prentiss, for Union County. We've got a couple others there. So I'll find those again. So this is into portions of Lafayette County, Mississippi, Chickasaw, Calhoun, Pontotoc, Union County, northwestern Lee County. We've got southeastern Tippah County, western Prentiss County, and southeastern Alcorn County. That's a lot, but all of these counties here that are just within this broad warning, they've just given it a big old warning there. They're also monitoring Tallahatchie again. Trevor, I'll get you to look at Tallahatchie, and we'll switch to you when you have that. So just raise your hand when you see what they're talking about here. New Albany, I need you to get back to your safe place. If you were here along the I-22 corridor, of course, we were looking at some of those DOT cameras earlier, and we could see that large tornado and then the wall cloud and then the rain shaft that came around it and obscured it. Became a rain-wrapped tornado. I apologize, I just hit the wrong button. We'll have to wait for this to zoom out and zoom back in. But just look at that. These are the only tornado warnings that are in the entire country right now. They are all right here in northeastern Mississippi. Looking at radar, we've got those storms. They are going over the same areas where we have already seen them. Latest tornado warning for Hardin County here. Outside of Savannah, that's a non-confirmed tornado warning extending from where these warnings are. So we're going to see these storms continue wave after wave after wave. I hope that this is the last wave we see for New Albany. I cannot guarantee it, so you need to be in your shelter at the lowest level of your home, most interior room of your home. If you don't have a secure, safe place to be, go down to the street, to the McDonald's, go to a neighbor's house, go to someone you know. Of course, if you are in New Albany right now, though, you're pretty much running out of time. So all of that, what I just said, I need that to be applied for everyone northeast of I-22 here around the cotton plant. Dumas, we were talking about you earlier. Dumas, we're looking at a chance for those storms. I'm going to say things a couple of different ways. I apologize if I mispronounce it one way or the other. But we've got New Albany. We've got Dumas needing to get back into their shelters. Highway 370 coming out of the Dumas area. We've also got another label here. That's Highway 8:30 here coming out of New Albany. So you need to be in your shelter if you're anywhere along that line as well. So we've seen just so many of these storms across the area over and over and over again, and they have not relented yet. We just keep on seeing just more and more tornado warnings. This is just an astonishing outbreak. Here down towards outside our viewing area, another area of a tornado warning just on the very edge of that viewing area there. And to, let me switch over to the radar here. I want to give, for the time being, Mitchie a cautionary, clear notice of we are not under the immediate threat of the tornado warning here. Rienzi down towards Jacinto, you are not clear. You need to stay in your safe place. Tishomingo County, Iuka, you need to be in your safe place presently. Northern Tishomingo County here, we're seeing Crossroads, Caro needs to be getting to their safe place right now. Crossroads, getting your stuff together, getting ready to go to your safe place as well. We've got the Highway 72 corridor labeled right here from Corinth down to Iuka. That's the area where we sort of see the divide from the heavy rainfall to the hail threat in there as well. So we've got some mix of some of those threats. Here into Prentiss County, the National Weather Service saying some very tight circulation showing up over Thrashers. I want to see where they're looking at there. I believe that's the tightest circulation I can see, at least on this view here. So we're keeping in mind. Oh, excuse me. We've got a couple of tight circulations. So here's Thrasher, south of Rienzi. We've got some very strong winds there. I want to see if we can see it a little bit more clearly. Here, we've got that green, we've got that red. We've been saying that so many times. I'm sure we've handed out 15 meteorology degrees over the last 96 hours or so. Just so much tornado that we've been getting here. Here across the Mid-South. Looking at the debris detector, don't see anything that stands out to me right now, so that's good to see. But of course, this could still be very high-level radar scans. We're just not quite seeing it. It needs to be a low-level scan for some of the weaker tornado threats out there. I want to send things over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett, what you've got here for the latest updates.
Yeah, kid, just kind of investigating those storms along with you there, and it seems like we're kind of stuck with this one little corridor that won't move out. It's like the show that never ends, that everybody's begging for it to end, and trust me, we are too. We will get this out of here soon, but I will tell you, as we look back to the west, there's no concern right now behind this. So Memphis, West Tennessee, eastern Arkansas, things are raining, but you know, we don't have a severe weather concern back there. It's this little corner of northeast Mississippi that we're going to continue to watch, and at 8:30, I think we're going to have a pretty good reset and get maybe a little bit of a better handle on these things, because there are so many tornado warnings that are overlapped with each other right now, because there are so many different little circulations that have popped up over time. So what we've ended up with is the Weather Service trying to warn each one by one, and you just end up with this mess of box warnings. So I'm going to kind of start up at the top and work our way down. Technically, there is a tornado warning for part of McNairy County. That's until 8:30. That will be dropped soon, because that tornado and that area of circulation is now in Hardin County up near Savannah, and that is moving away. So Hardin County and Savannah still under the threat, but that is clearing out from McNairy County. So I do not expect that McNairy County will be in a tornado warning by 8:30. I think they'll let that go. They'll drop that warning, and McNairy County in general, as Kit said earlier, a precautionary all clear for McNairy County, but we'll watch these next couple of storms. They'll slowly start to move south and slowly get out of here. Yeah, and for McNairy County, this warning should be allowed to go at 8:30, and I think that should be your last one. We'll watch it, though. You can never say for sure these days. We've got another area of circulation that's moving out of Alcorn County, and it's moving into northern Tishomingo County. This is one that we were talking about earlier. This one, not as pronounced. There's some very high wind in here, But as far as a tornado circulation, there's nothing right now that's extremely alarming to me. But it is going to be moving into Tishomingo County. So there's a couple of warnings in here. One of them goes until, so this one's until 9 o'clock. We have another one in here that's going to go until 8:30. So I think what we're going to have to wait to do, honestly, because it's a little cluttered and I'm having trouble seeing which warning is for where, to be honest with you. There is a warning for Alcorn County, Tishomingo County. That should be allowed to go at 8:30. And then we've got this other storm back here to the south and west. We've got two different circulations, one near New Albany and another one near Pontotoc, and they've issued one big tornado warning for all of this until 9 p.m. And that is, again, right there, 9 p.m. Tonight. So we're going to track this out. I was going to try to see how fast it was moving so I could get an accurate storm track on it. Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So I'm going to track this out, and this will clip the southern portion of Tippah County and the southern portion of Alcorn County again for right now. And that is why they have issued that tornado warning to get all the way up to southern Tippah and southern Alcorn County. As we put a storm track on it as it comes again through New Albany, this is about the third time we've had storms near New Albany. That batch of storms is mainly headed for Tupelo, but it is going to clip southern Tippah County and the southern portion of Alcorn County as well. So if you're in Tippah, Alcorn County, just stay weather aware for at least the next 30 minutes. I think generally those counties are in the clear. I think this threat is going to be mainly to the south of those areas. But for Tippah and Alcorn, at least for the next 30 minutes, we will just keep an eye on things. And as we come up on 8:30 in the next little bit, this radar map should be a lot more clear as these warnings start to drop. You see, we just have a whole slew of warnings. We've got warnings inside each other, warnings doubled up, warnings overlapping. So it is tough to see which one is which. But as we come up on 8:30, right about now, some of these should drop off the screen. There we go. And that's going to leave us with what we have right now and what we have to work with for the next 30 minutes. So southern Tippah County, including Dumas, is in a tornado warning. Now, what they've done also, they've clipped Lafayette County by accident. So you'll notice that a corner of Lafayette County is in this one again. Lafayette County, there's no threat for you right now. This is off to your east, but they clipped that warning by accident and included a sliver of Lafayette County. So that's just a heads up. Maybe you got an alert on your phone in Lafayette County. That is going to be all to your east. It's going to be for Pontotoc and New Albany. We are going to have to watch here southern, kind of the same areas we've been watching for the last little bit. And I got off that map. I'll have to go all the way back here. But the areas we are going to have to watch for the next little bit is going to be southern Tippah and southern Alcorn County. This storm here, that is going to be the warning for the southeastern corner of Corinth, of Alcorn County, south and east of Corinth, I should say. That warning is now in Tishomingo County. That tornado warning is now in Tishomingo County, the area that could be producing a tornado, and that is clearing off to the north and east. So that warning should be allowed to be scaled back for Alcorn County here soon. We'll cross our fingers for that, and then we'll just be left to see what they do with this warning back to the west. Again, this storm back near New Albany and Pontotoc, there have been a couple of areas of circulation in there, and we'll zoom in and just kind of investigate it. Still some areas of rotation, especially right there almost on the front edge of the line. That's going to be past New Albany now. I'm going to go back to the velocity mode now that I kind of got my bearings straight. Right there, that is a zone that could be a tornado trying to develop, and that's very close to Dumas yet again. So if you are in Dumas, go ahead and stay in that tornado shelter for at least the next 10 minutes. Let this thing pass by. It's going to pass just to your south in Dumas, and then kind of how we did with the last one, it could eventually be toward Rienzi in southeastern Alcorn County. But we're going to be stuck here for the next little bit with this final wave of thunderstorms passing through southern Tippah and southern Alcorn counties. We'll put a loop on this and just show you how it's moving. We've had several rounds over the same areas. It almost reminds me of Wednesday night, almost in the same area. We just had storm after storm after storm after storm that kind of ran into those same spots over and over and over again. We were watching the storm back to the west, back into Tallahatchie County. They were keeping an eye on that one. There's nothing extremely concerning with that. So hopefully as that one kind of follows into the back, it won't be a major concern for us. But what we're going to be watching for the next bit is this batch of storms near New Albany and northern Union County into Pontotoc County. That's going to be coming into southern Tippah and Alcorn County as well. So that's a zone to watch for the next little bit. I do think the biggest threat, like I said, is going to be south of that area. And I'll apologize if you feel like we're kind of just rambling on here because that's kind of what we're having to do. We have these warnings that keep getting clipped for portions of our counties, which requires us to stay on the air. But in general, the threat would remain south of those areas. So that's what we're kind of just sitting here in this waiting mode to see what the National Weather Service is going to do with these warnings and if they're going to change any up. We've lost the Facebook stream now. That expired at 8 hours. So we have that issue with our Facebook stream where after 8 hours, it automatically cuts off. Facebook cuts us off. They do not allow live videos after 8 hours. So we've lost that. We are still streaming on YouTube. And of course, we're also on TV. Really, the only zone we're going to watch for the next little bit is northern Union County near Dumas. That rotation not quite as strong as it was. There is still a little bit right there. And then again, here's Dumas for you in southeastern Tippah County. So that mainly going to be to the southeast of Dumas. And it's another one that we're going to have to watch for near Boonville in the next couple of minutes. But New Albany, yet again, they have been hit 3 times at least with close calls for tonight. And that area of rotation, that circulation, is now to the north and east of New Albany and coming pretty close to Dumas here now. I want to go to the radar because we do have heavy rain in this area in southern Tippah, Alcorn counties, and it's been over and over again for the last 2 hours. We have reports of some flooding now in Corinth and Alcorn County, some underpasses that are being reported to have been flooding. I just want to kind of check on the storm accumulation here for the last 24 hours, and you can see that stripe of a very heavy rain as we check out some of that accumulation. South of Ripley, 3.5 inches of rain just in the last 24 hours and close to 3 inches in Corinth. Now, the rain has been a lot heavier in Memphis, and it is continuing now. Anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rain in the last 24 hours, and that has led to some very serious flash flooding concerns in the Memphis metro, and it is still raining. It is still storming in the Memphis area, even though the severe weather threat is over. We do not have a severe weather concern anymore for the Memphis area. That has cleared out, but the rain is going to continue into the overnight hours. I'll check back in here yet again. We're just going to keep kind of circling back with this tornado warning that's been over the same area over and over again. Weaker signs of rotation, I would say, close to New Albany. There's nothing extremely concerning that's sticking out to me, but it's still one of those signatures that that could spin back up pretty quickly, Kit.
To talk there,
yeah,
just outside Pontotoc. That looks like it's becoming the more dominant. Right around here, you can sort of see the back side of that storm has sort of cut inwards right there around Pontotoc. I'll have to go even farther in because the label kind of covered it. But this is where we're seeing that in-cuts, that inflow. We sometimes call it the rear flank downdraft. So it's the backside of the storm, the winds that are pushing in from the west are cutting in behind. And so we sort of get this sort of S shape there. So that's where we're seeing those winds pushing forward very quickly, and some lightning bolts right there in the last couple of minutes, in the last couple of frames. We've started to see some lightning there. So Chesterville probably going to see tornado warning there very soon. Of course, that's far out of our viewing area. We just wanted to keep that in mind. Tishomingo County into parts of Hardin County. We can go ahead and clear McNairy County, Bethel Springs, Selmer. I forget which city was right there in the far corner. The Guys area, of course. Mitchie, that's what I was looking for. Mitchie, we can clear you for now. I've got my eyes just on that tornado warning back towards the southwest. Corinth no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning at the moment. We're seeing right now updating here. The Tishomingo County storm is still warned for a tornado with an abundance of lightning. There is one of the things with tornadoes is there is often a frequency of lightning, so we could see that showing up right now. But I'm not going to give Alcorn County the all clear. As the far southwest corner there is under a tornado warning. This is the big one that they just issued, a whole area where we've got those thunderstorms that could potentially produce a tornado. I think the main threat, rather than this line of convergence that we saw here just when Trevor was showing you just a moment ago, we've got some thunder and lightning there showing up right at the very base of that hook that's starting up there. So I still want to give caution to everyone between Blue Springs and New Albany. We were looking here earlier at a tornado that crossed over Interstate 22. It appeared a possible tornado there. Sherman, we want to give you some update there as that looks a little more significant. And as I turn to the National Weather Service, they are also talking about that exact same area of rotation. So a very strong area of rotation showing up here southeast of New Albany. New Albany way up there, so they're looking at that area of rotation, maybe heading towards the Sherman area. Again, just outside of our viewing area. If we go back up here, I'll draw it out. I'll put it back on the radar site so you can see where we do cover and where we don't cover. We cover on the left of this line here, up from this line, left of this line, up from this line, and left of there. So that's technically our viewing area, and we are still clipped in with that. We've got this area that had been rotating earlier. That could maybe get a new warning into Alcorn County. We've got, of course, the New Albany stuff that we've been keeping our eyes on. That could move into this county here, Tippah County, excuse me for the hesitation there. It's been a long day. A long week. It's been a month of a week so far. We're looking at the Pontotoc there area. That is where the National Weather Service, of course, could be bringing further higher messaging on that. If we got a new radar scan there, just swinging around. Definitely seeing some rotation. So some signs of rotation with these storms. Sorry, I'm massaging my cheekbones. We've got been talking so much. I've never talked this much. I talk a lot. I don't think I've ever talked quite this much, and my cheek muscles are starting to freeze up, it feels like. But we've got some pretty strong winds starting to show up here. I want to take a sample of just that last little pixel, that bright blue pixel right in there. That is a severe wind gust. I know we usually say 60 for severe. Technically, 58 is where that starts. It's technically measured in knots. 55 knots is severe weather, and that's 58 mile per hour winds there. So pretty strong winds out there, of course, this evening. As we've seen some of those storms producing some of those winds that have been in excess of 80 to 85 miles per hour to we've seen some of those storms across the region. I'll correct what I said. I said that was 55 knots. I wanted to check it. It's actually 50 knots where they start the severe winds, 58 miles per hour. So don't know why we still use all of those other things. We need to switch to the metric system. That's a whole other discussion, though. Sorry for bringing opinion into the forecast, but just for a moment of levity at least. Taking a look at these storms, though, we still have the chance for some heavy rainfall across Ripley. Wouldn't be surprised if we have already seen an extension of some of the flash flood warnings into that area. I want to take a look, see what the flash flood warning conditions are across the area as we see. Sorry, it's loading in. Here we are. So it looks like we do have a new flash flood warning. I say new, I'm not sure when it was issued. We've been focused more on other things, the tornado warnings, but all of the local viewing area for 24 in CW30 is now under a flash flood warning. The darker blue is for what they call the considerable flash flooding threat. So that's a greater threat to life and property, more widespread flooding rather than we'll see pockets of flash flooding that'll be in small localized areas, but still having that whole swath of the possibility of that. Here in the darker blue, we've seen confirmation of that. We've seen river gauges getting up to flood stage and stream gauges, of course. We've seen that flash flood emergency that was over the Memphis metropolitan area. That has been allowed to expire. They canceled it a little early, but we still see some heavy rainfall around the area, and that's going to still be moving in. We've still got some heavy rain there across Arkansas, moving into Memphis very, very soon as well. As we look towards, once again, to Tippah County into parts of Alcorn County, we still have some of those thunderstorms bringing in some heavy rainfall. I say thunderstorms, we haven't seen a ton of lightning with them lately, but it does look like it's sort of ramping back up on that storm. Look at the south one, though. That one has brought a line of lightning, so that tells me that this is intensifying. We could see that tornado drop down at any moment. Let's look back at the velocity there. That's where we've seen some of that convergence. Basically what's happening, so lightning is an exchange of charge between air masses. Think of it as think of a dry winter day. You've got socks on, you're walking over carpet, and your socks are rubbing on the carpet, and then you touch a doorknob and you zap. The wind is basically the sock. The storm is the sock going over the grass, the ground, the trees of the carpet. And that is creating a charge imbalance. And as these tornado winds are, or the mesocyclone, the rotating updraft, if you ever see a wall cloud, that's the base of the mesocyclone. What's happening is those winds are spiraling inwards and are concentrating that charge collection. And that's why we get that rapid increase in lightning during tornado genesis. So that's what we see right here. We're seeing it out ahead of it as well. So it seems like we're seeing some of the early indications of tornado genesis. There are still other things that have to happen. Of course, you know, genesis in the beginning, tornado in the beginning of a tornado. We are seeing that process right now with that storm. Surprised I still have the energy to talk about all of the science stuff here, but if anything, that recharges me, just getting to keep an eye on that. The Tishomingo County storm, of course, we were talking about that tornado warning. The National Weather Service is saying that that one is looking like it is weakening, so that weakening. So that is some good news. I think we're going to go ahead and make a call to allow these storms to progress. Trevor, I think we're going to allow the other markets to take over for the Waynesboro, the Waterloo area as that moves out of our viewing area. So we appreciate you. If you have been watching our YouTube, if you were previously watching our Facebook, we appreciate it that you are staying here with us on ABC 24 through this insane tornado outbreak across now northern Mississippi. Just over the weekend, we were seeing this very same thing over places like Grand Junction, the Walnut area, into the Selmer area, and Mitchie. We had so many of those tornadoes just, would draw it back. Maybe 35 miles north, 40 miles northeast, just back up that line. This is where we had those warnings. So at least we can say we're blessed that some of those areas aren't getting hit again. We're just sort of repeating that same process of that stalled frontal boundary that has not yielded it just yet. So we're going to keep up with it. Again, this is right on the very edge of our viewing area. Ordinarily, we would be cutting in for this for anywhere in our viewing area, so we want to bring that information for anyone who may need it. And of course, the word has got out to some border counties, to some folks who have communicated our coverage to their family who live in some of these warnings. So we want to keep you all informed and safe as well. Memphis right now, we're not seeing a whole lot. We've got a bolt of lightning that struck here across northeast Memphis. Something to keep in mind just with this system. We've got plenty of electric charge in the atmosphere. Just a little bit can pop down. So may still see some of that storm a thunderstorm effect across the area, though we don't see quite as abundant lightning as we see, say, here headed into Middle Tennessee and northeastern Mississippi at the moment. So, folk here, one of our viewers in chat on YouTube, I'm a grown man, never understood lightning this well. Amazing explanation. Thank you, appreciate it. It truly is. If you've ever gotten shocked by static electricity, lightning is static electricity, just a lot stronger. If you've ever been folding up like a polyester or a spandex tablecloth, and then you go and touch a doorknob and it really zaps you. I've had a red mark left on my finger from zaps like that. That's still lightning, technically. Lightning, believe it or not, lightning is what got me fascinated with weather. I remember writing down a list of goals in 6th grade. Become a lightning photographer was one of them. I've done it, crossed it off the list. Now I can cross off whatever this, I don't even want to call it a goal. I don't want to ever do this again. Of course, we've seen just an insane amount of severe weather across this area. Many of us, of course, are going to be keeping an eye on these storms over the next couple of hours here. We've got multiple people working here at ABC 24 and CW30 who have been helping us out behind the scenes. We've had managers, we've had producers, editors, directors, audio operators, our anchors, our reporters, our digital team has been absolutely killing it. We thank you, every single one of you across this area. I'm going to take a quick breather. Trevor, going to give us a quick reset on what we are looking at this evening and why we have not dropped off the air in 8 hours.
Yes, Kit, please get you a sip of water. I was trying to get some stuff put together for you to give you a breath, so happy to be able to do that for you right now. We do technically have still, and I'm just realizing now that I have my shoes in this shot that I'm wearing my on clouds because I knew I would be standing up all day today. So you are going to forgive the fact that I'm wearing tennis shoes and white socks with these suits, but I've been standing up for 8 hours. Tornado watch technically still in effect for Lafayette, Panola, Marshall, Tippah, Benton, Alcorn, McNairy, and Hardeman counties until midnight. The threat is quickly winding down for those areas, though. That watch is going to be dropped pretty soon. Everybody else is already clear of the severe weather threat. As you can see, Memphis and Shelby County is no longer in that watch, and we do expect that watch to continue to be trimmed back as we look ahead over the next maybe hour or so. There is still a lot of heavy rain falling in the Mid-South, and then really the only corner that we still have where we still have a couple of severe thunderstorms is just in northeast Mississippi. I do not expect any more severe thunderstorms back behind this. The rain is going to continue, but it's just this one little zone down here that we have that tornado warning that Kit has been talking about. Generally, that's moving away from us, but that warning does barely clip Alcorn and Tippah County. That's why we've been on with you for the last little bit, but that area of rotation was way down near Pontotoc, and so it really was never going to be that much of a concern for those counties, but we're going to be here and just watch things for you at least for the next 5 minutes or so. Rain does continue in the Memphis metro right now, and we've had some heavy rain today. 24-hour rainfall, anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rain, close to 7 out in Cross County and wind. So we have had very heavy rain that has continued through the day, and this is kind of how it started. This was earlier today. This is as the storms were coming across the river through downtown. This is from our weather watcher, Jared. We caught these storms live on air as well. If you were watching from our Midtown camera, we saw those storms rolling on through. Those storms did cause some damage back in Crittenden County. This was a photo of a gas station awning from Lehigh, west of West Memphis. That was the Citgo awning that collapsed onto a trooper's car. Thankfully, he's okay, but you see what that wind could do. And then we led to the flooding threats. Several areas completely flooded in Memphis earlier. This was near Bellevue Boulevard, on Bellevue Boulevard. And you see those cars stalled out under that bridge, and very heavy rain throughout the day. Now, bear in mind, we had 6 inches of rain Wednesday. Now we've had 6 inches of rain today, and we have several more hours of rain to go. So over the last 4 days, we've had about a foot of rain in Memphis. When you look at our 4-day rain records, that could put us in the top 5 for the rainiest 4 days in a row we've ever had. We'll have to wait for the official numbers. We'll get those tomorrow, and we'll see where we rank. But you can see it's been a while since we've seen this much rain in 4 days. We do, of course, want to invite you to keep sending in your photos and your videos. You can be an ABC 24 weather watcher. You can text us your photos, 901-321-7520, and we will share those on air. We can also pass them along to the National Weather Service. What's going to happen for tonight? Well, heavy rain continues. That severe weather threat in northeast Mississippi that we've been stuck with, it seems like, for the last hour or two, that should be ending, and that storm will move out of the mid-south. We're going to stick around with the rain, though. This rain will be with us through the night. It is going to get cooler, though. It's already 55 in Memphis. It's going to be 52 overnight tonight. So again, there's that storm, that troublemaker storm in northeast Mississippi. It finally clears out of here. And then as we go into the early morning hours, we'll be left with some showers. But for the most part, this is all going to end here as we get into tomorrow morning. So some early morning showers as we start off tomorrow morning. But the second half of tomorrow will be a much needed rest and a break from all of this rain. It's going to be a while before we have any more rain in the forecast. Cloudy and cool tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s. So just a chance of some showers early tomorrow morning. The rest of the next 7 days appearing pretty dry. We could have some showers on Thursday, but in general, after that, the work week does look pretty dry. So things are finally wrapping up here. We're going to put a bow on this extreme severe weather event that we've had for the last several days. It started with deadly tornadoes Wednesday. Kit, what's up?
New tornado warning coming for Alcorn County.
And when is that until?
They have not yet issued the warning, so we will let you know. And as far as our digital team is concerned, if we are going into the CW News at 9, here's the warning now. So let's pull it back here on this screen. We've got until 9:45 p.m. For Lee, Pontotoc, Prentiss, Tishomingo counties. We're going to keep an eye on that for the moment now. That is, of course, just a recently issued warning for likely this rotation we see outside of the Guntown area. We were given the lecture series on lightning just a moment ago. That is likely going to move towards Boonville and eventually could be close to Alcorn County, so we want to keep that in mind as well. Of course, right at the end of the forecast there, right when Trevor jinxed us and said, we're going to put a bow on this, right. We got that new warning. So I don't mean to make light of the situation. I'm more just laughing from the absurdity of this situation now. So Guntown, we still need to be ready to get back to your shelter. Baldwin, be ready to get back to your shelter. Boonville as well. You need to be near your shelter. Rienzi, we've talked about you 3 times now, if my count is correct. You also need to be ready to return to shelter from this storm. Caro, Burnsville area also downstream from this potential new tornado warning that has just been issued. So this is set to expire at 9:45 tonight. I'm going to speak to you, Trevor, and to you, Christina, our manager who's here. My judgment of this tornado warning right now is that, one, we need to keep the live stream up. We can keep at least information available for folks who may need it. As we are approaching 9 o'clock, we may be getting ready. Our Kevin McNamara is also here in studio getting ready for the 9 o'clock show. Christina, I could talk to you, or you can talk to Trevor about if we want to pause some of the severe coverage until this gets closer to Alcorn County, or if we just carry this on through as we have been. I just don't want to interrupt what many of our reporters have been working on for the 9 o'clock show. So they're going to go talk about that as I keep on bringing you this information here. So many of these areas here are seeing some of those storms that are that have been going over the same places multiple times for several hours now. If we just pull this back, I want to pull back over the last 3 hours on the radar and just see where these storms have been and when we got to this area where it just hasn't relented. So I'll pull it back probably 4 hours, honestly. Looks like we only have 3 hours of data. So it looks like that was when we were seeing those storms across parts of Lafayette County 3 hours ago during the 6 o'clock hour. We had that. Of course, we preempted ABC 24 News at 6. And then we had an impressive hook echo, just a massive curl there with that storm that was moving across the I-22 corridor. That was, of course, when we were talking about New Albany for the first time. That storm continued through parts of Tippah County into Alcorn County, and that storm once again was reissued a confirmed tornado as it moved on into Hardin County as well. So we're keeping an eye on storms that are now forming out here near the Tupelo area. Of course, Tupelo has its own market, but now we're looking up towards this area here in Alcorn County that could have that area with a tornado rolling in shortly. So the thing is, ordinarily these would be progressing east, and we would not be seeing that moving in here, but I'm seeing that that RFD cut north of Tupelo, north of Saltillo there, Saltillo, Baldwin could be seeing that area of rotation right there, Saltillo. That's where we've had some of that rotation. That's the line, the kink, and that could still run up north or northeast. It's really difficult, but of course, anywhere within this warning could see that area of rotation either running in towards the Corinth area, or it could hook right and move towards Tishomingo, the city in Tishomingo County. So of course, Prentiss County is up next on the border of our viewing area, and that could eventually move into Alcorn County as well. So Trevor, I'll let you take over, and I'll let you tell me what our plan is for the 9 o'clock here.
All right, so here's what we're going to do, folks. As we come up on 9 p.m. And we continue to monitor this tornado warning, you might have caught the fact that we might be rambling on for just a little bit for about the last, I don't know, maybe hour and a half, mainly Kit, and we appreciate you. What has happened is we've had a lot of storms in northeast Mississippi that have prompted tornado warnings. A lot of these have been technically out of our area. We've had tornadoes in New Albany, close to Tupelo, down toward Boonville, and in Tishomingo County. So a lot of that is outside of the area that we technically cover, but the warnings from the National Weather Service have clipped part of our county. So that's why we've been required to stay on with you for the last little bit. And we are going to stick with you here because we do have a tornado warning that's going to continue until 9:45 for southern portion of Alcorn County. That is for this thunderstorm way down to the south. That's near Guntown. And if you live in Alcorn County, you know how far south Guntown is. That is going to be moving to the north and east over the next little bit. And that is mainly going to go south of Alcorn County. We do not really expect that area of rotation to impact Alcorn County. And eventually, we do believe that that tornado warning will be allowed to be dropped. So what we're going to do here, we're going to keep an eye on things here in the Weather Center. Kit and I are not going anywhere. We're going to sit here and monitor this storm. And if the situation warrants, we'll jump back in. But we're going to stay where we are on ABC 24 and CW 30 and on ABC 24 Plus. But we are going to send things over to our anchor, Kevin McNamara. He's got some details on what happened earlier today. And of course, another big story is the significant flooding that happened earlier today.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, thank you. Just getting a look at some of what we're going to be covering here. There was a lot of flooding throughout the Memphis region. We saw it here. We've got some video coming in from Elvis Presley Boulevard, I understand, in front of MJ Edwards' funeral home. That is where we have some of flooding. There we go. Now it's coming up. Look at that flooding right there. That is unbelievable. You see some of those cars driving through. That's just north of State Line Road. You can see cars are stalled. Some had to pull over. Obviously, 6 inches is really all it takes, especially for some of those smaller vehicles to make it through those deep, deep pools of water. Others decided to drive through. That's certainly a risk, not something that we would advise, but that's not the only place we saw some flooding. Well, this is some footage over on Lamar between Melrose and Willett. You can see this car stalled. They tried to make the trip over. They instead became submerged in the water. If these conditions are sticking around, always best to stay inside. Look at that flooding for that car, completely stuck in the water there under the bridge. Those are some hazardous conditions. You can kind of feel for those drivers because it just came so quickly this afternoon. Another car you see there stalled in the water. Always be cautious because the worst can come to the worst when the pools of water are forming, that flooding here in Memphis. Then we got some more footage. This is from downtown Memphis. You see this video was recorded by Rita Abu Zaina outside of the Peanut Shop on South Main. That's actually right near where I live. You can see water shooting out of the ground. It's kind of coming out of the ground there. That's just some incredible footage telling you just how deep and severe that flooding is. Again, that downtown footage, it's certainly, we've got downtown flooding, midtown, East Memphis. It really hit all over the Bluff City today. Scary footage. Meanwhile, McNairy County also hit hard by the storms, leaving behind a path of destruction. National Weather Service confirmed an EF3 tornado, and we know several people were killed. In Selmer, emergency crews still searching for anyone who may be trapped. Some businesses, nothing more than piles of debris. Homes and residents' belongings scattered everywhere across the town, leaving people to sift through the aftermath. One resident says quick thinking is how he and his family were able to survive.
I seen that car, my car, and that truck start to move, and then I immediately started shoving him and my mom into the bathroom. The walls was shaking. I thought the roof was going to get ripped off.
Despite the devastation, people in Selmer say they're just happy to be alive. As part of our efforts to keep you updated on our severe weather coverage, you can download our 24+ streaming app on your TV and watch for free. Remember, the 24+ streaming app is where you'll have up-to-the-minute severe weather updates as we work to keep you and your family safe. Meanwhile, high rains impacting all of West Tennessee and, of course, raising concerns for residents. Water overflowing in communities in the Blue Oval region. You're seeing some of those photos right there on your screen now. We've got continuing coverage of flooding and severe weather across the Mid-South. And for more on what you can expect, we're sending it over to our Trevor Burchett.
Yeah, that's right, Kevin. Yeah, that's right, Kevin. I appreciate that update and some of those videos and photos that we saw coming in earlier today. Just a small sampling of some of the intense flooding that we have seen. And of course, that threat is going to continue. I want to show you some of the rainfall totals that have happened just in the last 24 hours. We have a swath right there from Little Rock up to Wynn and through Memphis, where we have had 4 to 6 inches of rainfall fall just in the last 24 hours. Now, when you look back to Wednesday, we actually had 6 inches of rain on Wednesday. So in some areas, we have had 6 inches of rain on top of what we had Wednesday, and that is going to lead to over a foot of rainfall. Now, showers and thunderstorms, they are continuing across the Mid-South tonight, and they're going to continue for a good chunk of the night as well. We still have that tornado warning technically for Alcorn County in Mississippi. That is for a storm that is in Prentiss County near Boonville, and this is mainly going to be to the south of Alcorn County. I do not expect any major severe weather concern for there. You can actually see where that tornado is. It's between Baldwin and Saltillo on Highway 45, and that is going to be tracking to the north and east. So this is now well south of Alcorn County, but you can see in general where it's going. That's going to be up toward New Side at 9:30, Dennis at 9:46, and then the city of Tishomingo in Tishomingo County by about 9:45. So again, technically there is a tornado warning that's in effect for Alcorn County, a sliver of Tippah County as well, but the dangerous part of this storm is not going to be in those areas. There are several indications of high wind gusts. Could be a couple of zones of rotation at times as that radar scan comes around. There are a couple of zones in here that are still indicative of maybe some slight rotation, but we do not have any indication that there is anything on the ground at this moment. And even that is going to mainly be tracking into Tishomingo County. So again, the biggest concern with this storm is well to the south, down near Guntown, Saltillo, and Baldwin areas. Extremely heavy rain and high wind gusts, even some hail, though, coming in near Boonville. And that is going to be continuing up through, again, through Tishomingo County in the next little bit. We do have a light at the end of the tunnel. This is the closer and closer to the end, I will say, as that storm continues to move on off to the east. We're going to watch what that thing does. Technically, that tornado warning is in effect until 9:45. We will see what they do with it and if they decide to extend it or change that warning at all. But again, to me, the most significant indication of rotation is right there near Baldwin and Guntown. That's going to be that zone right in there. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, so Kit was just saying his microphone was off, but Kit was saying that there was possibly some tornado debris indicated there, and I believe it. That's more likely than not. That is a tornado on the ground. I'm just kind of trying to get a sense of the direction just so I track it out the right way. And as you can see, as we track this out, this is going to be to the north and east, and that's going to keep it mainly south of Alcorn County. So I'm hoping here very soon that they can kind of clip Alcorn County out of this warning and let this go, and then it will be an issue for areas to the south and east of us. But we will stay with this for the next little bit just because, again, areas south of Corinth are technically involved in that tornado warning. And I know it's a bit confusing that you're in the warning, but we're saying, you're really not. The concern is south of you, and that's just because there are several areas in this thunderstorm that have shown signs of rotation in the past, so they issued a larger tornado warning. But I'm really most concerned about that area. That's way down in northern Lee County, and it's going to be passing through Prentiss County and Tishomingo County. So that's going to be well to the south of Alcorn County and Corinth. So again, possible tornado on the ground there, not far from Baldwin. Power flashes reported there due to high wind gusts on the back side of Baldwin. As far as what's happening up closer to Alcorn and Tippah counties, which are technically in this tornado warning as well, there are definitely some high wind gusts, and Corinth has kind of been dealing with those high winds for the last little bit. Heavy rain for sure in Corinth and even back to Ripley as well, but it's really, we're narrowing down more and more and more the zone that we're concerned about for severe weather. And for right now, the only area that we're really concerned about is the far southeastern corner of Alcorn County. It doesn't include Corinth, and really the worst of this will probably be south of all of Alcorn County. But if you are in Alcorn County, technically you're in that tornado warning until 9:45, so we will watch this. But after that, Kit, we should be able to wrap this on up. We will see, but I do believe by 10 o'clock we're going to be looking to be in a lot better shape.
So, a correction from the National Weather Service. Of course, they are very well trained. They have multiple eyes on this, more than just me and Trevor. They say that to their analysis, that was not a TDS, so that is some good news. But we still have, of course, that tornado warning here. Some very intense winds around this area here, south of Guntown, perhaps some rotation there, perhaps around the Baldwin area. We've got a potential it looks like a wall cloud showing up here on a spotter trained photo that we don't yet have permission on that, but south of Baldwin looks like we've got a wall cloud beginning to form. So this could eventually move all the way up towards past Boonville, past towards the Rienzi, where we could have that storm produce a tornado. So looks like they're taking out Pontotoc counties and Union County there on the back edge of this tornado warning. Again, just keeping that in mind, as the storm could still bring that threat into the Memphis viewing area whenever we have these threats. There is the trim of that watch here. So we'll get, the warning. Of course, we've got that warning out until 9:45 this evening, and we're going to stay covering this with some layers of news as well. So with that latest radar scan, I'm thinking south of the Baldwin area is right around where we have some of that rotation, and that could easily drop a tornado at any time. Though at this moment, we don't see any further confirmation that this is on the ground. If all of the news folks, news side are amicable, I'll at least say Kevin can be prepared for whatever next story we have on the line. But until then, I'll fill until that next story is queued up and ready to go. So just let me know. But Baldwin, you need to be in your shelter. Wheeler, Frankstown, Hobo Station there. Marietta, even Marietta, I want you to be in your shelter, pulling that into view. You can see Marietta here, Hobo Station, that area just outside of 370, very strong rotation. That can easily drop a tornado at any given moment. So anyone who is off towards the northeast of this area, we do want you to take shelter. They're saying there's some noise in the inflow area, so that's not debris signature there. So with that, I'll send things over to Kevin McNamara.
All right, thanks, Kit. I know you've been working hard, you and Trevor. But as we've been talking about, we've seen all kinds of flooding across multiple different locations in Memphis today. Places like Macon Road, Jackson Avenue, and much more. Of course, this all coming on day 4 of what has been this 4-day-long severe weather storm. Multiple areas experiencing some flooding today. Here's some video that you're seeing on your screen now. Again, those cars moving through. And the flooding has receded in some areas, while other spots are still very hazardous. So as you're seeing, the roads are covered, and there's even been a breach from the river right here in our own backyard. And those conditions are expected to persist throughout the night as heavy rain continues. ABC 24's Shakina Davis has more on what she saw out there today. Shakina?
Yes, we're still experiencing some of this severe weather here in Memphis. As you can see, it is raining pretty heavy right now. But I just want to show you something behind me. There has been some flooding throughout Memphis, and specifically right here on Sam Cooper Boulevard, going up the Graham exit. You can see some vehicles that are stuck. Currently, someone is trying to make their way through the water to get themselves unstuck. But again, this just stresses the fact that it is very important during flooding times for you to turn around. It is very important for you to not drown. So we're just stressing that again as a reminder to everyone. When you see a flood of water, turn around, don't drown. In Memphis, I'm Shakina Davis.
Shakina, thank you. Certainly some very important information there. For now, we're going to turn it back over to our very own Trevor Burchett with where the storms are heading now. Trevor?
Hey there, Kevin. Yeah, we're just still watching this one storm in northeast Mississippi. I know it's raining everywhere. There are storms everywhere, but it's this storm here that is still producing a tornado. This is way down near Baldwin, Mississippi, almost down toward Tupelo. But just to be on the safe side, the National Weather Service has included part of Alcorn County and even part of Tippah County in this warning. Now, the tornado's way down here, so just kind of get your bearings straight. That's going to be near Baldwin in southern Prentiss County. So you can see how far away that is from Tippah and Alcorn counties. I think soon enough they'll be able to cut those warnings back and get those counties out of there. We can finally give you an all clear because that tornado is going to be coming toward Tishomingo County. So we'll watch this for the next little bit. Technically, as long as there is a warning in effect for parts of our area, we will need to stay with you. So we're going to kind of stick around here. We might kind of bounce around between news and weather just a little bit. But I do want to kind of watch this storm for the next little bit. I do believe it is moving away from Tippah and Alcorn counties, though. Again, you can see Alcorn County at the top of your screen. And then where this thing is headed, again, is mainly going to be in Tishomingo County. Right now it's in Prentiss County, and it is moving out of that area, again, into Tishomingo County. So we're going to watch for the next bit. Technically, that tornado warning still in effect, though, for areas south of Corinth, including Rienzi on Highway 45. And I never want to leave somebody while they're in a tornado warning, even if it looks like that area is going to miss them, because a lot of people's phones are going off, they're tuning in, and they're continuing to look for information. So we're going to stay with this for as long as that warning is issued for Alcorn and Tippah counties. What the Weather Service will do typically is usually about every 10 or 15 minutes, they'll go in and they'll clean up the warning and reissue it and reshape it to make sure it fits the correct area. But you can see where that storm is tracking. I'll cut this down over even just to about the last 30 minutes just to give you a better idea of where it's tracking. And you can see that it's moving to the north and east. So there's Corinth up toward the top of your screen. It's going to be right there. And so this tornado warned storm, and the tornado specifically itself, is not going to be moving toward Tippah County and toward Alcorn County. This is going to be for Tishomingo County in Mississippi, and then it crosses into Alabama. As soon as this gets out of here, we should be in a lot better shape severe weather-wise, and that threat will continue to decrease. But that heavy rain and flooding potential, it is going to remain a concern as we look ahead through the rest of the evening. I'll tell you what, if we want to head over to the vid wall, I can do a little forecast here. If we can put this up in Weather 1 on the vid wall, we can talk about this forecast just a little bit more here. And you'll be able to see some of the photos and videos that we got in earlier today as these storms were just kind of starting in Memphis. Now, we'll start out with what's happening now, and that is a tornado watch These are kind of the zones we're still watching, and technically until midnight. Now, I don't want to keep you up too late because if you are in Oxford, a little thunder here at the TV station, I think that scared us all just a little bit. If you're out near Oxford, if you're in Panola County, if you're in Holly Springs, if you're in Bolivar, if you're in McNairy County, this threat has passed you. Kind of like the warnings, as we go further and further into time, they're going to trim back that watch more and more. So I would hope by 10 o'clock we could drop most of these counties away from that tornado watch. You can see that most of the Mid-South is just seeing rain, clearly some thunder as we're hearing, probably making it a little louder now that it's a little cooler outside, and kind of make that thunder boom just a little bit more. So heavy rain is still continuing across the Mid-South. Even as the severe weather threat moves out, I'd say give it another 30 minutes maximum. That severe weather potential will be gone from Alcorn County, and then we can officially kind of sound the all clear for the Mid-South. But for Memphis, heavy rain will continue at least through about midnight or 1 in the morning, and that is going to continue to add to our flooding concerns. 6 to 7 inches of rain across the Mid-South just in the last 24 hours. Bear in mind, as we look back since Wednesday, we already had 6 inches of rain. So this is going to add up in 4 days to over a foot of rain in a good chunk of the Mid-South. Checking in with our weather watchers, this is from Jared in downtown. This was as the storms were just rolling in a little bit earlier today, and that showed that darkening sky and then a little damage from earlier with some very high wind gusts. Remember, we had about 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this thunderstorm. That knocked down a gas station canopy in Lehigh, west of West Memphis, and then the flooding threat really set in. This is on Bellevue in Memphis. Cars stalled out. We watched for a long time on I-40 near Danny Thomas that the entire road was covered in about a foot of water, and people were still trying to drive through it. As you look at your 4-day rain records, this is the highest amount of rain Memphis has ever seen in 4 days. It's 13.5 inches. That was way back in 1877. And once we add all this up from the last 4 days and it finally stops raining tonight, that could easily get close to that record for the highest 4-day rain total. Again, if you have weather photos, videos, or reports of damage, you can text those to us. The number is 901-321-7520. Photos and videos, again, they can go on there, and we can pass those along to the National Weather Service. Rain does continue tonight. The severe weather threat wraps up, but the heavy rain continues. So if you are going to be out and about tonight, just be aware heavy rain and flooding is going to stick around. It gets chilly, though. It actually already is. It's 54 in Memphis. We'll stay in the 50s overnight tonight. So there goes the rain right now, and it clears out. At least the severe weather potential is going to clear out overnight, and we'll be left with just a slight chance of some showers early tomorrow morning. So a couple of showers between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. early in the morning, but the second half of the day will be dry. It's going to stay cloudy with temperatures in the 50s, and then much better through next week. Most of the week will be dry. Just looks like a slight chance of some showers by Thursday night. So we'll wake up tomorrow morning. Those showers will be wrapping up. They'll be a lot lighter, but that rain will be coming to an end. Sunshine Monday, high of 60, 62 on Tuesday with some sunshine. Partly cloudy Wednesday, high of 67. Thursday, again, there is that slight chance of rain. I don't expect anything super serious, but a couple of showers there. And then Friday and the weekend looks very nice. I think we have all double deserved a very nice weekend. We have earned it, and it is coming next weekend. Sunshine with highs in the 70s. For Friday and Saturday, Kevin.
All right, thanks, Trevor. Meanwhile, Tennessee emergency management crews have been in Selmer assessing damage from that storm that left the town devastated. If you or someone you know need help in McNairy County, food and other items are available at Selmer Community Center and the McNairy County Event Center. Meanwhile, a Virginia-based nonprofit organization also in Selmer tonight providing disaster relief. Mercy Chefs has set up shop at the McNairy County AG Event Center there in Selmer. And the organization is both preparing and distributing meals from that location. But it's not the only place they're providing aid. Other distribution points include First Baptist Selmer at 310 West Court Avenue and Lakeview Church at 877 West Cherry Street. Mercy Chefs serving lunch from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. and dinner will be from 4:30 to 6 from all three locations. Meanwhile, hundreds of people across the Mid-South in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas picking up the pieces following this week's storms, and some need a place to stay. So if you know someone who's been affected tonight, we want to help you connect them to resources. If you know someone who's been hit by these storms and needs somewhere to stay, many cities across the Mid-South have opened storm shelters. You can find the full list of those shelters on abc24.com, or you can text the word shelter to 901-321-7520, and we'll send a link straight to your phone. But with all of this rain, many of you will start checking your yards and homes for damage. So tonight we want to make sure you know how you can report that damage. First, take pictures and videos of the damage inside and outside your home. Next, call your insurance company to file a claim. According to the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance, file your claim as soon as possible. And keep in mind, most homeowners' insurance policies cover damage caused by wind or fallen trees. However, a typical home insurance policy doesn't cover damage from flooding, backed up drains, or sewers. Here's some more footage out from Bellevue Boulevard. As you can see, cars almost completely submerged in that water today. That's about 3 different ones. Made the wrong choice to try and drive through those floodwaters. That entire street almost underwater. Again, this from earlier today. Certainly you hope things are looking a little bit better at this time. But springtime for students typically means prom season. But multiple schools in Memphis had to postpone their proms due to all this weather. This is a list of schools that were supposed to have prom tonight, but announced they were canceled. That's quite a number of them. Just before students even got ready for pictures and dinner with their friends and dates. White Station High School, Bartlett, Houston, Christian Brothers, and MUS all had to cancel prom. But don't worry, students, a rescheduling is in the works. And for more on these storms and how things are looking, we send it over to our meteorologist, Kit Thomas. Kit.
Thank you, Kevin. Of course, we're taking a look now at some of those flood alerts that we have around the area. You see the light blue here across parts of Arkansas and Mississippi, and then back towards the Nashville area. That is a flash flood warning, an elevated flash flood warning with considerable threat for more widespread, more high impact, more life-threatening flash flooding here in the darker blue area, and that goes all the way back into parts of Arkansas and around the Clarksdale, Mississippi area on out of our viewing area here. We, of course, are also monitoring still this tornado warning that could be coming through parts of Alcorn County. The National Weather Service, for anyone who's watching outside our viewing area, which would be anywhere here around this region, north of Tupelo, out towards Tishomingo. This area, we still have some very strong rotation with that thunderstorm. Of course, there's a bit of side lobe contamination, so I actually want to tilt the radar back up a little bit. Usually we want to see the lowest level scan, but sometimes that can lead to some errors. We can see right here, this is the best area of rotation we can see on this storm right now. Some mid-level rotation very easily on that. As we switch it out to subtract out the storm motion, you can see we've got that area of rotation, we've got that area of rotation. So if you are in Tishomingo, you need to be in your shelter. We've of course been talking about some areas outside our viewing area. Marietta, that circulation just passed over you. Cairo, I've seen it pronounced both ways in a couple of different places in the country, so I'm pronouncing it both just to cover my bases. Apologize if I mispronounce it. So Cairo, you need to be sheltered. Rienzi, also you need to be near your shelter. Iuka, downstream from this, as we could see that rotation moving in very quickly. We're having multiple areas of reports from emergency management on Highway 328 in Lafayette County as flooded. So that is where we could see some more impacts as well. And we're also looking back towards that area. I want to keep an eye on some of those storms because these storms could still produce more storms. More rotating storms around that area as well. It looks like it may be side lobe contaminated there, keeping that in mind. But of course, here in Lafayette County, be very aware, be ready for a tornado warning just in case it is issued, unless my eyes are deceiving me. It looks like we've got a little bit of an embedded rotation right there. You can sort of see right there that hook a little bit within that thunderstorm. We are We're keeping a very close eye on these storms, of course, and keeping a close eye on when these storms will be allowed to expire. But that's something that's just growing a bit of concern for me here. North of Delay, we've got some potential for some rotation really starting to tighten up there in the last couple of scans. Let's just go back here west of Delay into the most recent scans there. So Keel, I'm going to go ahead and put you on alert as your first alert of this that we could see that moving towards the north very, very quickly. So Keel, just a reminder, no tornado warning yet at this area. That may be some, I don't mean to give you a false alarm, but just a reminder of what you need to do during a tornado warning in case a new one is issued. You want to head to the center room of your home or residence, the lowest level. If you live in a second floor area, you need to be on the first floor. Go knock on your neighbor's door, see if you can shelter with them. Getting into a very sturdy structure. If you're in a mobile home, it's time to go visit a friend. Go knock on their door, see if you can shelter with them as this storm rolls through as well. So Denmark area, you need to be ready to shelter, I feel. Altus as well, keeping an eye right here on Highway 278. Trevor, I think you've got an update on Alcorn County.
Yes, here's what we're going to do now. In just a moment, we're going to send everything back to regular programming. So just stand by in the back. I want to do one more kind of circle back just while it takes them a minute to get ready for that, to do that back in the back. But the tornado warning for Alcorn County has been canceled. As we kind of expected, that tornado is moving south of Alcorn County. So that is going to be kind of out of here and into Tishomingo County. So in just a matter of moments, we will have no active tornado warnings in the Mid-South. Kit was just talking about that storm near Oxford that we're going to have to watch. But if we do not have any warnings in the Mid-South, we are going to send everything back to regular programming. I know there was a Showboats game on ABC 24. I really apologize that we had to interrupt that, but we had to with an active warning in the Mid-South. Hopefully you can at least catch the last 30 minutes of it. I don't even know the score of it. Hopefully it's a good one. We can hopefully get the rest of it in. So as soon as they drop this for Alcorn, we're going to send both channels back and we'll hop off of digital. That's going to give us 30 minutes to reset for ABC 24 News at 10. Yeah.
Service, just to confirm from them, that area I was monitoring is what's called a side lobe contamination. It's where the radar sees hail. So that is not a proper velocity couplet. That is not rotation. That is a radar artifact. So like Trevor was saying, we're not going to continue. I was worried I was going to have to interrupt you and say that we were going to keep on going. So we'll continue with that plan. Of course, we thank you so much for watching. Trevor, I don't know if you've had anything else to say, but we appreciate everyone who has been giving us grace through the day. If we could get a countdown for the end of the show for CW30 so that we know we're already out. All right. Well, I guess we'll just wait for that Alcorn County storm to be trimmed out. Of course, this is still on the very border of our viewing area. This has been something that we have been diligently covering. We thank you for staying with us. Of course, Memphis, we're going to start to see heavy rain starting back up here. When Arkansas, you're starting to see the final wave of rain moving through. Things are about to settle down for you, and we are about to see that that clear up around the area. Of course, we still have the chance for some flash flooding. We still have that flash flood alert across the entire viewing area. Particularly dangerous situation, flood watch, because of the chances that we've had for more widespread, high-impact flash flooding around the area. We're likely going to see the flood threat continue over the next several hours tonight. The flood watch goes through Sunday morning. By Sunday afternoon, we should begin to see those flood watches and flood warnings allowed to expire across the viewing area. If you're a gardener like I am, you're not going to have to water your garden for the next week. And it looks like they have trimmed that, that warning back across parts of Alcorn County. Alcorn County no longer within a tornado warning. For those who are watching outside our viewing area, Tishomingo County still in a tornado warning as well, and into the very corner there of Itawamba, Pretense. Prentice, and Lee County as well. So I'm going to sign myself off and toss things back over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett.
All right, kid, wasting no more time. We'll get right back to regular programming on ABC 24 and CW 30. Let you get the last of that game in. Again, I apologize we had to cut into it. We will be back for the news at 10 for a full recap on this flooding threat and an update on the radar. But for now, we'll sign off on our website on ABC 24 and CW 30. We'll see you back here for the news at 10 right here on ABC 24.